Chapter 1. The Strange Land. With her eyes tightly shut, the flickering lights finally ceased, and the sharp ringing in her ears gradually subsided. The surroundings fell silent. Nan Wei shook her head vigorously, trying to quickly dispel the uncomfortable dizziness. Having been in the dark for too long, combined with weightlessness and rapid spinning, the turmoil inside her was unbearable. A faint sound of fabric rubbing against itself reached her ears, very close, too close, right beside her. Having just experienced a peculiar turn of events, alarm bells rang in Nan Wei's mind. Her muscles tensed instantly, her right foot swiftly stepping back half a step, her fists raised in a fighting stance in front of her chest, though she didn't know what she had. Kicked away, a slight scraping sound followed, resembling a small object like a key. "Can you hear the word rules? How many times have you all been here?" A timid female voice suddenly pierced through to Nan Wei's eardrum. The figures nearby were a blur, and there was more than one eye. "I can't hear you. This is my second time." Nan Wei squinted her eyes, adjusted for a few seconds, and her vision gradually became clear, revealing a scene that momentarily left her bewildered. Logically, she should be in the underground parking lot of her friend's community at this moment, but it was evident that this was a different parking lot. Old pipes crisscrossed, fluorescent tubes hung overhead, structural columns stood tall, and a considerable number of cars were parked orderly, resembling any other parking lot at first glance. However, this parking lot was excessively low. A few fluorescent tubes hung in the narrow gaps between the pipes. The tubes were not far above Nan Wei's head, who stood at 1.73 meters tall, and the garage ceiling was at most 2 meters high. On the dusty fluorescent tube, a fluffy black spider was leisurely crawling, so close that it seemed ready to crawl on her head at any moment, and the dim light barely illuminated a small patch of the ground nearby. Within her line of sight, there were about 20 to 30 cars parked neatly in their spaces. None had rooftops or side windows. The small driver's seat could probably only accommodate a child. Its miniature dimensions were similar to those of the toy cars she had seen neighborhood kids driving. This parking lot felt like it belonged to some kindergarten, or perhaps more aptly, a little people's kingdom. While it was quite strange to find herself here, nothing was more absurd than being chased by someone who looked exactly like her. Nan Wei was not panicking at all. She understood that the immediate priority was to clarify her situation. The person who spoke was not far from the ground, about 7 or 8 meters to her right, hidden in the shadow cast by a column. He had a watermelon-shaped head, a thin build, and was trembling slightly, looked like a boy of about 17 or 18. "Hey, you're not following the rules." The woman stood just 2 steps away from Nan Wei to her left, looking quite young, dressed in a pink puff skirt paired with bright red high heels, with her heels hanging off by more than 2 fingers, resembling a little girl who had stolen her mother's shoes. Next to the woman stood a man in a wrinkled suit that was not well fitted, making him appear somewhat disheveled. Seeing the suited man instinctively open his arms to protect the woman, Nan Wei speculated about their relationship. They seemed pretty close siblings? A couple? This habit of observing others at any time and place was a professional quirk of her friend, which had skewed her perspective over the years. Nan Wei lowered her arms, her fists remaining clenched. Although these individuals did not seem particularly threatening, the absurdity of everything she had just experienced made it necessary to stay vigilant. The suited man swallowed hard and hoarsely echoed the woman. "My girlfriend is right. You're not following the rules." The couple flinched involuntarily, both shooting angry glances at the man. His voice might be a bit loud, but is it really that scary? The couple's reaction was overly dramatic, and Nan Wei was filled with curiosity as she turned her head to glance at the boy in the shadows. Perhaps realizing his behavior was inappropriate, the man quickly glanced at the garage ceiling, which felt too low for comfort. He shrank his neck, reached to touch his beer belly that had squeezed out of his beach outfit, and mumbled, "It's my first time." In the eyes of the suited man, the girl before him, who wore a frown and casual male attire but had long, silky hair down to her waist, did not appear to be particularly formidable. Still, he managed to muster a somewhat fawning smile. "Boss, we're all first-timers here." "Boss?" This address made Nan Wei feel both amused and bewildered. It seemed that aside from the couple, the other 3 did not know each other and were somewhat guarded. Unfortunately, beyond this, there was no more useful information available. The most crucial doubts needed answers from these individuals. Facing the hopeful gazes of the 4, Nan Wei slowly tucked her fists into her pockets. The man in the beach outfit couldn't help but gasp, raising his voice by an octave, questioning, "You can hear the rules and still ask that? Are you messing with us on purpose? Chapter 2. Abandoned from the start. The chaotic situation, the meaningless dialogue. To be honest, Nan Wei was even more confused about what was happening than the four of them. Not long ago, someone who looked and fought just like her suddenly appeared and chased her. From that moment on, everything became strange and absurd. Nan Wei knew well that her skills were not remarkable. She was self-taught, with a rough background, relying mainly on her strength. To find someone so similar to her to mimic her, even using real weapons, seemed like an extremely slim chance she wasn't a celebrity. Regarding the beach man's doubts, Nan Wei did not respond, silently glancing to her right. The boy, hidden in the shadows, unable to contain his emotions, stepped forward 2 paces, emerging from the shadow. His youthful face bore a deep confusion, and his eyes were fixed on Nan Wei without blinking. You. Sister, you. The boy's lips trembled, asking a question that was practically pointless. Sister, you can hear the rules, but don't know what how many times means. Nan Wei needed these individuals to clarify things for her, and there was no need to hide anything. She shook her head randomly, looking as if she was denying something. I don't know. Upon receiving a definite answer, the faces of the other 3 instantly turned pale. The boy's expression of confusion deepened, and for a moment, he forgot to tremble. His wide eyes held a hint of surprise, lingering on Nan Wei's face for a long time, then staying on the mole below her right ear for several seconds, as if trying to confirm something. He quietly asked, Sister, you really don't know? The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Nan Wei symbolically twitched her lips, as if she had smiled. I really don't know. There's no benefit in lying. Don't you agree? As soon as her words fell, the suited man's face darkened as he moved protectively closer to the woman beside him. The man in the beach outfit, standing nearby, quickly positioned himself beside the boy, and the 4 quickly formed a small group. Are they on guard against me? Nan Wei's eyes flickered. She had excellent vision and could see 2 shadowy figures flash by not far behind the 4, hiding behind a structural pillar, silent as a whisper. The atmosphere instantly turned cold. The 4 huddled together, no longer moving, and stared at Nan Wei with scrutinizing gazes. Nan Wei also stood still, like a statue. If she made any sudden moves now, they might jump and crash through the ceiling. The voice of the beach muscular man was no longer loud, even taking on a sobbing tone, his neck constricting as he hid behind the slender boy, resembling a larger quail, pitiful and helpless. The woman tightly clung to the arm of the suited man, tears streaming down her face, washing away the powder and leaving 2 small grooves on her cheeks. The suited man's facial muscles were tense, but he still held the woman's hand tightly, his face pale as he looked at the boy. Little brother, we will listen to you. What do you think we should do? A sense of panic enveloped them. The 3 were no longer as calm as they had been at the beginning, clearly viewing the boy as their anchor. The couple and the beach man stated it was their first time. For the boy, it was the second time. It seemed that this number of times was a very, very important matter, significant enough for them to regard a stranger they had just met as their leader. The boy was about to be crushed by the sudden pressure. He glanced at the 3 surrounding him, his expression pained and anxious. It was clear that the boy was not adept at being a leader. His eyes were reddening as he looked at Nan Wei desperately. Sister, please tell the truth. Are you joking with us? Nan Wei shook her head apologetically. She didn't understand why the boy kept needing confirmation about this matter, as if she should be in the know. Who would joke about something like this? I don't have such a twisted sense of humor. Despite the pitiful appearance of the group, no one was willing to answer Nan Wei's doubts, and she naturally couldn't come up with anything to soothe him. The last glimmer of hope was extinguished, and the boy's gaze dimmed. His body trembled more violently than before, his hair shook with intensity, and his teeth chattered, even worse than the other 3. However, this did not change the thoughts of the other 3. The suited man looked expectantly at the boy, even changing his address. Big shot, you take charge. We'll all follow your lead. The boy looked at Nan Wei in confusion, opened his mouth, but made no sound. It was the quail-like beach man who screamed in terror, his originally deep voice becoming very piercing. No, this woman is too suspicious. She has problems with her cognition. Who knows what she is? Yes, a person like her could get us killed. The crying woman chimed in. Anyway, she's about to die. Let's just take care of ourselves. No one opposed this suggestion. The boy glanced at Nan Wei apologetically, then tremblingly pointed at the wall not far away. You guys are right. Maybe the difficulty here isn't that high. Let's find the rules first, that should be it. The four ignored Nan Wei and huddled together, quickly moving in the direction the boy had indicated. Suddenly sentenced to death by word of mouth, as the isolated party, Nan Wei let out a slight sigh of regret. Although there were still many mysteries, at least it was no longer without direction. At least that boy kindly pointed her toward something. The wall was not far, just a dozen steps away, and the four quickly reached the wall. On the wall hung a signboard about shoulder width for a person, glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the dim light. There were words on it, covered by many irregular black stains, probably rust, but it was unclear what was written. Nan Wei had good eyesight and could usually see far in the dark logically. She shouldn't be unable to see that. Let's wait for them to finish looking before we talk. After all, that thing doesn't have legs. Nan Wei stood still, turned her upper body a bit, and glanced behind her. The children's car and the pillar were faintly visible, but she noticed nothing unusual. She was confident in her hearing. In theory, in an environment like a garage, sound would be amplified, but the two black shadows she had seen earlier had made no noise when they approached. Nan Wei was uncertain whether there were similar shadows behind her. The four seemed completely oblivious to this, and Nan Wei had no intention of rashly speaking up to remind them. The shadows had hidden themselves, appearing to observe this side. Who knew if the shadows were friend or foe? Pointing this out would only make her too conspicuous. She was not a saint, harboring endless goodwill for everyone. Rather, she was quite cautious, protective of her own, still young enough to be considered one of the young ones. She understood the principle of reciprocity and also disliked being indebted to others. Chapter 3. Who are you? The four stood under the signboard, whispering. Nan Wei listened carefully. She could hear most of what they were saying. The discussion started with the poor lighting and the inability to see the words above. The beach man, reluctantly pressured by the couple, took out his phone and turned on the flashlight mode to illuminate the signboard. The slender boy remained silent, indicating his disapproval of the couple's behavior. This impromptu group was not very united. The signboard had a few lines of text, not very long. The moment they saw the title and its suffix, their faces turned ashen, like corpses that had been dead for a while. It's only the upper part. It's over. The suited man looked a bit desperate, lowering his head in sorrow, tightly holding the woman who appeared dazed. The woman seemed to have lost all her strength, leaning weakly against the suited man. The beach man let his phone hand drop, staring blankly at the ceiling, the phone's light flickering as his arm moved. The slender boy's lips lost their color now. He was the leader, bearing the expectations of the three companions, which forced him to muster his spirit. Not necessarily. The more rules there are, the more restrictions, but correspondingly, there are also more protections. The self-rescue guide mentioned that both brief and detailed ones could be relatively simple. You see, none of us here are experts, right? This reasoning seemed quite sound, and upon hearing this, the faces of the three relaxed considerably. The beach man seemed unconcerned about the couple's earlier pressure and patted the suited man's shoulder with his large hand, offering comfort. Yes, there's still someone who knows nothing over there. It shouldn't be that difficult. Big shot, don't mind that dead weight. Noticing that the boy didn't want to give up on Nan Wei, the suited man stepped to the side, blocking the boy's line of sight. All right, everyone take a picture of this, and let's go look for other rules together. After a brief silence, the boy made this decision. The others immediately agreed, taking turns to pull out their phones for illumination, all photographing the sign before engaging in a hushed, puzzling discussion about it. Nan Wei could hear everything they said, but not a single word made sense. In the end, the boy was hurriedly pushed and shoved by the three, rushing away in the direction that took them further from her. Am I some kind of monster? Watching the four hastily leave, Nan Wei smiled helplessly. She had no complaints about the behavior of the few who abandoned her. The instinct of animals is to seek benefits and avoid harm. And as advanced animals, humans are no exception. It is natural for no one to want to pay attention to her existence, which is so clueless. Her current situation was nothing more than being alone in a strange and bizarre place, both of which she was familiar with. The lighting in the garage was quite limited, and the figures of the few people quickly blurred and shrank, their footsteps growing fainter and fainter. Then, even the sound of the woman's high heels, which she had intentionally softened, was gone, leaving an eerie silence around her, as if the entire world consisted of only Nan Wei. Ziz, ziz. The fluorescent light above her head emitted a faint sound. The current was somewhat unstable, causing the light to flicker a few times before stabilizing again. Seems a bit darker than before. There was a faint, strange smell in the air, reminiscent of mildew from damp objects that had not been ventilated for a long time. Nan Wei quickly scanned her surroundings and then quietly approached the rear of a children's car, crouching down to quickly pick something up before heading towards the notice board. What she had kicked away was indeed a key, a single one, and judging by its shape, it should be a car key of a brand she had never seen before, which she casually stuffed into her pocket. She wasn't particularly fond of men's clothing. It was just that men's clothing had the advantage of having more pockets to hold more things. Sure enough, she rummaged through several pockets, first confirming that a few important items were still there before finally pulling out her antique mobile phone from a pile of miscellaneous items. Sure enough, no signal. The lack of signal was expected, and Nan Wei had no hope for it. Her phone was an older model from several years ago, a relic from her adoptive father. It was sturdy and durable, but the battery didn't last long, and since the manufacturer had gone out of business, she couldn't find a new one that IT was particularly prone to losing signal in more isolated places. However, she didn't usually like going online or anything, so she had no real need for her phone's functions. It was enough for her to be able to make calls and send messages when needed. The time displayed was 1:32 a.m., and Nan Wei couldn't help but frown at it's now 1:30 at night that I left the police station around 7 p.m., drove for about 40 minutes, got to the garage just after 8, and was chased for at most half an hour, which means I've been here for about half an hour. So, does that mean I was in that dark place for at least 4 hours? This realization surprised Nan Wei even more than suddenly finding herself in a strange place. She felt as if she had only been in the darkness for about an hour, and she couldn't believe it had actually been so long. She began to suspect whether her old phone was malfunctioning. Fortunately, the flashlight function worked as usual, as she used its light to look at the notice board, mumbling to herself, "Maybe I should just get a new one. This one is good to keep, but the SIM card size is different, and I have to go to the service center to get a new one. So troublesome." Her murmuring abruptly stopped when she saw the strange content on the notice board. Rules for entering and exiting the underground garage of Ping and Jiayuan Part 1. 1. This garage is only for the residents of this community. Point 2. The garage is equipped with road reflective mirrors. Please pay attention to the road conditions. 3. Be aware of the lighting in the garage. If the lights suddenly go out, please leave the area as soon as possible. You may use small lighting devices for illumination. Your neighbors are elderly, and bright lights may disturb them. Point 4. Try to avoid acting alone in the garage. During nighttime or in dimly lit areas, please be sure to go with a companion. The rusty notice board had only a few lines of text. Only for the residents of this community? Upon reading the first line, question marks filled Nan Wei's mind. Old questions unresolved. New doubts arose. She really didn't like being forced to think. However, seeing the serious attitude of the 4 people, these words must be important, so Nan Wei imitated them and took a photo of the notice board. Unfortunately, her old phone had such low resolution that even with the flash on, several attempts resulted in nothing but a blurry mess. Just as Nan Wei was brainstorming while trying to find the right angle, a chilling sense of crisis suddenly washed over her, crawling up her spine from her back and making her scalp tingle. In a flash, Nan Wei turned around abruptly, throwing a punch at the oncoming thing, and in the next moment, a grayish-blue face was right in front of her. What kind of face was this? The pale bluish skin was covered in knife-like wrinkles, with deeply sunken cheeks, numerous age spots, and murky white eyes, all shrouded in a heavy twilight. Nan Wei was certain she heard a faint crack sound her punch had solidly hit the arm that the figure had extended. Even if it wasn't broken, the other party should have felt a sharp pain. Nan Wei's expression became serious. The elderly person before her was definitely not a mannequin. "Who are you?" she asked slowly, each word cold and fierce. Chapter 4. The eccentric Zhang Bo, his eyes, shrouded in a veil of mist, darted aimlessly, failing to focus on her despite her inquiry. Vacant and lifeless like those of a dead fish, Nan Wei felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She shifted a couple of steps aside, creating a slight distance, and with a taut expression, reiterated, "Who are you?" "Haha." The old man turned his head slowly and stiffly, revealing a jagged set of yellow teeth, breaking into an exaggerated, mirthless laugh that sent a chill down Nan Wei's spine. The sound was devoid of warmth, and the unpleasant breath that wafted from him carried a pungent, burnt odor, causing her already unsettled stomach to churn anew. "My dear girl, I am your neighbor. You may call me Zhang Bo, or even Leonti if you prefer. The eccentric, self-proclaimed Zhang Bo waved his arm, which had been struck by Nan Wei, back and forth, as if to dismiss the incident entirely. Zhang Bo, Leonti. Such an introduction made Nan Wei feel as though she were standing amidst a tempest, the howling winds obscuring her senses. Oh, hello, Zhang Bo. What brings you here? She replied, forcing down the wave of nausea while taking another step sideways. Though her demeanor remained calm, her left hand was not idle. It discreetly slipped into her pocket, retrieving a brass knuckle to slip onto her fingers. She often practiced her punches, and this close combat weapon could enhance the force of her strikes. This man seemed to have materialized from thin air. He approached without making a sound, his entire being radiating an extraordinary peculiarity. Zhang Bo maintained that exaggerated grin, his body leaning closer at an alarming angle while his feet remained motionless. The astonishing tilt prompted Nan Wei to recall a certain late superstar. Even they required specially designed shoes and props to achieve such a feat. Haha. My dear girl, I am your neighbor. Are you my neighbor too? Zhang Bo's throat emitted a raspy, grating sound, indicative of at least 30 years of smoking. Neighbor? The term immediately invoked the third rule in Nan Wei's mind. All neighbors are elderly. Does that imply this community is inhabited solely by the elderly? Completely perplexed by the intent behind Zhang Bo's query, she instinctively began to deny. I am not. Yet in the very moment the word not was about to escape her lips, she keenly observed a sudden spark of astonishing elation in Zhang Bo's murky, lifeless eyes. It was the gaze of a predator that had long been starved, now catching the scent of blood, expectant, exhilarated, trembling, and ravenous, sending a shiver down her spine, as if he might pounce at any moment. Rather than instilling fear, Zhang Bo's beastly demeanor ignited a thrill within her, causing her mind to race with thoughts. The first rule stated that this garage was exclusively for the use of the community's owners. If I am not an owner, I should not be present here. Neighbors may be elderly, but that does not necessitate that I must be old as well. These rules must hold significant weight. It is the considerate guest who adapts to local customs. Upon this thought, a playful spirit ignited within her. With a swift motion, she revealed her left hand adorned with a finger guard, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. I don't believe we are acquainted, Mr. Zhang. Are you also a resident of this community? She inquired, her tone laced with innocence as she blinked rapidly, striving to appear harmless, particularly in the presence of an elderly gentleman. It seemed that her inquiry did not yield the desired response, for the man, who identified himself as Mr. Zhang, quickly transitioned to an expression of discontent. The grin that had been so pronounced moments ago fell dramatically, his lips drooping as if weighted down. You young lady, mustn't speak with such heavy breaths, Mr. Zhang muttered, his displeasure evident as he gestured toward the direction in which the four individuals had departed. Did you have a quarrel with your friends? He asked, his tone heavy with dissatisfaction, and his once prominent yellowed teeth now hidden. Strangely, this shift in demeanor lightened Nan Wei's spirit somewhat. We did not quarrel. They merely left some belongings behind and went to retrieve them. She found no need to clarify that the four were not her friends. There was no point in doing so. These young people today are so forgetful, it's quite absurd. What are you doing here all alone while they are gone? Mr. Zhang suddenly straightened, lifting one leg slightly off the ground, as though he intended to approach her. In a flurry, Nan Wei extended her left arm, shaking her fist to halt his advance. Mr. Zhang, please stay back. It is best to maintain this distance. I have an aversion to men, and if you come too close, I might inadvertently strike out. This young lady was there to photograph on a bare, crumbling wall. Mr. Zhang scowled, pointing at Nan Wei's phone, expressing his discontent. It's too bright. I dislike it. Turn it off. Ah, yes, of course, Nan Wei replied, nodding vigorously as she hastily snapped several photos of the notice board, ceasing the screen's illumination without regard for the quality of the images. The content had been mostly retained in her memory. The third rule stated that bright lights could disturb the neighbors, a detail she had overlooked, and it was indeed inexcusable. Now that those four had departed, the arrival of an interlocutor in Mr. Zhang was fortuitous. Her aim was to extract more information. to cultivate a rapport with him for future convenience, and she certainly could not afford to provoke him into leaving. Very well, Mr. Zhang, I shall stop photographing. Please do not be upset. She quickly stowed her phone in her pocket, forcing her facial muscles to convey a smile that revealed her teeth and pink gums, resembling a laugh more than a grin. Mr. Zhang, do you understand the meaning of the word rules? Nan Wei found herself at a loss for words. She was not inarticulate, and Mr. Zhang had just demonstrated his acute hearing. How could he claim to not comprehend? Mr. Zhang, do you grasp what the term rules signifies? Silence enveloped them, an extended silence that caused Mr. Zhang's wrinkles to bunch together, his brows knitting in displeasure, seemingly indicating his anger. Was he truly upset? This shift in Mr. Zhang's emotions was sudden, leading Nan Wei to suspect she had unwittingly broached an inappropriate topic. She was adept at inciting anger, but utterly inept at placating it. Now that she finally had someone willing to converse, she had managed to irritate him instead. As Nan Wei lingered in her contemplation on how to appease Zhang Bo, he unexpectedly initiated a conversation. Confounded and perplexed, Nan Wei thought perhaps Zhang Bo had misheard her, the rules. Zhang Bo, equally bewildered, glared in outrage, his eyes wide with fury. Oh, you little girl. Merely moving your lips without speaking. Do you think the old man is easy to deceive? Huh? Merely moving your lips without speaking? Overwhelmed by a deluge of information beyond conventional understanding, Nan Wei's mind began to smoke. A voice rose within her consciousness, echoing the first words she had heard upon her arrival. Can you hear the words, the rules? How many times have you been here? A remarkable thought surged in her mind, sprouting like bamboo shoots after the rain. Nan Wei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The situation appeared to be growing fascinating, and she sought to validate her hypothesis. Zhang Bo, can you read? Chapter 5. Accompanying the oddities undeterred, Nan Wei was electrified by the prospect of validating her idea. She opened her notepad, enlarged the font to the maximum, typed out the 6 characters of rules, and thoughtfully dimmed the brightness before turning the screen toward Zhang Bo. All right, Zhang Bo, don't be angry. Hee. My throat was just a bit uncomfortable. You're the best. Please take a look. Do you recognize these characters? Oomph. Perhaps Nan Wei's sweet words had struck a chord, for Zhang Bo let out a cold snort. Though his expression remained ominously dark, he complied with her request. The, xia, ki, right? Che, I recognize that one. But the last character, I don't know it. Oh, you don't know the last character? Nan Wei's eyes shone with excitement as she elongated her tone in a theatrical manner. She had encountered few peculiarities, yet had heard plenty. Thus, she found little reason to be astonished. To avoid misjudgment, she pointed with her right thumb at the sign behind her. Zhang Bo, what do you see on the wall? Clearly growing impatient with her incessant inquiries, Zhang Bo bared his yellowed teeth. There's nothing on the wall. You little girl, do you want to leave or not? At this point, the matter became clear. Evidently, everything revolved around the 2 words, the rules. The initial encounter between the 4 individuals had begun with confirming whether others could hear the phrase the rules, underscoring its paramount significance. This was precisely why Nan Wei sought to inquire about it with Zhang Bo, inadvertently stumbling upon extraordinary information. Regrettably, while she could hear the rules, she remained oblivious to the significance of the number of times mentioned. Consequently, the 4 had categorized her as belonging to a different faction, and she was yet uncertain what this count represented. In any case, within the understanding of the 4, her demise was imminent, and they feared she might hinder them, which fundamentally explained her isolation and abandonment. Excluding these 2 factions, there was at least one more. The existence of this faction was terrifying, as evidenced by the 4's attitude towards it. However, this faction appeared to possess a weakness. They likely could not hear the words, the rules. Now, she had unexpectedly clarified that the opposing side could not perceive the rules, as the sign bearing the authentic regulations was entirely obscured from their view, which explained why Zhang Bo had initially remarked on the bare wall's lack of interest. Earlier, she nearly denied being a neighbor of Zhang Bo, thereby contradicting herself as a resident of the community. This prompted Zhang Bo to emanate an ominous intent to attack. When she lied about being an owner and a neighbor, Zhang Bo failed to see through her deception and momentarily halted his aggressive demeanor. Thus, it can be concluded that the rules possess a certain magical power. Adhering to these rules, at least within the perception of this terrifying faction, should provide a degree of protection. At present, she remains under the shield of these rules, which likely explains why Zhang Bo has been tolerating her incessant chatter. Perhaps my sudden arrival here is also a result of the rules at play. Reflecting on the two shadowy figures that approached silently, coupled with Zhang Bo's ability to close in without a sound, Nan Wei felt that remaining here was increasingly perilous. Engaging with a tiger may be entertaining, yet she had numerous pressing matters to attend to. Wasting time here was not an option. Being a woman of action, she found her direction and began to move, deliberately avoiding a glance at Zhang Bo as she walked past him. Stop! Zhang Bo stone suggested displeasure. Nan Wei feigned ignorance, merely tilting her head slightly to observe him with her peripheral vision. Zhang Bo swiftly pursued her, his footsteps silent. Noticing this, Nan Wei quickened her pace, her right hand already grasping another set of knuckle dusters. She reached a spot beneath a fluorescent light, halted abruptly, and spun around. This time, Zhang Bo refrained from reaching out but nearly collided with her. At that moment, Nan Wei had restored her sour expression. In front of Zhang Bo, she donned the knuckle dusters, flexing her wrists as she fixed him with a frigid gaze. What do you want? Zhang Bo's wrinkled face contorted into a long, carrot-like visage, revealing a repulsive grin. Where are you heading alone, young lady? His words echoed like those of a street thug teasing a young girl, provoking a disdainful curl of Nan Wei's lip. None of your business. It's unsafe for a girl to be alone. Zhang Bo seemingly ignored her retort, his breath reeking of charred remnants. The old man will accompany you. Nan Wei had never experienced such relentless pursuit. Typically, her sour demeanor sent people scurrying away. Displaying her knuckle dusters was meant to intimidate. Yet this Zhang Bo insisted on following her. Ha! She scoffed, deliberately gesturing towards the direction from which 4 individuals had departed. You came from that way, hiding sneakily. What is your intent? This statement laid bare her awareness of his ill intentions. Yet, Zhang Bo remained unfazed, his unsightly grin intact. Together. Fine, fine, Nan Wei replied helplessly, gesturing for him to keep his distance. I'm allergic to men. When I'm allergic, I may cramp and strike. You understand. As she took a step, he mirrored her. When she advanced 2 steps, so did he, matching her stride as if he were merely her shadow. This situation was rather amusing. As her fingertips brushed against a furry object, her heart softened in an instant, stirred by a pang of bittersweet nostalgia. This was the sole remnant left by Lu Shi, her only friend, who had mysteriously vanished over 2 years ago while en route to meet her. He had mentioned the need to discuss something of utmost importance in person, and then he simply disappeared, leaving behind only a key to his front door at the last place he was seen. 5 years her senior, Lu Shi was a police officer of exceptional integrity, with a character as unyielding as steel. His bravery was such that both seasoned veterans and novice recruits alike felt dwarfed in his presence. Despite knowing that Nan Wei had an aversion to dogs, he would transform into a child whenever he encountered one, disregarding her protests as he enthusiastically approached to pet them. In frustration, Nan Wei had affixed a fluffy dogtail to his house key and even drew a cartoonish pile of dog excrement on it, which he treasured like a prized possession. Over the past 2 years, countless individuals had devoted their efforts to the search, and Nan Wei had utilized every resource and connection left to her by her adoptive parents in the endeavor, yet to no avail. However, this was of little consequence to her. As long as she had not laid eyes on either the living or the deceased, her quest would persist. Once I find you, I'll make you call me sister, she vowed. Chapter 6. The true face. The search for an exit proved to be more challenging than anticipated. The 4th rule advised against solitary movements within the garage, particularly during nighttime or in dimly lit areas, urging the necessity of companionship. According to Nan Wei's calculations, there seemed to be a discrepancy in time, leaving her uncertain if it was indeed nightfall. Nevertheless, this stipulation, even when compounded, did not present significant hindrance. The lighting conditions in the garage were woefully inadequate. The few fluorescent tubes emitted a feeble glow, and their scarcity, combined with obstructions from pillars, rendered many areas virtually devoid of light. Using her phone for illumination was impractical, given its limited battery life, and she preferred to conserve it, especially with Zhang Bo nearby, who found the screen's brightness excessive. To avoid lingering in poorly lit zones, her only option was to navigate according to the distribution of the light fixtures. On the positive side, visibility was relatively good, as the height of the toy cars did not obstruct her line of sight. She spotted several fire hydrant boxes along the way and hoped to find a fire extinguisher to use as a weapon. However, upon inspection, they were all empty, containing nothing but thick layers of dust and non-functional hose connections. After wandering for approximately 10 minutes, Nan Wei sensed an unsettling reality. She appeared to be lost. There were no directional signs hanging from the ceiling, no relevant indicators on the walls, and the garage lacked any divisions or orientation cues. Having turned several corners, everything looked strikingly similar. Were it not for the varying styles of the parked toy cars, she might have thought she was experiencing a supernatural phenomenon. Nan Wei came to a halt, her head bowed as she fixated on the faded lines on the ground, the yellow and white streaks appearing grimy, as if scorched by fire. Zhang Bo, who had been closely trailing her without uttering a word, suddenly broke the silence with a sinister tone. "What are you doing?" "Be quiet." Nan Wei cast a calm glance at him and moistened her hand with saliva, rolling up her sleeves to wipe her wrists. Despite the garage's size, it was not entirely sealed. If there were entrances and exits, one would expect a breeze to filter through. Her senses were more acute than those of ordinary individuals. She could detect even the faintest of winds, yet now there was nothing, no refreshing coolness, no sound of the wind. The surroundings were eerily silent, with only Nan Wei's breath breaking the stillness. Indeed, it was solely her breath that filled the air. Zhang Bo moved without a sound, his own breathing non-existent. There were no signs indicating entrances or exits, rendering any reliance on the direction of the wind to locate an exit futile. Fortunately, the rules clearly stated that only the residents of this community could enter or exit, suggesting that such places should exist. Contemplation proved a laborious endeavor in the past. When her adoptive parents and her dear friend Lu Shi were present, she rarely had to think deeply. Their respective expertise meant she could rely on her strength. Now, however, she was left to fend for herself. He. As Nan Wei wrestled with her thoughts, Zhang Bo broke into a dry chuckle. "Little girl, be honest with Zhang Bo. You're not from our community, are you? You can't even recognize the way." Her train of thought abruptly interrupted. Nan Wei ignored him entirely, turning on her heel to move forward. Undeterred, Zhang Bo hastened to follow, matching her pace while chattering away. Little girl, are you lost? I can tell you're not from around here. Just admit it, and I'll take you out. Zhang Bo, do you know how mosquitoes meet their demise? Nan Wei paused, raising her hands to clash her fingers together, producing a crisp sound. Perhaps the question surpassed Zhang Bo's comprehension, for he hesitated for several seconds before finally asking. "How do they die?" "They get too noisy and are swatted away." Nan Wei squeezed out a cold smile between her teeth, gesturing ahead. "You go first, I'll follow." Since she had no clear sense of direction, she was curious to see where Zhang Bo intended to lead her. The area was spacious, and if things turned awry, she could make a swift escape. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Bo became visibly excited, a predatory gleam igniting in his eyes. "I never claimed I wasn't from this community. I merely suggested you walk ahead," he replied, his enthusiasm palpable. "You should be cautious, old man. Watch your blood pressure." With a mischievous grin, Nan Wei produced the car keys she had found, waving them rapidly before Zhang Bo's eyes. "I parked my car, but I've lost something and need to find it." "Did you lose something?" Zhang Bo's disbelief was evident. "Yes." Nan Wei raised an eyebrow, deliberately reiterating, "My friend's belongings are missing, and mine have gone astray as well." Zhang Bo cast a resentful glance at Nan Wei, his unpleasant smile and the spark of excitement in his eyes vanishing simultaneously, replaced by a fleeting surge of bitterness that quickly subsided. Had Zhang Bo been willing to voice his innermost thoughts, they would likely have echoed sentiments akin to the abhorrence of human nature. His discontent mirrored that of Nan Wei, as he turned away and walked ahead in silence. To Nan Wei, Zhang Bo resembled a disgruntled old man unfit for the dining table. Yet, this irritable old man was far from benign. He was likely scheming ways to ensnare Nan Wei. Thus, she kindly advised him, Zhangbo, you tread so quietly that it feels rather peculiar, doesn't it? Upon hearing her words, Zhangbo halted abruptly, remaining still for a considerable time before proceeding, his posture becoming even more rigid. Yet the sound of his footsteps unmistakably resonated beneath him. Nan Wei felt an urge to reprimand Zhangbo. She loathed the way he shuffled along, as though perpetually unable to lift his feet from the ground, as if in a state of limbo. However, this sound was deliberately produced by Zhangbo for her benefit. To physically reprimand him would be excessively unkind. Fortunately, this peculiar situation did not linger for long, as Zhangbo dutifully led the way. After navigating 2 turns, the scenery within the garage markedly revealed 2 distinct areas. One was near a nearby intersection, adorned with an old, reflective road mirror, while the other exhibited a noticeably larger expanse than before. In the farthest corner, an extensive region lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. It is just ahead. Enter from there, Zhangbo stated dryly, pointing toward the shadowy corner without a trace of his usual sinister grin. Nan Wei was skeptical. Zhangbo had harbored ill intentions from the outset, so how could he genuinely guide her? That area was enveloped in darkness, and despite the luminance emanating from the fluorescent tubes overhead, the light failed to penetrate, rendering everything indistinct, as though cloaked in a shroud of blackness. It was indeed unlike the surroundings they had traversed earlier, appearing rather unsafe, yet she felt compelled to investigate further. "All right, let us proceed," Nan Wei nodded, offering no further words as she gestured for Zhangbo to lead on. The convex mirror distorted everything, elongating Nan Wei's reflection. Beside her distorted image, what materialized was not Zhangbo's likeness, but rather a figure resembling charred human remains, its surface seeping something akin to bodily fluids after an injury. Above this charcoal figure, where a face should be, only a pair of murky, pale eyes stared unblinkingly at Nan Wei from the mirror. Astonishingly, there were no other facial features. Just as Nan Wei marveled at this unsettling sight, faint sounds emanated from a distance, causing her ears to perk up. Indeed, it was the sound of footsteps. Chapter 7, An Unexpected Visitor. Listening intently, the sound seemed to originate from the direction she had just traversed. Uncertain whether Zhangbo was oblivious to the scene in the mirror or deemed it entirely ordinary, he exhibited no particular reaction. Standing still before the mirror, Nan Wei was lost in thought when Zhangbo's gruff voice broke the silence, urging her to move. "What are you doing? Hurry up, we are almost there." The identity of the approaching presence remained uncertain, perhaps even ambiguous in nature. Given Zhangbo's deliberate footfalls, it was plausible that the silent shadows allied with him could mimic the sound of steps as well, even if the newcomers were the same 4 individuals from earlier. The circumstances might not favor Nan Wei. Those 4 did not share her allegiance, and their likelihood of aiding her was slim. Furthermore, should misfortune befall her and the arrival expose her deceit regarding her ownership claims, the repercussions could be dire. One must harbor no ill will, yet vigilance is paramount. After all, the human heart is notoriously fickle. "All right, Zhangbo, you lead the way." Nan Wei suppressed her thoughts, her demeanor turning serious as she silently followed behind him. In that moment, Zhangbo seemed to have forgotten his intent to create noise, reverting to the original silence as he walked ahead. This allowed Nan Wei to discern the distant footsteps, now drawing closer with an urgency that was erratic, a blend of walking and running. Zhangbo advanced into the darkness, while Nan Wei halted at the very edge. It's right ahead, his voice drifted back, tinged with a sharpness that contrasted with his earlier tone. Peering into the vast, dim space ahead, Nan Wei initially perceived it as entirely black from a distance. But as she approached, outlines began to emerge. A large archway, approximately 3 meters wide, loomed ahead like a gaping maw. The darkness within was impenetrable, devoid of light, as if severed from the surrounding illumination. The shadowy void bore an unsettling resemblance to the darkness she had encountered before arriving here, cold and ominously restless, sending chills through her. Faintly, she could make out the word entrance inscribed on the adjacent wall. An entrance indeed. However, the visibility was too poor and the information gleaned was scant. Just as Nan Wei reached for her phone to provide light, Zhangbo, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, admonished her. "Do not use your phone. I dislike it." His words carried weight. In the safety of the light, she had felt free to use her device. But in this oppressive darkness, who knew what might lurk in the shadows? "Hurry, we have arrived. We can exit from here." Zhang Bo continued to urge her without turning around, his back still facing her. In the night or in dimly lit areas, it is imperative to stay close to one as companions. But what constitutes a companion in this context? Is it merely a fellow traveler? Or must they share the same allegiance? The answer regarding whether Zhang Bo qualifies as a companion is self-evident. Their relationship is likely devoid of camaraderie, and it is fortunate that they are not outright enemies. The four individuals abandoned Nan Wei, leaving her without the protection of any rule-guarded companions. According to the third and fourth stipulations, it is evident that the rules do not permit those who can perceive them to linger alone in the darkness. This serves as both a restriction and a safeguard. Should she venture forth, she would be in violation of the rules. And what might transpire within 2 seconds remains an enigma. "Hurry up. What are you waiting for? It's just a few steps away." The voice of Zhang Bo from the shadows had morphed entirely, becoming sharp and distorted, reminiscent of a female voice. This individual had lured her here and was pressing her urgently, which could not bode well. She decided it prudent to explore elsewhere first, returning only if absolutely necessary. Nan Wei was merely reluctant to engage her mind. She was not foolish, and such overtly perilous locales were certainly not among her priorities. "What are you waiting for? Come here, quickly. Hurry over." Sensing her reluctance, Zhang Bo suddenly erupted into a frenzied outcry, the piercing tone causing discomfort to her eardrums. Even more unsettling was the sound of fabric tearing from his back, revealing a pair of wildly spinning eyes through the fissure. I wondered how he could know I was reaching for my phone with his back turned. It turns out he truly has eyes on the back of his head. Nan Wei marveled inwardly. She realized that her thoughts were rather inappropriate in this context, given the effort he was exerting. It would be disrespectful not to respond with a startled exclamation. The distant sound of footsteps had now approached closely behind her, abruptly halting before shifting from a state of confusion to one of urgency, racing unhesitatingly towards Nan Wei. Both ends of the street had stirred with considerable commotion. Taking 2 steps back and turning around, she was momentarily taken aback to see that the one charging towards her was the slender boy who had previously offered her a warning. He was not alone in this pursuit. As he sprinted towards Nan Wei, another figure followed closely behind him, moving without making a sound. In a fleeting moment, they passed a reflective road mirror. Nan Wei discerned that the individual chasing the boy appeared to be an elderly man. Yet the reflection bore a visage as dark as charcoal. The boy's face was flushed crimson, and upon seeing her turn around, he extended his arms, frantically waving while softly exclaiming, "Sister, sister, please don't go over there." At the sound of this plea, Nan Wei's pupils dilated sharply, without a moment's hesitation. She clenched her right fist and surged forward, disregarding the impending threat of Zhang Bo behind her. Bang! Chapter 8. Bearing the burden and fleeing for one's life, a heart-stopping crash reverberated throughout the garage. Everything transpired in an instant. The moment the slender boy caught sight of Nan Wei, he felt as though he was on the verge of being seized by whatever was pursuing him. In that split second, a singular thought consumed him. He must not allow his sister to follow that creature inside. He had to save her. In the brief moment of a heartbeat, he collided into his sister's embrace. He felt a powerful inertia propelling him backward, and in that instant, time seemed to slow. It was so slow that he could distinctly perceive the cobwebs on the ceiling swaying in the air currents generated by their collision, while his great-grandmother, whom he had never met, floated like a balloon above, waving at him. Suddenly, time accelerated. His backward-leaning body was caught by someone, and a figure darted past him from above, culminating in a thunderous crash. Bang! 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 The world fell silent. That collision was no trifling matter. It nearly cost Nan Wei her dinner. Fortunately, her sturdy build was one of her few merits. At that moment, she finally steadied herself, disregarding everything else. Gripping the slender boy's shirt tightly with her left hand and pulling him upward with all her might, she released him, and the person she had pinned at her waist stood firmly in place. The boy, seemingly stunned by the rescue, stared blankly at Nan Wei before mechanically turning his neck to follow her gaze in search of the person who had been flung away, only to witness an absurd scene. The individual who had been sent flying by Nan Wei now lay against a pillar, utterly devoid of human form. The upper half of their body writhed at the base of the column, while the rest, 2 legs, 1 arm, and half a head, was nowhere to be found. The ground was littered with countless small black fragments, resembling the remnants of burnt charcoal, crushed and discarded. In such a scene, even the boy was rendered speechless, and Nan Wei, the instigator, was equally astonished. Gazing at the mirror, which reflected a visage as dark as char, she mused, "It truly resembles charcoal. It shattered upon the fall. Has charcoal come to life?" With a sigh, she uttered these words. Upon hearing her exclamation, the boy seemed to awaken from a dream. He gasped for breath and urgently urged Nan Wei in a hushed tone, "Sister, we must flee." As his words echoed, the fluorescent lights around them emitted a crackling sound and began to flicker rapidly. A face with only a pair of eyes glared malevolently at Nan Wei. In front of Zhang Bo, the dark doorway, once tranquil, seemed as though a massive stone had been cast into a deep pool, causing ripples that gave the darkness an almost corporeal presence, surging and threatening to spill out into the room. We must run. Before acting on this thought, Nan Wei needed to confirm one last thing. She tapped the dazed boy, asking, "Tell me, do we consider ourselves allies?" The boy, trembling with fear and taken aback by Nan Wei's peculiar question, was at a loss. He had no clue that she was still contemplating the 4th rule at such a critical moment. "I guess so. Yes, sister," he whispered urgently. Nan Wei felt a force tugging her backward, and upon hearing the boy's call, she assumed the creature behind them had caught up. "What is it?" Being forcefully pulled, Nan Wei had no choice but to halt. In the distance, the dark area they had left behind seemed to expand slightly. The fallen blackened figure was crawling on the ground with 1 arm, while Zhang Bo pursued from the shadows. In a remarkably short span of time, he had somehow sprouted 2 legs, moving sideways like a crab. Perhaps due to the unfamiliarity of it all, his speed was slower than when he had merely 2 legs. To Nan Wei, it could almost be described as sluggish. In this pace, she was confident that even 5 Zhongbas combined could not catch up with her. Yet, she was alone no longer. Now, there were 2 of them, and she had to lead the boy to safety. The boy's face had turned a shade of dark liver due to the lack of oxygen from running, and his frail form seemed to be struggling with endurance. Trembling, he fished out his phone from his pocket, opened the album, and handed it to Nan Wei. "We found the latter part. Look at the 5th one." Such an action at this moment was clearly ill-timed, yet the boy, undeterred by the urgency to escape, insisted on showing her, underscoring its significance. Nan Wei took the phone and glanced at it, her expression darkening. 5. Please maintain silence within the garage, avoiding sounds exceeding 10 decibels to prevent disturbing the neighbor's rest. Why is there a word I can't see? Nan Wei pointed at a smudge next to the 10. The boy, gasping for breath, replied, "Its rust completely rusted away." "What?" A wave of frustration surged within Nan Wei, and she furrowed her brow at the boy. "Rusted? With 9 options from 1 to 9. How am I to know which one it is?" "Just try to be a bit quieter," the boy said, his throat dry and uncomfortable, swallowing hard as he urged Nan Wei to move forward. Escaping was paramount, but adhering to the rules was equally important. The darkness loomed closer, extinguishing several lights in the distance. Nan Wei noticed that 1 leg of the half-blackened figure had indeed restored itself. While Zhang Bo appeared to have adapted to walking on 4 legs, his speed increasing, and a hand sprouting from his back. Nan Wei felt no fear, but that did not mean she was devoid of disgust. A shiver ran through her, prompting her to hastily return the phone to the boy. "Hold on to this." In the midst of their conversation, Nan Wei crouched down, and by the time she stood up again, she had hoisted the boy onto her shoulder. Without granting him a moment to react or the chance to refuse, she transformed into a heroic figure reminiscent of those in movies. The boy, of similar height to her, found her strength astonishing. It seemed effortless for her to carry him, her steps light and movements agile, as they raced away. While running, Nan Wei did not forget to seek advice. The 5th line says not to exceed a few decibels. What do you think that is? Just normal speaking volume? The boy, for the first time in his life, was being carried by a woman, feeling bashful and stiff, clutching his phone tightly, his mind in a state of disarray. Despite the bumpy ride, Nan Wei's speed surpassed what he could manage on his own, leaving him astounded and completely oblivious to the need to run on his own. That noise just now shouldn't count as mine, right? Nan Wei posed a question that went unanswered, leading her to self-reflect. It must have been him colliding with my fist and flying away. That sound cannot be attributed to me. Chapter 9. The benefactor and Yi Jiu. The surroundings were enveloped in a profound silence. After carrying the boy through a series of indistinct turns, Nan Wei finally set him down, feeling somewhat fatigued. The labyrinth of pipes, the dust-laden fluorescent tubes, and the neatly parked children's vehicles painted a peculiar scene. Let's take a moment to rest. You can walk from here, she suggested, panting heavily. Even for someone as robust as Nan Wei, her complexion was flushed, and beads of perspiration began to form. The boy, a bit shy, nodded in agreement. All right, sister, next time you carry me, could you please let me know in advance? At that moment, Nan Wei found herself questioning who was truly being carried, as the boy's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Next time, you'll walk by yourself, she asserted, swiftly dismissing his suggestion while tousling her disheveled hair. Okay, he replied, blushing as he glanced at her beautiful long hair. Before Nan Wei could utter another word, he mustered the courage to ask her 3 consecutive questions. The previously amicable atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Nan Wei, who typically shunned social interactions and had very few acquaintances, found herself in an uncomfortable situation. Aside from her long-lost foster parents, presumed dead for 5 years, and her deceased grandmother, the only other person familiar with her preferences was Lu Shi, who had also vanished without a trace for 2 years. A swarm of unsettling thoughts invaded her mind. She assumed a defensive stance, her expression serious, as she coldly interrogated, "You seem to know quite a bit. Where did you learn this? Who are you? It's really you, sister. Don't you remember me? I'm Yi Jiu, knight and long-lasting. 3 months ago, you saved me. 3 months ago, I saved you? You must be mistaken. I have never saved you," she retorted, her skepticism unshaken by his declaration. "No, I'm not mistaken," the boy, identifying himself as Yi Jiu, gazed at Nan Wei helplessly. Suddenly, he stepped forward. Instinctively, Nan Wei anticipated that this boy named Yi Jiu harbored ill intentions and struck out with a punch. However, as the thought crossed her mind, she instinctively reduced the force of her blow, which landed lightly on Yi Jiu's shoulder, sparing him from injury despite her wearing brass knuckles. With a soft thud, Yi Jiu unexpectedly knelt before her. "Sister, it's about the incident in the contaminated zone. Thanks to you, I was able to see my father one last time. Both my father and I want to thank you," he sobbed. "Could you please get up?" Nan Wei was at a loss when it came to comforting children. "No, sister. Last time you just left. My father said to bow to you before he departed." Yi Jiu whispered, his tear-filled eyes gazing up at Nan Wei, droplets cascading onto the ground in a pitiful display. Nan Wei felt a pang of discomfort. "Are you from ancient times? I dislike this bowing custom. Please, just get up." "No." The child is quite obstinate, as stubborn as a bull. The persistence of Yi Jiu during the night almost moved her to tears. She felt that Zhangbo was much easier to soothe. Regarding the contaminated area that Yi Jiu mentioned earlier, Nan Wei was rather intrigued. She patted Yi Jiu's shoulder and said, "Stand up and speak. I have numerous questions to ask." The resolute Yi Jiu finally acquiesced to this suggestion, standing up amidst her sobs and rubbing her shoulder that had just been struck by Nan Wei. "Sister, your grip was a bit too strong." The delayed effects of education manifested in Nan Wei. In the past, she had not studied diligently, being too playful, her academic performance a complete disaster. At this moment, she finally comprehended that feeling of wanting to cry yet being unable to, of wanting to speak yet being silenced. It was the essence of being at a loss for words. "Show me your phone first. I want to see the latter part of the rules." Nan Wei extended her right hand, while her left pretended to be busy scratching her cheek. Yi Jiu obediently handed over her phone, only to discover that Nan Wei's right hand was covered in blood. "Sister, you are hurt." "Oh, it must have been from hitting that charcoal man too hard. Using the finger tiger with excessive force can injure oneself." She did not take Yi Jiu's phone. Instead, she casually wiped her hands on her clothing, took out her antique device, and snapped a photo. Afterward, she did not rush to check it, but instead looked earnestly into Yi Jiao's eyes. When communicating with others, one should gaze into their eyes. This not only shows respect, but also appears more sincere, as her friend Lu Qi had repeatedly emphasized. Nan Wei's words made Yi Jiao feel rather despondent. After a moment of hesitation, he softly asked, "Sister, are you contaminated?" Yi Jiao's expression of gratitude did not seem feigned, yet she was highly confident that her memory was entirely intact. There must be some reason behind this colossal misunderstanding. Now was not the time for explanations. It would be more pragmatic to seize this opportunity to ask more questions, and she hoped Yi Jiao would not mind her slight manipulation. Regarding the rules and the contaminated area you mentioned, this is the first time I have heard of it. If it is convenient for you, please explain. I'll find a way to repay you. Upon hearing Nan Wei's words, Yi Jiao suddenly appeared uneasy, cautiously glancing at Nan Wei. "Sister, I apologize. Initially, I thought you did not want to take us newcomers along, and that is why you said such things. But then I pondered, given how perilous the previous contaminated area was, I believed we were doomed. You were injured and still risked your safety to save us 3 newcomers who could only hinder you. You were certainly not the type to abandon your teammates. Therefore, I thought it highly likely that your severe injury led to contamination, which in turn affected your perception." Although Nan Wei did not understand the matters he spoke of, she could discern the depth of Yi Jiao's remorse. Is contamination a serious issue? Indeed, tears silently streamed down Yi Jiao's cheeks. Nan Wei was quite certain that over the past 3 months, even 6 months, she had not sustained any injuries, and her memories were coherent, devoid of any discord. However, the notion of contamination still astonished her. The rules possessed a miraculous power. What kind of power did contamination entail? "Since you believe I am tainted and may become a new source of contamination, isn't it perilous for you to be with me now?" This left Nan Wei perplexed. "Sister, I am sorry. I should not have abandoned you. I regret it deeply. I feel utterly wretched. I do not wish to be a coward who forsakes a savior and is ungrateful. If my father were aware of this from beyond the grave, he would undoubtedly not forgive me." As she covered her face, Yi Jiao silently wept. "I am relieved that you are unharmed. That is truly a blessing." Chapter 10. The Pursuit of One's Own Self and the Mysterious Man. To sacrifice oneself for others and boldly acknowledge one's own faults requires immense courage. The desire to atone for one's misdeeds, merely possessing such courage, is indeed a rarity. Nan Wei admired his bravery. Based on Yi Jiao's account, she formed some conjectures. If one were to set aside her own perspective and view the situation from a third-party angle, there are 2 interpretations to explain the discrepancies in Yi Jiao's words and her understanding. Firstly, the self that saved Yi Jiao may have sustained severe injuries and become tainted, leading to distortions in cognition and memory. Consequently, she could entirely forget the incident, aligning with Yi Jiao's deductions. Secondly, there might exist another entity in the world, bearing the same name, appearance, and preferences as her own. If it was another version of herself that rescued Yi Jiao, then she would, of course, not recognize Yi Jiao and remain oblivious to what transpired 3 months prior. Should this be the case, then her being pursued, along with Yi Jiao's statements, would find rational explanations. Another version of me? Prior to arriving here, Nan Wei had just entered the underground garage of Lu Shi's residential complex when she was ambushed. Suddenly, someone who looked exactly like her emerged, brandishing a sharp knife and frantically pursuing her while shouting for blood. Initially, in the haste of the moment, she wondered if she had unwittingly inhaled some hallucinogenic substance. The assailant's appearance and mannerisms mirrored her own. She had assumed that someone she had previously offended had intentionally sent someone to target her. She even contemplated capturing the person to inquire about their motives. However, the assailant seemed to have lost all rationality, striking with lethal intent. She could not resort to murder. Her only aim was to incapacitate her attacker. In the course of evasion, she picked up a metal parking sign and managed to stab the assailant in the leg with a steel pipe. Yet, the assailant appeared impervious to pain, continuing the relentless pursuit despite the injury. One was desperately trying to defend herself, while the other was crazily intent on killing her. The situation was dire. The assailant cornered her against a wall, suddenly growing in size and strength, becoming overwhelmingly powerful. As the peril escalated, just as she was about to meet her doom, a man dressed in a black cloak, resembling a sorcerer, emerged from the shadows. With a single swift move, he obliterated the one attacking Nan Wei. Indeed, obliterated. This was the only term that Nan Wei could conjure to encapsulate the event. The assailant, a figure strikingly akin to herself, crumbled like dust, effortlessly obliterated by the man who emerged, who dispatched her attacker with a single decisive move, reducing them to mere particles scattered by the wind. In an instant, flesh, garments, and all semblance of existence vanished without a trace. Subsequently, she was engulfed in an endless abyss of darkness, akin to being tossed into a washing machine, spinning uncontrollably. Eventually, she found herself in this place, her eyes opening to the sight of the four individuals, Yi Jiao and the others. Following this, a series of bizarre occurrences unfolded in rapid succession, leaving her no time to contemplate these events. The residential complex boasted a high occupancy rate. It was around 8 in the evening, a time when the garage typically bustled with people returning from work or embarking on nocturnal escapades. Yet, despite her prolonged confrontation with the assailant, she encountered no one. The attacker, after being struck by that man, hurled something in her direction. Initially, she perceived it as a desperate last effort, likely a weapon, which she managed to evade, only for it to collide with the wall and bounce away. Let us entertain the notion, if indeed there exists another version of herself. Could the assailant be that very counterpart? Why would this alternate self pursue her? And who was that formidable man? Reflecting on this mysterious figure, Nan Wei was startled to realize that she could not recall his visage. Generally, even an ordinary person, after a mere glance, retains some subconscious impression of the object observed. Gender, height, attire. Yet she had gazed at that man several times, for his sudden and aggressive entrance was utterly unexpected. All she remembered was that this enigmatic man could effortlessly dismantle someone who had previously resisted her for an extended duration. How peculiar. It should not be so. At that moment, her focus had been razor-sharp. It was inconceivable that she had seen nothing. She distinctly recalled every movement of that shouting assailant. When the alternate self disintegrated, the object thrown seemed not to be a weapon, but something else entirely. With this thought, Nan Wei hurriedly retrieved the key she had found from her pocket. She fixated on the key, its shape swiftly aligning with the memory of the weapon. The item cast by her alternate self was not a weapon at all, but rather a key that had been carried. Yi Jiao, what do you think this is? After a prolonged silence, Nan Wei suddenly spoke, startling Yi Jiao. Upon closer examination of the object in Nan Wei's hand, Yi Jiao nodded affirmatively. A car key. I recognize this brand. It's rather expensive. A car key. With this confirmation, Nan Wei fell into contemplation once more. In hindsight, her actions before her demise did not resemble a desperate last attempt, but rather appeared to convey the intention of handing her the key. After all, she had possessed a knife. Discarding the knife would have been a logical action. It was implausible to expect that a car key could be used to inflict harm. The knife vanished along with her dissolution, yet this car key remained. What then does another version of oneself intend by bestowing upon her this key? Yi Jiao, do you believe there exists the possibility of two individuals being utterly identical? Nan Wei fervently wished for the possession of two minds at that moment. Yi Jiao blinked. Twins? The inquiry seemed rather foolish, prompting Nan Wei to amend her question. What do you think is the likelihood that a pair of twins who have never met would share identical appearances, behaviors, and even catchphrases? Upon hearing Nan Wei's words, Yi Jiao suddenly grasped the implication. Sister, are you referring to the anomalies within the contaminated zone? Anomalies? This term was unfamiliar. To her surprise, Yi Jiao was filled with dread at the mention. Sister, you. Chapter 11. The rules of rules. In an instant, Yi Jiao's complexion turned ashen, and she instinctively retreated a couple of steps. The human self-rescue guide stated that the deeper the contamination, the more profound the impact on one's cognition. Gradually, individuals would forget their pasts, lose their sense of humanity, and in the final stages, they would become oblivious to the very rules that govern them. Under the rejection of these rules, even the known contents would be forgotten, leaving them with no chance of self-rescue, ultimately becoming assimilated into the contaminated zone, a mere part of the blight that afflicts this world. With a lack of understanding regarding all this, Nan Wei exhibited signs akin to one in the terminal stages of contamination, and Egio's fear of the pollution arose instinctively, as natural as breathing, compelling her to instinctively seek escape, prompting her to act. Yet, upon reflecting on her previous actions, Egio quickly recognized the gravity of her situation. She had resolved that as long as there remained a glimmer of hope, she would not abandon her savior to flee alone. Without her benefactor, she would never have the chance to see her father one last time. In moments of necessity, she clenched her fists tightly, silently steeling her resolve. She loved her father dearly, just as he loved her, and she did not wish to disappoint him. Fearful that Nan Wei would be saddened by her actions, Egio forced a smile and leaned closer, sheepishly scratching her head. "Sister, you even forgot this. The monsters in the contaminated zone and those who have been completely transformed into monsters are all referred to as anomalies, merely a universal designation, and their behavioral logic is to harm others. Are you suggesting that these anomalies can perfectly imitate a person?" Nan Wei remained blissfully ignorant, embodying the characteristics of a terminally contaminated individual. She had no inkling of the tumultuous waves surging within Egio's heart, nor the painful struggles she had endured, nor that she was prepared to risk everything in gratitude. Indeed, Egio nodded fervently, patiently elucidating. "However, I have never encountered one myself. The self-rescue guide states that these anomalies possess the ability to mimic humans." Her limited intellect began to falter. What exactly is this self-rescue guide? As for the self-rescue guide, I am unsure how to explain it succinctly, Egio admitted, opting for simplicity. It is a set of response strategies compiled by the Ember Plan for entering the contaminated zone. I have only perused some of its content. This is merely my second venture into the contaminated zone, and I have yet to witness any of those things. Now, yet another concept from the Ember Plan had emerged, and Nan Wei felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Thus, is it true that the strange entity can mimic humans, as stated in the self-rescue guide? Is this guide reliable? Nan Wei observed the unfamiliarity and confusion on Egio's face, feeling a pang of sorrow in her heart. Egio, filled with pain and self-reproach, thought to himself that his sister was the one of greater value. He was merely a timid and ineffectual person, incapable of achieving anything significant even in life. At this thought, he felt a lump in his throat, and he tugged at his hair in an attempt to mask his sorrow. Well, the guide mentions that while there are strange beings capable of mimicking humans, they cannot perceive rules, thus making it relatively easy to discern when encountering similar individuals. So, dear sister, you need not worry. After saying this, Egio felt compelled to defend the self-rescue guide, asserting its undeniable usefulness. Without it, countless lives would have been lost. Nan Wei nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent as she stared intently at the car keys in her hand. The situation grew increasingly enigmatic. Was the assailant she encountered another version of herself, or was it a strange entity utilizing its abilities to impersonate her? This posed yet another perplexing riddle. "Sister, I only know your surname. I'm yet to learn your full name." Observing Nan Wei lost in thought while gazing at the keys, Egio stood awkwardly by, seeking to lighten the mood, but finding no suitable topics to discuss, he resorted to small talk. What does a child need to know so much for? Preoccupied with thoughts of another self and a mysterious man, she absently responded, "Nan Wei," with Wei meaning lofty. Egio retorted, "Sister, I may be slightly younger, but I'm not that young. I'm 20 years old this year." "What? You are 20? Nan Wei's face clearly displayed disbelief, judging by his appearance. She assumed he was merely 17 or 18. "I have a baby face," Ye Yu insisted. Nan Wei scrutinized him from head to toe, causing him to blush from embarrassment. "Why are you blushing?" The observer, Nan Wei, remained expressionless. The observed, Egio, hung his head in defeat. "All right, I concede. I will only be 20 the day after tomorrow. But sister, you are merely 3 years older than I. You know this too?" Nan Wei was astonished. That version of herself who saved Egio seemed to share everything with others, lacking any sense of caution. Who knew Yi Jiao might have other knowledge? I also know enough. Enough, Nan Wei hastily interrupted, not wishing to uncover what that garrulous version of herself had disclosed. Moments ago, Yi Jiao had been animatedly conversing, but now he fell silent, shrinking back and casting a timid glance at Nan Wei. What are you doing? Am I going to eat you? Nan Wei frowned. No, Yi Jiao replied cautiously, stealing a glance at her. I usually act this way. Looking around, he noticed no unusual occurrences. The peculiar Zhongbo and the charcoal-like figure were unable to match Nan Wei's speed and had yet to pursue them. I feel it may not be safe to remain here. What do you think? Nan Wei inquired. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiao nodded, cautiously indicating a direction. Then let us proceed in that direction, searching for clues as we go. Speak freely with me. I may appear fierce, but I do not bite. After a moment's contemplation, Nan Wei removed the finger guard from her hands and proceeded in the direction pointed out by Yi Jiao. She pulled out her phone and casually inquired, "Why are we going this way?" Yi Jiao was taken aback that Nan Wei agreed to his suggestion without hesitation, feeling a swell of gratitude within. However, it was evident that for those inhabiting the contaminated area, this was not a prudent habit. I have a good memory. Yi Jiao paused, his cheeks flushed. Besides, I was the one being carried. I could clearly see from where we came. This remark nearly elicited a laugh from Nan Wei. She continued to walk ahead, her gaze fixed on her phone, while Yi Jiao hurried to catch up with a few quick strides. They walked side by side, traversing several eerily similar locations, confirming their direction while engaging in hushed discussions. The garage was enveloped in silence, save for the soft murmur of their voices and the careful padding of their footsteps. Nan Wei paused multiple times along the way, straining her ears to detect any sounds in the vicinity. Yi Jiao instinctively halted beside her, though inherently timid. He possessed enough sense to gauge the situation and refrain from interrupting Nan Wei. The absence of distant sounds suggested there were likely no people nearby, and the silent, monstrous beings akin to Zhongbo and the Black Charcoal Man could only be observed with keen eyesight. Rules for entering and exiting the underground garage at Ping and Jiayuan. Part 2.1. Please maintain silence within the garage and avoid producing sounds exceeding 10 decibels to prevent disturbing neighbors. 2. There may be equipment present in the garage. Please read the instructions carefully before use and refrain from using it unless necessary. 3. It is prohibited to privately install electrical wires, modify pipelines, or store flammable and explosive materials. You are encouraged to report such activities to the property management. Please adhere strictly to the aforementioned regulations. The property management of Ping and Jiayuan wishes you safety each day. The above, combined with the previous section, constitutes the complete rules for the underground garage. Having found no similar exit for quite some time, Nan Wei felt at a loss. She pointed to the 7th rule and asked, "It mentions reporting unauthorized wiring to the property management. Is the management something as bizarre as that?" "Sister, I think it's south best not to place our hopes on the property management. In the contaminated area, apart from humans, everything else is strange. The management is likely a facade for something eerie." This remark was indeed chilling. Yi Jiao felt as though his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer, his heart racing uncontrollably, while a ringing in his ears rendered him momentarily deaf to all sounds. Chapter 12. The man who was burned alive upon hearing the scream. Nan Wei's eyes merely flickered, her expression remaining largely unchanged. "Shall we take a look?" she inquired, seeking Yi Jiao's opinion. Yi Jiao, his eyes vacant, briefly scanned Nan Wei's face, his mouth opening and closing as he inhaled sharply, producing no sound. It appeared he was in a state of shock, instinctively triggering his body's self-preservation mechanisms. Such reactions were not uncommon in emergency situations, and Nan Wei did not chastise Yi Jiao. His response was entirely consistent with his character. She exhaled softly, having just mentioned that next time, Yi Jiao should walk on his own. Yet, in the brief moment she turned her head, she had already broken her promise. With Yi Jiao hoisted upon her back, Nan Wei dashed towards the direction for which the screams emanated, her movements as graceful and swift as a wild beast. Although the distance was considerable, Nan Wei's strength allowed her to reach the destination in no time. Upon arrival, the scene revealed no one, no monstrous beings akin to Zhongbo, only a foul odor that invaded her nostrils, reminiscent of burnt hair. This scent was particularly unwelcoming to Nan Wei, whose keen sense of smell intensified its assault. Enduring the nauseating aroma, she cautiously maneuvered around, still carrying Egio. "Sister, let me down," Egio weakly pleaded. Before Nan Wei could comply with Egio's request, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a peculiar dark silhouette beside a children's car parked in the shadows. Ignoring Egio's entreaty, she approached the figure. As she focused her gaze, her heart raced, and she instinctively leaped back, still carrying Egio. Nan Wei stared intently at the dark shape for quite some time. Only releasing Egio once, she was certain the figure posed no threat. "You may look for yourself," she stated in a tone devoid of emotion, as if she had deliberately stripped her words of all feelings. Egio, finally calming his racing heart, stood trembling in place. After a fleeting glance, his legs buckled beneath him, unable to support his weight any longer, and he collapsed to the ground, retching uncontrollably. Before him lay a charred humanoid figure, presenting a nightmarish vision. Initially, Nan Wei instinctively took a step back, mistaking the sight for a grotesque creature akin to a carbonized being. However, upon closer inspection, she discerned the remnants of clothing adorning the figure, and the pervasive stench of burnt flesh cruelly revealed a grim reality. This was unmistakably a body, mercilessly consumed by flames. Now reduced to a charred husk, the acrid odor of scorched skin surged forth like a tidal wave, saturating every inch of the surrounding space, overwhelming the senses far beyond the previous intensity. It was the man clad in beach attire. In the face of this harrowing tableau, Nan Wei's voice remained as composed as ever, as if she were merely recounting an ordinary fact. This calmness stood in stark contrast to Egio, who was doubled over in agony, prompting one to question whether Nan Wei possessed any semblance of the fear that a normal human should feel. Indeed, she was not mistaken. Even in his deteriorated state and with his average eyesight, Egio could recognize that this was the robust man who had once donned beach attire. Originally standing at over 6 feet tall, with a formidable physique, the man now appeared drastically diminished, both in height and weight. His limbs curled inwards, contorted into a ball, with all his hair gone and his skin carbonized, revealing a ghastly black visage. It still emanates an intimidatingly searing temperature, akin to a colossal piece of coal, quietly lying there, silently narrating a tragic catastrophe. The robust man who had stood beside him not long ago now lies here in a horrifying state of demise. For a long time, Egio heaved in vain, unable to expel anything. With trembling limbs and cold sweat drenching him, he weakly crawled to Nan Wei's feet, gripping the hem of her pants as though it were a lifeline, his eyes brimming with despair and terror. Nan Wei stood rooted to the spot, her gaze lowered, fixated on the gruesome scene before her expression impassive, standing as steadfast as an iron column, a stark contrast to Egio's pitiful condition. Although she was not well acquainted with the sturdy man, who had once hindered her from aiding him, his tragic passing, especially in such a horrific manner, was undeniably a deeply sorrowful occurrence. Her grandmother often remarked that death takes precedence. Once deceased, what is there to quarrel about? Even a rabbit mourns the death of a fox. After all, it is a life lost, and the two bore no significant enmity. Nan Wei let out an almost inaudible sigh, crouching down to place her palm on Egio's back. "Can you hear me?" Egio, pale and trembling, looked over, his eyes glistening with tears from his retching. He struggled to nod in response. "Yes, there are several points of suspicion. You see, when we arrived, there was nothing else suspicious here apart from him. Moreover, his clothing was not burnt away. It had merely changed color due to the intense heat. Lastly, there are no flammable materials in the vicinity. How could a person be incinerated?" As she spoke, Nan Wei cast a glance at the deceased man from the beach. In the brief moments it took her to utter these words, the man's attire had been thoroughly bleached by the residual heat of his body. The original patterns, now utterly indistinguishable. This implies that had Nan Wei and her companions arrived even slightly later, they might have been unable to ascertain the identity of the deceased based on his clothing. The pressure and warmth of Nan Wei's hand provided Egio with considerable comfort. Although he still felt unwell, he was now fully alert. It must have been something sinister at play. He might have violated some rule. Yijio's throat was raw, and he struggled to swallow. Nan Wei guided him away to a brightly lit fluorescent lamp. The spot where they had just stood, where the beach man had perished, was shrouded in darkness. Rule 3. If the lighting suddenly extinguishes, please utilize other small-scale lighting devices and vacate the area promptly. Rule 4. During nighttime or in dimly lit spaces, always ensure to accompany a companion. Upon hearing his cries, we rushed over immediately. If that couple had been with him at the time, assuming they witnessed his mishap and fled, the sound of the woman's high heels would have been quite pronounced. Yet, I heard nothing. Based on the information at hand, Nan Wei formed some conclusions. He must have been alone. Whether it was due to the lights going out or inadvertently straying into the shadows, only he would know. These words pierced the heart of Yijio like a blade, leaving him feeling uneasy and exposed. Chapter 13. The Wolf Boy, Nan Wei. In the beginning, they had acted as a cohesive unit. As they parted ways, Yijio had specifically urged the three of them to remain closely bonded. He was acutely aware that they were merely temporary allies, and from a rational standpoint, he bore no obligation for the safety of others. Yet, the immense guilt imposed by morality weighed heavily upon his shoulders, akin to a towering mountain, rendering him breathless. I told them to stick together. I, too, am a novice. I survived that encounter solely because of your rescue, sister. I truly can't manage alone, Yijio incessantly explained, the pressure within him surging like a relentless tide. He yearned to articulate something, yet he found himself at a loss regarding the reasons for his explanations and the intended audience. Observing Yijio on the verge of collapse, Nan Wei contemplated the most appropriate words to convey. Thus, she placed a hand upon his shoulder, waiting for him to meet her gaze. Locking eyes with him, she softened her tone, her expression serious and earnest. Yijio, had you not come, I might very well have perished. Even though Yijio recognized that Nan Wei was merely offering consolation, her calm and measured tone gradually soothed his anxious heart, and he managed a faint smile. Yes, I came to repay a debt of gratitude. If something were to happen to you, sister, even if I were to live 100 years, I could never find peace. Nan Wei refrained from responding, acknowledging that she was not Yijio's savior, and this misunderstanding seemed insurmountable for the time being. They lingered in silence for over half a minute until it was Yijio who finally broke the quiet. Sister, this place is unsafe. We should find somewhere else to go. Nan Wei glanced at the corpse of the man from the beach. In that brief time, the body had shrunk further, its once prominent belly, now indistinguishable, appearing entirely charred, with clothes shriveled and constricting around the now diminished figure. The corpse radiated considerable heat, making direct contact impossible. And given that this was a garage, there was no place to properly handle the remains. The two abandoned the notion of assisting with the man's body and chose to move toward a well-lit area in a specific direction. Throughout their journey, not a word was exchanged. Yijio remained silent, burdened by his thoughts, fearing that his abandonment of teammates might invite Nan Wei's contempt. It was worth noting that during the incident when he and the other two novices were trapped, Nan Wei had risked her safety and sustained injuries to rescue them. As Yijio held his tongue, Nan Wei silently pondered the rules governing their situation. Why were all the neighbors in the garage? Why were they all elderly? Who would recklessly splice wires or tamper with plumbing in such a place? Her mind was inundated with a torrent of questions. As for the heavy heart that weighed on Yijio, that notion was foreign to her. She had two sets of parents, and she had always believed so, her wolf parents and her human ones. She, Nan Wei, was a child raised by wolves. Having spent her early years crawling and rolling within their den, witnessing horrific scenes that would be beyond the comprehension of most, treating corpses as mere trifles. Although she was adopted by her foster parents, who were geologists, after the age of 7, the primal instincts she had developed were not easily altered. The discovery of the wolf child had even made headlines back then. To correct her penchant for consuming raw meat, her foster parents dedicated 3 years to her upbringing. However, during much of that time, they were often away on explorations, leaving Nan Wei in the care of her grandmother, who taught her to read before she even started school. The elderly lady was a gentle and cultured woman, embracing all of Nan Wei's peculiarities with kindness. By the time Nan Wei reached 13, she was enrolled in a private school. Her foster parents had few demands of her, as long as she stayed out of trouble and endeavored to behave like a human. They were satisfied. Despite their restrictions on her eating raw meat and her limited understanding of the world, she grew fond of her human parents and grandmother. Additionally, she befriended Lu Shi, a companion 5 years her senior from the same neighborhood, which gradually helped her adopt more typical human behaviors. In school, being a private institution where her foster parents had made substantial financial contributions, she received special attention from the teachers. Moreover, her own formidable strength ensured that those who spoke ill of her faced a wrath. Throughout her middle and high school years, while her academic achievements were modest, she managed to live quite comfortably. Upon barely graduating high school, Nan Wei adamantly refused to pursue further education. Her foster parents agreed that forcing her to engage with books was futile, with both of them preoccupied with work and her grandmother no longer around to supervise her. They allowed her the freedom to roam. As long as she ensured her own safety and did not trouble them, they were unconcerned. Their family's resources could easily support 10 such children as Nan Wei. Thus, in her 23 years of existence, a significant portion of her life was lived through the lens of a beast mentality. Her integration into human society reflected the maturity of an ordinary 7 or 8-year-old child, devoid of any burdensome sense of social responsibility or morality. While someone like Yi Jiu might fret over her well-being, Nan Wei's thoughts were far removed from such concerns. After all, the person who had saved Yi Jiu was not her in her eyes. She merely exploited him as a tool for her own survival, a self-help guide in a situation beyond her explanation. One could only wonder how Yi Jiu would feel if he knew he was regarded merely as a means to her end. In the stillness of the garage, only the breaths and footsteps of Nan Wei and Yi Jiu echoed in the silence. Each subtle sound struck against Yi Jiu's nerves like a heavy hammer, causing his heart to race uncontrollably, as if it might leap from his chest. He felt a tightness in his chest and dryness in his throat, his focus drifting, leaving him in a daze. Yi Jiu found himself in a state of helplessness. They had been walking for nearly 20 minutes in this unnerving quiet, which felt almost eerie, rendering him unable to settle his mind. The places traversed may appear to be similar, yet in reality, they bear subtle differences that require diligent memorization to discern whether one has passed through them before. This task demands considerable concentration. Nan Wei, maintaining a respectful silence, walked a step ahead, quietly observing and pausing occasionally to listen intently. Her earnest demeanor rendered Yi Jiu hesitant to interrupt, yet the overwhelming stillness became a trial for him. He felt the need to articulate something to alleviate his emotions and refocus his attention. Mechanically following Nan Wei, he pondered what to say when she abruptly halted, turning decisively. Her brow furrowed in mild confusion as she glanced at the left side of Yi Jiu's chest. Have you run 10,000 meters? Your heart is racing. Chapter 14. Hallucination? Contaminated? In that singular moment, Yi Jiu felt an unexpected lightness wash over him. The pressure that had weighed heavily on his heart dissipated without a trace. His heartbeat gradually steadied, and the fog in his mind lifted. He was taken aback by the potency of Nan Wei's remark, a response he had never anticipated. He noticed a flicker of light as she turned, emanating through the dark fabric of her collar. Aware of Yi Jiu's gaze, Nan Wei instinctively retrieved a pendant from her collar. The pendant, with its peculiar design and material, appeared to be woven from hair-like fibers into a circular form, with a few strands rebelliously extending outward. At its center hung a tooth-shaped charm, approximately 7 to 8 centimeters long, slightly yellowed, reminiscent of a wild beast fawn. It's my father's tiger tooth, Nan Wei introduced nonchalantly. Yi Jiu was taken aback by this revelation. Just as he was about to inquire how her father's tooth could be so elongated, he noticed Nan Wei scanning their surroundings warily before leaning in to whisper. This has protective properties. Have you encountered something malevolent? Her words jolted Yi Jiu into realization. The contamination within the polluted zone essentially represents an assault on human consciousness and control, first subduing the mental state before employing special abilities to assimilate individuals into bizarre forms. Indeed, I nearly fell victim to the contamination. I felt utterly off-kilter, but I'm all right now. He gazed at the pendant with lingering trepidation and stammered a grateful acknowledgement of Nan Wei's father. Your father's tooth is remarkable. Yes, I concur. My father can devour 5 rabbits in one sitting, Nan Wei added, complimenting her father while simultaneously halting Yi Jiao's urge to continue walking. For a few moments prior, relying on her instinctual senses, Nan Wei had felt the atmosphere of pressure gradually declining, as if the temperature had also dropped, hinting at an unseen presence. These changes were imperceptible, yet they had not yet impacted her. However, Yi Jiao's response was astonishing. To her ears, his heartbeat sounded like a drumbeat. According to Yi Jiao, he had come perilously close to contamination. If pollution manifests in such a manner, it becomes nearly impossible for the majority to guard against it. As she walked along the road, Nan Wei was not entirely devoid of thought. She pondered how the rules she held in her hands could assist them in finding a way out, which distracted a portion of her focus. Otherwise, she might not have been oblivious to the significant situation unfolding around them. Night Jiao arrived. Nan Wei took Night Jiao's hand and walked a few steps, seeking a more comprehensive view, then pointed towards the path they had traversed. Look. Upon glancing at it, Night Jiao was rendered momentarily speechless. The road they had previously walked, though slightly worn, had been relatively level and smooth, devoid of any incline, with vehicles parked steadily along the sides, and the ground beneath them offered no discernible slope. However, at this moment, illuminated by the light, he was astonished to discover that the very road they had come along rose at a considerable angle. The higher they looked, the steeper the incline became. Describing it as an uphill path felt overly gentle, as the entire surface resembled a convex arc. In contrast, the direction they had just traversed sloped mercilessly downward. The angle of descent exceeded 60 degrees, and a moment's carelessness would send one tumbling down the slope, devoid of even the soles of their shoes. "We're walking downhill." Night Jiao gazed down at his feet and felt his legs weaken, as though they had lost their strength. He hesitated for a moment, lifting his foot only to gently place it back down, then slightly bent his knees to lower his center of gravity, pressing his toes against the inside of his shoes with quiet determination. It was as if this action would allow him to grip the ground more securely, offering him a semblance of safety, though the ground beneath felt remarkably stable. What he beheld was the unsettling reality that they stood upon an exceedingly steep slope, creating a profound sense of dissonance. Night Jiao's heart was laden with confusion and anxiety. He could not ascertain whether he had successfully escaped the dreadful pollution or if he and Nan Wei had both become ensnared in its mire. "Sister, have we been contaminated?" Night Jiao, with a hint of timidity and uncertainty, looked towards Nan Wei. In that moment, she was his sole anchor. Aware of his limitations, he regarded Nan Wei, who had once saved his life, as a formidable figure. In a moment of peril, he unhesitatingly chose to cling to her, seeking her support without hesitation. However, Nan Wei herself was equally perplexed, utterly at a loss. Yet Night Jiao still sought her counsel. She could not help but cast a disdainful glance his way, retorting, "Why do you always ask me? Don't you have any ideas of your own?" Night Jiao found himself rendered speechless by Nan Wei's cutting remark. He dare not speak further, shrinking back slightly in an attempt to diminish his presence before her, hoping to avoid inciting her displeasure. The scene before them resembled a distorted image. The picture contorted while the elements within remained unchanged. Observing the children's toy car parked neatly in its spot, Nan Wei took a few bold steps forward, executing a daring move. "Sister," Night Jiao called out, but it was too late to intervene. South Wei approached a children's toy car, lifted its rear, crouched down, and then the vehicle began to levitate effortlessly. Observing this, Yi Jiao fell silent. He was indeed momentarily astonished, but it was merely a fleeting reaction. Generally, such toy cars weigh between 70 to 80 pounds, or around 100 for the heavier ones, which could be cumbersome for him. Yet for South Wei, such concerns were non-existent. Standing at over 1.7 meters tall, though slender, he still weighed more than 120 pounds. Having carried him with ease for quite some time, it was hardly surprising that he could lift a children's car. "What are you planning to do, sister?" Are you going to toss the car like a stone to test the waters? Won't that create quite a commotion? South Wei's erratic thought process led Yi Jiao's speculation to gallop in a bewildering direction. Are you a fool? South Wei found himself increasingly exasperated with Yi Jiao. Chapter 15. Indeed, an illusion. South Wei gently placed the car on the ground, using his hands as a wrench to detach one of the wheels. He then stabilized the three-legged vehicle on the ground, propped the removed wheel upright, and with his right foot pressing down, he exerted a slight force, allowing the wheel to roll away. From Yi Jiao's perspective, the sight of someone unscrewing bolts barehanded was indeed terrifying, compounded by the fact that his sister's beautiful long hair swept the ground. The wheel rolled uphill, but contrary to Yi Jiao's expectations, it did not stop swiftly. Rather, it effortlessly traveled a considerable distance. Subsequently, South Wei sent the wheel rolling downhill. This scenario indicated that the road itself had not changed. The true issue lay in some bizarre force that had distorted their perceptions, altering what they could see. Thanks to the protection of the wolf-tooth pendant, Yi Jiao's mental state remained stable. Despite the psychological assault, he only experienced visual hallucinations, while other unpleasant symptoms like dizziness and nausea had quietly dissipated. All right, she fixed her gaze firmly on the path they had previously traversed, signaling Yi Jiao to continue. Let us find a road mirror to test it out. South Wei's words were not without purpose. Rule number 2 stated that there were road mirrors in the garage for observing road conditions. This rule was quite ordinary and applicable in any garage, as even a toy car could inflict pain if it collided with someone. However, South Wei sought the road mirror because she had once glimpsed a different version of Zhang Bo within its reflection. The dark figure pursuing Yi Jiao mirrored this phenomenon. The inside and outside of the mirror revealed two distinct appearances. Based on what they knew, the reflection should represent their true selves, or rather, it would be more appropriate to refer to them as such, for they were meant to denote humanity. The reflection revealed the true nature of those referred to as the bizarre entities. Since the road mirror could reflect the peculiar reality, it might also dispel the anomalies before them. South Wei was unaware of who had established these rules, but it was clear that they were designed to protect humanity, and thus, it stood to reason that they would not include entirely useless regulations. Fortunately, road safety mirrors are not exceedingly rare objects. After a diligent search, the two soon discovered one. However, the journey thus far had undoubtedly posed a significant challenge for Yi Jiao. He suffered from acrophobia, and it was an extreme case. Although he could rationally reassure himself that the road beneath him had likely not changed, the sight of the wildly sloping surface plunging towards what seemed like an abyss instilled a fear in him akin to that experienced when gazing down from the rooftop of a tall building. His vision blurred, his legs trembled uncontrollably, akin to guitar strings being incessantly plucked, rendering the soles of his feet weak and feeble. Were it not for Nan Wei allowing him to clutch her sleeve, guiding him step by step, he would have likely collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Observing Yi Jiao's pallid face, Nan Wei refrained from expressing disdain this time. She felt no fear herself. Rather, she found the situation somewhat exhilarating. However, she was acutely aware that her perspective differed from that of an average person. What instilled fear in others often intrigued her. Yi Jiao was an utterly ordinary individual, and his reactions were those of a typical person. Should Nan Wei voice any contempt at this moment, it would only highlight her own peculiarity. With a chuckle, she recalled her grandmother's advice. One must strive to appear normal in public, lest one frightens others. Standing beneath the dim glow of the fluorescent light, Nan Wei and Yi Jiao lifted their gazes towards the road mirror. The mirror reflected their silhouettes along with the somewhat antiquated surroundings, weathered columns, a children's car quietly parked on the pavement, and faded parking lines on the ground. The convex mirror distorted everything it captured, yet this distortion was limited and reasonable, perfectly aligning with the curve of the mirror itself. When she shifted her gaze away from the reflection and tilted her head to inspect the sides, everything else in her field of vision remained in its natural form, devoid of any distortion. Only the road surface stubbornly twisted in a nonsensical manner, presenting an absurd spectacle, one she frequently encountered in her dreams. As anticipated, this aligned with her expected conclusion. Indeed, it was merely an optical illusion, a hint of disappointment lacing Nan Wei's tone. In stark contrast to her subtle letdown, Yi Jiao, who had been in a state of heightened tension until now, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The comically distorted image of himself in the road mirror provided him with an unprecedented sense of comfort. He was acutely aware of his numerous vulnerabilities, with acrophobia being one of the most severe. Over 5 years ago, when the polluted areas were not as prevalent and the bizarre influences on the world were less acute, his father had taken him to an amusement park. At the age of 14, he had already surpassed a height of 1.60 meters, stubbornly maintaining a fraught of bravado, perhaps the most foolish thing he had done at that age. He was incensed by a teasing remark from his father about his timidity, and he resolutely insisted on riding the roller coaster, despite his father's attempts to dissuade him. The ultimate outcome was that he, overwhelmed by fear, wet his pants and was carried down from the still stationary ride by his father. The father was filled with regret. For the nearly 20 years of his life, nothing had been more humiliating for Yejin. The experience felt even more exhilarating than the ride itself. At least the roller coaster had safety restraints. Yejin, still somewhat unsettled, extended his arm parallel to the ground, observing in the mirror how his arm and the distorted ground aligned in curvature. Letting out a sigh, he finally felt a semblance of vitality returning to him. At that moment, he noticed Nan Wei gazing at him thoughtfully. Confused, Yejin lowered his head, feeling shy and uncertain, and timidly asked, "Sister, am I a bit too weak?" Nan Wei, ever gracious, maintained a serious demeanor and replied, "Not at all. You simply possess a strength that is not immediately evident." Chapter 16. The mysterious man who suddenly appeared Yejin was momentarily rendered speechless. "You mentioned that the last polluted area was quite challenging. I wonder how you managed to persevere?" Nan Wei's words floated lightly, yet they struck Yejin's heart like a dagger. He had not anticipated that this time, the blow would be a double-edged one. Yejin felt utterly mortified. His pale face flushed crimson as every capillary worked to assert its presence. He longed to find a place to hide, but as he noticed the wildly distorted ground beneath him, his trembling legs resumed their quaking. Unbeknownst to him, he had misinterpreted Nan Wei's intentions. Her comment was devoid of mockery. She merely observed his discomfort and reflected on how difficult the polluted area had been, expressing her genuine admiration for his endurance. The listener, however, was oblivious to the speaker's true intentions. The oppressive atmosphere around them not only persisted but intensified, the temperature dropping significantly. Fortunately, both were clad in long sleeves and trousers, sparing them from the brunt of the cold. Upon discovering the road mirror, her suspicions were confirmed. Yet a solution to their predicament remained elusive. She had initially hoped that the mirror might help dispel the illusions they faced. The distorted view of the ground, while exaggerated, did not trouble her much. In fact, it was rather amusing. However, Yejin's condition was deteriorating. If this continued, he would not only fail to be an asset, but might become a liability. Remaining in place served no purpose. Nan Wei instinctively glanced at Yejin, then stroked her chin. Lost in brief contemplation, after a moment, her gaze refocused on the mirror, and she murmured to herself, "If I were to remove this and take it with me, it should pose no problem, right? After all, nothing happened when I disassembled the small vehicle." Upon hearing Nan Wei's soliloquy, Yi Jiao was initially taken aback, but soon reconsidered and found no fault in it. If he were to detach the reflective mirror and carry it with him, he could gaze into it whenever he wished, alleviating the discomfort he currently felt from dizziness. Yi Jiao suddenly realized that he had unconsciously begun to adapt to Nan Wei's unique way of thinking, and the two had reached an oddly enchanting agreement on a different wavelength. "All right, sister, please do detach it for me," he stammered, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. In Nan Wei's presence, he felt diminutive. He was acutely aware of his inability to dismantle the road's reflective mirror with his bare hands, and could only hope that Nan Wei would assist him. Nan Wei did not turn to face Yi Jiao, but instead fixated on the mirror's surface, her hands discreetly exploring her pockets. Upon Yi Jiao's utterance, her expression shifted to one of gravity. "Do not speak," she murmured, her tone somewhat brusque. Yi Jiao was momentarily stunned, uncertain whether his previous words had irked Nan Wei or if she had sensed an even more alarming situation. He hastily sealed his lips, refraining from making any further sound. At that moment, Nan Wei had retrieved a finger tiger from her pocket, deftly slipping it onto her hand. Yi Jiao was filled with bewilderment, struggling to comprehend why Nan Wei appeared so alarmed. He was momentarily dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he thought he could follow Nan Wei's line of thought, but now, witnessing her swift and decisive demeanor, he realized he could not keep pace. Nan Wei's long hair swept past him, and the thought of being left behind sent Yi Jiao into a panic, prompting him to cry out, "Sister!" After calling out, Yi Jiao mentally berated himself for his foolishness. The memory of being pursued by the shadowy figure resurfaced, leaving him breathless. He feared that another encounter would be beyond his physical endurance. In this world, events may recur, and indeed they can happen thrice. After more than 5 years, the terrifying roller coaster that had once caused Yi Jiao to wet his pants was finally set in motion. In his line of sight, the twisted, deformed road resembled an endless track, while Nan Wei, who was carrying him in a frantic dash, transformed into a perilous roller coaster car devoid of any safety restraints. He watched in astonishment as he plunged at an astounding speed towards the abyss below, even faster than when Nan Wei had desperately fled with him before. In such a dizzying descent, Yi Jiao felt the world spin around him. His mind blank, as all rational thought was jettisoned into oblivion by the overwhelming force. Yi Jiao was no longer 14. He was on the cusp of turning 20. Just before his mind ceased to function, one thought crossed his mind. Did I wet my pants? What had Nan Wei seen? In a moment of urgency, she had dashed out, seemingly oblivious to Yi Jiao's presence. What had she truly witnessed? That figure had not simply materialized out of thin air. Nan Wei was certain of that. In truth, that figure had existed within the mirror from the very beginning. From the moment she and Yi Jiao first discovered this reflective road mirror, it had remained quietly in place. Yet, for reasons unknown, both she and Yi Jiao had failed to notice its presence, effortlessly disregarding it. Why had they not observed it? Nan Wei was utterly astonished. Such an oversight was simply unacceptable. Who was that figure? The man, cloaked in a black mantle that concealed his entire form, his hat shrouding his visage, had been standing there all along, watching them. It was as though he had anticipated Nan Wei's thoughts, waiting silently for them. Chapter 17. The Mysterious Man is Eerie. The mirror could unveil the true identities of Zhang Bo and the Charcoal Man, as well as reflect the actual conditions of the garage. No, she must find him and demand clarity. The enigmatic figure was crucial to Nan Wei's inexplicable arrival at this garage. Barely had the thought crossed her mind than her body instinctively sprang into action. She rummaged through her pockets, donned her finger claws, turned, and dashed out in one fluid motion. Damn it! Nan Wei couldn't help but curse inwardly, fearing that a moment's distraction would cause the mysterious man to fade from her mind as silently as before. However, leaving Yi Jiao alone was simply indefensible. After all, Yi Jiao had taken the risk of coming to aid her. Regardless of his own motives, the one truly benefiting from this was Nan Wei. She had never been fond of owing favors. Yi Jiao had clearly crossed the line, and who knew what unforeseen calamities might befall such a frail and helpless soul left alone here. If Yi Jiao were to encounter misfortune before her, how could she ever repay that debt of gratitude? A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Nan Wei cast a glance at the mysterious man, observing that he remained quietly in place, seemingly in no hurry to depart. The small area of the garage they occupied was not far apart, and with Nan Wei's remarkable agility, she closed the distance within mere seconds. At that moment, the mysterious man moved. He extended his arm and beckoned her with a finger. This guy was undoubtedly waiting for us. Nan Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a blatant gesture left no room for misinterpretation. Initially, he had saved her, and now he was deliberately waiting for her. What did he intend to do? Despite the wind rushing beneath her feet, Nan Wei's mind remained sharp. The weight of Yi Jiao on her shoulder felt like a cumbersome ornament, as her attention was entirely focused on the enigmatic figure, causing her to momentarily disregard Yi Jiao. The mysterious man surged ahead with astonishing swiftness, moving without a sound. As he advanced, the wide cloak he wore billowed slightly, revealing the legs concealed beneath. In an instant, Nan Wei realized that his feet were not even touching the ground, gliding effortlessly above the surface. Were he to wield a scythe, he would be the perfect embodiment of the Grim Reaper, ready to assume the role of death itself. This is not he. It is clearly it. This peculiar being is quite enigmatic. Is not such strangeness typically harmful? Why does it wish to save me? Where does it intend to take me? A torrent of thoughts surged through Nan Wei's mind. The hallucinatory vision had a profound effect on her at that moment. The already distorted pavement warped even further, becoming increasingly exaggerated as she approached the mysterious entity. To Nan Wei's astonishment, the ground surrounding this enigmatic figure twisted into a spiral, endlessly swirling, leaving her dizzy with prolonged observation. Moreover, the prior sensation of low pressure intensified, and Nan Wei was certain that her and Yi Jiao's hallucinations were intrinsically linked to this mysterious being. At this moment, burdened with Yi Jiao, Nan Wei had no notion of how far she had fled. Beads of sweat trickled down her nose and forehead, yet she dared not slacken her pace, oblivious to the potential noise she might create. Nonetheless, despite her desperate efforts, the distance between her and the enigmatic figure remained unchanged. The mysterious entity did not quicken its pace. The two, one human and one peculiar, maintained a relative state of stillness. What trickery is this creature up to, contorting the path in such a manner? Ugh! Nan Wei, a champion of long-distance triathlons, possessed remarkable physical endurance, yet she was no true Iron Woman. She would wager that no champion had ever achieved victory while bearing a weight exceeding 120 pounds, all the while enduring the visual torment of a spiraling world that threatened to send her mind spinning. Her stomach churned violently once more as she fixed her gaze on the elusive figure ahead, desperately pursuing it. Under immense pressure, her body suddenly entered a state of flow. The entire world fell silent, as if it had vanished entirely, even the spiral pavement fading from her sight. In that moment, all that existed for Nan Wei was the unattainable, mysterious entity before her. The sound of her heartbeat, and perhaps footsteps. Whose footsteps? It seemed the light flickered. Oh, the footsteps were her own. It felt as though someone was digging in the distance. Two heartbeats. Whose? Mine, and another, Yi Jiao. This perilous chase, fraught with danger, induced an unconscious state of flow in Nan Wei. Her heightened focus allowed her to forget everything around her. She forgot the weight of Yi Jiao on her shoulders, the discomfort in her body, even her own identity, fixating solely on one pursuit, to catch that mysterious entity. As the enigmatic figure vanished, Nan Wei's hallucinations dissipated as well. Rarely had she ever felt such nausea from exertion. A metallic taste filled her throat as her heart raced. She bent down to brace herself against a nearby children's car, barely averting collapse. Ugh! That sound did not originate from Nan Wei. It came from Yi Jiao. While Nan Wei struggled under the weight, Yi Jiao was faring even worse. During Nan Wei's frantic sprint, Yi Jiao had not been idle. To discern the direction of their journey, he endured a relentless sensation of vertigo akin to riding a roller coaster, coupled with the dread of plunging from a fictitious height. He held his breath, clenched his teeth, and strained to open his eyes to observe everything around him. Fortunately, Yi Jiao was positioned with his back to the mysterious and eerie. Thus his vision was not distorted into a spiral. Nan Wei, bearing the weight of the path they had traversed, managed to recall a semblance of it, which led to significant discoveries that he felt compelled to share with Nan Wei immediately. Chapter 18. The Property Workers and Yi Jiao's Prophetic Dream. Yi Jiao, half reclining, immediately expelled a stream of bitter liquid upon speaking. His stomach was utterly empty, as he had not yet had the chance to dine before being forcibly dragged into the contaminated area. Nan Wei wrinkled her brow in mild disdain. She pulled Yi Jiao's clothing away from the pool of bile and, with kindness, turned him over to a kneeling position before taking a couple of steps aside to tend to her own discomfort. Gag! Clang, clang, gag! Clang! Amidst the unpleasant sounds emitted by Yi Jiao, the resounding clatter of metal striking the ground intermingled. It was composed, leisurely, crisp, and melodious. The volume of the clanging, significantly exceeding that of normal conversation, penetrated Nan Wei's ears alongside Yi Jiao's retching. According to her conjecture, The earlier group had attracted entities like Zhang Bo through their loud discussions. Now, such a cacophony was surely enough to summon at least 10 Zhongbos. The noise emanated from the darkness ahead, prompting Nan Wei to squint and peer into the obscurity. The darkness within the garage was indeed extraordinary. It not only diminished the light's diffuse reflection, making objects concealed within difficult to discern, but also appeared to shield against distant gazes, rendering Nan Wei's commendable vision virtually useless. Within the shadows, something seemed to exist, yet its outline remained elusive. To gain clarity, one would need to approach. However, to create such a pronounced noise in this peculiar garage without concern, the source could only be a being possessing an unwavering confidence in its own prowess, or something entirely non-human. After a brief respite, Nan Wei regained her composure, appearing considerably refreshed. Aside from her disheveled hair and the beads of sweat that had yet to dry, there was little evidence of her earlier vigorous exertion. At this moment, Yi Jiu had ceased his dry heaving, tightly closing his mouth and casting a questioning glance toward Nan Wei. Grasping his arm, Nan Wei hoisted him upright and inquired, her tone neither warm nor cold. "Can you manage?" The unusual commotion was evidently out of the ordinary, and Yi Jiu understood her intent. Whether they chose to investigate together or remain behind, both options were fraught with peril. In this situation devoid of choices, he resolved to cling tightly to her side. "I'm still capable," Yi Jiu replied, his pallor striking. Yet he managed a wry nod. "Very well," Nan Wei said, saying no more, and stepped forward, with Yi Jiu trailing behind her unsteadily. Clang, 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 clang. A construction pickaxe stood upright on the ground, its wooden handle gripped tightly by the worker, who leaned upon it, straightening his posture to gaze at the two individuals. The moment he discerned the work attire adorning the laborer, a jolt akin to a thunderclap struck Yi Jiu, rendering him momentarily stunned. His heart thudded violently, his pupils dilated in an instant, and his breath became rapid and labored. Cold sweat coated the palms of Yi Jiu's hands, rendering them damp. The laborer stood at the brink of darkness. In truth, his appearance was remarkably unremarkable. He was of average height, possessing a well-proportioned physique. His skin a deep shade of brown. He donned a worn and somewhat soiled deep blue work uniform, complemented by a yellow hard hat, worn and scratched from use, and gloves muddied with dirt, an archetype of the labor force, commonplace in any setting. However, what rendered Yi Jiu utterly astounded was not the man's visage, but rather the unsettling realization that he had encountered this individual before. When had it been? Just yesterday, during the day, he had inexplicably succumbed to slumber. This slumber lasted 5 hours, profound and tranquil. Upon awakening, darkness enveloped the sky. Before he could gather his thoughts, he was forcibly transported into this contaminated garage area. Within those 5 hours, Yi Jiu experienced but a fleeting dream. In the nebulous realm of slumber, he sensed he was dreaming and thus consciously focused on the scenes that unfolded. 2 images, in particular, were indelibly etched into his memory. One depicted a set of keys, each unique in shape, with only one featuring a round handle, adorned with a piece of material resembling medical adhesive tape. Inscribed upon this tape were 3 handwritten Arabic numerals. The first was somewhat obscured, barely discernible as either a 3 or an 8, while the subsequent 2 were clearly 0 and 2. It could be surmised that these keys belonged to a certain room or cabinet. The other image presented a solitary figure clad in a deep blue work uniform. The dot above the character Furin was a small, hardened blackened hole, presumably created by a cigarette butt. At this moment, Yi Jiu's gaze fell upon the left chest of the laborer before him. The dreamscape had morphed into reality. The left chest of the deep blue uniform bore the words Jia and property in stark white lettering, and the dot above him was unmistakably the charred remnant of a burn. Gasping for breath, Yi Jiu opened his mouth, inhaling sharply. He could not discern whether he was gripped by fear or exhilaration. Such dreams were not unfamiliar to him. 3 months prior, on the occasion of his last venture into the contaminated area, he too had succumbed to sleep without warning just hours before being forcibly transported. According to his father, he had collapsed suddenly, unresponsive to calls, and shortly after awakening, he had mysteriously vanished. That time, he too had dreamt, but only a single image had graced his subconscious. In the scene, there stands an individual whom he did not recognize at the time, yet later became his savior during a perilous venture in the polluted zone. Upon entering the contaminated area, he first laid eyes on Nan Wei, whose visage struck him as familiar. He was momentarily taken aback, but did not dwell on it. Many individuals experience a similar phenomenon known as déjà vu. He initially assumed he might have encountered Nan Wei somewhere previously, merely failing to notice him, thus giving rise to the illusion of familiarity. However, this explanation falters entirely in this instance. He had never set foot in this underground parking garage, nor could he have possibly met this individual clad in the uniform of Jian Property Management. It was also implausible that he might have visited during his early childhood, a time when the prevalence of private vehicles was quite low, let alone the existence of an underground parking facility within any residential complex. Records indicate that the polluted zone began to emerge a decade ago, and its rapid proliferation commenced 5 years prior, swiftly impacting the entire world. Typically, individuals begin to form memories around the age of 3. He was on the cusp of turning 20. Even if this garage had transformed into a polluted zone 10 years ago, when he was merely 10 years old, and assuming he had encountered this person before forming memories, 6 or 7 years would still have elapsed since then. It is unrealistic for a human, especially a laborer, to remain unchanged in appearance over such an extended period. It is equally implausible for a work uniform worn during physical labor to retain its original condition after 6 or 7 years. Knight Jiao harbored grave suspicions that he might possess extraordinary abilities. Chapter 19. This is indeed an exit. Since the inception of the polluted zone a decade ago, a number of individuals have awakened certain unique abilities that ordinary people do not possess. These abilities typically aid their bearers in surviving the treacherous conditions of the contaminated area. Among these awakened individuals, many have chosen to join the Spark program. This information is publicly disclosed by the Spark program. While the specific names of the ability bearers remain undisclosed, the types of abilities that have been awakened are widely known. All information that the Spark program can gather to assist humanity in surviving the polluted zone is generously shared with the public. Knight Jiao held great admiration for this initiative, even contemplating joining the Spark program, if only as a lowly support staff member. However, he had never envied those endowed with abilities, for all such individuals had awakened their powers only after facing the life-and-death dangers of the polluted zone, and entering this area invariably entails a high mortality rate. He fervently wished to never be chosen by that wretched polluted zone. Yet, the circumstances had now changed. A pang of unease surged within Knight Jiao as he discovered his capacity to foresee certain images pertaining to the polluted zone, perhaps signifying the awakening of a special ability to glimpse the future. Why had he seen this individual? Was there something extraordinary about his identity? Am I an ability bearer? Is this something I can disclose to others? What about my sister? She is experienced and must possess formidable powers. What are her abilities? A tumult of thoughts surged chaotically in Knight Jiao's mind, bouncing around and causing him considerable distress. What significance does that set of keys hold? Can I share this with my sister? Should I join the Ember Project? If I do, will I be assigned tasks in perilous and challenging areas? As one of the subjects of Knight's contemplation, Nan Wei was entirely oblivious to Knight's thoughts. She merely perceived Knight standing behind her, becoming inexplicably agitated, displaying an unusual demeanor. You two, refrain from wandering aimlessly here. The construction worker adjusted his misaligned helmet, casting an indifferent glance at Nan Wei and her companion, gesturing towards the nearby safety warning sign. Construction is underway here. The sign read, "Nighttime construction in progress. To avoid disrupting the workflow, please do not approach the construction site indiscriminately." It cautioned against approaching, yet it did not explicitly forbid it. Nan Wei pondered silently over the warning's wording. The two stood in the light, albeit dim, creating a stark boundary against the surrounding darkness. She glanced at the construction worker, shrouded in shadows. His gaze was not as vacant, and his feet were firmly planted, not suspended in the air. She fixated on his eyes, and, at such proximity, misinterpretation was impossible. Before her stood not a human, but something uncanny, relying solely on the presence or absence of breath and heartbeat as indicators is not infallible. Zhang Bo could mask his footsteps, thus his breathing might also be concealed. While this method proves useful in quiet environments, it falters in cacophonous settings. To ascertain the presence of a heartbeat, one must take a pulse. To further test the rule's ability to shield against the uncanny, Nan Wei softly uttered 2 words, the rules. How foolish of me! She chastised herself for her previous thoughts. If the entity before her were indeed uncanny, it would be oblivious to the utterance of those words. To it, her lips merely moved without conveying anything. Realizing her inquiry was flawed, she hastily rephrased, the rules. Can you hear me? How many times have you encountered them? At last, the construction worker responded, though not in a particularly amiable manner. What nonsense is this? What did you hear? What, how many times? His reaction bore resemblance to Nan Wei's initial response. The convoluted attempt to confirm identities left Nan Wei feeling exasperated. She preferred a more straightforward approach. If only she could directly inquire whether he was human or uncanny, she would ask Night later whether such a method was permissible. The necessity of testing whether one is human or uncanny had become moot. Nan Wei pointed toward the wall concealed in darkness ahead, where an opening wide enough for a single person stood, devoid of any doorframe. Please, don't be upset. My lack of eloquence may have muddled my words. May I ask, can one exit through there? As her words faded into the air, it seemed something within stirred, a palpable tension beginning to permeate the atmosphere. Nan Wei, slightly taller than the uncanny construction worker, cast her gaze over his shoulder, settling on the narrow opening that allowed passage for only one. This constricted passageway, shrouded in inscrutable darkness, appeared to lead to a secret path into another realm. Around the entrance, the once tranquil darkness seemed to subtly shift in shape. Nan Wei felt as if something lay hidden within that obscurity. However, the contours were too indistinct for her to discern clearly. It is possible, but only the owners are permitted entry into the garage. I am a staff member of the property management and need to verify your identity. The thought that the long-sought exit was so near brought a flicker of joy to Nan Wei's heart. Yet, the sign clearly stated that access to this garage was restricted to the residents of the community. The individual before her was a property staff member, and there was something strange about him. Regardless of his identity, all she needed was to make him believe she was an owner. I've already parked my car inside. I have the keys. In a swift motion, Nan Wei retrieved the car keys from her pocket and waved them briefly before tucking them away. The keys were found, their significance ambiguous and not to be scrutinized closely. Regrettably, the car keys seemed insufficient to convince the property staff member. The keys alone are not enough. Do you have any other means to verify your identity? The previously indistinct outlines in the darkness gradually sharpened into clarity. At that moment, Nan Wei could finally see. They were human-shaped silhouettes, dark and almost seamlessly merged with the shadows. Perhaps due to her excitement, these figures drew nearer from the darkness, allowing her to vaguely recognize their forms. Not long ago, she had glimpsed similar entities in the reflection of a roadside mirror. Numerous murky eyes greedily gazed at Nan Wei. Stirring quietly, the surroundings fell silent, and the heavy breathing of the night ceased. Those shadowy figures, the charcoal beings, lay in wait, longing to escape. Yet they were not human owners. Chapter 20. The desire to escape, proving identity aside from the car keys. I have nothing else. This fellow is not as easily deceived as Zhang Bo. Nan Wei felt a surge of anxiety. If she could not prove her status as an owner, she would be violating the rules. She wondered if these shadowy beings would immediately attack her, should she attempt to force her way through. Moreover, she questioned whether the portal, devoid of a proper doorframe, possessed any form of identity recognition. What if there were some sort of lethal mechanism akin to a horror game? Would Knight Geo be able to manage on his own if she dashed forward? Would the charcoal beings pursue her relentlessly? The thought of solving puzzles seemed tiresome. How much simpler it would be to simply break through the wall and escape. The consequences of violating the rules were unpredictable. The bizarre and terrifying demise of the Sandy Beach Man served as a cautionary tale, leaving Nan Wei in a state of hesitance about whether to take the risk. Is there nothing? If you cannot provide proof of your ownership, I will have to act in accordance with property regulations. The staff member in the dark blue uniform shattered the silence, his cold words betraying an unmistakable glee at her predicament. Acting was a perilous term. Nan Wei narrowed her eyes, fixating on him, her body tense with alarm. This was a dire situation. She needed to lead Knight Geo away swiftly. We do have something, Knight Geo interjected. At this moment, Yi Geo had become considerably more composed. Although he could not directly discern whether the other party was human or something more sinister, Nan Wei's words had already hinted that the property staff was indeed of an eerie nature. Based on the images he had dreamt of, Yi Geo surmised that this staff member held a vital clue. Perhaps another vision could aid them in overcoming their current predicament. Despite the staff member's seemingly ordinary appearance, which struck Yi Geo as profoundly terrifying, he mustered his courage and initiated conversation. We possess the key to our front door, which has tape affixed to it indicating the door number. I inadvertently left it in the car while parking moments ago. A chill of apprehension coursed through Yi Geo. This was his inaugural interaction with the uncanny, and he felt as though he might faint from fear. He fervently hoped his deductions were not flawed. The property staff remained silent, scrutinizing Yi Geo for a considerable time before begrudgingly acknowledging his statement. Indeed, all the keys for the entrance doors in this community are uniformly provided by the property management, identical in design. They can be considered a form of identification. This assertion incited a palpable stir. Nan Wei observed the figures lurking in the shadows, their forms shifting, and one even quietly stamped their foot. All right, let us retrieve the key. Yi Geo gently tugged at Nan Wei's sleeve, retreating cautiously. Nan Wei did not resist, instead maintaining a vigilant demeanor as they slowly backed away from the property staff. Leaning closer to Yi Geo, she whispered with genuine curiosity about how he had come to know this. Naturally, these two methods were beyond Nan Wei's capability. However, who would produce a set of keys and proclaim, "I am the owner, behold, this is the key to my front door"? Momentarily at a loss, Yi Geo found himself unable to articulate an explanation to Nan Wei. Their faces were so close that, under the dim light, Yi Geo could distinctly perceive the fine, soft down on Nan Wei's delicate visage. Heat surged to his face, and his ears and neck felt ablaze. Such intimate proximity contrasted sharply with being carried by Nan Wei, leaving Yi Geo feeling dizzy with shyness. To Nan Wei, it appeared that Yi Geo wished to withhold information, yet felt guilty for not divulging it. Thus his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Very well, Nan Wei sighed, straightening her posture. She was genuinely curious, but since Yi Geo was reluctant to share, she could not press him. If he chose not to speak, then it was not her place to insist. Upon hearing her sigh, Yi Geo's heart tightened. He feared she might be displeased and hurriedly explained, "Actually, I possess a special ability. I merely had a precognitive dream." Nan Wei's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she appraised Yi Geo from head to toe, her gaze infused with excitement and curiosity. "A precognitive dream? Yi Geo, you little enigma. How remarkable that you possess such extraordinary powers." There was no suspicion, nor hesitation. After much internal conflict regarding whether to reveal his secret, Yi Geo had anticipated various potential reactions from Nan Wei. Yet, to his surprise, she accepted his explanation without a trace of doubt. No wonder you seem so fragile. It makes perfect sense that you are a precognitive superhuman." In Nan Wei's eyes sparkled with amusement. She had always been drawn to intriguing things, and the sudden appearance of such an interesting person beside her was indeed delightful. "Sister, I am no longer a child. Yet you protested." His heart heavy with the realization of his own frailty. Hearing such blunt words from someone so close, especially from Nan Wei, made him yearn for an invisibility cloak to conceal himself. With a gentle smile, Nan Wei nodded. Yes, I was mistaken. You will turn 20 the day after tomorrow. No longer a child." In that fleeting moment, Yi Geo realized how foolish he had been to dwell on his own insecurities. His sister had become tainted. Her understanding was incomplete. "Yi Geo, have you truly become such a simpleton?" Having ventured into the contaminated zone twice, he had faced nothing but suspicion and disputes among those he could call allies. Yi Geo lacked the courage to confess his awakened abilities. Had it not been for Nan Wei, who had once saved his life, he might have taken this secret to his grave. His father had always instilled in him the importance of gratitude and reciprocity, which compelled him to be forthcoming with his savior. The 2 months since his father's passing had been a blur. He had struggled to maintain his composure, concealing his turmoil within, and had lost over 20 pounds in that time. His father's demise resulted from being betrayed by a teammate in the contaminated zone, leaving Yi Jiao disillusioned with the very concept of camaraderie. He had anticipated the need to craft elaborate justifications, but to his surprise, none were required. Nan Wei accepted the revelation with a smile and seemed genuinely happy for him. Once again, tears threatened to brim in Yi Jiao's eyes. Silently biting his lip, he made a pivotal decision in his heart. If they could both survive and escape, he would sell the valuable items at home and seek someone to help purify the contamination for his sister. His father had mentioned that the one who had saved him possessed such abilities. After all, he was alone now. Money seemed inconsequential. Once his sister was well, if she deemed him still useful, he would accompany her into the contaminated zones, which would be preferable to facing the same fate as his father. Resolving to suppress his tears, Yi Jiao quickly averted his gaze, unwilling to let his sister witness his vulnerability. He aspired to become someone capable of surviving independently. At the very least, he must not become a burden. Chapter 21. Another casualty. As Yi Jiao wandered through his convoluted thoughts, Nan Wei gently patted him on the shoulder, prompting him to recall something significant. He looked up, his expression earnest as he cautioned, "Sister, please do not disclose my abilities to anyone." "Oh, you enjoy a touch of mystery, do you?" "Quite well. I share that sentiment," Nan Wei replied, nodding in agreement. "Rest assured, I'm not one to gossip indiscriminately." The great chatterbox referred to by Nan Wei is, of course, the life-saving benefactor who disclosed to Yi Jiao details about Nan Wei's age, preferences, catchphrases, and perhaps even more information. Yi Jiao, bewildered, could not comprehend whom Nan Wei was talking about, and, feeling too shy to inquire further, simply nodded foolishly. "By the way, did you notice where that peculiar entity went?" Nan Wei swiftly shifted the topic, leaving Yi Jiao momentarily stunned. After a brief silence, she asked, "Which one? The one from the property management? It should still be around, right?" "Oh, indeed." Nan Wei glanced at the ceiling, suddenly enlightened. "When I was carrying you, your back was facing it, so you probably didn't see it." Yi Jiao was both startled and intrigued. "Did a peculiar entity appear while you were carrying me?" Nan Wei fell silent. That mysterious presence she had initially overlooked, but once she became aware of it, she could distinctly see it along the way until it abruptly vanished. However, from Yi Jiao's account, it seemed he had never noticed its existence at all. So what precisely is this enigmatic entity? Is it merely a figment of my imagination? Or is it something only I can perceive? With such perplexities in mind, Nan Wei posed another question. "When did you realize the road had returned to normal? I noticed you seemed less disoriented afterward." Yi Jiao recalled the moment vividly and replied without hesitation. "Probably when you dropped me on the ground. It hurt quite a bit." Yes, at that moment, the mysterious presence had lost its trace, and Nan Wei's hallucinations dissipated. After much contemplation, these queries remained unanswered. However, Nan Wei was certain that the illusions experienced by both her and Yi Jiao were the work of that mysterious entity. Or perhaps it was the wielder of that power who induced their hallucinations, allowing only Nan Wei to perceive the enigmatic presence. As for the existence of the mysterious entity she witnessed, it remains uncertain. Initially, Nan Wei had not noticed the peculiar presence nearby, and she had experienced a gradual fading of her impression of it. It is possible that Yi Jiao had seen it at some point, only to forget it in the blink of an eye. Such occurrences are not beyond the realm of possibility. Regardless of which of these scenarios holds true, one thing remains certain. It had anticipated Nan Wei's thoughts, patiently waiting within the reflective range of the road mirror. It continued to draw her toward it, maintaining just enough distance to elude capture, yet ensuring she did not lose track of it. All these actions seemed deliberately aimed at guiding them toward the property staff. There lies an exit. What could the entity's intent be? Surely, it cannot be merely to lead me to a dead end, can it? It saved Nan Wei once. Of course, it is also conceivable that its primary aim was not to rescue Nan Wei. Her salvation was merely a collateral outcome. Nonetheless, based on the current outcome, it is evident that Nan Wei has indeed been saved. Moreover, the illusions it conjured did not inflict any substantial harm upon her or Yijio. Rather, it facilitated their discovery of a way out. Yijio remarked that the logic behind the entity's behavior is inherently malevolent. Yet the mysterious actions it undertook appear to be in stark contrast to this notion. The series of unreasonable actions. If one were to claim that there were no ulterior motives at play, it is likely that no one would believe such a statement. Surely, it cannot be that he merely grew bored at home and ventured out to cause mischief among the peculiar. Nan Wei's mind wandered aimlessly, conjuring up a wholly unfounded rationale. With a long sigh, she resolved to set the matter aside for the time being. Pondering the incomprehensible serves no purpose, and such preoccupations are merely a waste of life. At that moment, Yijio had composed himself, gazing at Nan Wei with a serious demeanor. "Sister, on the way here, I think I saw another person who had been burned to death." This revelation was indeed startling. Nan Wei, taken aback, remained silent, her eyes fixed intently on Yijio, awaiting further elaboration. "Just now, when you were carrying me, I sensed that it was not far from here." Under Nan Wei's unwavering gaze, Yijio faltered, his expression shifting from solemnity to embarrassment, his eyes dropping to the ground. "My memory is fairly reliable. I should not have erred." Regarding Yijio's memory, Nan Wei had no reason to doubt, although his observational skills remained questionable. Regrettably, she had been too absorbed in pursuing the mysterious to notice anything else. How can you be certain it was another burn victim? What if it was merely a charred corpse? The deceased was dressed in a suit. Nan Wei regarded Yijio with a sympathetic glance and nodded. "Let us go find it. You must hold on." Unfortunately, it proved true that Yijio could not endure. The good news was that his memory had not failed him. The sorrowful reality was that indeed another life had been lost, also to flames. The repeated confrontation with such gruesome deaths, particularly those of a similar nature, is an immense burden for any psychologically sound individual. The body before them had completely lost its original visage, a thoroughly carbonized form curled upon the ground. Unlike their previous encounter with the body on the beach, a considerable amount of time had lapsed since Yijio first spotted this cadaver. The temperature of the corpse had long ceased to be scorching, leaving only a faint warmth to remind those who discovered it that this was a victim consumed by raging fire. The garments that adorned the body had similarly lost their original appearance, both color and style altered beyond recognition. This individual, like the man from the beach, had perished in flames, yet their clothing had not ignited. Rather, it had been gradually distorted and discolored by the high heat emanating from the body. The charred attire hung loosely upon the desiccated, carbonized corpse, appearing even more oversized than when the wearer was alive. The pointed design was still discernible on the shoulders, clearly indicating that this garment was originally crafted as a suit. It is that man. By the evident characteristics of the clothing, it could be confirmed that this was indeed the male half of the couple. Chapter 22. The missing woman, at least when confronted with the unknown and the fear it instills, he instinctively seeks to protect his beloved. Judging solely by the identity of boyfriend, Nan Wei deemed the man in the suit to be adequate. Approximately 10 meters away from the body of the man in the suit lay a striking red high-heeled shoe on the ground. Nan Wei surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of any obvious disturbances, before abandoning the retching Yijio and making her way toward the shoe. The owner of the heel was nowhere in sight. The shoe lay forlornly beside the tire of a children's toy car, creating a stark contrast against its surroundings. The shoe appeared relatively clean, and as Nan Wei crouched down, delicately pinching the heel, she picked it up. This was a glossy red patent leather high heel, its well-maintained surface reflecting the overhead lights. One side of the shoe bore a conspicuous scrape, and Nan Wei could easily envision the intense circumstances under which it had been flung away by its owner. The acrid scent of charred flesh was nearly unbearable for Yijio. Noticing Nan Wei squatting a short distance away, seemingly in search of something, Yijio clamped his mouth shut and cautiously coughed a couple of times. Once the itch in his throat subsided, he pressed his hand against his stomach and approached her. "Sister, what are you looking for?" Your hair is almost sweeping the ground. Nan Wei was nearly prostrated on the floor, her hair laden with dust, which appeared quite disheveled in Yi Jiao's eyes. However, Nan Wei paid no heed to Yi Jiao, continuing to examine the shoe for a moment longer before standing up and tugging at the ends of her hair with a hint of disdain. Long hair is such a hassle. The hair tie is in the car. Glancing at her empty wrist, Nan Wei felt a wave of discouragement, vigorously shaking off the dust from her hair while muttering softly, "If it weren't for Lu Shi saying my long hair looks good, I wouldn't bother keeping it this long." Upon hearing this, Yi Jiao instinctively replied, "Lu who? Who is that?" The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them, wishing he could slap himself. Such familiarity felt overly presumptuous. He felt close to his sister, but she might not share the same sentiment. What if she found him intrusive and disliked him for it? Panic surged within Yi Jiao as he desperately racked his brain for a way to alleviate his awkwardness, ultimately resorting to pulling out the drawstring from his hoodie and sheepishly offering it to her. "I was just asking, sister. Why not use this to make do?" The drawstring was immediately accepted, and Nan Wei casually twisted her long hair atop her head, securing it firmly with the string. "You've been a great help." She flashed a thumbs up to Yi Jiao, her demeanor carefree, though the hairstyle was a chaotic mess, clearly indicative of someone not proficient in managing long hair. Yi Jiao began to doubt whether the desolate expression he had observed earlier was merely a figment of his imagination. He scratched the back of his head with an awkward grin. "I'm just glad to help you, sister. Lu Shi has been my only friend since childhood, but he's gone missing." Yi Jiao had not anticipated such a situation, and he felt a wave of regret wash over him. Although Nan Wei's tone seemed indifferent, he sensed that she was likely trying to downplay her feelings to spare him any discomfort. Yi Jiao shrank back slightly, cautiously observing Nan Wei. He must be a really good person. He's like a steel rod, freed from the burdens that long hair brought. Nan Wei felt an invigorating lightness envelop her. She crouched down and beckoned to Yi Jiao, urging him to come closer. Upon receiving such a remark, Yi Jiao chose silence. The disappearance of a person is indeed a grave matter. Speaking too much at this juncture could lead to errors, and he silently mused that Lu, whoever that might be, was quite the pedant, obediently settling down. "Look over here from my position. Keep your head low," Nan Wei instructed, gesturing toward a certain direction before vacating her spot. Yi Jiao complied without hesitation. Following her indication, he observed several scattered, incomplete single footprints on the ground, all pointing in the same direction. "Are these the woman's footprints?" Yi Jiao's astonishment exceeded that of Nan Wei, for, based on the orientation of the footprints, the woman had fled precisely in the direction they had approached. Nan Wei nodded. "I believe so. They must have encountered something. The man perished while the woman escaped. She wore high heels but no socks. Her feet must have sweated, causing her shoe to come off, and thus she left her bare footprints. I used to play like this often as a child." The footprints vividly illustrated the woman's trajectory. The corpse of the man in the suit offered little for analysis, and the two pursued the trail of the woman. Along their path, they stumbled upon a broken shoe heel, further corroborating their hypothesis. However, they were now not far from where the property staff were stationed. Bang! Bang! The sound of the pickaxe striking the ground echoed clearly. Nan Wei and Yi Jiao exchanged glances, each finding in the other's eyes the same realization. A piece of good news and a piece of bad news. The good news was that they did not see the deceased woman. The bad news was that they also did not see the living woman. The woman in the pink puffy dress, teetering on a broken high heel, was nowhere to be found. I heard that man say they had known each other for 2 years, and today he had planned to propose to his girlfriend. They were not well off. Even their clothes were rented. Yi Jiao's mood soured. He was unaware of how many had been transported into this contaminated garage area. But with Nan Wei, there were 4 individuals present in this place. Now, 2 were dead and 1 was missing. His naturally pessimistic disposition led him to think the worst in such dire circumstances. "Sister, do you think we will ever get out of here?" Yi Jiao's voice was hoarse and strained, having gagged several times, his throat swollen. Chapter 23. The search for the key. Nan Wei glanced at the troubled Yi Jiao, opting not to engage with his query, but instead posed another. "Yi Jiao, do you think she ran out? Or did she flee to some other place?" Yijio's greatest concern was that the woman had been severely contaminated. The precise timeline for a person transitioning from normalcy to complete contamination is difficult to delineate. Pollution primarily manifests as a psychological assault. Those endowed with robust mental fortitude and willpower are not only less susceptible to such corruption, but, even if tainted, can significantly delay its progression. Historical accounts reveal that the longest anyone has endured without treatment or purification managed to persevere for an extraordinary 6 months. Conversely, some succumb to complete corruption in but a fleeting moment. In truth, whether a woman transforms into something grotesque or escapes, neither scenario represents the gravest outcome. The worst predicament is when a woman suffers severe contamination yet has not fully succumbed. In such instances, she gradually loses her rationality and awareness. Stripped of the protection that rules afford, akin to a wounded individual defenselessly plunging into a cesspool. In confronting those irreversibly tainted, Yijio can still convince himself that they have become aberrations, monsters beyond salvation. However, for those who have not entirely succumbed, the possibility of survival remains. Yijio himself is uncertain whether he possesses the courage to act against those who still embody humanity. Sister Yijio's voice trembles as she articulates her fears. What if she, in her corrupted state, assists the aberrations in slaying us? I fear I may falter. Do not worry, I can act decisively, replied Nan Wei. Yijio paused, slowly turning to her side, where Nan Wei stood with her hands tucked into her pockets. Her hair haphazardly styled atop her head, her calm, unperturbed eyes meeting Yijio's gaze. As she uttered chilling words with a cool demeanor, I lack the ability to restore her. If she intends to kill me, I will not passively await my demise. If necessary, I may have to slay her, even if that person is you. After a prolonged silence, Yijio opened her mouth, a sudden smile of understanding gracing her features. Indeed, this is one of the survival laws in this cruel world. Should I become tainted and fail to receive aid from someone with purification capabilities, the only inevitable outcome of neglect would be transformation into an aberration. Even if one escapes the contaminated zone, destiny remains unchanged, and they may become a significant threat to the safety of unaffected human lives outside the pollution area. In light of this, the Human Self-Rescue Guide offers a recommendation. If individuals severely contaminated face significant cognitive impairment and loss of rationality, unable to perceive or comprehend the rules, those within the same contaminated zone must exercise their judgment. If conditions for treatment exist, they should promptly remove the afflicted individual from the polluted area and initiate immediate isolation and care. If treatment is not feasible, the guide suggests, on the basis of self-preservation, to eliminate the individual. To slay such a person is a cold, ruthless yet profoundly necessary recommendation. It serves to preempt their transformation into a being that preys upon humanity, weakening the forces of aberration while safeguarding others within the contaminated zone and those who may enter it subsequently. Indeed, regardless of who it is, such actions must be taken. Having contemplated these truths, Yijio gazed into Nan Wei's eyes, a bittersweet smile emerging. Sister, am I too cowardly? I wish I could possess the inner strength you embody. Me? I do not possess an inner strength. I merely have a mind that diverges from a norm. Initially, Nan Wei contemplated expressing this, but reconsidered, fearing that such a revelation might terrify Yejin, and thus refrained from elaborating. Instead, she posed a question she had intended to ask earlier, but had forgotten. How does one eliminate an anomaly? The blackened figure had suffered fractures and dismemberment, yet managed to regenerate limbs in mere moments. Given Yejin's self-awareness, he had never contemplated the notion of exterminating an anomaly. Merely adhering to the rules and escaping would be fortunate enough. Lower-tier anomalies, particularly those that have been corrupted from humanity, can be eradicated by thoroughly destroying their core or by having someone with purification abilities cleanse them. This core typically resides in the brainstem or heart. For higher-tier anomalies, aside from purification, the use of anomalous artifacts is necessary. Addressing the pollution within a contaminated area poses an immense challenge, which we shall not dwell upon for now. Upon hearing the need to utterly destroy the core, Nan Wei examined her fists and nodded repeatedly. Although I may not be able to break through walls, defeating an anomaly should pose no issue. This implies that if I can shatter the anomaly's head and heart, how does one discern whether an anomaly is low tier or high tier? Were these anomalous artifacts? Yejin felt slightly dizzy from the multitude of inquiries and could only simplify the information as best as possible. Determining this is rather intricate. However, generally speaking, if the physical form is easily destructible, it is likely a low-tier anomaly. As for anomalous artifacts, these are items obtained from the contaminated area that can be taken outside or remnants left behind after the pollution has been resolved. Some anomalous artifacts possess the capability to eliminate anomalies, as stated in the Self-Preservation Guide. Does this imply that to assess whether this anomaly is high or low tier, one must first strike it a test? Upon hearing this, Nan Wei felt a mix of distress followed by excitement. Furthermore, since you mentioned that anomalous artifacts can vanquish anomalies, could it be conceivable to let one anomaly eliminate another, if possible? With her startling query, Nan Wei jolted Yejin from his melancholic reverie. Anomalies are a collective, and they do not heed human commands. Self-destruction among them seems implausible, does it not? Before Yejin could ponder further, Nan Wei suddenly tapped him. Let's not dwell on such complexities. Let us search for the key to our home instead. While she suggested looking for the key, the question remained, where should they seek it? Did you not mention that the key was left in the car? Then let us search the vehicle. Such a conundrum posed no challenge to Nan Wei. When devoid of ideas, she simply adopts the thought processes of others. She considers her willingness to heed others' opinions as one of her virtues. Huh? Yejin was taken aback. What I just said was merely a strategy to deal with that anomaly. I did not even possess a car. Where would I find a key left in a vehicle? His earlier response to the property staff had merely been a logical retort based on common sense. The anomaly was driven by certain motives to harm humanity. It was not a fool devoid of intellect, especially after humanity has been tainted and transformed into something bizarre. The fundamental logic of behavior inherited from their human past becomes crucial. The notion that the car keys were left within the vehicle is quite astute. Let us proceed to the car and see if we can locate it. Nan Wei retrieved the found car keys and handed them to Yijio. Chapter 24. Encountering the 5 oddities, this is what I picked up, Nan Wei remarked. The reason she sought to find this particular vehicle was that the keys had been discarded by the very self that was pursuing her. Everything related to that self had vanished, leaving only these car keys behind. The mysterious and uncanny elements manifested alongside her pursuer, and now they reappeared within this garage. Thus, Nan Wei believed that this key was indirectly connected to the garage. Perhaps discovering this vehicle would yield some unique clues. Yijio meticulously noted the brand and appearance of the car keys before returning them to Nan Wei. The act of killing one's own kind is, relatively speaking, a rare occurrence. To deliberately slay one's peers for personal gain, in Nan Wei's perspective, is far more beastly than the wolves deemed as savage beasts. Even more so than she, a child raised by wolves with a mind that strays from humanity. Were Lu sure to hear such words, he would undoubtedly be incensed for a month. The mere thought of her justice-driven friend's reaction brought a fleeting smile to Nan Wei's face, which soon faded into worry as she silently lamented, Lu Sure, where have you vanished to? All of you, young and old, are making my life so troublesome. Yijio did not catch Nan Wei's murmurs. He had almost forgotten that she possessed another set of car keys, and now, with a feasible plan in mind, he appeared quite enthusiastic. Sister, let's go find the keys. I have dreamed of that key's appearance. It might just be on this car. With a clear objective, the two immediately set forth. However, locating the corresponding vehicle among the hundreds of children's cars in the expansive garage was no simple task. The duo proceeded cautiously, adhering to the rules while meticulously comparing each passing children's vehicle. To enhance their efficiency, they split up in well-lit areas while in darker spots. They had no choice but to stick together, relying on their phones for illumination in particularly dim corners. In truth, Nan Wei did not require exceptional lighting to discern objects in shadowy areas. However, to avoid violating the rules, sufficient brightness was essential. Time slipped away unnoticed. Nan Wei's phone was quite outdated, and the battery gauge dwindled rapidly. As the clock struck 5:17 in the morning, the battery was depleted. At the moment her phone dimmed, she suddenly recalled someone she had forgotten. Yijio, where do you think Zhang Bo and the others have gone? In the dimness, several children's cars held no keys matching their search. The brands of the vehicles did not correspond with the keys either. These were the last few cars in the vicinity. Nan Wei glanced at Yijio, who at that moment had taken out his phone and activated the flashlight mode, casting a mottled and eerie light upon his face. Zhongbo. The two stood side by side, and Yijio looked at Nan Wei. They confirmed the direction they were to proceed, and as they walked, Nan Wei elaborated. From the very beginning, when you found me, that peculiar entity tried to lead me away, claiming to be Zhang Bo, yet also referred to itself as Li Shan. How bizarre. Since then, numerous terrifying incidents have unfolded, to the point where Yi Jiu nearly forgot about the two monsters pursuing them initially. He regarded Nan Wei with surprise. Indeed, those two oddities were following us. Why have they not appeared at all during this time? Nan Wei, too, was perplexed. Even though this garage was vast, they had been wandering for quite a while, encountering not only the bodies of the beach man and the suit man, but also discovering potential exits. In all this time, they had yet to see Zhang Bo or the dark figure chasing Yijio again. Surely, they could not have gotten lost. Reflecting on Zhang Bo's earlier inquiry about whether she was lost, Nan Wei muttered. Yijio dismissed Nan Wei's speculation. That certainly would not be the case. This is their territory, after all. Who would get lost in their own home? Could I directly ask if they are oddities rather than guessing in circles? That would be much less troublesome. Such a question should never be posed. Yijio nearly cried out in alarm, hastily waving his hands. Oddity is merely our term for those monsters. If you ask that, what if something goes awry? Sister, please do not act recklessly. Very well, Nan Wei nodded, murmuring softly, perhaps I shall find an opportunity to try it. If fainting were permissible, Yijio would have wished to do just that. Nan Wei's words implied she would seek answers, perhaps even confront the oddities directly. She was so unlike her former self, stripped of the previous aura of menace, resembling a child of merely 10 years. It seemed she had regressed due to some form of contamination. Yijio firmly believed this. As he pondered how to dissuade Nan Wei from such thoughts, he was suddenly tugged back by her grip on his clothing. Do not move. Upon hearing Nan Wei's low warning, Yijio instantly grew tense, following her gaze. This time, there was no need to draw nearer. He could see clearly. At the closest corner, approximately at waist height, several heads protruded, aligned along the wall, unabashedly staring at them. With graying hair, wrinkled faces, unnaturally pale complexions, and deeply sunken eye sockets and cheeks, the vacant, murky gazes belonged to several elderly faces. Such visages were not unfamiliar to Yijio. He had recently encountered one, the emaciated old man, who, despite his frailty, had shown remarkable stamina when chasing him after being struck by Nan Wei. Several heads lay neatly in a row, their angles almost identical, nearly parallel to the ground. It was as if an invisible table hovered in the air, displaying these heads as mere ornaments. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Night Ju silently counted in despair, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Speak of the devil, and there they are. Are they all surnamed Chow? Ahead, an eerie presence lurked, and the count was 5. In this moment, Night Geo felt immense relief that he was not alone. Had he encountered such a situation by himself, he would likely have collapsed at first sight. Upon reflection, even if he had been with others, his own condition might not have fared much better. Nan Wei stood beside him, providing great comfort. His sister ran swiftly. Night Geo pondered Nan Wei's pace while carrying him. After being carried 3 times, Night Geo had entirely embraced the role of a mere accessory, feeling no sense of discomfort. To cling to someone else's leg, one must accept the implications of doing so, though he still experienced a twinge of shyness. Nan Wei stood motionless, vigilantly watching the 5 heads. The proximity was so close that if they were alive, Nan Wei would surely have sensed their presence. Yet, these apparitions were silent. Had he not witnessed their heads protruding, he would likely have overlooked their existence. Night Geo quietly stepped back 2 paces, hiding behind Nan Wei. His gaze fixed intently on the back of his head, ready to flee at a moment's notice. A minute later, Night Jiu truly wanted to run away. In his view, such an action would amount to delivering oneself into the jaws of danger. For a brief moment, he found it difficult to comprehend Nan Wei's intentions. Stammering with a quivering voice, "W.Y.?" Nan Wei turned his head, continuing to observe the other side, his voice tinged with eagerness. "Are you afraid?" "Yes," Night Jiu replied, feeling quite pitiful. There was no shame in admitting fear in front of his sister. They were but too vulnerable and weak. He hoped his sister would reconsider any impulse to approach, given his trepidation. Night Jiu felt on the verge of tears. "Sister, don't leave me alone." While the two engaged in their hushed conversation, the 5 heads across from them remained utterly still. They had revealed themselves, yet made no move forward. Didn't that pique your curiosity? Nan Wei turned around, observing the trembling Night Jiu, and sighed softly. Being afraid won't solve anything. Besides, we shouldn't be violating any rules right now, should we? Fear had clouded Night Jiu's capacity for thought. With Nan Wei's reminder, he felt slightly less tense. He cautiously glanced at the 5 heads by the wall. Indeed, they had committed no apparent violations. These eerie entities could not directly attack them without transgressing the rules. The previous exit was guarded by numerous apparitions, indicating it was a significant location. And now, 5 had appeared here. Perhaps this was an important place. Nan Wei shared his deduction and then beckoned to Night Jiu. "Let us inspect this area first. We'll take a look at that later." As Jiu gazed intently at the 5 heads, fear gripped him, apprehensive that they might suddenly lunge forward. Fortunately, they remained stationary, as if they were an integral part of the wall itself. The two of them surveyed the collection of children's toy cars, delighting in the discovery of one that bore the same brand. Alas, the keys were mismatched, and no further discoveries were made. Jiu felt a wave of frustration. Had he found the key here, he might have avoided confronting those 5 peculiar entities. Nan Wei gestured towards the 5 heads, urging, "Let us go take a closer look." She was convinced that those heads were not mere decorations. With a shift in their positions, the eyes of the 5 heads seemed to follow their movements, an unsettling phenomenon that heightened Jiu's trepidation. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage. "All right, I'll heed your advice. It's a risk either way." "Not so," Nan Wei replied. "If you hesitate, one strike may not suffice." Without waiting for Jiu, she boldly advanced towards the 5 heads. Unbeknownst to her, her remark about the inadequacy of a single strike had significantly diminished Jiu's already fragile resolve. At a distance of 10 meters, all was still. At 5 meters, Nan Wei observed one head silently moving its mouth. This was a stark contrast to the earlier approach of Zhang Bo. And now, with a timid Jiu at her side, the atmosphere turned tense. Nan Wei did not dare blink, her gaze fixated on the 5 heads, wary of any sudden movements. Jiu, trembling with fear, shadowed her closely, glancing nervously to either side. As his eyes swept over a certain direction, he sensed a distortion, akin to heat waves in the air, which vanished upon closer inspection. "Please don't scare me. Don't let anything jump out." Jiu trailed behind Nan Wei like a shadow, his heart racing. Suddenly, Nan Wei halted, leaving Jiu unable to react in time, crashing into her back. In that instant, the previously felt sense of dread surged back, overwhelming him. His heart raced, and he struggled to breathe. Just as he opened his mouth to scream, he heard Nan Wei exclaim, turning to face him. A faint light emanated from her collar, washing away his anxiety like a receding tide. And Jiu felt as though he had been revived. Uncle's teeth are impressively sharp. He marveled internally, grateful for Nan Wei's timely intervention. Nan Wei turned slightly to keep her gaze on the 5 heads while also observing something behind Jiu. Her piercing gaze lingered momentarily on the spot where Jiu had sensed the distortion. It felt eerily familiar. This unsettling low-pressure sensation was not new to her. She had experienced it during her earlier visions and encounters with the mysterious. Such pressure was unique, perhaps only found in the enigmatic beings she had encountered. It was distinctly special. Zhang Bo and the like pale in comparison before it. The wolf tooth pendant crafted from the teeth and tail fur of a wolf serves a protective purpose against evil spirits, a fact that my adoptive parents verified years ago. proving its efficacy time and again. However, it seems that the pendant can only alleviate the discomfort experienced by Yi Jiao and does not dispel the illusions they encounter. Nan Wei has also observed that the pendant appears ineffective against the oppressive atmosphere. If it truly possessed power, then at least the wearer, Nan Wei himself, should not fall prey to its effects, suddenly appearing and just as swiftly vanishing. What is the purpose of this mysterious and enigmatic presence? Chapter 26. The peculiarity of sharing a body. Nan Wei stood to the side for a considerable time, gleaning nothing of substance. Noticing Yi Jiao's visibly distressed expression, he casually inquired, "Are you all right?" Yi Jiao nodded gratefully, then shook his head, insisting, "I'm fine, really." "Sister, why aren't you leaving?" A glance towards the 5 heads caught his attention, prompting Nan Wei to subtly gesture for Yi Jiao to listen. They seemed to be conversing. If 5 individuals spoke to you simultaneously, it would likely be overwhelming. Yet, confronted with 5 aged, withered faces silently moving their lips mere inches away, what would one feel? Gazing at these uncanny beings, which bore a resemblance to humans yet behaved in an unfathomable manner, Yi Jiao felt an icy dread enveloping him, as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss. Coldness, rigidity, fear, and strangeness. Despite being 4 or 5 meters away from the 5 heads with old faces, they appeared alarmingly close in Yi Jiao's perception. Their murky, lifeless eyes fixated on him as their wrinkled lips moved erratically, though their words eluded comprehension. What were they saying? He strained to hear, inching closer, compelled by a force he could not resist, his gaze becoming vacant, mirroring the expressions of the 5 faces. Closer, ever closer. He discerned that one face was missing an eye, the hollow socket transformed into a dark abyss. A void so deep it seemed to draw him in with an insatiable pull. Yi Jiao felt an instinctive urge to retreat, yet his legs refused to obey. He attempted to cry out to Nan Wei for aid, but his mouth felt as if it had vanished entirely. He sensed he was on the verge of being engulfed by that black void. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him as a shadow loomed before him, severing the connection to that overpowering force, freeing Yi Jiao in an instant. "Sister." As clarity returned to his eyes, Yi Jiao recognized the figure who had shielded him. Nan Wei had presumed that Yi Jiao's fears were mere words, believing he would not actually approach, but the reality was quite different. Just moments ago, Yi Jiao had appeared as though entranced. While gazing at the 5 heads, she had noticed nothing amiss, which had led her to allow Yi Jiao to draw near. Unaware of the peril that awaited him, sweat drenched Yi Jiao's forehead and temples, trickling down his jawline and into his collar. Observing his pallid complexion and the sheen of cold sweat, Nan Wei felt a pang of remorse. "I'm sorry, are you all right?" "Sister, I assure you, I am perfectly fine." Yet, under the weight of the night, I struggled to articulate my thoughts. He recognized that this predicament was not solely the fault of Nan Wei. If one were to assign blame, the fundamental issue resided within himself. It was his own frailty that rendered him so easily ensnared. Standing at the same distance, Nan Wei exhibited no signs of distress. "Stop looking and turn around to keep an eye on what is behind us." There was no room for refusal as Nan Wei gripped Yi Jiao's arms, pivoting him a full 180 degrees. Facing away from the 5 heads would surely alleviate some of the tension. With his back turned to Nan Wei, Yi Jiao raised his arm to wipe away the beads of sweat, filled with gratitude and shame. "Oh, Yi Jiao, how weak you are. When will you cease to be a burden?" In stark contrast to Yi Jiao, who was engulfed in a tumult of thoughts, Nan Wei was not inherently an emotional person. Furthermore, given the bizarre circumstances they faced, it was hardly the moment for sentimentality. Nan Wei had steeled his resolve, his gaze fixed intently on the 5 heads. Nothing seemed amiss. Even upon further observation, there was no irregularity to be found. Yi Jiao had previously confronted the uncanny. He had encountered the charcoal figure and the property staff up close, even engaging in conversation without incident. Nan Wei was perplexed. These entities appeared no more formidable than Zhang. Was it merely their numbers that posed a threat, or were they of a different ilk? Silent yet menacing? What of Zhang? Was he the type to lure with conversation? Those who act without thought are brutes. Those who think but do not act might be commanders, or perhaps procrastinators. Nan Wei was no procrastinator. She was a decisive agent, though her mind was clouded with uncertainty. She chose to act first. In moments of indecision, she relied on action. Suddenly, she took 2 steps forward, sidestepped, and in an instant, she had maneuvered to the other side of the wall. The scene beyond lay bare before her. Goodness, how could you all be so close together, all piled up? It turns out there is but one body, Nan Wei exclaimed, her voice hushed, though the sight did not frighten her. After all, she had encountered several gruesome heads before. She had never seen multiple heads, not only moving their eyes but also their mouths, sharing a single body. She found it astonishing and offered a subtle nod of respect. Nan Wei was unafraid, yet some were. Upon hearing Nan Wei's startled cry, Yi Jiu pondered its content and nearly fainted on the spot. Merely witnessing such heads had nearly overwhelmed him. Now, turning his back to Nan Wei, he could not help but imagine those heads squished together on a single body, invoking his fear of clusters. "Sister, how many legs does it have?" Ye you stummed it, inquiring about a matter that deeply concerned him. That's a relief. That's a relief, he murmured to himself. Having previously been pursued by the charcoal figure, he felt somewhat reassured. If they all possessed 2 legs, he might still attempt an escape. 5 heads, 9 eyes. In an apparent effort to maintain equilibrium, the shared body of the peculiar entity pressed itself against the wall with great determination. This wall appeared starkly different from the others within the garage. Its surface was almost entirely charred, displaying faint, barely discernible lines of soot. In certain areas, the materials comprising the wall had crumbled, revealing severely deformed steel reinforcements beneath. Nan Wei slightly turned her body, and with her movement, the 5 heads simultaneously tilted upwards, 9 gazes following her form as it slowly shifted, their mouths still opening and closing in a disordered manner, peering along the length of the wall, until the extent of Nan Wei's vision was reached. A disheartening panorama of charred remnants and decay unfolded. The sooty wall, the damaged structure, and the collapsed pillars all silently narrated the tale of a significant fire disaster that had transpired here. An oppressive silence enveloped the space. After a prolonged period of stillness from Nan Wei behind him, Yi Jiu grew increasingly anxious, oblivious to the happenings in his rear, which stirred a profound unease within him. Just a glance, a mere glance will suffice. If I avoid looking into their eyes, I should be safe, he silently strategized. Clenching his fists and widening his eyes, he abruptly turned around, only to find Nan Wei inexplicably positioned beside the strange entity with multiple heads, her nose nearly touching the forehead of the uppermost head. Hiss! Yi Jiu gritted his teeth, inhaling sharply. He dared not shout, fearing the disturbance might unsettle the bizarre being. At that moment, after a prolonged gaze at the entity's lips, Nan Wei finally discerned the words it yearned to express. Chapter 27. An Uncommon Realm. After a brief interlude, Yi Jiu stood beside Nan Wei, a bitter smile gracing his features. He turned his face away, unwilling to behold the grotesque creature with 5 heads, apprehensive of succumbing to its allure once more. It must be so, he mused. Nan Wei smirked, nudging Yi Jiu's back with her elbow. Could you please let go? I feel as if I might suffocate. Startled by her words, Yi Jiu released his grip on the fabric at the back of Nan Wei's shirt, as if scalded. Initially, he had assumed that she, like him, had been ensnared by the multi-headed entity, and in a moment of panic, he had rushed forward to seize her clothing and pull her backward with great force, nearly toppling her over. Are you intentionally seeking vengeance against me? An eye for an eye? Nan Wei rubbed her neck where the collar had left a mark, casting several scrutinizing glances at Yi Jiu. Earlier, she had tugged on his clothing multiple times, deeply suspecting that he had aimed to endanger her life from the outset. Unfortunately, Yi Jiu, in his attempt to evade the entity's gaze, had not once glanced in her direction, completely oblivious to the intensity of her scrutiny. How could that be? I am innocent. Yi Jiu, too frightened to turn his head, pitifully defended himself. Naturally, Nan Wei could not genuinely believe he was there to harm her. Upon hearing her words, Yi Jiu hastily stepped aside, repeatedly dismissing the idea. No. If it is what you say, then I shall believe it. The peculiar creature, adorned with 5 heads, clung to the wall, motionless like a gecko. Nan Wei scrutinized it from one head to the other, ultimately abandoning the notion of dislodging it from its perch. Is its core the brainstem or the heart? If it is the brainstem, then it must possess 5 cores, right? I am unsure. Perhaps the heart is included as well. I sense this fellow appears rather feeble. Weak indeed. It neither runs nor jumps, merely clinging to the wall like a gecko, emitting only faint sounds. How can it not be considered weak? Yet, it has captivated my interest, dear sister. Perhaps you are the weaker one in comparison. Very well. I cannot shatter all 5 heads and the heart at once. Could you lend a hand? No, I cannot undertake such a task, and it currently poses no threat to us. As long as we remain within the bounds of propriety, there is no cause for alarm. Did you not say it was weak? Why not just leave it be? If we were to shatter one head, the others might become incensed, and that would be disastrous. Inwardly troubled, Yi Jiu found himself at a loss for words. However, Nan Wei's diversion had surprisingly alleviated much of the fear he had harbored towards the multi-headed aberration. According to the Self-Rescue Manual, the formation of most known contaminated zones is intrinsically linked to human desires and obsessions. Within these zones, one may encounter bizarre phenomena. If one can assist a manifestation in fulfilling its wishes or resolving its obsessions, there's a possibility of acquiring items it possesses. Should it happen to be the core anomaly responsible for the formation of the contaminated zone, one might even resolve the contamination at its source. Upon hearing this, Nan Wei stroked her chin thoughtfully. Does that not resemble a quest issued in a game? If given the opportunity, I would be quite eager to try it out. Yi Jiu furrowed his brow, feeling that Nan Wei's demeanor exuded an unsettling indifference towards matters of life and death. One might say so, yet to engage recklessly with anomalies could lead to dire consequences. It is best to minimize contact. Sister, you must take this seriously. It is the survival of the fittest. A principle of evolution I have studied. It is either it perishes or I endure. I shall strive to dismantle these anomalies. Yi Jiu wished to facepalm. The conversation felt utterly disjointed, and he sensed he was being led astray by Nan Wei. No, once we are outside, I must swiftly seek assistance to purify my sister. Noticing the multi-headed creature remained utterly motionless, Nan Wei relinquished her curiosity about it. Their foremost objective now was to locate the key to the entrance door, ideally finding the corresponding key for her child's toy car as well. She patted Yi Jiu on the shoulder, gesturing towards the chart area. Let's venture inside and take a look. Nan Wei and Yi Jiu walked side by side through the area, reminiscent of a fire-damaged site. The sooty walls cast a dim and oppressive atmosphere over the surroundings. Concerned for Yi Jiu's safety, they decided against splitting up and opted to remain together. Scattered upon the ground were various fallen construction materials, haphazardly strewn about, making it quite difficult to find a place to step. In stark contrast, the pipes and light fixtures on the ceiling bore no signs of fire damage, and the toy cars resting on the ground appeared entirely unscathed. Including the bodies of the man on the beach and the man in the suit, only the human remains were charred, while their clothing remained unscathed. The nearby children's car bore only minor scratches typical of normal use. Nan Wei bent down to examine it closely, noting that not even a speck of fallen building material was present inside. This peculiar circumstance extended to the surrounding vehicles as well. This enigma surpassed Yi Jiu's understanding. He pondered whether, in a contaminated zone, aside from rules manifesting in rational forms, other phenomena might exist unreasonably. After inspecting the children's car and finding nothing of significance, Nan Wei stood upright, questioning the nature of rationality. He drew a comparison to their current setting in the garage, where rules were presented in the form of notices. Yi Jiu contemplated further, providing a more straightforward illustration. For instance, if one were an ancient individual, rules would not be conveyed through a medium, such as a computer. But what if I were illiterate? Nan Wei inquired. Perhaps through audio recordings, Yi Jiu swiftly replied. And what if I were both deaf and blind, yet also unable to read Braille? Nan Wei continued, posing another question as they walked. Yi Jiu found himself at a loss, scratching his head in frustration, troubled by the possibility he had not previously considered. I do not know. I believe both rules and the contaminated zone are inherently unreasonable, Nan Wei remarked, halting beside an unexamined children's car. Chapter 28. The futile revelation. Yi Jiu had also contemplated this dilemma. Had he been born into a world already tainted and bizarre, he might have accepted it as the natural order. However, these anomalies had only emerged when he was nearly 10 years old, until 5 years prior. They had not significantly impacted human life. After experiencing those simple, peaceful days, no one would instinctively regard the contaminated zone and the bizarre as given, rules included. Yet, over time, Yi Jiu had unknowingly overlooked this truth. The world ought not to be this way. As this realization struck him, he suddenly became aware of a cold sweat trickling down his brow. His damp clothing clung to his skin, sticky and heavy, yet tinged with a chill. He heard Nan Wei calling out to him. Yi Jiu, come quickly, there are several here. Nan Wei's discovery interrupted Yi Jiu's train of thought. He understood that such musings were of no aid in their escape from the contaminated zone, so he promptly set aside these unnecessary reflections and hurried to Nan Wei's side. After their arduous efforts to locate a single children's car of the same brand, it was rather ironic to now find 4 of them in the same location. These 4 vehicles stood side by side, an impressive sight. Each car was brand new, identical in model, the only variance being their colors. This occurrence was indeed unique among the hundreds of children's cars they had previously examined. They also uncovered a particularly noteworthy detail. On the steering wheels of 4 cars, each adorned with ribbons of the same hue, a sticker is affixed to the dashboard, proudly proclaiming Hao's exclusive ride, indicating that these 4 children's cars were gifts for a child named Hao. 2 individuals stand beside the vehicles, and Nan Wei offers his perspective. Hao seems to possess a penchant for collecting. Perhaps not. As Yi Jiu gazes at Hao's exclusive ride, he is transported back to his own childhood. He recalls being timid and apprehensive, even in the presence of his doting father, who never chastised him nor insisted on his courage. At the age of 8, when a neighbor's older brother deliberately broke his toy car, Yi Jiu, in a fit of anger, pushed the boy, only to be met with a beating. He dared not speak of it, but his father noticed the bruises on him, confronted the neighbor, and then took him to the toy store to purchase a new car. Faced with a myriad of dazzling toy cars, he hesitated for a long while, ultimately choosing the most inexpensive and inconspicuous one. The next day, however, he was met with a delightful surprise. 2 spectacular toy cars. Ones he had lingered over in the store but had deemed too expensive to mention to his father. If you like something, just tell Dad. As long as it's within reason and I can manage it, I will fulfill your request, his father had said. As he matured, Yi Jiu ceased to play with such childish toys. Yet those 3 toy cars remained cherished among his possessions, a testament to his father's love. Perhaps the one gifting Hao is simply someone who adores him dearly. A wave of emotion washed over Yi Jiu, causing his nose to tingle. Observing the 4 differently colored cars, Nan Wei felt a nostalgic pang, reminiscent of her grandmother's wardrobe. The cars were indeed splendid. Regrettably, a cursory glance revealed none contained the key to their home. After thoroughly inspecting the surroundings of the vehicles without success, Nan Wei did not appear disheartened. She retrieved the car key she had found and tested it on each vehicle, but it did not belong to any of them. Yi Jiu, however, was less composed. After searching for the home key for so long without a trace, encountering 4 cars that bore no match for Nan Wei's key left him feeling utterly disheartened. Still nothing? Perhaps the key isn't in the cars at all. It may not exist. Dear sister, I am an ability user, not a superhuman, Yi Jiu quietly corrected himself. Truth be told, he regretted mentioning it before he was certain of his status as an ability user. Just because he had dreamt of a few ambiguous images did not warrant his excitement in claiming such an identity. It's all right, whether you're an ability user or not. Have confidence in yourself. Look at me. I am confident in my physical abilities, Nan Wei encouraged, waving her fist in support. Having failed to find any useful clues, they resolved to continue their search. This area appeared markedly unusual compared to the places they had previously traversed. The places they traversed earlier bore a striking resemblance to a typical underground parking structure. Yet, the uniqueness of this area extended far beyond the soot-stained walls. Continuing along the scarcely navigable path, one could discern several iron doors, each approximately a meter in width, set against the darkened walls. The distance between each door was roughly 2 meters. Scattered haphazardly along the walls were numerous commonplace water pipes, all, without exception, charred and blackened. From the point where the iron doors began to appear, no children's cars were parked on the surface anymore. Instead, a multitude of burned construction materials littered the ground, interspersed with shards of glass and ceramics. The ceiling exhibited signs of peeling in many areas, revealing twisted rebar beneath. Only a few dim lights flickered precariously from the ceiling, casting an indistinct glow. While the previous path was not exactly a labyrinth, it had never before reached an endpoint. However, for the first time, they encountered a terminus ahead. Iron doors lined both sides and the end wall. Nan Wei counted meticulously. There were 30 iron doors distributed across 3 walls. This indicated that this desolate and dilapidated area spanned at least 700 to 800 square meters, roughly equivalent to 2 standard basketball courts. Nan Wei and Yi Jiu had long since halted their advance, standing beside the last row of children's cars. Beyond lay a region resembling a wasteland. Chapter 29, The Eerie Guidance Sister. Should we continue to look over there? The lighting is poor. Yi Jiu's voice lowered involuntarily as he observed Nan Wei. The sight, reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic scene, evoked the chilling settings often depicted in horror films, and he feared that approaching it might provoke some unspeakable horror. Nan Wei, too, found herself in a quandary. Her curiosity clamored fervently within her. It felt rather unreasonable to encounter such an abnormality and not investigate further. They lingered only because the sound of their footsteps upon the debris was exceedingly loud, especially in such an expansive area. Faced with this environment, Nan Wei could no longer carry Yi Jiu. Doing so would only amplify the noise beneath their feet. Her otherwise remarkable stamina seemed futile in this instance. Alone, she would have disregarded the notion of danger, but with Yi Jiu present, she could not risk leaving him behind in this precarious situation. Yi Jiu, don't rush me. Let me think for a moment. Nan Wei focused intently on the treacherous ground, her brows knitting together in frustration as her proactive nature was hindered. Fortunately, a clever idea soon emerged. What if we take off our shoes? Wearing just socks will significantly reduce the noise. Indeed, walking in socks could considerably lessen the sound. Yet stepping directly onto the mixture of glass and ceramics posed the risk of injury. This time, Yi Jiu refrained from voicing any objections. It was not that he wished to oppose her. Rather, there were matters of greater urgency unfolding than Nan Wei's desire to remove her shoes and tread upon the glass. Sister, look behind you. Yi Jiu's voice was low and urgent, his anxiety evident as he pointed toward the direction from which they had come. At that moment, he stood face to face with Nan Wei, who was oblivious to a peculiar situation unfolding behind him. Yi Jiu stanse demianor sepulch volumis. Temporarily setting aside the idea of removing his shoes, Nan Wei quietly and swiftly turned around. In truth, the situation was not frightening at all, at least not from Nan Wei's perspective. The bizarre, multi-headed entity that had inexplicably followed them was clinging to a pillar, suspended in midair. Its 5 heads were uniformly oriented toward Nan Wei and Yi Jiu, rhythmically nodding in unison. How had it arrived here? Surely it hadn't climbed like a gecko? The very thought of this strange creature scaling the wall sent a chill down Yi Jiu's spine. Meanwhile, Nan Wei pondered. Was this some form of performance art? Did nodding enhance its attack potential? The multi-headed entity hung in the air for what felt like an eternity. And after observing Yi Jiu for a moment, seeing no signs of distress, Nan Wei inquired, "Are you all right?" Yi Jiu's expression was somewhat tense, yet he appeared to be in good spirits. "No problem. I didn't look into its eyes." The astute, almost 20-year-old Yi Jiu had discovered a clever tactic to deal with the creature. Simply avoid looking at it. While Yi Jiu could avert his gaze, Nan Wei felt compelled to ascertain the creature's intentions. Upon closer inspection, it seemed there was indeed something noteworthy. Perhaps growing impatient after hanging in the air for so long while incessantly nodding its 5 heads, the entity began to slide down the pillar, still clinging tightly with its limbs. As its feet touched the ground, it maintained its grip on the pillar. Gradually, it loosened one hand, causing the pressure on the remaining 3 limbs to increase, and the creature's body leaned backward slightly. The freed hand slowly rose, then lifted higher, performing a gesture that was unmistakably clear. Was it waving at us? Nan Wei was taken aback. then extended her hand, mimicking the gesture. With this hand movement, she finally understood the creature's earlier nodding. It was using its heads to beckon them closer. Knowing that Yi Jiao had not looked in the direction of the multi-headed entity, Nan Wei waved her hand in front of his eyes. It's signaling for us to approach. We aren't violating any rules, so it can't act recklessly. Let's go see what it wants. All right, Yi Jiao replied without hesitation, convinced that as long as he didn't make direct eye contact with the creature, he would be safe. With Nan Wei leading the way and Yi Jiao following closely, his gaze fixed on her back, they moved toward the bizarre entity. It struggled to lift its 5 heads, seeming to orient itself momentarily before slowly inching forward like a snail. So that was how it had come here. Nan Wei felt a sudden urge to approach the multi-headed entity and inquire if it was in pain. She was uncertain of its pain, yet she was acutely aware that traversing in such a manner must be a most unpleasant experience. Just moments ago, Yi Jiao had been intrigued by the peculiar movement of the multi-headed creature, and with Nan Wei's words, his curiosity intensified. However, he dared not look directly, instead asking timidly, "How does it walk, sister? I want to know." Nan Wei chuckled softly, encouraging him to observe for himself. The answer lay before their eyes, yet it was elusive, and the burning curiosity gnawed at Yi Jiao's heart. "Sister, you are so mischievous." The multi-headed entity crawled laboriously, and the mischievous Nan Wei, along with the aggrieved Yi Jiao, trailed behind slowly. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Yi Jiao, though terrified, felt emboldened by Nan Wei's presence, granting him a modicum of courage. He swiftly darted from behind Nan Wei. So this is how it walks. Observing all 5 heads of the creature facing forward, Yi Jiao's courage surged. Hee. Nan Wei chuckled dryly, knowing that if there were genuine danger, she would never allow Yi Jiao to witness it. Yi Jiao simply needed to cultivate his bravery further. The multi-headed being crawled with great difficulty, eventually pausing beside a pillar, slowly rising upright, its arms encircling the column as it began to wriggle upward. In a narrow space, ensconced between a wall and several vehicles, lay a children's toy car, its body marred by numerous scratches. To call them mere scratches may be misleading. They were, in fact, words deliberately etched with a sharp object. Tag along, crybaby, clown, go die. The once pristine surface, now a canvas of deep, malicious inscriptions, bore testament to cruelty. Chapter 30. What does the multi-headed creature intend? Unpleasant memories suddenly resurfaced in Nan Wei's mind. Super strong girl, illiterate, unwanted, wild child. Her story of being rescued as a wolf child had made the news, although her adoptive parents had explicitly instructed the exploration team to keep the matter discreet. Human nature is not so easily fathomed. It was rumored that a newcomer in the team, lured by the promise of scoop, not only leaked the story but also captured a photo of Nan Wei nestled beside her wolf father's corpse. It was said that this young man was later persuaded to resign. Nevertheless, the news caused quite a stir, contributing to her adoptive parents' decision to educate her at her grandmother's home until she was 13 before allowing her to attend school. By then, her behaviors had assimilated with those of ordinary children, and her appearance had transformed significantly. Believing that the incident would soon be forgotten, her adoptive parents proceeded with her enrollment in junior high. Shortly after her admission, someone recognized her and exposed her identity as a wolf child. The desk she sat at bore childish carvings. The drawer contained refuse and dead mice, and her belongings frequently vanished without explanation. Some even confronted her with harsh words and physical aggression. As a result, she retaliated against those classmates who harbored malice toward her, besting them with her fists. Fortunately, the attitude of her adoptive parents towards this matter was not only supportive, but also unwaveringly encouraging. The Nan and Lu families shared a long-standing friendship. The grandmothers were as close as siblings, and the 3 elders united to address the grievances concerning the parents and the school. At 18, Lu Shi, who was preparing for police academy entrance exams, did not entirely concur with the situation. He remarked, "Sister, I believe that resorting to violence will not resolve our issues. I cannot assist you in harming others, but should anyone strike you, I will undoubtedly stand in your defense." In summary, amid the chaos and disorder, through considerable efforts, Everything was ultimately resolved, allowing Nan Wei to embark on a carefree school life. Alas, most individuals encounter unpleasant experiences throughout their lives. Some choose to wallow in sorrow and solitude, while others bravely advance towards a new existence. Nan Wei's sole choice was to crush those adversities. In stark contrast to Nan Wei's composure, Yi Jiu was overwhelmed with excitement, his emotions palpable. "Sister, there's a key here. Ye you ignite it," pointing to the seat of a toy car, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Shoo! Shoo! At that moment, a bizarre creature with multiple heads had begun to ascend the pillar, its limbs tightly clinging to it. Noticing the 5 heads of the creature directed towards him, Nan Wei hastily pressed down on Yi Jiu's shoulder, urging him to crouch, then positioned himself between Yi Jiu and the grotesque entity. With a creature looming before them, Yi Jiu's loud outburst was akin to grinding one's face against the ground. The creature's gaze was obstructed from Yi Jiu. In the creature's pocket lay the very car key they had discovered. The toy car, riddled with harsh words, belonged to the same brand as the key in Nan Wei's hand. Such a coincidence seemed rather excessive. They were searching for the key to the front door, which corresponded with the car key in Nan Wei's possession, when they encountered the bizarre creature. It led them to a vehicle of the same brand, which also had a key. It felt as though someone had meticulously orchestrated the entire scenario. Nan Wei refrained from retrieving the key from the seat. Instead, she lowered her voice, inquiring, "Yi Jiu, is this the key you dreamt of?" Yi Jiu, crouching on the ground, lifted his head. Seeing that the creature was not paying him any mind, he gathered his courage, half crouching, to glance at the seat, confirming with a shake of his head, "No, it resembles it, but I dreamt of a set of keys, and mine was inscribed with 02. This is not it." In the corner of the seat lay a solitary key. A string threaded through the keyhole had snapped, suggesting it was intended to be worn around the neck. A piece of slightly yellowed white tape adhered to the key's handle, the handwriting appearing to have been traced repeatedly, bold and clear, reading 801. It seemed as though the key's owner had inadvertently left it behind when departing the vehicle, unaware of the broken string. Noticing Nan Wei's continued inaction, the creature appeared somewhat anxious. This time, it did not descend the pillar slowly. Instead, it simply let go, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Ye Jiao was startled by the commotion, her half-crouched form jolting slightly. The multi-headed anomaly was bizarrely attempting to claw at the tires of the children's car, straining to ascend the vehicle's body. It fully positioned itself upon the car, trembling as it used its arms to wipe down the entire exterior, then maneuvered to the door, lifting its 5 heads to gaze at Nan Wei, pointing at the key resting on the seat. This time, it emitted a faint yet discernible sound. Ye Jiao was taken aback by the anomaly's behavior. She couldn't fathom why it exhibited such friendliness towards them, specifically towards Nan Wei. According to the survival guide, those transformed into anomalies due to contamination often retained a degree of affinity for individuals or objects they were closest to in life, though such instances were rare. "Sister, do you share a good relationship with it?" Ye Jiao mused, believing this to be the only explanation for the multi-headed anomaly's actions. Nan Wei regarded Ye Jiao with an expression of incredulity. "Do I look like I have anomaly written on my face? Or do you think a person of my height, over 1.7 meters, could fit into such a small children's car? If I knew it, I would have greeted it long ago." Ye Jiao cautiously glanced at the multi-headed anomaly, noticing that all 5 heads were fixated on Nan Wei. She gradually straightened her back. Squatting for too long was exhausting. No wonder the car was so clean. It had been wiped down by the anomaly. "Sister, who would do such a thing, defacing someone's car like this?" Nan Wei remained motionless, while a multi-headed anomaly leaned against the car, again pointing at the key on the seat, appearing quite anxious. It might not merely seek to dust off the vehicle. It could be attempting to erase the markings. As she spoke, Nan Wei retrieved the car key from her pocket. Upon noticing her movement, the multi-headed anomaly swiftly maneuvered to the rear of the car, cautiously clearing the way for the door. "Are you afraid of me?" Nan Wei asked, casting a surprised glance at the anomaly as she inserted the key into the ignition, turning it in the direction to start. After feeling a slight resistance, the key remained in the on position. Despite being mentally prepared, the exhilaration of finally locating the long-sought vehicle overwhelmed Ye Jiao. We found it. Chapter 31. Exploring the ruins generally. Children's cars are electrically powered, devoid of the sound of an engine starting. However, the dashboard lit up, indicating the vehicle had been activated. Then, Nan Wei twisted the key in the opposite direction, turning off the car. Ye Jiao, puzzled, asked Sister, "We found the car. Aren't we going to drive it away?" Nan Wei picked up the solitary key from the corner of the seat and handed it to Ye Jiao, tapping her temple. "We're searching for the key, not the car itself. How can I drive it? Can I even fit inside? What if it makes a loud noise? It would be better to carry it away." "Oh, right." Ye Jiao cradled the key, nodding in understanding. Although they had not found the exact key from Ye Jiao's dream, they had discovered the vehicle corresponding to Nan Wei's key, which also bore a striking resemblance to the key Ye Jiao had envisioned. This subtly validates that the various items found within the contaminated area seem to possess an imperceptible interconnectedness. The key lies quietly in the palm of Ye Jiao's hand, a rather ordinary design, silver in hue, with a round handle devoid of any texture beneath the tightly affixed tape, indicating the absence of any intricate patterns on this side. Upon flipping the key over, the two finally comprehend why the property staff claimed that the key to the entrance door could serve as proof of the owner's identity. On this side, the circular handle is embossed with a prominent character fraught, occupying the entirety of the handle. The dot atop the character coincidentally aligns with the perforation of the key handle, transforming that point into a tiny circular hole. The key's design mirrors the hole in the staff member's uniform. It remains uncertain whether the designer drew inspiration from this or if the staff member deliberately emulated the design. Regardless, this design is indeed quite unique. Typically, when designing a key, one aims to ensure that the inscription is clearly visible. It is rare for someone to intentionally carve out a portion of the letters. As Ye Jiao clutched the entrance key, the peculiar gaze of the many-headed creature returned to him, prompting him to hastily return the key to Nan Wei. "The key I dreamt of only revealed the taped side. I never expected the reverse to be like this. Sister, you should keep it. It clearly wishes to be in your possession." Nan Wei had no objections to this. Considering that exiting the garage required only the entrance key, and that this vehicle was not as swift as her own legs, she resolved to disregard the car for now. At this moment, Ye Jiao had little fear of the many-headed entity. There was no rush. Nan Wei conducted another thorough inspection of the vehicle, finding nothing else amiss, then straightened up and pointed toward the ruins. Or rather, she paused. "If you wish to stop, we can simply leave. The choice is yours." Ye Jiao fell into silence. In truth, he was eager to ascertain whether his dreams held any prophetic significance. If he were to truly locate that key, it would be profoundly meaningful for him. They reached a consensus. Nan Wei, driven by curiosity, and Ye Jiao, in pursuit of validation of his abilities, both opted to press on. Yet, a dilemma presented itself. Ye Jiao gestured toward the ruins. "It's treacherous over there. The noise is too loud." "Not a significant issue. I've devised a solution." Nan Wei responded as she began to rummage through her jacket pocket, shoving items into her pants pockets. Under Ye Jiao's uncertain gaze, she removed her outer jacket and handed it to him. "Take off your sweatshirt and tie it around your feet." Now, Nan Wei was clad only in a men's athletic tank top, her arms exposed, showcasing the well-defined muscle lines honed from rigorous strength training. Her sun-kissed skin appeared taut, and the developed muscles radiated a sense of power. The pronounced muscle definition only enhanced her femininity, exuding a vibrant vitality. No wonder her sister could effortlessly carry him. Nan Wei's attire was quite loose, concealing her athletic physique. As the night deepened, Ye Jiao observed Nan Wei's robust arms and, in stark contrast, his own feeble limbs, feeling an overwhelming sense of inadequacy and self-consciousness. However, Nan Wei showed no inclination to indulge his sentiments. Noticing Ye Jiao's hesitation, she spread her clothing on the ground and executed a nodding motion. "Remove your hoodie and bind your feet with the fabric. This will muffle the sound considerably. Hurry up and follow me. I will scout ahead to discern what stands over there," she instructed, before turning towards the ruins. Ye Jiao stood there in a daze, gazing at Nan Wei's shirt. Just as he felt lost, he noticed the peculiar creature stealthily crawling on the ground, trailing after Nan Wei. In a panic, Yijio quickly gathered the clothing into his arms and hastened to catch up. However, during this brief moment of distraction, Nan Wei had already reached the edge of the ruins. In the area closest to the wall, where debris had collapsed the least, there lay a strip approximately the width of 1.5-foot soles, nearly devoid of detritus. Although some areas jutted out significantly, necessitating caution, it was not a precipice, and he needn't worry about missteps. Nan Wei tugged at a pipe, confirming its sturdiness, ensuring it would not suddenly fall and strike her. She then pressed her body against the wall, positioning her toes inward to swiftly maneuver along using climbing techniques. Observing Nan Wei scale the wall with remarkable speed left Yijio in anxious disarray. Clumsily, he wrapped Nan Wei's shirt around his feet, and as he stripped off his hoodie, he saw the strange creature clinging to the wall in pursuit, causing him to stomp in frustration. Why was I left behind? The first iron door soon appeared before Nan Wei, prompting her to halt. It was a simplistic iron door, devoid of any embellishments. The thin, charred metal was blackened, and a small iron plaque at its center bore the inscription 101. Exercising utmost caution, she crept to the left side of the door, fully alert. The door swung inward, and upon loosening the handle, it sagged. To avoid unnecessary noise, she grasped the loose handle and pushed the door gently. It did not budge, but her force caused the other end of the handle to give way with a soft click, resulting in the handle falling off and dust cascading onto Nan Wei's face. Holding the cold iron handle, Nan Wei stepped back, her toes gingerly pressing on the construction debris, which emitted a slight sound as it scraped against the ground. She stood there silently for several moments, yet nothing transpired. Chapter 32. The scene of the fire? The surroundings remained eerily tranquil. Nan Wei crouched down, carefully placing the iron handle on the ground before rising once more, crawling towards the next door. Her objective lay between the 5th and 6th doors, where a cabinet-like object stood, though she intended to inspect each iron door along the way. As anticipated, the second door bore the number 102, firmly shut with no discoveries to be made. The third door, marked 103, yielded the same results. Nan Wei had never acquired the skill of lockpicking. Bound by the constraints of the rules, she could not create a significant noise, and violent methods of unlocking were entirely out of the question. Thus, she continued to crawl along the wall. Upon reaching the 4th iron door, she noticed a subtle alteration in the inscription on the metal plaque. The door number had transformed to 201. Given the dilapidated state of this place, it was evident that it was not intended for habitation. It resembled more of a small storage room for miscellaneous items. With a total of 30 iron doors, if each concealed a storage compartment, this building was likely a 10-story structure with 3 households per staircase. This time without the need for a push. She could see a 2-finger-wide gap between the iron door and its frame, indicating that the door was not locked. Just as Nan Wei was about to push the door, she suddenly felt a shadow looming above her, remaining still in its place. Like ripe fruit hanging from a branch, 5 aged heads hovered just above her, their eyes locked in a silent stare with hers. Nan Wei was unaware of when the multi-headed entity had begun its pursuit, as it had made not a single sound. The creature, with its inexplicable ability to traverse the walls without noise, was all the more unsettling. Despite having made a noise upon crashing to the ground earlier, it now moved with utter silence, akin to Zhang Bo's noiseless footsteps. Such an irrational ability was indeed disconcerting. As she passed each door, she found herself momentarily halted. However, the creature's pursuit was rather ungraceful. It struggled awkwardly over the uneven debris, resembling a crab unsure of how to traverse sideways. Nan Wei had no intention of concerning herself with it any longer. The iron door of room 201 lacked a doorknob. Leaning closer, Nan Wei grasped the left side of the door with her left hand, exerting upward force before steadily pushing the door inward. Due to years of neglect, the door often sagged because of worn hinges or a warped frame. Having explored demolished neighborhoods in her youth, Nan Wei possessed ample experience in such matters. Applying an upward force significantly alleviated the obstruction caused by deformation, naturally resulting in a quieter operation. The sound of rust falling from the hinges accompanied the faint rustling as the iron door creaked open. The dim light barely illuminated a small section at the entrance, while the interior remained cloaked in darkness, obscuring everything within. Nan Wei stood still, and at that moment, Yijio, having scrambled to catch up, arrived and, upon witnessing the scene, dared not to breathe. "My phone!" Nan Wei gestured toward Yijio. Yijio, startled, exclaimed, "Isn't that ill-advised? Rule 3 states that bright lights will displease them." "Do not worry. Just unlock the phone and adjust the screen brightness to the lowest setting," Nan Wei urged, shaking her wrist to prompt haste. Yijio complied, handing the phone to Nan Wei while internally questioning the effectiveness of such dim lighting. With the phone in hand, Nan Wei glanced up at the multi-headed entity once more. The faint glow of the screen seemed to elicit no discomfort from the creature. Thus, she raised the phone, directing its light toward the iron door's interior. The space within the door unfolded before Nan Wei's eyes, revealing only 2 discernible objects that clearly caught her gaze. This was a small area, merely 2 meters in depth and approximately 3 meters wide. Along this axis lay a double iron spring bed, its frame grotesquely warped from fire, with numerous fractures and springs protruding in chaotic directions. Resting atop, it was a mass reduced to ashes, likely remnants of a mattress. At the foot of the bed stood a cylindrical object, charred to reveal only half of its form, encircled by 2 slender iron bands, reminiscent of an antiquated toilet. The air was thick with a pungent, earthy odor, suggesting this space had not been disturbed for a considerable time. Nan Wei's arrival stirred the long-settled dust, while Ye Jiao watched her actions with bated breath, relieved that she merely leaned in without indicating any abnormalities. "Sister, did you discover anything inside?" Upon hearing no eerie revelations, Ye Jiao's heart eased somewhat. He exaggeratedly lifted his leg, wrapped in clothing that made it difficult for him to gauge distances. Standing at the threshold alongside Nan Wei, Ye Jiao peered into the iron door, inhaling the dust-laden air, nearly stifling a sneeze. Though the space was confined, even in the dim light, the scene was discernible. The ruined iron spring bed, the half-destroyed toilet, and the haphazardly arranged pipes outside the wall, one of which snaked through a small hole in the corner, leading to a faucet at waist height. Additionally, on the nearest wall, faintly visible were some charred marks resembling the thickness of bean sprouts. Ye Jiao pondered what these blackened lines might signify. Uncertain, he glanced towards Nan Wei. Her face, illuminated by the faint light, appeared ethereal as she nodded. "They are likely the traces left by burnt electrical wires. If that were the case, the eerie presence in this garage resided here." The mere thought of inadvertently stumbling into the lair of the uncanny made Ye Jiao yearn to turn and flee immediately. Nan Wei raised her phone to photograph the cramped space once more, finding no further discoveries. "I believe it is more appropriate to say that this was inhabited before the formation of this contaminated zone." Absorbing the knowledge Ye Jiao had imparted at an astonishing speed, Nan Wei swiftly clarified the basic logic. "Do the uncanny beings require excretion?" "Huh, do they?" Ye Jiao faltered, perplexed as to why Nan Wei consistently posed questions that illuminated his areas of ignorance. The lower half of that blackened figure had shattered, yet there were no visible intestines or stomach. "Sister, please stop. I understand. I comprehend everything." Recognizing the inappropriateness of delving deeper into this topic, Ye Jiao grasped Nan Wei's intent and promptly halted her discourse. Chapter 33. Vending Machines Utilizing Uncanny Currency. The uncanny beings likely do not require excretion. Such physiological needs would only belong to those who had transformed into the uncanny. These entities once resided here as humans. Connecting this realization with the true forms of Zhang Bo and the blackened figure reflected in the road mirror, Nan Wei harbored an unsettling suspicion within her heart. The final rule states, "No unauthorized electrical wiring is permitted in the garage, nor may pipes be altered, and the storage of flammable or explosive materials is strictly prohibited. Reports to the property management are welcomed." Yijio imparted a wealth of pertinent knowledge to Nan Wei, who found herself persistently contemplating the implications of this final rule. According to Yijio, in a contaminated zone, humans would scarcely have time to escape. Stepping back, Yijio discreetly glanced at the multi-headed anomaly suspended above them. Fearing that the creature might overhear and become incensed, he leaned closer to Nan Wei and whispered, "Sister, I suspect that some of the anomalies in this contaminated area may have perished in flames." Nan Wei nodded in agreement, her thoughts aligning with his, bolstered by prior experiences and the sight of the ominous 201. Without needing to glance upward, she was acutely aware of the multi-headed anomaly hovering just above her. A sigh escaped her lips as she mused. Sleeping in such a confined space feels akin to resting in a coffin. Yi Jiu's face fell at her daring remark, amplifying the already chilling atmosphere. "Sister, could we perhaps discuss a topic more suited to the realm of the living?" Nan Wei dismissed his request with indifference. "What about this is not of the living realm? After death, one either lies in a coffin, an urn, or perhaps even a freezer. If not, there are the desolate wilderness, hospitals with morgues, and crematoriums in the suburbs. Aren't all these places shared with the living? Where's the disconnect?" The thought of her father currently resting in an urn, existing in the same world as she, suddenly quelled her fears. With a slight twinge of emotion, Yi Jiu murmured, "You are right." Having concluded their exploration of 201, the duo proceeded toward the fifth iron door nearby. The iron door of 202 was similarly charred and remained unlocked. Yi Jiu, acting with commendable awareness, retrieved his phone and illuminated the interior with the dim glow of its screen. Beside a scorched, vintage spittoon-like object lay a slightly deformed rectangular metal frame. Scattered on the ground were remnants of carbonized wood, interspersed with small, misshapen metal fragments, suggesting the remains of a wooden bed with a metal frame. A water pipe continued to stretch through a small hole in the wall, with the faucet lying on the floor, devoid of any flowing water. Aside from that, nothing else retained its original form. If the blaze had been substantial, little would have remained. Nan Wei pointed to a large, darkened mass in the corner. "May I borrow your phone?" Once she had it, she boldly stepped inside, prompting Yi Jiu to quickly look up to gauge the multi-headed anomaly's reaction. The creature stubbornly trailed behind them, striving to maintain its position above Nan Wei. As she entered 202, the anomaly slithered along the wall, penetrating through the top of the door. The moment its form crossed the threshold, its previously human-like visage was instantaneously engulfed in a charred blackness, merging almost seamlessly with the inky darkness of the space. In the dimness of the night, Yi Jiu witnessed the peculiar entity slip into the vending machine numbered 202. Were it not for his unwavering gaze upon the strange apparition, he would have found it nearly impossible to discern its whereabouts. Nan Wei inspected the remnants in the corner and stepped forward. It appeared to be remnants of plastic or rubber, charred but not entirely consumed. No other remarkable discoveries were made within room 202. However, a tall cabinet stood between rooms 202 and 203. Initially, Nan Wei believed the cabinet had been scorched to its current hue, but upon closer inspection, he realized it bore no signs of fire damage. The cabinet's finish remained pristine. It was a tall, deep black vending machine, slightly over a meter wide. Nan Wei nearly burst into laughter at this dramatic revelation, amidst the ruins of a fire-ravaged site. A flawless vending machine, painted in a deep black hue, stood resolutely. A small instruction placard adorned the upper right corner of the machine, outlining merely 2 points. First, the machine accepted currency in denominations of 1 and 3 yuan, with no change given for other denominations. Second, items were sold at random and returns were not permitted. So, this must be the device mentioned in the 6th rule? What does a 3 yuan note look like? Nan Wei scrutinized the entire vending machine, finding it seamlessly constructed, with only a coin slot and a retrieval opening visible. Her wallet had been left in her car, and a search of her pockets yielded no results. She turned to Yi Jiu. "Do you have any cash?" Yi Jiu shook his head in resignation. "I do, but this machine likely requires some form of strange currency." Strange currency was indeed specific to peculiar transactions, which explained the rarity of the 3 yuan denomination. Indeed, Nan Wei conceded, and Yi Jiu nodded in agreement. Strange currency was not easily obtainable, and the nature of the vending machine's offerings was uncertain. The rules suggested that if unnecessary, we ought not to engage with it. "I think it's best to abstain." Yet Nan Wei was not easily dissuaded. She moved the debris blocking the retrieval slot aside, crouched down, and extended her hand into the opening. At this, Yi Jiu felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He speculated whether Nan Wei had a penchant for such reckless actions, while simultaneously worrying about the potential for something sinister to emerge and sever her hand. Fortunately, nothing malevolent erupted from within. Instead, a peculiar entity perched atop the vending machine, resembling Nan Wei's shadow, shadowing their every move with its 9 watchful eyes. Chapter 34. The Peculiar Dispenses Currency? After a fruitless search within the machine, Nan Wei stood up, a hint of disappointment etched upon her face as she sighed. I've heard that these old-fashioned machines can be accessed from below. I felt around the bottom, but it seems empty. This vending machine was quite sturdy, and brute force would yield no results. Lacking currency, she resigned herself to the conclusion that further investigation into this vending machine would be futile. The sigh of Nan Wei seemed to provoke the multi-headed anomaly, causing its 5 heads to sway vigorously. The anomaly lay atop the vending machine, repeating its peculiar melody. The prolonged duration of the anomaly's erratic movements startled Yi Jiu, who found himself constrained by the debris behind him, preventing a hasty retreat. He leaned back as far as he could, attempting to distance himself from the unsettling creature. Nan Wei raised his gaze to discern the intentions of this previously tranquil entity. Upon noticing Nan Wei's attention, the anomaly ceased its head swaying and slithered down the side of the vending machine, positioning itself between Nan Wei and Yi Jiu, extending its hand towards the area of its abdomen. Heavens! The scene was not drenched in blood, yet Yi Jiu dared not look, hastily turning his head away. The anomaly's abdomen appeared to have opened into a black void, revealing nothing within. It reached inside, extracting an object, trembling as it presented a corner of it to Nan Wei. Upon seeing the paper-like item, Nan Wei's eyes brightened. Yi Jiu, come look. Is this the strange currency you mentioned? At the mention of strange currency, Yi Jiu felt a mix of astonishment and intrigue. It resembles it, but this one seems to have a lower denomination, 7 dimes. Though Yi Jiu did not possess this strange currency, it did not imply that he was unfamiliar with it. In fact, he recognized it. The Human Self-Rescue Guide featured illustrations of all denominations of strange currency, allowing anyone who had perused it carefully to identify them. Grateful for the invaluable guide, Yi Jiu's appreciation for the Spark Plan organization deepened with every passing moment spent in the contaminated zone. They not only compiled the Human Self-Rescue Guide and disseminated this information selflessly, but also actively ventured into the polluted areas, seeking every possible means to uncover the origins of the contamination, successfully resolving numerous contaminated regions, and saving countless lives through their altruistic endeavors. If he could manage to escape, he would seek out those with purification abilities associated with the Spark Plan. It mattered not who he approached. Should he have any surplus funds, he would donate them entirely to the Spark Plan, for their efforts were truly commendable. Perhaps joining their ranks would also be a splendid idea, allowing him to accompany his sister into the contaminated zones seamlessly. In his mind, Yi Jiu silently added this ambition to his life plan for the future beyond the polluted area. The currency that Yi Jiu referred to as 7 dimes was a crumpled piece of paper. Its edges were somewhat frayed, and each corner bore a large Arabic numeral 7, while the remaining patterns were cryptic. At its center was an equilateral triangle, within which an open eye was prominently depicted. Observing the anomaly's unsteady hand extending towards him, Nan Wei inquired, "Is this for me?" "Sister, no." Yi Jiu cautiously maneuvered around the multi-headed anomaly and whispered into Nan Wei's ear. "I once heard elders speak of something called life purchase money. My adoptive parents, who were engaged in exploration, had extensively studied local customs and traditions, and I have heard a bit about this concept. It is said that in the past, when someone in a household fell gravely ill or passed away, the family would entwine money with a red thread or place it in a red envelope, discarding it at conspicuous locations for passers-by to find. The act of picking up the money would signify consent to this peculiar transaction. Nan Wei, however, refrained from accepting the money offered by the multi-headed anomaly. Glancing at Yi Jiu, the price of life did not instill fear in him. After all, did you not mention that such strange currencies are difficult to procure? Yet, they must still be obtainable, right? Moreover, you indicated that humans could also acquire bizarre artifacts, even carrying them out of contaminated zones. Surely, those individuals would not perish merely for transporting these items out? Yigio found himself momentarily speechless. He was aware of what Nan Wei articulated, yet the reasoning eluded him. Surely, there would not be anomalies directly bestowing money upon people. Beside them, the multi-headed anomaly grew anxious as Nan Wei declined its offer. It shook the money in its grasp, and upon seeing that Nan Wei remained unmoved, it suddenly plunged another appendage into its abdominal cavity, extracting money in a continuous motion. 1 bill, 2 bills, 3 bills. The multi-headed anomaly incessantly retrieved currency from the abyss of its stomach, stacking it atop the previous accumulation. In no time, its hands overflowed with cash. It resorted to resting upon the uneven debris of a dilapidated structure, placing the money at Nan Wei's feet, while continuing its peculiar extraction from the void within. Exchanging glances, Nan Wei and Yigio were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, unsure of the anomaly's true intentions. Within 2 minutes, a modest mound of currency had formed at Nan Wei's feet. Each bill was wrinkled and comprised of strange currency, some even appearing somewhat soiled. After pausing in its endeavor, the multi-headed anomaly rummaged within the darkness for an extended period, finally producing a folded piece of paper. It carefully unfurled the paper, smoothing it out before laying it atop the small mountain of cash. With a gentle push, it nudged the mound towards Nan Wei, lifting its 5 heads to gaze at him. The crumpled paper, yellowed with age, bore several crooked numbers written in pencil. 1438. Yigio was utterly astonished by the multi-headed anomaly's actions. No matter how he interpreted it, he could only conclude that it intended to present this pile of bizarre currency to Nan Wei. He could not fathom why. This was a question that Nan Wei also wished to resolve. She would not indiscriminately distribute money to strangers on the street, and she suspected that the anomaly would not either. Its consistent friendliness towards her, leading the way and bestowing gifts, surely stemmed from a particular motive. Chapter 35. 2 Heads. Yearning for home, gazing down at the multi-headed anomaly sprawled on the ground, Nan Wei gestured towards herself. Is all this for me? Strange currency is indeed a rare find. Yet Yigio felt he could not persuade Nan Wei to accept it. The notion of receiving such gifts without reason simply did not hold water. He observed Nan Wei silently, her arms crossed over her chest, immobile and lost in thought. The vast space was enveloped in silence. The 3 of them, 2 humans and 1 anomaly, stood as still as sculptures. In the stillness of the night, Yigio refrained from uttering a word, standing there while silently counting and glancing around anxiously. Upon reaching 30, Nan Wei stirred. She crouched down and began to sort through the crumpled, peculiar currency. Yigio's mouth formed a single word, rendered speechless. It was too late to dissuade Nan Wei now. Observers felt a pang of urgency. Yet the parties involved remained blissfully unaware, with Nan Wei beckoning Yigio to join her. It was as though sleep had come, and someone had provided a pillow. What denominations are these? They only bear numbers I cannot recognize. Come help me ascertain their worth. At this juncture, further discussion felt futile. Gritting his teeth, Yigio crouched alongside Nan Wei to assist in the task. As the 2 counted the money, the multitude of peculiar entities surrounding them seemed exuberantly delighted, crawling silently among the debris of the construction site, occasionally raising their hands in what appeared to be a cheer. Most of the strange currency was of low denominations, primarily under 1 yuan, some worn beyond recognition, with only a few notes of 3 or 7 yuan, also aged and crumpled. After 7 or 8 minutes of meticulous counting and verification, they finally arrived at the total, 143 yuan and 8 jiao. This sum corresponded with the figure noted on the paper. Nan Wei clutched the thick wad of peculiar currency in her hand, nearly 300 notes in total. The effort required to amass such an amount using such small denominations suggested that the peculiar entities had worked hard for it. It made no sense for them to simply give it away. She gazed at the entities and pointed to her own nose, questioning, "Are you certain this is for me? What do you intend to accomplish by giving me this money?" To her astonishment, 2 of the heads began to weep, tears trickling down their ancient skin, vanishing almost instantaneously. The other three heads turned to observe in silence. Yijio felt as though his understanding of reality had been once more reshaped. He could not recall ever having encountered discussions regarding whether peculiar entities could shed tears. Perhaps this phenomenon warranted inquiry, with members frequently traversing contaminated zones in programs like the Ember Initiative. That seemed the only plausible explanation. The multitude of entities lay prostrate, while the two tearful heads gazed intently at Nan Wei, unwavering. Nan Wei remained silent, contemplating how to transport these two heads and communicate with them about the location of their home. As she spoke, the other three heads nodded in unison. The two tearful heads underwent a swift transformation. Their previously expressionless faces broke into a peculiar smile, and their entire forms began to disintegrate, like dust caught in a tempest. The two heads rapidly fragmented into pieces, vanishing before they could even touch the ground, dissolving into smaller particles, ultimately disappearing into the air. Yijio was left speechless, astonished beyond measure, vaporized into nothingness. Such a scene was not new to Nan Wei. The other self, strikingly similar to her, had also vanished in her presence after being struck by a mysterious force. Nan Wei was thoroughly taken aback. In light of this, could it be that the self pursuing her is, in fact, an enigma? In just the span of 2 or 3 breaths, those two heads completely vanished. Under the dim light, Yijio distinctly observed 2 tiny points of light darting forth from the brain stems of the vanished heads, shooting like meteors towards Nan Wei. The occurrence was so abrupt that Nan Wei remained in a state of shock and could only raise his empty hand defensively against his chest. In a moment of desperation, Yijio reached out, attempting to grasp the 2 points of light, but their speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they penetrated Nan Wei's body and disappeared without a trace. Fearing that Yijio would emit a louder sound, Nan Wei discarded the peculiar currency in his hand and seized Yijio's wrist, applying a slight pressure as he hissed, "Calm down." A sharp pain radiated from his wrist, and Yijio pointed at Nan Wei, unable to articulate his panic. "It felt as though the points had passed through my palm," thought Nan Wei, as he withdrew the hand that had been clutching his chest. A faint glow emanated from the collar, accompanied by a slight chill against his skin. Nan Wei pulled the wolf tooth pendant from his collar, and indeed, the pendant underwent an unusual transformation. 2 tiny points of light coiled around the central tooth ornament for several revolutions before burrowing into the tooth and vanishing. Realizing that the 2 points had not entered Nan Wei's body, but had instead been absorbed by the pendant, Yijio was filled with delight, exclaiming while pointing at the tooth ornament, "Uncle's tooth can capture demons. Capture your own big-headed ghost." Nan Wei thought of giving the somewhat naive Yijio a lesson, hoping to instill some wisdom. Did he think he was in some fantastical cultivation drama? In various cultures, wolf tooth pendants symbolize bravery, ferocity, and loyalty, and are believed to possess the power to ward off evil and ensure safety. In truth, this pendant crafted from wolf teeth does have protective qualities. However, Nan Wei was acutely aware that Wolf Father was merely an ordinary wolf king, distinguished only by its larger size and greater appetite, lacking any extraordinary traits. If it possessed any remarkable abilities, it likely would not have been so easily hunted. The notion of capturing demons was utterly implausible. The current situation might very well be the autonomous actions of the 2 heads of the enigma. Whether such a phenomenon occurred when his other self disintegrated, Nan Wei could no longer ascertain. She removed the wolf tooth pendant from around her neck, holding it aloft. And the 2 of them stared at the pendant for a considerable time. Yet the 2 points of light did not reappear. Chapter 36. Hunger. The multi-headed enigma, now devoid of 2 heads, seemed to move with greater agility, perhaps due to its lighter form. It swiftly circled around Nan Wei and Yijio several times before darting into room 202, never to emerge again. "What is this? Entrusting those 2 heads to you and then departing? Have we parted ways?" After waiting for a considerable time, with the multi-headed enigma having yet to reappear from room 202, Yijio could not suppress his curiosity any longer. Such matters are beyond Nan Wei's knowledge. She fastened her pendant, crouched down, and began to retrieve the peculiar currency she had discarded amid the construction debris. Although Yi Jiao was curious, he was not one to act recklessly, ultimately choosing to abandon his inquiries about the whereabouts of the odd currency and instead assist Nan Wei in collecting the money. A total of 143 pieces of 8 jiao, in scattered small denominations, formed a thick bundle. The two of them stared at it for a considerable time. Nan Wei pulled out a crumpled 1 yuan note, waved it in her hand, and suggested, "Shall we give it a try?" Yi Jiao scratched his ear. Now that they possessed money, it seemed there was little reason not to experiment, so he nodded in agreement. Nan Wei took Yi Jiao's hand and placed the remaining thick stack of loose bills into his palm. She carefully smoothed the crumpled 1 yuan note and inserted it into the coin slot, then crouched by the retrieval opening, ready to catch whatever might drop. The pitch-black vending machine remained silent for an extended period, were it not for the brief flicker of light at the coin slot when she inserted the money. Nan Wei might have doubted the machine's functionality, as they waited in vain for a product to emerge. Yi Jiao cautiously adjusted the stack of peculiar currency in his hands and leaned down to scrutinize the retrieval slot. Is this machine broken? Or was there insufficient money? Perhaps we should try inserting 2 more notes. After all, there was no product list. The machine only indicated that it accepted 1 yuan and 3 yuan notes, without specifying the prices of the items. Nan Wei stood up and began searching for 1 yuan notes in Yi Jiao's palm, though the money did not belong to her. Her intention to insert 2 more yuan was still a source of discomfort for him. Sister, perhaps we shouldn't try anymore. Who knows what might come out? The peculiar currency is rather valuable. The sunk cost of 1 yuan had already caused Yi Jiao considerable distress, and he attempted to dissuade Nan Wei from investing further. Since the widespread emergence of contaminated zones, human society has undergone significant upheaval, resulting in drastic changes to its structure, including the monetary system. Currently, 2 types of currency circulate in the market: human currency and peculiar currency. Due to a decline in productivity, human currency has depreciated by approximately 100 times, losing much of its purchasing power. Fortunately, hyperinflation has not yet surfaced, the peculiar currency being relatively scarce. Exchanges at a rate of roughly 1 to 10,000 with human currency. When Nan Wei attempted to experiment earlier, she effectively spent 10,000 yuan. Now, if she were to insert 2 yuan of peculiar currency, that would amount to 20,000 yuan, totaling 30,000 yuan altogether. As a meal budget, this would suffice for an adult to indulge in 2 tails of pork daily, allowing for a luxurious 10-week existence. The tantalizing aroma of braised pork made Yi Jiao's stomach growl, prompting him to swallow several times. 3 notes could buy over 20 jin of pork, particularly the fatty variety. Nan Wei paused her actions upon hearing Yi Jiao's words, gazing at the 2 1 yuan peculiar currency notes she had unearthed. She envisioned an enormous, succulent piece of richly flavored, marbled braised pork. Her hand, poised to insert the coins, suddenly felt immovable. As Yi Jiao spoke of pork, a glimmer sparkled in his eyes, stirring a twinge of melancholy within her. How could he be so slender, unable to afford meat? Though her curiosity about the products dispensed by the vending machine was piqued, Yi Jiao's appearance rendered her hesitant. Just then, the vending machine, which had remained eerily silent, suddenly emitted a low mechanical hum, followed by the thud of an object falling into the retrieval slot. The sound echoed ominously, startling Yi Jiao and sending a tremor through her mind. Oh no! In this desolate setting, the noise was far too conspicuous, causing Nan Wei to furrow his brow in concern. From room 202, a shadow emerged, slinking along the wall and pausing beside the vending machine. The dark form gradually morphed into a human visage, revealing a grotesque creature with 2 heads missing. Nan Wei observed the abomination with vigilance, relieved that it remained still. However, disturbances were unfolding elsewhere. Shadows began to seep from several iron doors in the distance. These figures, emerging from the darkness, were illuminated by the dim light, taking on a human form akin to that of the multi-headed monstrosity. 6. Nan Wei swiftly counted the bizarre entities that had suddenly surfaced, and with the one beside him, there were a total of 7. Yi Jiao stood frozen in terror, clutching the strange currency with trembling hands, too frightened to even blink. They had previously inspected room 201, finding nothing but remnants of charred debris. Yet, he had just witnessed a shadow gradually emerge from within, transforming into a human. What should he do? Panic enveloped him. Escape seemed impossible. At that moment, his mind was a blank slate. He stared vacantly as the three-headed creature slid down the wall, crawling to Nan Wei's feet. Suddenly, a vision of a tantalizing bowl of braised pork appeared in his mind, and in a daze, he fancied he could even smell its savory aroma. In the 2 months since his father's passing, he had scarcely eaten a proper meal, subsisting on erratic morsels merely to survive. It was not that he could not afford food. With the savings his father left him, he could have enjoyed a hearty meal daily for several years without the need to work. Yijio abruptly realized that his father's departure had impacted him far more profoundly than he had comprehended. To what extent? So deeply that, unbeknownst to him, he had lost the will to continue living. Yet, in a sudden epiphany, he found himself longing for a proper meal once more. Why was that? Perhaps it was because he felt there were still essential tasks to accomplish. Once he escaped, he would seek help for his sister to cleanse the pollution, and they would venture into the contaminated zones together. In this vast world, he had no remaining family. However, the once heroic Nan Wei had instilled within him a flicker of familial warmth. It seemed that even the most timid soul, fragile and prone to collapse like a delicate blade of grass, instinctively gravitated towards those they felt close to. Without such individuals, he was adrift, unable to discern the path his future life should take. The desire for succulent braised pork overwhelmed him, and in this moment of hunger, on the brink of death, he found himself momentarily liberated from all his fears. Chapter 37. Seeking loopholes in the rules in the distance. 6 grotesque figures approached South Wei, and the others at a remarkably slow pace. Some bore the semblance of ordinary humans, while others were missing limbs or possessed additional legs. Although they were still at a considerable distance, their scattered formation subtly suggested a tightening encirclement. Each of these peculiar beings, without exception, sported the visage of an elderly face. South Wei dared not make a hasty move. She remained rooted in place, her gaze darting back toward the path they had traversed. She scrutinized the ground, seeking a safe foothold amidst the debris of collapsed structures. A multi-headed anomaly crawled to South Wei's feet, lifting its remaining 3 heads. The spots where the other 2 heads had been were merely bare stumps, covered in pallid, aged skin, as if they had never borne additional heads. Meeting the gaze of the multi-headed creature, South Wei slowly raised her fist. She needed to assess from which direction to strike the creature to create a larger opening for her and Yijio to escape. The multi-headed anomaly regarded South Wei's face and then her wolf-tooth pendant. To be precise, South Wei had only mentioned considering the idea. She had not unequivocally agreed to take them along. Yet they eagerly transformed into 2 small orbs of light and dove into her wolf-tooth pendant. Neither she nor Yijio could have anticipated that the 2 heads, belonging to the anomaly, would become their talisman of protection. It wasn't Timi who made the noise. It was this machine. South Wei pointed to the vending machine beside her. Of course, the money had been hers, so ultimately, she was accountable. She merely wished to see if she could attribute the noise to the vending machine. The 6 anomalies continued their slow advance, with the one emerging from room 201 now alarmingly close. To bolster her argument, South Wei gradually bent down, retrieving the fallen item from the vending machine and offering it to the multi-headed creature. "Look, something fell out and disturbed you. My sincerest apologies." Perhaps it was South Wei's audacious logic that resonated with the multi-headed creature. As the 3 heads stared intently at the wolf-tooth pendant for a considerable time before reaching out to take the item, it quietly settled down, writhing as it crawled toward the anomaly from room 201, silently waving its 3 heads as if engaging in some form of communication. He clutched the scattered bills, inching toward South Wei with excruciating slowness. The imagined aroma of meat ignited a fierce rumble in his empty stomach. Yijio felt a burning discomfort in his heart, a chill creeping over him, intense thirst overwhelming him, as if his stomach had been drawn into a vacuum, pressing tightly together. He could not determine whether the sensation or the fear of death was more tormenting. "Sister, what should we do?" As the night deepened, Yijio nestled closer to Nan Wei, finding a profound sense of security in proximity to her. However, The peculiar bundle of bizarre currency that he had once deemed valuable now felt rather cumbersome. It's my fault. Although Nan Wei endeavored to deflect responsibility, she could not absolve herself entirely. She should have waited for that faulty machine to dispense its goods. Who could have foreseen such an occurrence? Sister, please don't blame yourself. In the distance, several strange entities slowly approached, and Yijio observed them with clarity, quietly concealing himself behind Nan Wei. He whispered, Sister, should we rush out now? Can we outrun them? If their speed were not excessively outrageous, he still held confidence in his ability to flee. It was just that the terrain was rather treacherous. Shall we first see what they intend to do? Nan Wei felt assured in her running capabilities. If these creatures were on par with Zhang Bo, she believed she could successfully lead Yijio to safety. Nan Wei's words served as a tonic to Yijio's fluttering heart, calming it slightly. He could not help but murmur, Sister, do you think the Bazaar will understand that? It feels as though you are skirting the rules. How could I possibly know? Nan Wei, with her back turned, extended a hand, palm inward, beckoning softly. Give me your left hand. Be ready to flee at a moment's notice. Upon hearing of their impending escape, Yijio's eyes gleamed with hunger as he carefully folded the scattered bizarre bills and discreetly tucked them into his pocket. He mentally calculated the amount of pork these strange currencies might procure. That could buy several pigs. Sister, I'll give it to you once we're out of here. Nan Wei stood at the forefront, directing her full attention to the movements of the bizarre entities. If she could hear Yijio's thoughts, knowing he was preoccupied with thoughts of several pigs, she might have burst into laughter. Under Nan Wei's watchful gaze, the silent exchange between the multi-headed entities and the 201 entities concluded. The multi-headed creatures, having taken goods from Nan Wei, silently crawled toward the others. Midway, they gestured to the other bizarre beings, which astonishingly halted and began to converge upon them. The multi-headed entity, half crouched on the ground, swayed its remaining 3 heads toward the others. Has a deal been struck? Nan Wei was taken aback, not expecting the multi-headed entity to genuinely offer assistance. Chapter 38. Besieged, the several bizarre beings gathered at a distance remained stationary. Sister, are we still fleeing for our lives? Yijio peered out from behind Nan Wei. Overall, if he could avoid being carried, he preferred to rely on his own legs to escape. Being carried was quite uncomfortable. Ye sat confirmation. Is this a number 1 battery? Yes, Nan Wei nodded. The 6 bizarre entities ceased their advance, creating space as she glanced at the dry battery in her hand. No wonder it had caused such a commotion. Sure, something's happening, Nan Wei said, turning to pass the battery over. As night deepened, Yijio observed that the peculiar entities, which had just been strangely persuaded by the bullish figures, suddenly sprang into motion. These entities seemingly had reached some form of accord with the bullish figures. However, their actions could hardly be deemed as treacherous. Rather than approaching Nan Wei and Yijio, they began to retreat slowly, dispersing gradually. They continued to withdraw until they reached the periphery of the desolate ruins, where 6 entities spread apart, maintaining a distance of 2 to 3 meters between each other, effectively blocking the only escape route for Nan Wei and her companion. Hadn't they come to an agreement? This was utterly excessive. Yijio was incensed by the behavior of these 6 entities, struggling to find words to articulate his feelings at that moment. Nan Wei let out a cold chuckle. She had never genuinely expected these entities to spare them. She merely wished to test the waters, hoping for a peaceful exit from this predicament. She was no celebrity, relishing the notion of being pursued by fans, especially not while burdened. Morality is a trait exclusive to humanity. Attempting to reason with the peculiar entities was akin to discussing rationality with a madman or invoking the law with those who engage in zero-cost purchases. Utterly futile. Currently, the situation was somewhat favorable, as the 6 entities merely obstructed their retreat without taking any further action. The 2 could not fathom the intentions of these entities. They neither intended to capture them, nor were they inclined to let them leave. To Nan Wei, this resembled the encirclement tactics employed by wolves during a hunt. Utilizing their numerical superiority, they would corral the prey, driving it to exhaustion before launching a lethal attack. Were they intending to wear us down until we perish here? Nan Wei speculated on the entity's intentions, concluding that the best strategy was to remain motionless amidst the turmoil. Sister, what should we do now? Yi Jiao, trapped in a cul-de-sac with feeble limbs, had lost hope of escaping on his own. Glancing at the 6 entities blocking their path, which showed no signs of further action, Nan Wei stretched her limbs. What should they do? Whatever needed to be done, they would do it. Yi Jiao expressed his confusion. Sister, please clarify. We are like fish in a barrel. We must think of a way out. I sent fish in a barrel, just a turtle? Where's your education? Who would call themselves a turtle? Nan Wei leaned closer to Yi Jiao's ear. They are currently on guard against us. We need to lower their vigilance, ideally drawing them together, making it easier for us to escape. It's difficult to maneuver here. I cannot run swiftly while carrying you. Yi Jiao understood he was a considerable burden, and being explicitly reminded of it made him feel somewhat embarrassed. All right, I'll follow your lead. What do we do to make them let their guard down? After a moment's contemplation, Nan Wei pointed at the vending machine and cheerfully proposed, let's continue investigating this contraption. Lowering their vigilance? I think you're simply curious. Yi Jiao muttered quietly, unbothered by the possibility of Nan Wei overhearing. He retrieved a bundle of scattered bills from his pocket, feeling a pang of regret as he handed them to Nan Wei. Sister, there are several pigs here, so be mindful when you use them. Nan Wei did not respond, casting a glance at Yi Jiao, whose eyes reflected a glimmer of pity. The way Yi Jiao's gaze softened when he spoke of pork belly was truly pitiful. She extracted a bill worth 3 yuan from her pocket and gently patted Yi Jiao on the shoulder. The remainder is for you. Go buy some pork belly to eat. Just as Yi Jiao was about to insist that he had money, the mere mention of pork belly stirred his appetite. His stomach emitted a resounding growl, causing Yi Jiao's face to flush crimson as he hastily covered his belly. Nan Wei pretended not to hear the rumbling of Yi Jiao's stomach, believing it prudent to feign ignorance in such moments. She inserted the peculiar 3 yuan coin into the vending machine and quickly crouched down, extending her hand into the retrieval slot in anticipation, an elegantly fluid motion. Let us see if anything edible emerges. The surrounding atmosphere was eerily silent. Yi Jiao was entirely focused on the 6 strange entities. Glancing at Yi Jiao, Nan Wei noted that he was fixated on those peculiar beings. Fool! If you keep staring at them, how will they ever let their guard down? Don't look over there. Nan Wei chastised softly. Perhaps due to the value of the 3 yuan coin, the vending machine did not keep them waiting long. No sooner had Nan Wei completed her sentence than the machine whirred to life, releasing an item from the retrieval slot that landed softly in Nan Wei's hands. What is it? Yi Jiao could not contain his curiosity. 3 yuan equates to over 20 pounds of pork belly. He was eager to discover what could possibly be worth such a hefty sum. Hunger began to shift Yi Jiao's metric of value from monetary worth to the weight of pork. The moment they discerned the item, both Nan Wei and Yi Jiao were struck with astonishment and confusion, descending into a profound silence. A prolonged silence, a silence that seemed to linger indefinitely, reflecting Yi Jiao's own sense of time. Is this really it? Over 20 pounds of pork belly for such a trinket? Nan Wei could empathize with Yi Jiao's fixation on meat. Being a devoted carnivore herself, she often found herself restless after 3 days without meat. Now, having exchanged more than 20 pounds of pork belly for such a trivial item, she too felt a pang of regret. Chapter 39. Seeking an escape, 2 coins have been inserted. One worth 1 yuan, the other 3 yuan. Different denominations, yet the same product. Nan Wei felt as though the machine had played a trick on her. Enraged, she leaped up, her temper flaring, and turned to Yi Jiao, tentatively asking, "Shall I try with another yuan?" Yi Jiao wished to decline, but the money was not his to refuse. He glanced at the 6 strange entities blocking their exit, sighed, and reluctantly produced the most tattered 1 yuan bill he could find. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Jiao's heart was bleeding. Inserting the coin, crouching down, and before Nan Wei could even reach into the retrieval slot, the vending machine whirred to life once more, and an object fell. With quick reflexes, Nan Wei seized it before it could fall and make a sound. This time was different. I knew it. The third item to emerge was an old-fashioned flashlight, and Nan Wei felt fortunate. Her spirits lifted accordingly. Here, you can use this. Yejin tightly grasped the flashlight, quietly concealing the remaining money in his pocket. The peculiar currency, amounting to 5 yuan, translated to 50,000 in human currency, sufficient to purchase 60 or 70 pounds of pork, but goodness, that equates to an impressive quantity of pork. Yejin sensed an unprecedented heaviness in his arms. Nan Wei's phone had lost power, while Yejin still had some battery left, albeit not much. At present, acquiring a functional flashlight, despite its considerable cost, was a trivial expense for those seeking a way out of a contaminated area. It was indeed a bargain. After their ordeal with the vending machine, Yejin couldn't resist glancing surreptitiously at the 6 peculiar entities, only to find them unmoved, steadfastly maintaining their positions. Sister, it seems they remain vigilant. What should we do? Yejin tightened his grip on the flashlight, the pocket bulging uncomfortably with a wad of peculiar currency. The presence of this strange money made Yejin feel uneasy. This is indeed a tricky situation, Nan Wei pondered. However, the peculiar entities cannot be commanded. They require visibility as well. If we can find a place to hide from their sight, perhaps they will leave the area in search of us. Utilizing visibility was certainly a strategy, but amidst the vast expanse of ruins, there were no columns to hide behind, only the charred remnants of building materials strewn across the ground. Let us seek refuge in a small storage room, close the door, and they may come to investigate, Nan Wei suggested, pointing towards doors they had yet to explore, mischievously winking at Yejin. The thought that a peculiar entity could emerge from the seemingly empty 201 was unsettling. Yejin dared not imagine what might lurk behind the other doors. He looked at Nan Wei with a stoic expression. Sister, your map of Yin seems a bit lacking. Nan Wei remained silent, giving Yejin another wink before maneuvering around the vending machine and pressing against the wall, softly beckoning Yejin to follow. With the 6 peculiar entities blocking their path, Yejin felt helpless, reluctantly stepping forward. All right, I shall accompany you at the risk of my own life. The two moved in tandem, with Nan Wei reaching 203 first, only to find the iron door locked. None of the 6 peculiar entities had emerged from 203. The same was true for 301, which also had a locked iron door. Nan Wei relayed this discovery to Yejin, who contemplated the situation and speculated these peculiar entities may have perished here in the fire. Perhaps these 2 rooms are merely ordinary storage spaces, uninhabited. Not necessarily, Nan Wei countered, shaking her head and pointing at the water pipes on the wall. You see, 203 lacks a water pipe leading inside, yet 301 possesses one. If it were merely a storage room, what purpose would the water pipe serve? She continued, assuming there was a water pipe leading into the storage room, it would suggest that someone resided there before the garage transformed into a contaminated zone. Did they fail to escape when the fire broke out? As the night wore on, Yijio felt an unsettling chill run through his body, his hairs standing on end. He dared not contemplate the potential horrors that could ensue. Nan Wei's brow furrowed deeply, and with a soft sigh, he murmured, "Let us hope that the fire breaks out when we are not present." Although they had long suspected that part of the eerie phenomena could be attributed to former humans, the revelations concerning room 301 weighed heavily on their spirits. The entrance to room 302 was obstructed by a water pipe, the door unlatched yet immovable. Nan Wei exerted effort, the rusty hinges groaning in protest, but the iron door remained steadfast. It was likely that something had fallen, blocking the entrance. After several futile attempts to push it open, Nan Wei conceded to the futility of further exploration, hoping fervently that any lingering presence had fled. Yijio followed silently, acutely aware of the inevitability of death. All lives must eventually meet their end. Yet, the thought of perishing in flames was too harrowing to bear. The door to room 303 stood ajar, and it was here that they had witnessed something sinister emerge moments ago. Nan Wei halted, observing Yijio's sorrowful visage and weary legs. He grasped Yijio's arm, guiding him to turn around, and pointed towards 6 eerie entities lingering at the edge of the ruins. Do not dwell solely on your sorrow. These are remnants of the past. Presently, they are fixated on claiming your life. One of them just exited from here. The flashlight is too bright. Hand me your phone. Keep watch here. I will venture inside. Observe whether that fellow at the far end reacts in any way. All right. Yijio managed a faint smile before handing over his phone. Sister, you go ahead. I will keep an eye out for you. This is not merely for my sake. If you wish to survive, muster your spirit. Nan Wei patted Yijio's back, took the phone, and slipped into room 303. As anticipated upon her entry, the entity at the far end exhibited some response, all of which Yijio noted with keen observation. Indeed, my sister is far more reliable than I. There is still hope. Yijio conveyed his observations to Nan Wei. This poses a bit of a challenge. How do we gather them together? The synchronized movements of the 6 entities posed a dilemma for Nan Wei. We could scatter, but we lack 6 individuals to simultaneously enter 6 doors. Yijio had no suggestions to offer. He even contemplated advising Nan Wei not to factor him into any calculations of combat capability should the need arise. Chapter 40. Attempting to dull the eerie presence. Well, we shall cross that bridge when we come to it. One step at a time. A single unsuccessful attempt did not deter Nan Wei in the slightest. This time, he indicated another entity. That one emerged from room 401. Observe it further. There remained 5 entities on site. They are utterly unresponsive. Nan Wei muttered to himself as he examined the fire equipment room situated between rooms 401 and 402. This fire equipment room was little more than a facade. A closer look revealed that the water pipes from several nearby warehouses all emanated from this very room. As Nan Wei gazed into the desolate equipment room, he noted the absence of any firefighting apparatus, save for a single modified fire hydrant interface connected to a sturdy main pipe that branched into several ordinary water pipes. Observing the perplexed demeanor of Nan Wei, Yijio hastily approached with a suggestion. Sister, why don't we dash out together and run in different directions? I believe if the distance isn't too great, I can manage to endure and we can regroup later. Have you lost your senses? Haven't you seen horror films? Splitting up usually leads to dire consequences, Nan Wei scoffed. Running separately could work. If they choose to pursue you, ID can conserve a considerable amount of energy. Yijio fell silent, stifled by the retort. Nan Wei discreetly pointed towards the iron doors at either end. To escape, those 2 positions are the closest. However, observe that the eerie entities near room 101 are positioned rather closely, posing a risk of obstruction. The one near room 303 stirred moments ago, and with 401 having fled. The vicinity around 1003 appears more spacious now. I believe the optimal scenario is for us to approach near room 1001 and seize an opportunity to break free with minimal distance. Yijio harbored no objections to Nan Wei's plan, recognizing his own lack of athletic prowess. If they wish to block our path, let them do so. Nan Wei stood confidently, deliberately gesturing towards the iron door of room 402. Let us proceed and investigate further. Why not head directly to the vicinity of room 1001? Such a direct approach would be overly conspicuous. It would essentially reveal to the entities that we possess an ulterior motive, one that should remain undisclosed. Adopting the same methodical approach as before, they would allow the entities to grow accustomed to their behavioral patterns. Then, without warning, upon reaching room 1001, they would execute a sudden escape, embracing the element of surprise. This encapsulated Nan Wei's strategy. With a clear plan of action established, the duo arrived at the entrance of room 402. Yijio was pleasantly surprised to discover that the door was locked and no water pipes extended into the interior. Sister, it seems room 403 has also been uninhabited. A sense of relief washed over Yijio. Perhaps the absence of a warehouse that once housed someone could lessen the likelihood of encountering a mysterious entity. Perhaps it meant fewer lives lost to fire, even if those tragedies occurred many years prior. Nan Wei regarded Yijio in silence, offering a subtle nod. Yijio was kind-hearted and gentle, perhaps overly so. In contrast, Nan Wei, having been severely tainted and subsequently abandoned, felt a deep gratitude towards Yijio. Yet, Yejio's overly soft demeanor and timid nature rendered him ill-suited for navigating the perilous terrain of this so-called contaminated area. Without assistance, his chances of survival would be slim. It remained a mystery what had compelled him to venture into such a place. Regrettably, Nan Wei was unaware that Yijio had been forcibly dragged into the contaminated zone. She also planned to persuade Yijio not to engage in such activities after they managed to escape, lest they lose their lives. At this moment, the two stood at the entrance of room 501, where Nan Wei was attempting to pry open the iron door, which was slightly ajar. After a brief struggle, Nan Wei conceded defeat. Their current objective was to elude the strange circumstances and break free. Investigating the warehouses was secondary. If they could enter, that would be splendid. If not, they would not force the issue. From the outside, it appeared that 501 had a water pipe connected, while the adjacent 502 and 503 did not, suggesting that it was merely in use as a standard storage facility. Wait. Nan Wei suddenly called out to the ahead-walking Yijio. The gravity of her words made Yijio tense. What's wrong? Nan Wei crouched down, confirming with the faint light from a nearby fluorescent lamp. Below, there was a bed frame, preventing the door from collapsing. Is that so? But 503 has no water pipe. Could it be an unnecessary bed? Yijio instinctively pulled out her phone. The phone's light illuminated the interior, and upon inspection, the two indeed discovered a significant situation. The wall adjacent to 502 in room 503 was entirely absent. From the perspective outside the iron door, one could vaguely see the far end of 502 where a large, irregular cement slab was propped against the wall, forming a triangle with the wall surface. Ah, has the ceiling collapsed? Without waiting for Nan Wei's command, Yijio had already directed the light beam toward the ceiling. Sure enough, in the area between the two warehouses, a substantial portion of the ceiling was missing, leaving behind a dark, gaping hole. Did a family purchase two sets of properties and thus merge the warehouses? The evidence indicating that the two warehouses had been combined, rather than being originally one entity, lay in Yijio's observation of the space where a wall should have been, although the wall was absent. It was evident that the demolition work had been executed unprofessionally, leaving behind remnants of the structure. Yijio could not see the innermost details, but Nan Wei, with superior vision, clearly discerned that there was no wall between 502 and 501. Although it was difficult to navigate from 503, the two warehouses were interconnected. With a nimble leap, Nan Wei stood up and approached 502, effortlessly pushing open the iron door. Yijio, over here. As Yijio followed, she heard Nan Wei snicker. Heh, this family has quite the audacity. They truly fear nothing. What? Without needing Nan Wei to elaborate, Yijio stepped inside and saw Nan Wei indicating the position of 501. What she witnessed firsthand was more compelling than words. The wall here was also missing. Yijio could not help but glance around in astonishment. Had one family purchased 3 properties, or had 3 families merged their warehouses? Indeed, with Nan Wei's reminder, Yijio finally comprehended. Since the 3 warehouses were connected, it implied that the 2 warehouses, which they initially presumed were uninhabited, were in fact occupied. The situation was akin to those smaller warehouses they had previously explored. A water pipe has been hastily connected from outside, and the electrical wires are haphazardly arranged. A significant portion of the ceiling has collapsed, leaving shattered concrete scattered everywhere. Thus, in comparison to other independent storage units, this one appears considerably more chaotic. Observe the remaining walls. Their thickness of over 20 centimeters indicates they are primarily load-bearing. Is there not also a remnant of rebar protruding from the upper section, suggesting this is a hollow, load-bearing wall? It is reckless of this family, as they have compromised the integrity of a load-bearing wall, likely conducting unauthorized renovations themselves. Nan Wei assessed the remnants of the walls on either side and arrived at this conclusion. Yijio, unable to comprehend the wall structure, nonetheless understood that load-bearing walls must not be demolished, as doing so could easily result in safety hazards. Sister, how can you tell if it's a load-bearing wall? Oh, I once worked undercover at an unscrupulous renovation company, applying putty for 4 months. So that's why the ceiling collapsed. Ye iunodit, gaining insight. In this day and age, the concept of renovation companies has virtually vanished. Having a residence with running water and electricity is already quite fortunate, and few would engage in any form of renovation. Nan Wei pointed at the large hole above, expressing keen interest. Ye iu. Do you think if I were to crawl out from here, I could reach the ground or a residential building, thus evading all these bizarre rules? No, dear sister, I advise against seeking shortcuts. Yijio firmly discouraged such an endeavor. Outside the contaminated area exists a boundary-like phenomenon that separates it from the real world. akin to carving out a piece from a cake. We currently reside on this detached piece, surrounded by void. One can only exit through pathways acknowledged by the rules and consistent with the logic of the contaminated zone. Straying from these regulations in pursuit of unconventional routes could easily lead one to become lost in the abyss. Yi Jiao's explanation was quite lucid, yet Nan Wei remained somewhat unconvinced. She picked up a thumb-sized piece of concrete and tossed it into the large hole, muttering softly, "Is it really that mysterious?" The concrete fragment was thrown, but neither fell nor produced any sound upon contact with anything. It simply vanished into the darkness of the hole. This served to confirm the enigmatic nature of the situation. Acknowledging the veracity of Yi Jiao's words, Nan Wei felt little regret and swiftly shifted her focus to the space before her. The three interconnected storage units presented a clear view. At the entrance of Unit 503, a double iron bed was blocking the way, indicating that the occupant typically did not enter or exit through this door, hence the bed was placed behind it. Various remnants in the corners hinted at the former lifestyle of the inhabitants. A spittoon, an iron cabinet, an iron bathtub, a bamboo rocking chair, a wooden dresser, a dilapidated bicycle, a metal television casing, and what appeared to be the skeletal remains of a VCR. In stark contrast to the exceedingly humble living conditions in other small storage units. The previous residents of this space enjoyed not only a dwelling twice the size, but also significantly improved living conditions. Nan Wei poked at the remnants of the rocking chair, which barely retained its form. As the night deepened, one mused that if a family owned 3 properties, their living conditions must be quite favorable. Yet, how could they possibly reside in such a place? Night Jiao found himself particularly intrigued by a metal bathtub at his feet. The basin was occupied by a substantial mass of dark, solidified matter. He prodded it with the end of his flashlight, producing a metallic clink, suggesting a certain rigidity. Observing Night Jiao's curiosity, Nan Wei approached and crouched beside him to examine the object together. Are the others rented out? He pondered aloud. The room, merely 2 meters wide, barely accommodated a double bed, making movement cumbersome. Turning around felt akin to lying in a coffin. He mused that living outdoors would be preferable. At least the wilderness offered forests and meadows. Given the choice, she would rather reside in the open air than here. Nan Wei, undeterred by the grimy mass, discovered it could be separated from the iron basin. She deftly turned it over, revealing its original shape, identical to that of the bathtub. And it weighed a hefty 30 pounds. Nestled near the bottom was a palm-sized, colorful piece, which appeared rather flamboyant. Remarkably, it had survived the blaze, untouched due to its position at the base. Night Jiao held his phone above, equally curious about this dense, dark mass. Nan Wei pointed out 2 discernible features. This resembles a crushed soda can. Look here, this should be AC, and over here, this circular part must be the bottom of the can. Night Jiao concurred. It likely is a soda can. Relying on the portion that had not been completely incinerated, they ventured a bold hypothesis. This heavy mass, approximately 30 pounds, was likely metal that had melted under high temperatures and then cooled and solidified, fortuitously taking the shape of the iron basin, thus forming this black orb. Goodness, sister, if this entire mass consists of soda cans, how many must there be? Children under 10 might not have tasted beverages from cans, but Night Jiao certainly had. He understood that an empty can is quite lightweight. This dark orb had lost its value as a clue, prompting Nan Wei to rise and head toward room 501. I don't know, but it feels like there must be hundreds, she speculated. You stay here, keep your phone. I'll scout ahead. As she began to explore the corners, Night Jiao remained behind. He stealthily concealed himself behind a wall, peering out. The peculiar beings lingered at the edge of the ruins, with 2 of them seemingly engaged in communication. I cannot simply wait here, appearing ineffectual. Night Jiao felt the urge to take action. I shall investigate other areas. Chapter 42. Searching for clues on the side of room 501, near the iron door, Nan Wei discovered a thick pile of ashes. How thick? It was nearly as tall as Nan Wei herself. The ashes were somewhat scattered, likely dislodged when Nan Wei pushed the door open moments ago. Overall, they remained remarkably intact, compactly formed into a square mass. In the central area surrounding the ashes stood a metal wire, intertwining to create a symbol. Rising approximately 1/3 higher than the ashes and nearly a head taller than Nan Wei. This appeared to be made of cardboard. Nan Wei prodded the compacted ashes, which felt quite brittle. With a gentle poke, she created a small hole, producing faint sounds of crumbling. If this heap of ashes were indeed cardboard, it was plausible that the metal wire served to bind the cardboard together. The layers of cardboard had remained preserved in their entirety due to the lack of disturbance since they had burned. The large, black mass formed from a melted aluminum can in a big iron basin provided Nan Wei with some insight into the living habits of the previous occupant. I surmised that the former resident had a habit of scavenging. No wonder, I thought, who would hoard so many aluminum cans in their dwelling. The mere thought of the potential odor during the hot weather made my stomach churn even more as night fell. A piece of concrete had fallen from the ceiling, leaning against the wall, leaving a narrow space beneath it. Yejin was struggling to extend her arm to retrieve something from within. Sister, I just shone the flashlight in there, and there's a metal box in the gap. Her fingertips met the cold, hard sensation of the box. Despite brushing against its edge, she could not extract it. Shifting from a squatting position to half leaning on the ground, she forced her shoulder into the crevice. Oh, take your time. Nan Wei, feeling somewhat bored as she waited, quietly approached the door. Noticing the peculiar figures outside remained steadfastly in place, she gently pushed the iron door, leaving it ajar. If you won't let us out, I shan't let you see. Just wait for me. I'm almost there. Yejin pressed her face against the cold wall, straining her body to elongate her arm. Yet, the depth where the metal box lay cruelly mocked Yejin's insufficient reach. Breathing heavily, she felt a bit dizzy. The rough wall was irritating her skin, causing it to flush. Observing Yejin's determined struggle against the unyielding concrete slab, Nan Wei stood nearby, hands tucked in her pockets, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Need a hand? Nan Wei endeavored to keep her voice emotionless, but Yejin's awkward predicament was rather amusing, making it difficult to suppress a smile. Unfortunately, Nan Wei's facade was not convincing enough, and Yejin caught the trace of laughter in her tone. Frustration welled up within Yejin, annoyed with her short arms and vexed by the obstinate concrete slab. Sister, help me. Yejin's voice sounded utterly dejected. My arm is stuck. Ha! Unable to contain herself any longer, Nan Wei chuckled softly. Approaching the concrete slab, she extended her hand. Crouching down, he grasped the ends of the cement slab firmly, inhaled deeply, and with a surge of strength in his arms, the slab was effortlessly lifted from the ground, sending a shower of dust and debris cascading down. The predicament that had ensnared Yejiao was swiftly resolved. The cement slab was shifted aside, unveiling his trapped arm and the iron box hidden within. The chill of the metal still lingered on his fingertips, and a question slowly emerged in his mind. With the obstacle effectively removed, Yejiao stood awkwardly at the wall's base, holding the iron box. He had completely overlooked the fact that with Nanfeng's strength, moving the cement slab would have posed no challenge, leading him to attempt to retrieve the box in a conventional manner, only to become the target of Nanfeng's merciless mockery. How embarrassing. I hope my sister doesn't think I'm useless. Yejiao gazed at his slender arms and legs, replaying the recent events in his mind several times, subsequently adding a new item to his future life plan. Once I get out, I must start working out. Initially, the iron box, wedged upright in the crevice, seemed insignificant, but now, held in his hand, its size became apparent when compared to Yejiao's adult male hands. It was a square box, slightly larger than when his hands were clasped together. The exterior was charred and somewhat deformed, with embossed letters on the front indicating it was a biscuit box. Nanfeng shook the box gently, and a clattering sound echoed from within. Surely, it couldn't contain biscuits that had expired hundreds of years ago? Nanfeng pondered skeptically. It couldn't be, could it? Yejiao genuinely hoped it was not the case. If it were indeed spoiled biscuits, it would only serve to highlight his foolishness in being stuck. Let us open it and find out, Nanfeng declared, taking the initiative to pry open the box. She had no desire to be splattered with ancient biscuit crumbs. Cradling the iron box, she pressed her fingers firmly against the less deformed side and, with a gentle yet deliberate motion, lifted the lid. Fortunately, there was no rancid odor emanating from within, It was not biscuits. Observing how effortlessly Nan Feng had opened the box, Ye Jiao couldn't help but feel disheartened as he recalled his earlier futile attempts to do so, which had required considerable effort. He no longer wished to dwell on the disparity in their strengths. Inside the iron box lay several items resembling paper goods, perhaps due to the box's protective qualities. The paper products had largely escaped incineration in the fire, with only a portion sustaining damage. Although the edges exhibited varying degrees of charring, the majority remained intact. Thank goodness they're not biscuits. Nan Feng appeared quite pleased. Yet, Ye Jiao sensed an undercurrent of something more in her smile, perhaps a hint of mockery for his apparent helplessness. Regrettably, Ye Jiao was overthinking. Nan Feng was entirely focused on the contents of the box. The paper goods within were stacked together in ascending order of size. Let me see. This appears to be a receipt. These two are passbooks. Here are 2 medical cards, and beneath them lies a greeting card. Nan Wei glanced at the contents within, and indeed, there was a considerable amount. Chapter 43. The weight of the past. At the topmost layer lay an antiquated receipt, a rarity in contemporary times. Such receipts typically consist of 3 copies. The stub, retained by the issuer as an original voucher for reference. The receipt copy, also known as the customer copy, given to the payer as proof of payment. And the bookkeeping copy, generally handed over to the finance or accounting department for internal record keeping. Even as formal invoices became more widespread and legal awareness grew, this type of receipt remained highly favored in some remote areas and among small merchants who sought to evade taxation by avoiding formal invoicing. Should a customer not require a formal invoice, but merely a voucher for record keeping or reimbursement, merchants would issue such receipts. A few words were all that was needed to complete the transaction, enabling them to pay less tax. The topmost item was indeed such a customer copy, a long and slender piece of paper, originally a light yellow, now scorched to a dark, burnt hue due to exposure. The handwritten text had faded and blurred, the ink having diffused, yet it remained discernible, written in a neat script. I can't see it clearly, sister. Ye Jiao expressed his frustration, bringing his phone closer, the light forming a small circle that still failed to clarify the text. He could only vaguely discern that 4 lines were inscribed in the product name section, approximately of equal length and alignment, suggesting that the purchaser had acquired 4 similar items. Why not just get even closer? Then you won't need to see anything at all, Nan Wei teased, pushing Ye Jiao's head away in disdain. For he likely hadn't washed his hair in days, and the scent emanating from his watermelon-shaped head was rather unpleasant, making her slightly uncomfortable. She too had gone days without washing her hair, but that was her own head. She couldn't bear the odor of someone else's. As the light illuminated the scorched paper, Ye Jiao tilted his head, squinting intently at the indistinct script. He noticed that although the ink had diffused, remnants of the pen strokes were still visible. This was due to the necessity of applying significant pressure while writing these receipts to leave an impression on the underlying carbon paper. Ye Jiao's discovery earned him Nan Wei's praise. You've got it. Hee. Ye Jiao chuckled, gingerly picking up the customer copy and rotating his phone by 90 degrees, allowing the light to shine from the side of the paper. The previously diffused ink marks suddenly came into view for both of them. Perhaps the issuer had a habit of writing forcefully, leading to an overlap of the original text. In the product names section, numerous white impressions tangled together like a chaotic web. Fortunately, due to the length of the product names on the receipt, the final few characters remained free from overlapping text, allowing for clearer legibility. Ye Jiao read aloud the discernible characters. What kind of department store is this? Was the latest model of the vehicle at the very top? Yellow. The 3 items below share a similar description, differing only in color, which are white, red, and black in order. Each vehicle costs 2,000, making the total amount 8,000. The invoice is under the surname Fong, and the customer's signature appears to be something like Zhang. For colors for the same model? Upon hearing this, Nan Wei raised an eyebrow. Have you thought of anything? Yes. Suddenly, Ye Jiao recalled that they had previously seen 4 identical vehicles in different colors, adorned with decorative ribbons, lined up in a row. The colors match perfectly. This must be the purchase receipt for those 4 small cars, right? It seems so, and Nan Wei nodded. If the buyer resides here, it is indeed surprising that they could purchase 4 at once. Admittedly, under favorable circumstances, few would choose to live in an underground garage, especially one cluttered with a significant amount of discarded refuse. Most ordinary individuals could hardly endure residing in such a dim and airless environment, surrounded by heaps of garbage. It is evident that the living conditions are not particularly good. After examining the receipt, Yi Jiu carefully set it aside. The scorched paper was fragile, akin to dry leaves, and could easily fall apart with a careless touch. Beneath the receipt lay 2 passbooks. Thanks to their sturdy covers, the passbooks were in much better condition than the receipt, with only the outer cover singed, while the inner pages remained almost unharmed. The green cover bore the name of a credit union, which Yi Jiu recognized. I know this credit union. I remember it closed down when I was a child, and news footage captured an elderly person crying at its entrance, holding a passbook. As Nan Wei flipped through the passbook, he complimented Yi Jiu. "You seem to know quite a bit." Yi Jiu felt delighted by the praise. However modest, "I have a decent memory. I don't know why, but I just remember these things." Opening the inner pages, he noticed that the account holders' names were different. One was Zhang Taizhu, and the other was Li Hongmei. 2 very ordinary names, imbued with a hint of nostalgia. Upon seeing these names, a flicker of surprise crossed Nan Wei's mind. "Just call me Uncle Zhang or Aunt Li," was how the peculiar individual who referred to himself as Uncle Zhang introduced himself. At that time, Nan Wei thought it strange. Even if a person had multiple names, their gender shouldn't shift as well. Passbooks are significant possessions. Most people safeguard them in secure locations, such as their residences. The enigmatic figure, known by both Uncle Zhang and Aunt Li, along with the former residents of this garage, Zhang Taizhu and Li Hongmei. If there are too many coincidences, then they cease to be coincidences. I suspect that Zhang Taizhu and Li Hongmei could very well be the same individual known as both Uncle Zhang and Aunt Li. Nan Wei found this possibility overwhelmingly compelling. To this, Yi Jiu expressed some doubt. But these are 2 people? Perhaps 2 enigmas merged? Consider that those 5 heads don't seem to belong to a single person either. Nan Wei made a casual guess, realizing that only those directly involved could provide answers to such matters. Contemplating the peculiarities of dual entities, Yi Jiu nodded slightly. It seemed that the transformation of 2 individuals into a singular anomaly was not an extraordinary occurrence. Nan Wei perused the details of the passbook. Observe. The deposit dates on both passbooks are identical. The amounts deposited were modest, ranging from a mere 10 to 30 yuan, with the maximum being just over 50. The intervals between deposits were typically less than a week, likely indicating that they deposited their earnings from selling scrap. Due to the frequency of these deposits, each passbook was filled to the brim, almost exhausted. The entries throughout the passbook were quite clear, spanning only approximately 11 months from the first to the last entry. Yi Jiu accepted the passbook and skimmed through it from beginning to end. The more he read, the heavier his heart felt, a burden difficult to articulate. Chapter 44. The past of Zhang Bo and Li Shan. These deposits were accumulated little by little. The entire passbook contained only deposits, with no withdrawals recorded. The final entry on the passbook plainly stated that Zhang Taizhu withdrew 3,800 yuan, while Li Hongmei withdrew 4,200 yuan. In total, that amounted to 8,000 yuan, the exact price for the 4 children's cars. After nearly 11 months of sporadic savings, the 2 accounts were emptied in one fell swoop to purchase those 4 vehicles for children. The balances on both passbooks were reduced to mere single-digit figures. This was indeed rather astonishing. Holding the passbook, Yi Jiu felt somewhat at a loss. It felt almost too hot to handle, and he was uncertain where to place it. Perhaps this was merely additional income. It was likely they had other sources of revenue, or so he hoped. Yi Jiu could only comfort himself. Yes, indeed. That must be the case. Alas, Nan Wei's discovery shattered Yi Jiu's comforting illusion. As it turned out, it was indeed that Zhang Bo. Both individuals had health issues, with numerous minor ailments. Nan Wei examined the 2 medical records, for which a yellowed photograph fell out. The photograph, somewhat aged, depicted a family of 5. A young couple sat in the front with a small boy, while 2 stooped elders stood behind them. One of their faces bore a striking resemblance to the first anomaly Nan Wei encountered, Zhang Bo. The names written on the patient records were handwritten. Zhang Taizhu, Liang Mei. The handwriting was slanted and awkward, with 3 corrections made on the character for plum, indicating that the writer was not accustomed to writing. Similar to most handwritten medical records. The doctor's script was always so elegant, yet indecipherable. The contents of the records were incomprehensible, yet the dates of consultation were very clear. Nan Wei turned the medical records to the last consultation entries and handed them to Yi Jiao. Look, prior to the opening date of the passbook, they were visiting the hospital every month or so, and some months even 2 or 3 times. However, each visit seemed to involve only prescriptions, as there were no hospitalization records. Yet after the passbook was opened, there were no further updates in the medical records. I suspect that once they began saving money, they ceased visiting the hospital altogether. As the night deepened, Yi Jiu felt a slight constriction in his throat. He remained somewhat hopeful. Perhaps their health had improved, or they had simply switched hospitals, or maybe they had acquired new medical records. Did you think it was conceivable? Suddenly, both individuals were miraculously well, and had changed hospitals as well. Nan Wei let out a cold laugh, gazing calmly at Yi Jiu, puzzled by his fervent opposition. Let us consider the notion of changing medical records. I recall that hospitals typically charge for these records, albeit a nominal fee. These 2 records still had a portion in used. Given their living conditions, what were the odds that they would purchase new ones before exhausting the old, and furthermore, to acquire 2? Yi Jiu found himself at a loss for words, his fingers clenched tightly, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. He could not quite discern the source of his anger. It simmered within him. Why refrain from seeking medical attention? To save money. Why save money? To buy 4 children's cars in one go. All intended as gifts for Hao Hao. They were being excessively hard on themselves. The dim light of the phone screen flickered, trembling as Yi Jiu's hand shook with indignation. At the bottom of the box lay a card, a stunningly ornate greeting card that was evidently quite expensive. The lower half of the cover featured a relief design of blooming flowers, within which stood a host of iconic cartoon characters from various animation studios. These characters, which would not typically be printed together, appeared as a hodgepodge on the same card, their expressions joyful as they collectively held a banner. The banner was 3-dimensional, emblazoned with large letters. Happy birthday? This card was intended to celebrate someone's birthday, and it was clear it had been meticulously preserved. There were no creases on the card, nor any signs of wear along its edges. On the surface of the card and the iron box, a few small black plastic remnants clung on, likely the result of heat melting the plastic film originally used for wrapping the card. Beep. Yi Jiu's phone emitted a low alert, indicating low battery. Noticing Yi Jiu staring blankly at the card while holding his phone, she handed the iron box to him. Put away your phone, if you wish to see it. Then hand me the flashlight. If not, I shall look it alone. To look, or not to look? At that moment, Yi Jiu was profoundly saddened. Yet this sorrow did not obscure his awareness of their current predicament. Sister, is the flashlight perhaps too bright? Doesn't the rules state that bright lights may disturb the neighbors? Yi Jiu tucked away his phone, accepted the iron box, and passed the flashlight over. The thought that the empty room 201 they had inspected might harbor something strange sent shivers down his spine. He could not help but glance around, fearing that the moment the flashlight illuminated the darkness, something eerie might emerge. If all the oddities resided in the place they once called home, then Zhang Bo, along with Zhang Taizhu and Li Hongmei, should no longer be present. Otherwise, they would likely have come after them by now. Nan Wei took the flashlight. Thus, I inquired whether you wish to take a glance at it. Should the text remain legible, I would position myself by the door, able to discern its essence even without a flashlight. If your curiosity beckons, do not hesitate. Let us lean against the wall, shielding ourselves with our hands to obscure our presence from the outside. Standing in the shadows, oscillating between eerie trepidation and an inquisitiveness towards the card's contents for several moments. Yi Jiu took a deep breath. I shall look. To be frank, witnessing Yi Jiu's profound anger and sorrow, Nan Wei felt reluctant to allow any further exploration. He was a man of exceptional kindness, yet since Yi Jiu himself urged to continue, Nan Wei found no grounds to impede him. Very well, with the card in hand, Nan Wei crouched by the wall, covering the flashlight's beam with his palm, then beckoned Yi Jiu to approach. Upon pressing the switch, They lingered in darkness for a brief moment, and the sudden burst of light nearly blinded them. Yi Jiao felt tears welling in his eyes. Narrowing his gaze to adjust to the flashlight's glare, Nan Wei opened the card with one hand. Meanwhile, Yi Jiao, anxiously cradling the iron box, leaned in closer. The writing within the card showed no signs of damage from the fire. Chapter 45. The card and the truth. How. Dear grandparents, unable to recognize many characters. Sought assistance from the sister selling toy cars in the mall to write this card. Dear grandson, greetings. We apologize. Last year on your birthday, you remarked that the toy car gifted by us was not the latest model, noting it resembled something salvaged, less impressive than those from other grandparents, leading to your classmates mocking you. We sincerely apologize, dear grandson. Henceforth, when your friends visit, even if it costs us dearly, we shall never disclose that we are your grandparents, ensuring you never feel embarrassed again. You mentioned last year's toy car was unsatisfactory. This year, we have diligently worked to earn a living. Despite inclement weather and our own health issues, our earnings have been modest. This year, we have saved enough funds. Although your father has forbidden us from visiting, we could not ascertain your preferred color, so we procured one of each, unsure if you would favor them. If you do, why you come to visit us? We have not seen you in over 6 months and miss you dearly. Your grandmother often dreams of you. Sometimes she cannot sleep, waking in the cold of night to turn on the electric heater and gaze at your photographs, losing herself in memories for hours. Grandfather's legs no longer bend. Yet this year he has taken no medication. Truly, I am not deceiving you. The thought of How driving the most beautiful toy car alleviates his pain. Our How is the finest remedy, better than anything else. We reside in apartment 501, the very place where we store our belongings. Should you like this year's toy car, please make sure to visit us, dear grandson. We implore you, just a brief visit will suffice. The writing was neat and filled to the brim, likely penned by the diligent salesperson. It is evident that the seller, who had successfully sold 4 toy cars at once, had poured great care into composing this card. Not only is the handwriting exquisite, but the content has also been subtly refined, eloquently conveying the ramblings of the 2 elderly individuals. The signature reads, "Thinking of you, Grandpa and Grandma." Behind this, 2 awkwardly scrawled names are inscribed in an unsteady hand, the character for plum written in a large, uncorrected form, exceeding the size of the other letters by at least double. Zhang Taizhu and Li Hongmei follow the elegant script of their grandparents, inscribing their names onto this lavish card, as if 2 ragged scavengers had been absurdly inserted into a meticulously arranged banquet, a comical exaggeration. In this moment, Yi Jiao finds himself at a loss for words to describe his emotions. Sadness? Anger? Sorrow? Sympathy? It is clear that these 2 individuals have no connection to him, and yet they have passed away, transforming into a haunting presence that could very well threaten his own life. Nevertheless, he feels an inexplicable resentment on their behalf, pent up within him. It turns out it's not rented, Yi Jiao mutters weakly. He finally understands that the occupants of this warehouse are not tenants as he had previously assumed. Coupled with the rule stating that those living in the garage are elderly, the answer becomes evident. Here, in this garage, reside those who have been cast away by their children. Upon hearing Yi Jiao's words, Nan Wei recalls having witnessed a similar scene in the past. During a visit to another community, she had seen something akin to this, albeit in a ground-level garage with a rolling shutter door. At that time, she had wondered why the elderly in that community preferred to bask in the sun outside the garage, despite the presence of gas canisters, which posed a safety hazard. In retrospect, it seems the situation was quite similar. Do you remember? The final rule states the prohibition of flammable and explosive materials. I shall boldly speculate that this might well be the reason for the pollution in this area. As for the cause of the fire, it is highly likely attributed to the chaotic wiring mentioned in the rules. Exposed wires igniting, setting ablaze the cardboard boxes piled nearby, the flames spreading rapidly. The remnants here are remarkably well preserved, indicating there was no attempt to extinguish the fire. Given that the inhabitants were primarily elderly, most likely none escaped this calamity. Nan Wei's conclusions encapsulate all that Yi Jiao could fathom. Just imagining the despair of those trapped within this space fills Yi Jiao with a sense of suffocation. Bitter tears cascade down his cheeks. Why was there no rescue? He chokes out, his voice barely coherent. Nan Wei comprehends his sentiment. In the presence of combustible materials, a fire spreads swiftly. Even if there had been an attempt to intervene, it would likely have been too late. Moreover, have you seen those fire equipment rooms? They are devoid of any firefighting apparatus. It's uncertain whether the property management failed to provide them or if they have been removed. Furthermore, Nan Wei pauses, letting out a silent sigh, before continuing. The nearby fire hydrants that could connect to firefighting hoses have likely been repurposed to serve as main valves for domestic water supply. Even if someone were willing to intervene, it would be a futile endeavor. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiu could no longer contain her emotions and began to weep softly. If only there were no ifs. I can hardly recall my grandmother. She has long since departed, yet I vividly remember my grandfather. When he was alive, he would always save the most delectable treats, sometimes allowing them to spoil. Waiting for my school holidays to present them to me. Yi Jiu clasped the iron box tightly to her chest. Her head bowed as she sobbed, clearly heartbroken. Sister, how can you be so calm? Aren't you at all saddened? Is Nan Wei not distressed? She felt she should be experiencing some sorrow. Yi Jiu thought of her grandfather, and memories of her grandmother flooded back. Chapter 46. The Enigmatic Assault. Flee. Nan Wei's grandmother was an elegant lady, her hair meticulously styled, who took pride in her appearance and maintained a composed demeanor. After Nan Wei would return from a fight, injured, she would scold her gently for being dirty, then tenderly clean her wounds with gentle hands. She would sternly take the raw meat from Nan Wei's hands, only to smile and hand her a fragrant chicken leg. She would prepare a basin of warm water to sit in the sunlight, calling her sweaty granddaughter to wash her hair. She would hold the reluctant learner's hand, teaching her to write with patience and care. Yi Jiu's experiences were foreign to Nan Wei, and the life Nan Wei led was an enigma to Yi Jiu. Emotional states are akin to one drinking water. Only the individual knows whether it is cold or warm. No, I am not at all saddened. It is not I who forced them to reside here. Nan Wei spoke disingenuously. At that moment, she forgot her intention to appear as an ordinary person, for the reaction of a common individual should not be as such. The thought of the elderly who perished in the flames, perhaps driven to this place by their own families, made Yi Jiu weep even more fiercely. Why do you cry even harder? Nan Wei attempted to console her. Stop crying. They have transformed into something strange, and there's still a chance they may reunite with their families. Strange, Yi Jiu stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Out of the corner of Nan Wei's eye, she noticed the light streaming in from the half-fallen iron door of room 503 began to flicker. Illuminated by the light, she caught a glimpse of a shadow, swiftly moving past room 503, heading towards room 502. Among the three interconnected warehouses, 2 doors were blocked, leaving only the iron door of room 502 accessible. If the shadow intended to harm them, it would most likely enter through room 502. The lock on the iron door was broken, having been ajar just moments ago by Nan Wei. Ye you, Nan Wei whispered, swiftly extinguishing her flashlight. Rising slightly from her crouch position to a half-squat, she fixated on the iron door of room 502, her muscles taut like a predator poised to pounce. Lost in her sorrow, Yi Jiu did not hear Nan Wei's voice. After a brief moment of waiting, amidst Yi Jiu's soft sobs, the light from outside suddenly vanished, plunging them into profound darkness. Then, the iron door of room 502 began to move. In the instant the door opened, suddenly, Nan Wei thrust the flashlight into Yi Jiu's embrace, leaping up like an arrow released from its bow, and hurled a punch at the shadow that had just entered through the door. Thud! The blow landed squarely on the shadow, which had no chance to evade. Falling straight back, the nearby light extinguished, yet the distant one still illuminated the scene. In that faint glow, the frantic visage of Zhang Bo emerged from behind the shadow, invading Nan Wei's line of sight. Within his view, the other eerie entities, which had been guarding the edge of the ruins, were swiftly converging towards room 502. Though the shadow had collapsed, Zhang Bo had already lunged forward. Yi Jiu, run! After being handed the flashlight, Yi Jiu sensed something amiss. In the darkness, he felt Nan Wei dart past him like the wind. Hearing Nan Wei's urgent call, He hesitated no longer and bolted towards the doorway etched in his memory. Run forward! Run forward! Nan Wei's shouts underscored the dire urgency of the moment. Yi Jiao sprinted ahead, urging himself to hasten. In his frantic escape, Yi Jiao overlooked a crucial detail. His feet were still bound with their outer garments, originally intended to muffle sound. They had now become an impediment on his flight for survival. As he dashed, the garments snagged on the debris strewn across the ground, and Yi Jiao stumbled. Cradling the flashlight, he had no opportunity to brace himself and fell onto the heap of construction waste. A piercing pain surged from his knees. Yi Jiao let out a muffled groan. Dazed from the fall, stars flashing before his eyes, his body instinctively curling up. Not far away, he heard Nan Wei's low calls, occasionally punctuated by the sound of heavy objects colliding. A resounding thud echoed nearby. A gust of air laden with dust assaulted Yi Jiao's face. In his panic, he struggled to rise but was unsuccessful. He glimpsed a grotesque figure twisting towards him. This is truly the end, Dad. In that instant, as the monstrous entity lunged, Yi Jiao resignedly closed his eyes. Then, he felt his body being lifted abruptly. A low hiss from Nan Wei reached his ears, and in an instant, he was turned sideways and propelled forward with great speed. Am I alive again? Yi Jiao's face reflected disbelief. Nan Wei was leaping rapidly through the ruins. Yi Jiao's entire being bounced along in tandem. The scenery around them fluctuated, racing backward as Yi Jiao remained stiff, afraid to move lest he disrupt Nan Wei's escape. Leading the pursuit was the eerie creature he had seen earlier, Zhangbo, its four legs moving in a swift, alternating rhythm, its expression grotesque. As it ran, it shouted, "You little brats, so you are here. Run. Keep running. Run with all your might." The speed was overwhelming, blurring his vision, and the way Nan Wei was carrying him was decidedly uncomfortable. The sinister beings were hot on their heels, including Zhangbo and the dark figure that had initially chased Yi Jiao. It was unclear what had transpired in the meantime, but now they had ultimately tracked them down. The ominous presence trailing behind was unsettling, yet Nan Wei could not afford to pause. The rules had become irrelevant. They had discovered a potential means of escape. If they could locate the peculiar construction site belonging to the property management, hope for liberation awaited them. Night Jiao's weight was considerable, and Nan Wei felt the strain in her arms and back, her breathing becoming increasingly labored. However, she understood that now was not the moment for complacency. A single misstep could spell doom for both of them. Night Jiao, lead the way. Chapter 47. A desperate escape from the garage. How did Zhangbo know they were here? Perhaps the eerie entity that had departed had informed him. Yet, such concerns were trivial now. The priority was survival. Night Jiao was so tense that he dared not make a sound, striving to keep his head tilted back to avoid obstructing Nan Wei's line of sight. A throng of strange beings pursued them, their speed markedly different from the initial chase. Trailing far behind, yet refusing to be shaken off. Maintaining composure amidst the jolting movements proved challenging. Turn right, then proceed straight through two intersections. He endeavored to articulate his directions clearly, attempting to provide guidance ahead of time. At this moment, he was blissfully unaware of how decisively he commanded. Without a hint of uncertainty, faced with a life-or-death crisis, the typically timid Night Jiao found himself devoid of fear. His unwavering memory assured him. This was the way. Turn, go straight, then turn again. Clutching Night Jiao, Nan Wei gritted her teeth, immediately changing direction upon hearing his instructions, her steps unwavering, though no footsteps echoed behind them. Zhangbo's furious, beast-like roar pierced the air. "You little rascals, halt. I will burn you alive." Even without seeing Zhangbo's face, Nan Wei could discern the depth of his rage from his voice alone. An unexpected urge to laugh bubbled within her. She was uncertain why, but she recognized her mind was not functioning quite normally. Thus, amidst the frantic flight from the eerie pursuers, the irrational desire to laugh emerged. Regrettably, the immense pressure on her lungs reminded Nan Wei that laughter was not an option. Consequently, her internal mirth transformed into a peculiar smile that lifted the corners of her lips. Cradled in Nan Wei's embrace, Night Jiao observed her beads of sweat, her flaring nostrils, and the smile gracing her lips, all vividly imprinted in his mind. In such a perilous situation, his sister was actually smiling? The astonishment flickered through Night Gio's thoughts. But there was no time to ponder further. The next intersection loomed ahead. Exertion drained her rapidly, and Nan Wei sensed her pace faltering. She dared not allow a moment's laxity. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her strength, and at the moment of turning, she accelerated. "You little rascal! Stop! Stop!" The sounds of construction from the property management returned to her ears as they rounded the corner. She urged herself internally. Faster! Keep going! Forward, forward! The scenery rapidly receding behind them. Faintly, the figure of a property worker could be seen swinging a pickaxe, beside which stood a warning sign. The sign read, "Nighttime construction in progress. To avoid hindering the construction progress, please do not approach the site." A suffocating chill suddenly enveloped the air. Nan Wei's eyes widened in alarm, and she could not help but curse under her breath. Damn. The image of a group of shadowy figures lurking at the exit flashed through her mind, tightening her heart. There could be no mistakes at this critical moment. She deliberately softened her footsteps, which consequently slowed her pace. A piercing howl shattered the tense atmosphere. Yijio caught sight of a large, eerie group surging closer, their presence becoming increasingly menacing. He dared not alert Nan Wei, perplexed by her sudden deceleration. Previously, he had failed to notice the lurking figures concealed in the darkness. Yet he felt that his sister had her own reasons for her actions. A bead of sweat trickled down Yijio's arm, cold yet seemingly retaining warmth. With the need for guidance now obsolete, Yijio's gaze fixated intently on the line of Nan Wei's jaw. Just when he thought their fate was sealed, Nan Wei did not abandon him. In light of their bond, he felt that there was no better way to express his gratitude than to entrust his life entirely to his sister's care. The distance to the exit diminished. The anticipated mysterious ambush did not materialize. That peculiar chill lingered for only a few breaths before vanishing. At that moment, Nan Wei's curiosity about the eerie mystery was overshadowed by urgency. As they approached the property worker, she abruptly slowed down, and under the watchful eye of the halted worker, she unceremoniously set Yijio down, revealing the peculiar key that guided them to the entrance. With the unsettling presence drawing nearer, Nan Wei took several deep breaths. Striving to speak calmly, "I have obtained the key." It was unclear why Nan Wei and Yijio had irked the property worker, whose demeanor had turned unfriendly after a brief absence. The worker quickly inspected the key's design and, gritting his teeth, inquired, "You two only have one key?" Nan Wei did not grasp the significance of the question, but they indeed possessed only one. Given the circumstances, there was no time to seek a second key. So she nodded. "Yes, we are a family. Can we proceed now? I am in a hurry." The property worker understood the urgency implied by Nan Wei's words, as the eerie figures pursuing them were closing in. 8 of them, Yijio exclaimed as he beheld the grotesque creatures nearing them. Unable to hold back, he cried out. Before he could finish, as the property worker uttered the word aloud, Nan Wei sprang into action. Taking a deep breath, her eyes locked on the narrow door that could accommodate only one person. She scooped up Yijio and dashed toward the small opening. "Don't run," came the property worker's frantic shout from behind. They were getting closer, ever closer. The small door loomed close at hand, and Nan Wei was astonished to discover that none of the shadowy figures, the charcoal-like beings that had been lurking there, remained. 1 meter, half a meter. As the captured Yijio was about to collide with the door, Nan Wei abruptly shifted sideways, cradling Yijio as he leaped towards the small entrance. Thud, thud. The resonant clang of metal striking the ground echoed as Nan Wei and Yijio vanished through the doorway. Chapter 48. The sister was mysteriously consumed. They were merely a few steps away, just a short distance. Had Zhongbo and the others been able to run a bit faster, they might have caught up with Nan Wei and Yijio. Alas, such what-ifs were mere fantasies. For they were mere paces away when Nan Wei and Yijio surged into the narrow door. In an instant, a bizarre assemblage collapsed haphazardly to the ground. At the threshold of the small door, it was as if an invisible barrier of air had arisen, obstructing Zhongbo and his companions from pursuing any further. Beyond this ethereal wall, one could faintly discern Zhongbo flailing his limbs on the ground, his expression exaggerated, as if he were vehemently cursing them. However, this air barrier not only separated them from the uncanny beings, but also muffled sound. Nan Wei could not hear Zhang Bo's shouts, only witnessing his gesticulations, akin to observing a silent film. On this side of the door lay a profound darkness, an all-consuming blackness, approximately 3 meters above the ground. A glowing emergency exit sign illuminated the space, depicting a simplistic figure passing through a door frame, casting a ghostly green light. Yet, this meager illumination failed to penetrate the surrounding void. The scattering of light was rendered ineffective, as if engulfed entirely by the shadows. Nan Wei raised her hand before her eyes, unable to see it. Visibility here had reached a negative threshold, or more accurately, visibility was non-existent. In that moment of peril, Nan Wei had leaped into the darkness with Yi Jiao in her arms. The consequence of leaning forward was that upon entry, she stumbled over some obstacle beneath her feet, a weighty yet somewhat yielding object. As she fell, Yi Jiao, whom she was holding, was thrown from her grasp. Aside from the sound of her own fall, she also heard another heavy object and a metallic clang, which seemed to originate from an iron box. A faint groan emerged from nearby, prompting Nan Wei to shut her eyes. Although closing her eyes in such darkness might seem inconsequential, it indeed allowed her to heighten her other senses to gauge her surroundings. There was another heartbeat and a faint sound of breathing. There was indeed another living person. This was enough to ascertain the presence of life in this place, though whether it was Yi Jiao remained to be confirmed. Yet before attending to that, Nan Wei had an urgent task to address. Upon rushing through the small door, Yi Jiao had only experienced a momentary darkness before being thrust forward, subsequently crashing heavily to the ground, inevitably losing consciousness. He was unaware of how long he had been unconscious, only knowing that as he regained a semblance of awareness, he heard the sound of fabric being torn. The sound jolted Yi Jiao from his hazy consciousness, as if he had been struck by electricity, causing him to shudder involuntarily. His mind cleared significantly in that instant. No, it couldn't be. Panic surged within him. Not far away lay a faint rectangular glimmer, suggesting it might be the small door through which they had rushed. Yet, his surroundings were shrouded in impenetrable darkness, obscuring his vision completely. The tearing of fabric evoked unsettling thoughts, and disbelief gnawed at him. But the notion grew more pronounced in his mind. His sister had been consumed by something sinister. A chill gripped Yi Jiao's heart. He found himself immobilized, his body prickling as though electrified. Aside from the bizarre assault on Nan Wei, he could envision no other possibility. "Sister, where are you?" Yi Jiao silently cried out in desperation, too fearful to vocalize his distress, lest he attract the malevolent force. His breaths quickened, each inhale a struggle. Terror enveloped him. Yet the thought of Nan Wei possibly facing peril ignited a fierce determination within him. He could see nothing. He needed light. A flashlight? Where was it? He rummaged through his belongings, but found nothing. He recalled clutching something, yet his arms were empty, lost when he fell. His fingertips searched the cold, rough ground in vain for the flashlight, and frustration brought tears to his eyes. Suddenly, he remembered his phone. "Yes, I have my phone. Where is it?" In a panic, he trembled as he reached into his pocket, but his shaking thwarted his attempts. Fortunately, the phone was still there, with tears streaming down his face. He shakily activated the device. Thankfully, it still had some battery life left, even if the screen brightness was minimal. That feeble glow sparked a flicker of hope within him. As he turned the screen on, however, it illuminated nothing. The darkness persisted, swallowing the emitted light like a stone plunging into the ocean. This strange phenomenon unsettled Yi Jiao profoundly. He stood there, paralyzed by the oppressive darkness, rendered immobile. More alarming still was the cessation of the fabric-tearing sound. If Nan Wei were alive, she would surely be fighting back with all her might. The complete silence now pointed to a grim reality. It felt as if all his strength had been siphoned away, and his hands fell limply to his sides, despair flooding his heart. His sister had been devoured by that malevolence. He longed to weep, having promised to repay her kindness, yet he had done nothing before she was taken. Now, it hardly mattered whether he attracted the sinister entity or not. Overwhelmed by sorrow, he succumbed to tears. Earlier, Nan Wei had glimpsed something faintly shining in the left foreground and now heard a soft weeping sound. Every situation demanded careful consideration. However, to be paralyzed by caution and take no action was not in Nan Wei's nature. Although she remained uncertain about the nature of the space she inhabited, she nonetheless found her voice. Yej? A mere 2 words, devoid of any emotional resonance. Yet they struck Yej's ears like celestial music. Fearful of succumbing to hallucination, he wiped away his tears, ceased his sobbing, and strained to listen. The weeping in the darkness abruptly ceased, and another breath, existing in this realm, quickened. Upon hearing Nan Wei's voice once more, Yej was overcome by a wave of dizziness. His body trembled incessantly, inundated by overwhelming joy. Sister, you weren't consumed by the anomaly? Chapter 49. Groping in the dark, Nan Wei was baffled by the question. Or was I consumed by the anomaly? Did you foresee this in a dream? Furthermore, isn't the anomaly meant to kill? How could it possibly devour someone? Does it possess organs for digestion? No. I heard the sound of fabric tearing and assumed. Ah, I see. Nan Wei nodded in understanding, though no one could witness her gesture. That was me tearing my clothing to fashion a makeshift bandage. Sister, are you injured? Hearing this, Yej felt a surge of urgency and instinctively reached out to find Nan Wei, only to be halted. I'm Fine. Stay where you are. Do not move recklessly, or I will treat you as an anomaly and give you a good thrashing. Nan Wei's voice emerged, low and tinged with fatigue. Yej dared not to stir, obediently remaining in place, awaiting Nan Wei's next command. Truth be told, Nan Wei felt exceedingly weary. Having just sprinted with Yej at a vigorous pace, her strength was severely depleted. Most crucially, she was injured. Her left forearm and left calf bore significant lacerations. Ironically, these wounds were not inflicted by the anomaly. During the struggle, she had only bruised her fist. The injuries occurred while she was rescuing Yej. At that moment, the anomaly lunged toward Yej, and the situation was dire. In her haste to strike the creature away and scoop Yej into her arms, she had been cut by a protruding steel rebar, slicing through her skin and muscle on her left forearm. To evade the subsequent onslaught of other anomalies, Nan Wei had no choice but to break free from her position, resulting in another gash on the outer side of her left calf on the same steel rebar. Fortunately, the wound on her calf was not deep and did not impede her movement, yet the vigorous activity exacerbated the bleeding, causing her to lose a considerable amount of blood during her escape. Now clad only in a men's athletic tank top, she was drenched in sweat. Her limbs felt weak, and a chill crept over her. This sensation was uncomfortable, yet more terrifying was the adverse reaction for blood loss and the potential for infection from the lacerations. If an anomaly were to attack her in this weakened state, unseen, the likelihood of success would exceed 50%. She could not allow Yej to approach. She was uncertain whether it was indeed the night or if something was drawing near alongside it. In the absence of visibility, relying on auditory cues to discern the identity of the other was unreliable. Proximity was essential. However, at that moment, she required a brief respite to regain her strength. In the profound silence of the darkness, Night Jiu awaited South Wei's next directive, concerned for South Wei's injuries, yet hesitant to make any sudden movements. Sister, are you there? Night Jiu tentatively inquired. Having heard that another person might be present, Night Jiu hastily activated her phone. The silence persisted, and if the individual was not deceased, they were likely lurking in the shadows with ill intent. Regrettably, even with the screen brightness set to its maximum, nothing outside the screen was illuminated, save for the glaring display itself. Night Jiu, what are you doing? South Wei's voice resonated once more. Night Jiu shook her phone. I wish to use the light to see where you are. Then turn your phone outward and write your name in the air with it, came the instruction again. Though the purpose eluded her, Night Jiu complied without hesitation, tracing the character for Jiu in the air. The darkness here was remarkably peculiar. Although the human eye could perceive luminous objects, it could not discern anything beyond the source of light. Night Jiu had once mentioned the existence of entities capable of perfectly mimicking another's form, and she knew she must exercise caution. Seeing the character Geo in the air merely confirmed that Night Geo was indeed present. A more definitive method of verification would have to wait for closer contact. "Where's your flashlight?" Southway inquired. "I thought I heard the sound of a metal box falling to the ground. Did I not instruct you to set it down? You did not bring that metal box with you, did you?" "Huh?" Southway's question left Night Geo momentarily stunned, reflecting on her actions and their implications. Night Geo felt her face flush, though fortunately, no one was there to witness it. "I don't know where it went." Southway pondered. "I don't think it's necessary." Night Geo was baffled. "Why not? Did you not say that certain artifacts possessed by the Eerie have special functions? This metal box seems significant. It could very well be an Eerie artifact, and it's rare. After all, Zhang Bo and the others cannot enter." Feeling embarrassed for having inadvertently taken someone else's belongings, Night Geo felt a twinge of guilt, even if the individual in question was Eerie. "All right, if I can find it, I will take it," Night Geo stammered, overwhelmed by shame. With that topic concluded, Southway prepared to take action. After resting for a while, she felt slightly revitalized. Remaining here for an extended period was not wise. She needed to find something to keep warm or replenish her energy, and it would be even better to tend to her wounds promptly. If something truly lurked in the darkness, its prolonged inaction might suggest limitations, preventing it from striking at that moment. Regardless of the other S movements, Southway was determined to act. "Stay right there. Do not move. I shall see what this place is." With a gentle admonition, Nan Wei knelt upon the ground, feeling her way along the surface as she crawled toward the small door that beckoned her. The door was not far, and the object that had caused her to stumble lay nearby. By kneeling and using her hands to navigate, she could avoid inadvertently falling into any treacherous holes. Yijio obediently remained still, uncertain of Nan Wei's intentions, only hearing the sounds of someone crawling on the ground. Her journey was relatively smooth. The terrain she traversed was solid, and soon she found herself near the small door. Only two ominous figures lingered at the entrance, perhaps having abandoned hope of capturing Nan Wei and the others. Only Zhang Bo remained, silently cursing the darkness beyond the door. Playfully, Nan Wei waved at Zhang Bo, indifferent to whether he could see her. After a brief search near the door, she indeed found what she was seeking, a human skull. Chapter 50. The Deceased Woman. The long hair felt cool to the touch. As her fingers traced downward, she encountered skin that was somewhat cold yet still supple, devoid of any pulse. There was no breath or heartbeat. This person was lifeless. Nan Wei examined the clothing of the corpse, discovering a gossamer dress. Her heart began to grasp the truth, and to confirm her suspicions, she continued her exploration. The voluminous skirt revealed only a single high-heeled shoe, its heel broken. The deceased was the woman from the couple. She had perished just before escaping from the garage. "Yijio, the woman is dead," Nan Wei calmly informed him. Yijio momentarily faltered. "Which woman?" With a hint of exasperation, Nan Wei replied, "The one who lost a high heel." "Huh?" Upon hearing this, Yijio felt an uncomfortable sensation in his heart. Just moments ago, when Nan Wei had mentioned the possibility of another person being here, he had felt a chill of fear. They had entered as 5, and now only he and Nan Wei remain alive. It takes a long time to grow, yet death can come swiftly. It is indeed a most effortless affair. Although he had managed to survive thus far, how much longer could he endure? No one could say, perhaps until the next contaminated zone, perhaps until tomorrow, perhaps merely the next second. The reason for the woman's self-demise in this place was known only to her. After confirming that there were no useful clues upon the woman's body, Nan Wei felt her way to the wall where the small door was situated, then followed it as she crawled outward. After traversing a distance of 4 or 5 meters, she encountered a corner. If she turned here, she could logically crawl toward Yijio's location. "Yijio, face the direction where I had previously instructed you to shine your phone. Then take the phone in your right hand and turn it on." Nan Wei needed to reconfirm Yijio's position. After a few seconds, a small rectangular beam of light appeared before her. "All right, turn it off now to conserve battery." Having confirmed Yijio's position, Nan Wei continued to feel her way along the wall, inching closer to him. After climbing for only a few steps, Nan Wei encountered a hard object. which emitted a sharp and piercing sound as it scraped against the ground upon collision. Fortuitously, it was the iron box. Due to its deformation, the lid had not sprung open. Nan Wei picked up the iron box, tucked it under her arm, and swiftly crawled to the location where the luminescent entity had appeared earlier. What you brought out is yours. Extend your hand, and the box will be yours. Nan Wei offered, presenting the iron box. Yijio had long sensed Nan Wei drawing closer and felt a surge of joy, yet he dared not move, fearing he might disrupt her actions. Upon hearing her words, he reached out and indeed encountered the cold surface of the iron box. Yijio grasped the box, exerting a slight force, yet it remained immovable. Not only did Nan Wei not release her grip, but she also applied more pressure. Yijio was perplexed by her intent. Sister? Nan Wei's voice was near at hand. Hold on to the box, and do not let go. Without further inquiry, Yijio obediently clutched the iron box. A hand brushed against his arm, and he felt the distinct warmth of her skin, which then glided along his arm to his cheek, resting upon his lips. Repeat what I say next. After a brief pause, Nan Wei continued, I am Nan Wei, and I can hear the rules. Oh, ye eu immediately grasped head intention. In the darkness, where nothing was visible, she was confirming whether he had indeed transformed and whether he was truly Yijio. He felt a wave of relief that Nan Wei had finally developed a sense of caution, yet he found it peculiar to declare himself as Yijio. He could not voice it. Thus, he replied, My name is Yijio, and I can hear the rules. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the final interview. Now you may commence your escape. Nan Wei mechanically stated while grasping Yijio's arm. What? Yijio exclaimed in astonishment, preparing to flee, only to be pulled back by Nan Wei. I was just teasing you. You really are timid. Nan Wei chuckled, shoving the iron box into Yijio's embrace. This peculiar item belongs to you. Remember not to lose it this time. Yijio's heart raced from the fright, and he offered a wry smile, thinking how playful his sister was despite her age. Take out your phone, Nan Wei instructed. It is quite strange here. You should keep it handy in case we get separated. At least I can find you. She gently patted Yijio's head, distinguishing the front and back of his skull, before guiding him to turn left. Do you see that green escape route sign over there? Only now, reminded by her words, did Yijio notice the faint green glow emanating from the rear left, a sight he had overlooked while facing away. Without Nan Wei's prompt, he might have mistaken it for a will-o'-the-wisp. Come, give me your hand. Let us crawl over and see what that is. Nan Wei extended her hand, tapping Yijio's arm. Without hesitation, he grasped her hand, during which he accidentally brushed against a knotted strip of cloth that caused Nan Wei to flinch slightly. The texture was somewhat slippery, reminiscent of the bandage she used for her wounds, and Yijio felt regret for his clumsiness. Nan Wei said nothing, grasping Yijio's hand as they silently crawled towards the exit sign. The atmosphere was dry yet warm. Amidst such enveloping darkness, Nan Wei's body warmth bestowed upon Yijio an immeasurable sense of security, filling his heart with courage. He felt that even if something eerie were to appear now, he could perhaps strike it with a punch. After crawling a mere 7 or 8 steps, Nan Wei paused. She felt something akin to a step, tracing it upward and moving back a foot and a half. Indeed, another step emerged ascending. She explored to the sides and informed Yijio of her findings. To the left, adjacent to him, was a wall. To the right, there was emptiness devoid of walls or railings. This revelation invigorated Yijio. Then we should be able to escape. Perhaps. Yet, the exact destination of the stairs remained a mystery to all. Nan Wei switched hands to hold Yijio's, gradually standing upright. Let us stick to the left. She did not release his hand, for she feared that if she let go, the hand she grasped next might not belong to Yijio. Confirming repeatedly felt cumbersome to her, and she was averse to inconvenience. Chapter 51. The key in the dream, all right, Nan Wei commanded. Thus, Yijio obediently responded. He had never attempted to navigate stairs in complete darkness before. Although Nan Wei led the way, he still felt somewhat uneasy. His feet grazed the ground as he moved, when suddenly he kicked something. The object rolled forward with a soft clatter, colliding against the steps, producing a crisp, ringing sound. Hearing this, Nan Wei halted, her heart fluttering with excitement. A flashlight? Yi Jiu remained uncertain about what he had struck. He tugged at Nan Wei's hand and slowly crouched down, feeling around until he touched a cool, cylindrical object. "It's a flashlight, sister." "Here," Yi Jiu exclaimed with delight, acquired with 5 units of strange currency. The flashlight had not proven particularly useful, yet it had been procured from the contaminated zone, potentially useful for future ventures into another contaminated area. Nan Wei accepted the flashlight, uncertain if it would function after such a fall. After pressing the switch several times, it flickered to life, casting a warm yellow beam into the pitch-black space. The yellow light illuminated the steps, significantly uplifting Nan Wei's spirits. "Well done, we can see now," she noted, astonished that the beam was nearly the size of a cup's opening. The antiquated flashlight, with its reflective cup, produced a beam that, in the surrounding darkness, appeared particularly radiant. Dust particles floated in the air, dancing gracefully within the light's beam. Although the beam had a limited range, logically, a flashlight's illumination would extend further. However, the darkness entirely consumed the scattering of light. Nan Wei illuminated the steps with a flashlight, and the scene beneath his feet gradually came into focus. Though limited to a small area the size of Cup's rim, he could distinctly discern that they were treading upon solid concrete steps. As he swept the beam of light around them, it became evident what sort of space they occupied. Excluding the all-consuming darkness, it appeared to be merely a spacious stairwell. This was quite intriguing. Nan Wei shook the flashlight, watching the beam dance alongside his movements. It was a curious tool, unlike his phone which yielded nothing. Was this an enigmatic artifact? He was uncertain, for the notion of an enigmatic artifact was rather nebulous. Yejin pursed her lips. She wondered if replacing the battery would yield the same effect. Regardless, they should proceed. Before departing, Nan Wei directed the flashlight's beam toward the small door through which they had entered. He himself could not quite comprehend his own mindset. He merely wished to confirm one last glance. There lay the lifeless body of a woman, long deceased. The path ahead remained uncertain, and bringing the woman's corpse along would only invite complications. Thus, she must remain here. The woman lay quietly, her body devoid of any apparent external injuries. Apart from the terror-stricken expression etched upon her face, indicative of her extreme panic before death, there were only faint signs of subcutaneous bleeding on her exposed skin. The side of her body closer to the ground appeared somewhat swollen, as though injured from a fall. Well then, it was truly time to depart. Wait, earlier, Nan Wei had crawled beside the small door, adjacent to the woman's body, then proceeded straight along the wall before turning to reunite with Yejin, having traversed a path resembling a box. In truth, there remained a small area in this vicinity that she had yet to explore. This object lay to the right of the staircase, pressed against the wall below, in the section that Nan Wei had bypassed. Upon hearing wait, Yejin followed the beam of light, certain that Nan Wei had made an important discovery. The object was illuminated clearly under the beam. The moment she discerned what it was, Yejin could not suppress her exclamation, "Sister, that resembles the keys I dream about." This revelation was indeed somewhat amusing. As the significance of the keys in Yejin's dream remained a mystery, the two chose to continue their search in the garage, despite having obtained a key to the entrance. Consequently, although they acquired an iron box containing various items, they inadvertently found themselves ensnared in an eerie predicament, resulting in Nan Wei sustaining an injury. In truth, had they departed immediately upon obtaining the key, such an outcome might have been averted. However, Nan Wei did not perceive her actions as particularly problematic. Exploration and adventure were her guiding principles. Moreover, pursuing the keys from Yejin's dream was Yejin's own desire. She was accustomed to acting alone. Even when Lu Shur occasionally invited her on adventures, they were both in pursuit of the truth, necessitating meticulous exploration. Sometimes, one must confront danger knowingly, and it is essential for both individuals to safeguard themselves in perilous situations. This particular crisis arose from a conflict generated by opposing needs. Nan Wei, desiring to ensure Yi Jiu's safety while exploring the unknown, felt compelled to bring Yi Jiu along, which inevitably exacerbated the circumstances they faced. This is not to suggest that Nan Wei viewed Yi Jiu as a burden. She never undermined anyone's worth. In fact, Yi Jio's presence proved to be quite formidable. However, when confronted with a crisis, Yi Jio exhibited little capacity for self-preservation, which clashed with Nan Wei's adventurous disposition. Thus, when they encountered an inexplicable obstruction, Nan Wei contemplated this issue. She concluded that, unless absolutely necessary, it would be prudent to act alone in the future, thereby preventing others from being drawn into unwarranted peril. The key, which had eluded them after such an arduous search, now lay quietly on the ground, a rather ironic twist of fate. Together, Nan Wei and Yi Jio descended the steps and approached the wall. "I'll pick it up," Nan Wei said as she handed the flashlight to Yi Jio and crouched to retrieve the keys. They felt cold and unremarkable, merely a set of ordinary keys. Yi Jio did not examine them closely. Instead, with the flashlight now in his possession, he discreetly directed its beam towards Nan Wei's left arm, revealing a shocking crimson hue. The cloth she had used to bandage her wound was thoroughly soaked. A wave of guilt surged within Yi Jio. If only I were not so ineffectual. My sister might not have been injured. Chapter 52. A mysterious dialogue at an unknown location earlier, when Nan Wei had been carrying Yi Jio to escape. He had sensed a damp, chilly sensation on his back. Initially, he assumed it was perspiration soaking through his clothing, but upon reflection, it might have been blood from Nan Wei's injuries as she ran with him in her arms. He pondered how she had sustained the wound, concluding it must have occurred while rescuing him from the ruins. The realization that Nan Wei was hurt because of him and still chose to flee with him deepened Yi Jio's frustration with his own inadequacy. "Yi Jio, you must train diligently and not be a hindrance to your sister," he silently admonished himself. Their thoughts were entirely divergent. Had Yi Jio known that Nan Wei intended to act alone in future endeavors to avoid endangering others, he would have surely broken down in tears. "It feels fine. Please confirm," Nan Wei insisted, and after verifying the keys were indeed unblemished, she passed them to Yi Jio and took back the flashlight. The round keyring bore a piece of white medical tape, inscribed with handwritten Arabic numerals. The first digit was smeared, but the following one was clear, 02. Flipping the key over revealed it was identical in style to the one held by Nan Wei, prominently featuring the character for peace, with the dot of the character aligning with the hole on the keyring. Indeed, this was the very set of keys that Yi Jio had dreamt of. How did this set of keys come to be here? Had they always resided in this place? Or had the deceased woman brought them in? This has become a riddle akin to the cause of a woman's demise, one that may forever remain unanswered. At this moment, Yi Jio has truly come to the realization that he possesses extraordinary abilities, specifically the gift of prophetic dreams. However, the significance of the visions he perceives in his dreams still eludes him. Whether it was the first time he dreamt of Nan Wei, who subsequently intervened to save him, or the recent dream filled with bizarre occurrences related to the property management that revealed the means of escape, each of these events has undeniably favored Yi Jio. Perhaps the existence of this key will aid him in deciphering the message his prophetic dreams aim to convey. Regrettably, there is no such thing as foreknowledge in this world. Is there? Nan Wei shook his head, engaging in self-deprecating humor. "It seems we truly must depart now." Upon hearing Nan Wei's words, Yi Jio cast aside his tumultuous thoughts, grasped the key tightly in his hand, and nodded emphatically, "All right." Meanwhile, in front of a dilapidated residential building, where the paint had long since peeled away and cracks marred the structure, two figures concealed themselves behind a leafless tree, engaged in a hushed yet intense discussion. The speaker was a young man, towering at over 6 feet, cloaked in a black cape that obscured his physique, leaving only his head visible. His facial features were sharply defined, with strong lines and neatly groomed, thick eyebrows that conveyed an indomitable spirit. His bright, piercing eyes reflected unwavering determination, exuding an air of righteousness. In his anger, his gaze sharpened further, and his lips pressed tightly together, clearly struggling to maintain his composure. Opposite him stood another figure, also shrouded in a black cloak, entirely hidden from view, appearing considerably taller than the young man. This figure's feet hovered above the ground, never touching it. Had Nan Wei been present, she would have recognized this figure as the source of her perplexity. There was a disruption, After that individual passed through, everything turned bizarre. I could not allow her to create a disturbance, so I had no choice but to eliminate her, and then the passage became unstable. The young man expressed his skepticism. Logically, Nan Wei should not have come here. Was it not your doing? The mysterious figure did not react with anger. Instead, it laughed. Although the obscured visage rendered the laughter somewhat unreal. What purpose would I have in causing trouble? We merely wish to meet Nan Wei. To be precise, it is Lu Shi and you who seek her. I am simply driven by curiosity. What benefit would I gain from causing chaos? Let us not forget, we are allies now. Is it appropriate to suspect an ally with such an attitude? After a brief pause, noticing the young man's lingering ire, the mysterious figure continued to chuckle. Even if you do not trust me, do you not trust Lu Shi? What? Has Lu Shi said nothing to you? Lu Shi? Oh, I see. The mysterious figure tilted its head as if straining to listen. I am aware of that. Even if you remain silent, I shall find a way. The young man's face was etched with concern, clearly indicating that this request was exceedingly difficult to fulfill. A mysterious and ethereal hand emerged from the cloak, gently patting the young man's arm. Fear not. Matters are subject to human agency. This situation is our oversight, and we shall exert every effort to ensure Nan Wei's safety. Upon hearing her name, the young man's expression grew increasingly troubled. Is she well? Will she make it out safely? The enigmatic figure fell silent for a few moments before shaking its head. Not so well. She has sustained some injuries and may require prompt medical attention. Moreover, the contaminated zone has undergone a transformation. As it spoke, the mysterious figure gestured towards a nearby residential building. If all goes according to plan, she should ascend from the staircase to here. Originally, this was the exit, but inexplicably, the entire building has become contaminated, creating a layer of pollution within the contaminated zone. The revelation astonished the young man. A trap within a trap? Nan Wei is unaware of this. Faced with such complexity for the first time, she won't be able to cope. Indeed, I am aware, the mysterious figure nodded. Thus, I have endeavored to alleviate some obstacles for her below, albeit discreetly, lest those above take notice. Very well, you shall accompany her through this labyrinth, ensuring her safety to the utmost. The young man sighed deeply. It is our fault that Nan Wei has been ensnared in this predicament. Losing Lu Shi is inevitable, but we cannot allow those he cherishes to suffer due to our selfishness. I have been assigned a task from above, and time is of the essence. I must make haste. Nothing is more paramount than the fate of humanity. I entrust the ensuing matters to you. Rest assured, the mysterious figure replied with a smile, adding, Lu Shi asked me to convey that, although he is quite displeased with us, he is nonetheless glad to see Nan Wei again. At that moment, she was alongside Yijio, just preparing to ascend the stairs. Chapter 53. The staircase in the void, now illuminated, their movements were facilitated manifold. Hand in hand, Nan Wei and Yijio stood before the staircase. Without further ado, Nan Wei stepped forward, embarking upon the path to the unknown. The staircase, a tangible structure with solid concrete steps, was flanked on the left by a wall, while the right offered no protective barrier. The pair proceeded leftward, ascending step by step, first one, then two, and finally three. Nan Wei silently counted in her mind, reaching a total of 13 steps. She was the first to arrive at the landing of the staircase. On the left wall, a faintly glowing green sign indicated the emergency exit. The direction indicated by the sign was precisely where Nan Wei now faced. From this point onward, the wall ceased to exist. Shining her flashlight upward, she observed that both sides of the staircase were devoid of walls. All subsequent steps appeared to be suspended in midair, extending upward in solitude, leading to an unseen destination. She directed the flashlight downward. Apart from the area they had entered, the beam illuminated no ground or wall. This stairwell resembled a box with only a bottom, floating in an endless ocean of darkness. Nan Wei sensed an overwhelming malevolence saturating this space. If one were to navigate the walls without any illumination, relying solely on instinct, the likelihood of falling into the abyss becomes alarmingly high for those who cannot see. The expression on Jia's face was as bitter as a bitter melon. In such moments, it would be prudent to refrain from discussing such topics. While there may not be any terrifying tales to recount, we are about to traverse the aerial walkway, a bridge devoid of handrails on either side. Do you dare to proceed? Jia, feeling the weight of her fear of heights, found that the prospect of such a venture rendered any horror story trivial. The mere thought of the aerial walkway, with its sheer drop, sent shivers down her spine. Sister, are you serious? Jia stammered, her teeth chattering softly as her legs felt weak beneath her. You need to see for yourself, Nan Wei replied, unyielding, as she guided Jia to complete the last step, arriving at the landing of the staircase. The flashlight illuminated the surrounding void, revealing an unfathomable depth. Is this what you refer to as the disorienting emptiness? Nan Wei leaned forward slightly, peering down, a movement that sent Jia's heart racing. With one hand clutching a metal box and the keys, Jia felt immobilized, only able to pull back on Nan Wei with her other hand. Sister, please be careful. Even though the light did not illuminate Jia's face, her trepidation was palpable, communicated through her trembling form. Are you afraid? Nan Wei inquired. Jia, admitting his fear, found himself paralyzed at the thought of the precarious path ahead. I am scared, he confessed. The fear of traversing nothingness gripped him. Nan Wei, wishing to offer reassurance, attempted to pat Jia on the back, but realized both of her hands were occupied, one holding the flashlight and the other clutching Jia. Instead, she squeezed his hand tightly. I will hold on to you firmly. Jia felt grateful for Nan Wei's comforting presence. He believed in her promise, yet doubted his own courage. He feared he might falter midway, losing his resolve. Sister, if I happen to fall, Jia was acutely aware of how intense his fear of heights could be. He dreaded the thought of inadvertently causing Nan Wei to stumble should he lose his footing. Before Jia could finish, Nan Wei swiftly interjected, if you accidentally fall, I will do my utmost to catch you. However, if I cannot, I will not be responsible for you. Let me be clear, I do not subscribe to the notion of perishing together. We're not that close, are we? The lines he wished to voice were snatched away, leaving Jia momentarily speechless. This sentiment echoed his own thoughts. His concern about burdening Nan Wei weighed heavily on him. Yet now Nan Wei had articulated his fears. The words were the same, yet they felt oddly disjointed. After processing his peculiar feelings, Jia took a deep breath, striving for calm. He exerted considerable effort to nod, affirming. All right, with the most crucial matter settled, further discussion seemed futile. Nan Wei held Jia's hand tightly, and they began their ascent. The narrow staircase, enveloped in a profound and impenetrable darkness, was illuminated solely by a beam of light the size of a cup at their feet, guiding the way for the two travelers. Aware of Yi Jiao's fear of the night, Nan Wei consciously slowed their pace, essentially bringing them to a stop with every step. Nevertheless, he could still sense Yi Jiao's trembling arms and sweaty palms, betraying his terror. His breath grew increasingly ragged, and his steps faltered, clearly indicating his distress. As companions who had faced life and death together, Nan Wei felt a pang of sympathy and halted. Yi Jiao, would you like me to carry you? Carrying him would compromise balance, especially since Nan Wei himself was injured. Cold sweat soaked Yi Jiao's hair as he struggled to shake his head, unwilling to become a burden. No. All right then. Nan Wei sighed, choosing to say nothing further. Their progress continued in a profound silence, the environment around them steeped in stillness. With only the contrasting sounds of their footsteps, one light, one heavy, breaking the quiet. Yi Jiao endeavored to divert his thoughts from their current predicament, knowing that the absence of light rendered the surroundings invisible. Yet, the more he resisted, the more vivid the thoughts became. The notion of being unprotected at such a height crystallized ominously in his mind. Fear and panic gnawed at his rationality, and he felt his legs weaken, as though he could no longer endure. Ye, you. Nan Wei's voice emerged from the darkness, interrupting Yi Jiao's spiraling thoughts. Yi Jiao gasped for breath, his throat parched and scratchy, struggling to swallow. Nan Wei crouched down slightly. Shall we sit for a moment? Remaining suspended in midair would not alleviate Yi Jiao's acrophobia. However, given his current state, a brief respite was indeed necessary. They cautiously settled on the indistinct staircase, Nan Wei temporarily switching off the flashlight, uncertain how long the batteries would last. He did not release Yi Jio's hand, recognizing that this gesture was vital for Yi Jio at this moment. They sat closely side by side, surrounded by the cold, hard cement steps, the frigid air, the chilling darkness, and the unending silence. Only the warmth of each other's presence offered a sense of vitality. The cold, unyielding step beneath them allowed Yi Jio to regain his breath, causing his panting to gradually subside. Chapter 54. A glimmer in the darkness. Yi Jio, help me ponder this question. In an effort to distract Yi Jio, Nan Wei posed a query. What question? At that moment, Yi Jio genuinely needed Nan Wei's conversation to divert his mind from the unsettling heights. You see, the eerie presence from the garage hasn't pursued us. It's been blocked off over there. I believe the place we currently occupy belongs to a different realm. Nan Wei posed a question she had not fully grasped earlier. Then were the rules here? Or might it manifest? Prompted by Nan Wei's reminder, Yi Jio realized he had been consumed by fear, neglecting to contemplate these crucial aspects. Indeed, the darkness envelopes us, and my phone is utterly useless, rendering visibility non-existent. I have contemplated the myriad of information I have gathered from various sources, yet clarity eludes me. We have departed the garage, and logically, the exit should connect us to the outside world. How? Then, have we arrived at this perplexing place? Huh? Are you attempting to reason with the bizarre? Nan Wei chuckled as he gently tapped Yi Jio's back with the flashlight. Feeling better now? Once you do, we shall proceed. Just focus on the stairs ahead. Observe if there are any markings that might indicate rules. Nan Wei's suggestion was indeed astute, serving to divert his attention. After a brief moment of adjustment, the two cautiously rose to their feet. Nan Wei continued to wield the flashlight, forging a path upward along the staircase. The darkness seemed to possess an enchanting ability to stretch time. Yi Jio could no longer ascertain how long they had lingered in this place. He merely sensed that he must be at a considerable height, very high indeed. Although obscured from sight, the elevation was undeniable. The method Nan Wei had imparted to him had proved effective initially. However, as time elapsed, Yi Jio found himself unable to rein in his thoughts. Terrifying notions surged forth from his mind like competitors in a race. The current altitude, particularly distressing for someone with a pronounced fear of heights, elicited severe reactions within him. Throughout their ascent, Nan Wei perceived that Yi Jio's condition was deteriorating, yet her capacity to assist him was painfully limited. Upon reaching another stair landing, Nan Wei instinctively glanced upward. This time, amid the boundless darkness above, something peculiar caught her eye, a rectangular glimmer of light, albeit faint. The oppressive darkness of the stairwell consumed the light, preventing it from radiating outward. Only by facing the source of illumination could one truly appreciate its presence. A feeble glow, yet in this vast void of darkness, it stood out with remarkable clarity. Yi Jio, we must be nearing the exit. Before Nan Wei could finish her sentence, she felt the hand gripping Yi Jio being yanked backward, causing her to lose her balance and tumble. With no time to ponder, her trained instincts took over. She stepped back onto the lower step, using her toes to counterbalance the backward pull, then lunged forward, pulling Yi Jio along with her. In that instant of descent, Nan Wei arched her foot. As her body slid slightly off the stair platform, her foot caught the edge, halting her fall. The flashlight slipped from her grasp, spinning into the vast and silent darkness. The beam whirled continuously, illuminating the void. Nan Wei gazed at the flickering light for what felt like an eternity, until it vanished from sight, yet she discerned no sign of it touching the ground. Phew! For now, we are safe. Nan Wei exhaled deeply, releasing a breath of relief. What if my elbow grazed against something sharp? Where would we fall if we were to drop? Though curiosity tugged at her, Nan Wei had no desire to explore that possibility. In this moment, Yi Jio lay beside Nan Wei. Without a flashlight, Nan Wei could not discern his condition and could only surmise that he was curled up tightly. Yeyu, Nan Wei gently patted Yi Jio's face. The figure lying there remained unresponsive. Had he lost consciousness? Nan Wei pressed a bit harder, causing a sharp sound as her hand struck Yi Jio's face. Yet he still showed no reaction. With a sense of helplessness, Nan Wei cautiously assessed Yi Jio's state in the dark. This fellow had likely fainted, drenched in cold sweat. The iron box and key, which he had clutched tightly, had fallen to the stair platform due to the loss of muscle tone from his fainting spell. Fainting was perhaps a blessing in disguise. Nan Wei felt little distress over Yi Jio's condition. A silent, submissive person in a faint was far preferable to a raucous, disoriented fool who might drag you down with them. The faint light above was not far away. Even without a flashlight, it was not a significant obstacle. Nan Wei placed the key in her pocket, loosened her belt slightly, tucked the iron box in her waistband, and crouched down, hoisting Yi Jio over her shoulder like a sack. She needed to pause intermittently to ensure the safety of her footing on the stairs, avoiding missteps that could lead to a fall. This position was currently the most optimal solution. Fortunately, Nan Wei had ample strength, and after navigating 4 turns in the dark, the faint light was finally quite close. Standing on the last stair platform beneath this light, Nan Wei gazed out. Before her was a small door, much like the one they had entered, devoid of an actual door, only a frame. What lay beyond was obscured, only dim light filtering in at an angle. The concentrated beam suggested that the source was positioned above at a slant, not resembling natural light. After a moment of contemplation, Nan Wei cleared her mind and took a deep breath. She jostled Yi Jio slightly and took a step forward, ascending the final 13 steps, then resolutely crossed the threshold of the doorframe. "Dad, I don't want to ride the roller coaster. I want to get off. Let me down." Ye Yu, just 2 days shy of his 20th birthday, found himself inexplicably seated on the roller coaster of his 14-year-old self. The announcement of the ride's imminent departure echoed in his ears. Panic surged through him as he shouted helplessly at his father, desperate to avoid the ride. Surrounding spectators cast their glances, some sympathetic, others curious, some derisive, and a few disdainful. His father, visibly aged, heard his cries for help and began to run toward the roller coaster, but he was too late. The ride commenced. Chapter 55. The exit is locked. I want to get off. Let me down. The roller coaster began its ascent. Yi Jio desperately wished to leap from the car, but his body was firmly secured by the safety harness, rendering him immobile. With dread-filled eyes, he watched as the roller coaster reached its peak and came to a halt. Having observed the ride before, he knew that after this brief pause, the roller coaster would plunge downward, a descent that would be his personal hell. "Let me down. I want to get off." Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Jio flailed his limbs in the night. All right. Let me down. Let me down." Even in his fainted state, he remained restless. Nan Wei muttered to himself, his tone laced with disdain. Just as he stepped over the threshold, Yi Jio, who had just lost consciousness, suddenly began to struggle, thrashing his limbs and vocally insisting on being released. Fortunately, they had arrived now. At least the ground was level. Had it been the stairwell earlier, Nan Wei might have been dragged down by the flailing Yi Jio. Now that they were safe, he no longer needed to be overly cautious. Nan Wei crouched down and carelessly tossed Yi Jio onto the ground. Yi Jio felt as though the roller coaster had suddenly disassembled. His body plummeted from midair, facing downwards, terror-stricken as he gazed at the ground. Just as he neared the surface, he inexplicably flipped over and landed, sitting down abruptly. The pain in his backside was alarmingly real. "Yei," he cried out, jolting awake from his dream. "Shoo, keep it down." Nan Wei pinched Yi Jio's jaw, pointing threateningly at the doorframe beside them. "If you make another loud noise, I will toss you down from here for real." With his face pinched painfully, Yi Jio opened his eyes, momentarily dazed. "What? You really want to go down?" Nan Wei stood up, hands tucked into his pockets, looking down at Yi Jio from a height. Yi Jio raised his head to meet Nan Wei's gaze. The bandages around his wounds were thoroughly soaked in blood, and Nan Wei's right elbow bore a substantial abrasion, his clothes dampened and discolored by sweat, while his loosely tied hair had loosened further, cascading messily. "Sister?" Yi Jio stared blankly at Nan Wei, still reeling from the terrifying dream. Feeling as though his legs had turned to jelly, his heart racing uncontrollably, Nan Wei tossed the keys and metal box back to Yi Jio, then leaned against the wall opposite him, looking frail and weary. "If something like this happens again, you should just descend on your own." Fainting and still causing trouble. Although he had no recollection of his actions after losing consciousness, it was indisputable that Nan Wei had brought him back up. Feeling a sense of embarrassment, Yijio lowered his head and thanked Nan Wei softly. "Thank you, sister. I will be careful from now on and try not to faint." "Oomph." As if that's a future concern, Nan Wei slid down the wall to sit opposite Yijio. After such a long period of mental and physical strain, she was utterly exhausted and in dire need of rest. The air was thick with a damp, musty odor. Alongside the humidity, there was an indescribable foul scent, reminiscent of aged paper mingled with decaying food, prompting an involuntary urge to hold one's breath. Yijio turned his head to survey the surroundings. They were at the end of a corridor. To his left was a narrow door frame without a door, pitch black within, likely the stairwell they had previously occupied. To the right lay a dimly lit corridor, its walls lined with slender, small windows, all secured with protective bars. Above the corridor, several low-wattage bulbs hung, their surfaces shrouded in a thick layer of dust, emitting a feeble and flickering light that cast an oppressive atmosphere throughout the passage. The walls, once a pristine white, had succumbed to neglect and perhaps water seepage, with large patches of peeling paint, some clinging stubbornly while others lay scattered on the floor, evoking a sense of decay and age. Yet, as Yijio beheld this dismal scene, instead of disappointment, he felt a surge of joy. Could this signify our escape? It appeared to him as though they were on the ground floor of a residential building. A potential exit lay just ahead. The elation coursing through him revitalized his weary body. He knelt down, retrieving a thick bundle of peculiar, fragmented notes from his pocket, and handed them to Nan Wei. "Sister, this is your money. I've saved it all. It should be intact." Observing Yijio's excitement, Nan Wei said nothing and silently accepted the offering. "Sister, you rest for a moment. The exit from the contaminated zone is usually somewhat concealed. Allow me to search for it." Overwhelmed with the exhilaration of a successful escape, Yijio rose, feeling invigorated. The dim lighting made it difficult to discern, but he noticed a pile of miscellaneous items at the corner of the staircase, a common sight in many residential buildings. According to his understanding, this should be the location of the unit door. With his heart aflutter, he turned left. Indeed, he was greeted by the backside of an iron door. Most of the paint had flaked away, revealing the rusted metal beneath, and dust had settled on the lock. The door stood ajar. "Sister, this must be the exit." In the aftermath of danger, Yijio found himself at a loss for words to convey his emotions. Excitement and joy scarcely encapsulated his feelings. Having escaped with little effort, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. He resolved that once outside, he would seize Nan Wei's hand, express his gratitude, assist her in purifying the contamination, and discuss the possibility of entering the contaminated zone together in the future. Nan Wei responded quietly to Yijio's words, a deep weariness enveloping her. Now, Yijio needed to ascertain the condition of the exit. The iron door swung outward, and he extended his trembling hand, driven by excitement, gently pushing it. With a single push, the door did not yield, producing a sharp click. To be precise, the door had opened, but only to a narrow width sufficient for an arm to slip through, halting abruptly. Yijio's heart sank into disarray. What had happened? Was something blocking the door? With trepidation, he peered through the crack. The sky had yet to fully brighten, a faint light emerging. Outside lay a thick fog, obscuring all visibility, rendering everything indistinct. Yet, the obstruction preventing the iron door from opening was not any object in the doorway. Between the two handles of the iron door, a 3-finger-wide iron chain was secured, adorned with 2 locks, each as large as a fist, positioned on either side of the handles, evidently designed to thwart any attempt to pull the chain. In that moment, Yijio's heart plummeted to despair. Realizing they might be trapped, Yijio took several deep breaths to regain some semblance of calm. He extended his arm through the gap in the door, attempting to tug at the iron chain with all his might, hoping to detect any signs of looseness. The chain remained firmly affixed to the door, not budging an inch. The 2 locks clanked softly against the door with Yijio's pulls, producing a rhythmic sound. Chapter 56. The Civilized Co-Construction Rules of Building Number 7. Stay calm. Stay composed. Perhaps the key is nearby. He examined the gaps around the door, felt along the wall beside it. and even crouched down to check for any concealed spaces that might harbor a hidden key, but found nothing. This shouldn't be happening. We should have already escaped. Panic engulfed Egio. He could not fathom why this was occurring. Logically, they should have been free, so why was the exit locked? He fought against the worst-case scenarios that threatened to invade his thoughts, yet his mind stubbornly defied him, unmistakably presenting that horrifying possibility. Are we still in the contaminated zone? In an instant, all strength drained from Egio's limbs, and he leaned helplessly against the wall, contemplating this dire possibility. This doesn't make sense. This certainly doesn't resemble an underground garage. Having emerged from the garage, why could they not exit? At that moment, Nan Wei had propped herself against the wall, silently observing Egio. Sister Wei. Egio hesitated for a long time before reluctantly voicing the grim reality. It seems we cannot get out. In stark contrast to the astonishment and anger Egio had anticipated, Nan Wei's demeanor was remarkably composed. Yes, I am aware. She nodded slightly, her expression casual, as if discussing the weather with a friend. Huh? Egio was taken aback. How do you know? Have you checked? Nan Wei gently shook her head and pointed to the wall against which Egio was leaning. Not exactly, but I noticed this earlier. I thought you had seen it too. Who knew you were so focused on finding an exit that you missed it? Following Nan Wei's indication, Egio's gaze fell upon a sign affixed to the wall. Upon seeing the sign, all his apprehensions were confirmed. It felt as though he had been cast from the heavens into a chasm, frozen in place, unable to move. On the wall directly opposite the iron door, at a height approximately 2 heads above Egio, hung an old sign. The bold lettering was large enough to be legible even in dim light. Civilized co-construction rules of building number 7. Those few terse words extinguished all of Egio's lingering hopes. His eyes locked onto that sign. The words seemed to mock his previous elation. Slowly, he approached the wall, rising on his toes to reach out and touch the sign. Yearning to confirm its existence was merely a figment of his imagination. The cold metallic sensation that met his fingertips was all too real. Everything indicated that they were undeniably still within the contaminated zone. Egio could utter not a single word more, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Before her lay a possible exit, yet it seemed unattainable, much to Nan Wei's dismay. She approached the iron gate, attempting to see if she could disassemble it from the seams. After several futile attempts, she abandoned this notion. Although the gate appeared old and not particularly sturdy, her utmost efforts yielded no movement. The iron chain binding the door was too robust for her to break. It seemed the mysterious force confining them here was determined not to allow an easy escape. With a soft sigh, Nan Wei admitted to herself that she truly hoped this was the exit, if it were possible. She wished to avoid dealing with the so-called peculiarities any longer. There were many tasks awaiting her, and countless individuals she longed to seek out. The moment she beheld the sign inscribed with rules, disappointment washed over her. Yet, such feelings were of no consequence. Despair and frustration would only lead to a weakening of resolve, and procrastination would gradually extinguish their hopes of escape. They were human, and, as such, had the fundamental needs of sustenance and rest. Nan Wei was merely a bit stronger than the average person, and considering her current injuries, her needs were even more pressing. Inaction was not in Nan Wei's nature. For her, it was all about challenge and progress. Curious about the other end of the corridor, which night Gio had yet to examine, Nan Wei ventured over and discovered several sealed windows. Additionally, there were stairs leading upwards, but no further findings. Rules for the civil co-construction of building number 7. 1. Every resident must possess a key to their entrance door. 2. Do not run or make loud noises in the corridors. Refrain from leaving trash behind, maintaining a clean and quiet living environment. 3. Neighbors should be friendly and supportive, always wearing a smile and avoiding disputes. 4. Please do not visit others' homes without an invitation from a neighbor. 5. From 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Do not linger in the corridors for more than 30 minutes. It is imperative to stay overnight at home. 6. If you wish to go outside, you must obtain permission from the building manager or at least 3 neighbors. Do not venture out without consent. 7. Close neighbors are more valuable than distant relatives. If a neighbor seeks assistance, help them as much as possible, and you may also request help from them when needed. 8. Children must listen to their parents, without exception. Please strictly adhere to the above rules. The property management of Onqing wishes you harmonious neighborly relations every day. Nan Wei quickly skimmed through the rules, realizing her phone had died and she could not capture the information. Her physical condition was deteriorating, and she needed to discuss the rules with Night Geo immediately. At that moment, Night Geo remained slumped, motionless like a statue. Nan Wei approached and nudged him, but he showed no response. "Hey, wake up," she exclaimed, squatting down and firmly pinching both sides of his jaw, enunciating each word. "If you keep dawdling, we will be in violation." The term violation struck a nerve within Night Geo, jolting him awake from the stupor of despair. Indeed, the rules must be recorded. Nan Wei did not assist him. She merely extended her hand and said, "Hand me your phone. I will take the picture. Be quick." As for why she did not lend a helping hand, it was because Nan Wei believed that Yi Jiao, on the brink of turning 20, needed to learn resilience, particularly in such a perilous and eerie place. Even a child must cultivate strength and courage. Otherwise, surviving this moment might not guarantee survival in the next. Chapter 57. Discussing the rules, it remains a mystery who placed the rules so high, but fortunately, Nan Wei was not particularly short. She could easily capture a clear image by merely standing on her toes. Once the photograph was taken, she urged, "Now, review the specifics of the rules." Yi Jiao took the phone and opened the album, preparing to view the rules captured by Nan Wei, only to have his finger halted by her grasp as he was about to tap the screen. Most smartphones display photos and videos in reverse chronological order by default. The advantage of this arrangement is that newly captured content appears at the forefront of the album, allowing users to conveniently access their most recent images. "Wait a moment," Nan Wei said seriously, pointing to earlier photos that were positioned behind the one just taken. Those were images of blank notice boards. "I recall the notice board in the garage looked like this, didn't it?" Yi Jiao, somewhat puzzled, nodded. "Yes, sister, I showed it to you." "That doesn't seem right. Something is amiss." She scrutinized Yi Jiao several times, realizing he had not noticed the anomaly. "Did you not see that the text on these photos has vanished?" The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on her. She suspected that some mysterious force was at play, yet she felt no presence of the uncanny nearby. "Oh, that!" Yi Jiao, startled by Nan Wei's intensity, anxiously awaited her next words, only to hear this revelation. Suddenly, it dawned on him that his sister had been tainted. Her cognition hindered, causing her to forget such an important detail. Despite her initial ignorance, she had not forgotten the information Yi Jiao had previously shared. In fact, she remembered it vividly, unaffected by the passage of time, quite unlike someone who had been tainted, which led Yi Jiao to completely overlook this matter. Perhaps the duration had been brief, or perhaps his sister's mental fortitude was exceptionally strong, rendering the impact on her perception less pronounced. Yet he found it difficult to discuss this with Nan Wei, as it was a harsh reality for the person involved. With a heavy heart, Yi Jiao gazed at Nan Wei. He forced a smile, attempting to mask his sorrow, but the grin was as strained as a cry. "Sister, you don't remember that all photographs, texts, and recordings related to the rules within the contaminated area vanish once we leave its bounds? Is that truly possible?" In an unexpected turn of events, Nan Wei initially suspected that mysterious forces were at play once more, only to realize that this was, in fact, a commonplace occurrence. "Indeed, sister, you seem to have forgotten. Now that you are aware, let not escape your memory again." The smile on Yi Jiao's face contorted into an unappealing grimace. Nan Wei stroked her chin, contemplating the reasons behind this phenomenon. It was astonishing. Why was it so? This matter had already been the subject of countless discussions and debates. The Human Self-Rescue Guide, compiled by the Fire Sea Project, also documented this contentious topic. The majority believed it to be a protective mechanism of the rules, safeguarding both themselves and humanity from those who would exploit the rules for profit. Regrettably, even with such protective measures in place, and despite abandoning those humans who had succumbed to pollution, rendering them unable to perceive or hear the rules, it remained futile against those with ulterior motives who would betray their kind to aid the enemy. There have been instances where individuals within polluted zones had subtly conveyed the rules to the uncanny, ultimately defecting to their side. The uncanny exploited these disclosed rules to target other humans trapped in polluted areas, leading to the demise of many. Human nature is complex. It can be beautiful, yet also grotesque. Having grasped that the vanishing of the text was not a significant issue, Nan Wei nodded in understanding, indicating to Yi Jiao to review the recorded rules, pointing to the first one. I believe your precognitive abilities might be exceptional. With a look of curiosity, Yi Jiao read the first rule. The immense shock left her momentarily paralyzed, as if turned to stone. You see, had you not dreamed of that uncanny property in the set of keys, we might have clashed with it at that moment, and would have been oblivious to the fact that finding the keys would allow us to escape. Had you not dreamed of those keys, even if we had spotted them, we might have assumed they belonged to that woman and disregarded them entirely. If we had ignored them, we would have been unable to satisfy even the first rule, resulting in our immediate disqualification. Nan Wei unraveled the logic behind it. In truth, Yi Jiao could have arrived at these conclusions herself, but time was of the essence, and she needed to help Yi Jiao regain her confidence. She had no desire to drag along a half-hearted Yi Jiao through the residential building. You've been a tremendous help, Yi Jiao. Splendid work. From here on, we shall rely on your intellect. Nan Wei patted Yi Jiao's shoulder, generously showering her with praise. A glimmer of confidence began to infiltrate Yi Jiao's heart. It had not been long since she speculated that she possessed precognitive abilities. Without the guidance of an experienced mentor to assist in her evaluations, Yi Jiao had harbored doubts about her potential as an ability wielder and whether her powers could indeed be of any use. Initially perplexed about the significance of dreaming of that set of keys, she was soon provided with clarity. Without a doubt, Yi Jiao could now affirm her identity as an ability wielder, possessing a rare gift, precognition. Such abilities are self-evident in their significance. Take this instance, for example. The key that Night Jiao dreamed of during a long night not only aided them in successfully locating an exit from the garage, but also became a crucial condition that adhered to the rules of Building No. 7, and it was envisioned prior to encountering a contaminated zone. Prior to what? For he has uncovered an astonishing revelation. According to the information that has been disclosed thus far, it appears that all individuals with abilities have awakened to their powers only after experiencing a contaminated area. Yet, that does not apply to me. Night Jiao is firmly convinced that the contaminated zone where he first encountered Nan Wei was indeed his inaugural experience with such a zone. However, his dream of Nan Wei transpired before he entered the contaminated area. This implies that his abilities did not awaken after traversing the contaminated zone, but rather before it. The confidence that had initially brought Night Jiao a modicum of joy was swiftly eclipsed by overwhelming unease and dread. Chapter 58. Time is of the essence. Night Jiao is not the type to revel in superiority over others due to a mere fraction of ability. Moreover, this particular power is so distinct that it could very well be singular among known ability users, perhaps even unique in the entire world. The implications of such uniqueness, whether it will afford him global recognition or render him a target of scrutiny, remain uncertain. No, this matter must not be disclosed. At least not for now. Timidity is Night Jiao's flaw, while self-awareness stands as his virtue. Presently, both his flaws and virtues are urging him to exercise caution and discretion. With his mind fully restored to clarity, Night Jiao looked at Nan Wei and earnestly reiterated, "Sister, please do not reveal that I am an ability user to anyone for the time being. All right?" Okay. Nan Wei seemed somewhat exasperated by Night Jiao's verbosity. Waving her hand dismissively, "Why are you so talkative? Just like my grandmother." Night Jiao chuckled. The feelings of disappointment from not being able to escape and the anxiety brought on by his extraordinary abilities were temporarily cast aside by Nan Wei's disdainful expression. "Let us quickly delve into the rules," Night Jiao suggested, regaining his composure as he pulled Nan Wei into a study of the regulations. Although there was a fleeting moment when Night Jiao's expression appeared somewhat gloomy, Nan Wei felt a sense of joy upon seeing him return to a better state. The two of them, armed with their phones, began analyzing the rules one by one. It seems that the requirements regarding volume are not particularly stringent here. As long as we do not run and refrain from loud noises, we should not be in violation. They both agreed on this evident conclusion. The strange odor that permeated the air made even Night Geo feel nauseated, let alone the more sensitive-nosed Nan Wei. Upon reaching the third rule, Night Geo turned to Nan Wei and asked, "Sister, do you think we could be considered neighbors?" Uncertain of the reason behind Night Geo's sudden inquiry, Nan Wei responded, "I suppose so. Your key states room 801, and I don't know which floor my room 02 is on. Look at the first rule. Every resident must possess a key. This implies that we are not from the same family, and thus, we must be neighbors, right?" Understanding the source of Nan Wei's confusion, Night Geo hurriedly clarified. If they were neighbors, should they maintain a silly grin? Must it be the two of us as well? Nan Wei was aware of the point that Yi Geo had noticed. However, she had no fondness for smiling, least of all for maintaining a foolish expression. Yi Geo displayed a silly smile and nodded. Perhaps so? Nan Wei forced a smile, her teeth clenched, filled with reluctance. She did not wish to engage in such absurd behavior. After all, being neighbors was hardly a significant matter and should not impede their actions together. Indeed, just as Yi Geo was about to tease Nan Wei for attempting to exploit the loophole in the rules, he inadvertently glanced at the time, and his expression shifted to one of distress. "Sister, how long have we been in here?" Nan Wei estimated, at least 10 minutes. Yi Geo, upon hearing this, was taken aback. "Has it been so long? We must hurry. What's wrong?" Nan Wei did not understand his sudden urgency. Yi Geo pointed to the fifth rule, his hand trembling slightly. "From 10 o'clock to 6, one must stay home overnight. Isn't it supposed to be daytime now?" Nan Wei cast a glance at the small clock in the upper right corner, momentarily stunned. She recalled that when her phone had died, it had been around 5 in the morning. After so many events, it should indeed be daytime now. These bizarre occurrences had unfolded one after another, and without any concrete events to mark the passage of time, Nan Wei had forgotten to keep track of the hour. She looked again at the upper right corner of her phone. The current time read 5:33 in the morning. Impossible. When my phone died, it was already past 5. How could it still be so late after all this time? Nan Wei frowned at Yi Geo. "Is your phone broken?" "I hope not." Yi Geo began to doubt the functionality of his phone at Nan Wei's questioning. "It shouldn't be, right? At first, I compared the time with a few others, and I calculated that we entered the underground garage around 8:30. That means about 8 or 9 hours have passed. The time should be quite different now." "What time was it at first?" Nan Wei questioned, unsure if she had misheard. She recalled that initially she had checked the time, and it was just past 1 in the morning. She had even calculated that she might have been alone in the dark for 4 hours. At that moment, she had been surprised, thinking her sense of time was off, but now it seemed perhaps she was not mistaken. Around 8:30, that's when we met, and then Yi Geo hesitated to mention leaving Nan Wei behind, opting instead for vague allusions. Nan Wei pondered for a moment and nodded. "Perhaps my phone is just faulty. It's too old and needs replacing." Confident in her physical abilities, Nan Wei felt uncertain about her phone, as it was not an extension of her body, especially considering it was an antiquated relic. Yes. Ye nodded vigorously. He had been racking his brain for an appropriate way to thank Nan Wei, and now part of the issue had been resolved. Once outside, he would buy her the latest phone in the safe zone. However, as one problem was resolved, another arose. Nan Wei gently tapped the screen of her mobile device. If the phone had not malfunctioned during the long night, then the current time indeed fell within the scenario mentioned in the fifth rule, necessitating an overnight stay at home. This rendered the prospect of evading solitary actions through invitations utterly impossible. Alone, Yi Geo was taken aback. The revelation brought forth by Nan Wei left his recently regained composure in disarray, including the contaminated area in the underground parking lot. He had narrowly escaped 2 tainted zones solely under Nan Wei's guidance. His reliance on her was profound. Now, to suddenly be informed that he must enter a door alone, with the unknown lurking behind it, sent a shiver down his spine. I can't go in alone, sister. You lamented. His face a mask of despair as he yearned to grasp Nan Wei's hand. However, with one hand clutching his phone and the other cradling a metal box, he was left with no third hand and could only cast a pitiful look filled with hope toward her. It seemed there was no other alternative. Nan Wei silently shook her head. Chapter 59. Bathed in the stench of blood, he is human. Now that it was confirmed he must enter a door alone, and that it would be within a mere 15 minutes, Yi Jiao could hardly contain his trembling. Be brave. Fear resolves nothing, Nan Wei intended to reassure him. Thinking that if Yi Jiao were to perish, she would do her utmost to carry his body out, provided she could escape herself. Yet, upon reconsideration, she deemed such a rational statement too cruel for Yi Jiao. Thus, she shifted her tone. "ISNT your key, unclear about which floor it leads to? I will accompany you to locate that door. I will watch you enter, and then I shall head to 801. The ambiguity of Yi Jiao's key made the first digit appear to be both a 3 and an 8. Perhaps it was 802, which wouldn't be too far off. And after 6 o'clock, they could leave, making their meeting convenient. Once we open the door, if possible, let's remain at the entrance and avoid venturing inside." Yi Jiao was well aware of what Nan Wei articulated. However, having grown accustomed to relying on others, the sudden realization that he must confront unknown dangers alone made it exceedingly difficult for him to muster courage. Thank you, sister." Yi Jiao managed a bitter smile, his complexion pale. "Very well. Without further delay, shall we proceed as we converse? Let us first check 302. Time was of the essence, and, for Nan Wei, ascending from the first to the 8th floor would take just 2 or 3 minutes. However, she needed to assist Yi Jiao in finding the correct door, as unforeseen events could occur along the way. The current situation did not permit Yi Jiao any further hesitation. Time was pressing. As someone well-versed in the rules and the nature of contaminated zones, he fully comprehended the consequences of violating the regulations. Both ends of the corridor were flanked by staircases leading upward. Standing in the hallway, the staircases appeared indistinguishable, both shrouded in the same dim light and cluttered with debris at the corners. According to the typical distribution of residents, 2 individuals opted to ascend from the left side, specifically the side corresponding to units 01 on each floor. The staircase was narrow, with Nan Wei leading the way, being the first to step onto the ascending stairs. The concrete steps felt sturdy underfoot. However, for reasons unknown, there was an inexplicable sense of stickiness when lifting one's foot. As they approached the corner of the staircase, Nan Wei halted, holding her breath. Unlike the pervasive musty odor that permeated the entire corridor, the items piled at the corner emitted an acrid scent, which was quite discomforting to Yi Jiao's weary eyes upon closer inspection. Yi Jiao pointed at several black plastic bags stacked in the corner. "Does that smell like formaldehyde?" Nan Wei was not unfamiliar with this particular odor. The combination of black plastic bags and formaldehyde conjured unsettling thoughts in Yi Jiao's mind. "Forget it. Let us move on. We don't have much time." As long as whatever it was did not directly confront them, Nan Wei had no intention of acknowledging it. Gaining entry into the residence corresponding to their key was the foremost priority. Without waiting for Yi Jiao to utter another word, Nan Wei pivoted and ascended the stairs. What if something leaps out from the bags? Yi Jiao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, and, just as he was about to follow, he noticed that Nan Wei had stopped after only a couple steps. The sound of a door opening echoed from above. Creak! Who could it be on the other side of that door? In a contaminated zone, aside from humans, anything else would be peculiar, within the confines of established rules. Whether the one opening the door was human or something uncanny, they shared a singular identity, that of a resident of building number 7. The old iron door emitted a dissonant creak, and the jarring friction scraped harshly at Yi Jiao's heart, causing Nan Wei to furrow her brow involuntarily. "Sister, remember to smile. Keep smiling," Yi Jiao whispered, poking her gently in the back. Being within the contaminated zone, Yi Jiao's first instinct, as long as he could maintain his composure, was to contemplate the stipulations laid out by the rules. This was a manifestation of a powerless being's reverence for a contaminated area that had claimed countless lives. Such absurd rules, Nan Wei muttered begrudgingly, forcing a smirk at one corner of her mouth. Who said a crooked smile didn't count as a smile? The door on the right side of the staircase swung open, and as the creaking ceased, a silhouette against the light emerged at the top of the stairs. Standing at the upper staircase was a tall man, over 6 feet tall, bald, bare-chested, clad in a waterproof leather apron, his exposed muscles impressively robust, with both hands grasping a large black plastic bag. "Ah, you must be the newcomers?" The man squinted his eyes, his visage marred by excess flesh, displaying a cold smile that made Egio feel an overwhelming urge to reach for his wallet upon a mere glance. He occupied the narrow staircase, blocking all available space. For Nan Wei and Egio to ascend, the man would either need to step aside or they would have to take the stairs from the other end. Egio, concealed behind Nan Wei, hesitated to respond, compelled by the rules to forcibly lift the corners of his mouth. "We are from upstairs." The man held a heavy black plastic bag in his hand. Despite the short distance of just a few steps down the staircase, the pungent scent of formaldehyde emanating from him was unmistakable, intermingled with a metallic odor of blood. Behind them lay several similar black bags, clearly placed there by the bald man. "Could you make way?" Nan Wei managed to utter, his lips forming the words with some difficulty. The bald man raised an eyebrow in response, remaining utterly still. "We'll take the other route. You carry on," Nan Wei said, turning to push Egio down the stairs. The corridor was not long, and a brief detour would not consume much time. They had no leisure to engage in idle chatter with the bald man. Yet, he seemed eager to converse with them. As soon as they turned, he let out a chuckle. "Aren't you curious what's in my bag?" Egio, walking ahead, kept his head bowed, silent and focused on the stairs. They were pressed for time, and in this ambiguous situation, it was prudent to keep their information close to their chests. "Not curious. Don't litter in the hallway," Nan Wei replied curtly. Observing their hurried demeanor, the bald man continued to smile, leaning over the stair railing to call out to them. "Rules? What?" The exclamation was as shocking as a bombshell, causing Egio to involuntarily shout in surprise. The mention of rules signified that this bald man was indeed human. Chapter 60. Captured by the odd fat man, encountering a human in the contaminated zone felt akin to a long-lost traveler meeting a fellow townsman. The thrill of recognizing a kindred spirit in a foreign land filled Egio with excitement. "You are truly human?" He halted on the stairs, looking up with visible delight. Nan Wei, too, gazed upward. From their very first meeting, she sensed that the bald man was alive. However, despite being human, his smile bore ill intentions, and the lingering scent of blood instilled a deep unease within her. Instinctively, Nan Wei warned, "Be cautious, this man is not right." Leaning close to Egio's ear, she whispered her caution. Uncertain of her reasoning, Egio's expression shifted to one of vigilance. Every move they made was scrutinized by the bald man from his elevated position. "What? Do you think I'm strange? What shall we do? Should we go up, sister?" Hearing the bald man's words, Egio quietly sought Nan Wei's guidance. "Ignore him. Let's proceed that way," Nan Wei instructed, turning away from the bald man, her smile vanishing as she shook her head at him. "All right." Egio clutched the iron box tightly, refraining from further inquiries. As he turned to leave, he was suddenly yanked back by Nan Wei, who grabbed him by the collar. "Sister!" Egio gasped, coughing as tears welled in his eyes. Just as he was about to question her, he caught sight of a figure emerging at the foot of the staircase, an apparition that had seemingly materialized from thin air. A smiling, pallid rotund figure stood before Egio, clutching a substantial platter of keys. In this antiquated residential building, the sudden and silent emergence of such a presence was enough to instill fear in most, and Egio was no exception. Nan Wei sought to intervene, but it was too late. She hastily covered Egio's mouth to stifle any potential cries of terror. The figure had appeared so abruptly that in the mere blink of an eye, another silhouette materialized at the bottom of the staircase, without a sound. At the top of the stairs stood a bald man, while the bottom was blocked by the rotund figure, leaving the narrow staircase with no avenue for escape. With danger looming both ahead and behind, the thought of casting Egio down from this position crossed her mind. Though the height was not perilous, given Egio's frailty, he would likely sustain injury. With no time for further contemplation, Nan Wei began to ponder their escape. The pallid rotund figure approached, and Egio, with his mouth covered, was gripped by sheer terror. Trembling uncontrollably, he found himself wedged between Nan Wei and the rotund figure, instinctively leaning towards Nan Wei in a desperate attempt to distance himself from the figure. It was still not yet 6 o'clock. The smiling, pallid figure raised its wrist to glance at a watch, then ascended 2 steps, aligning itself with Egio on the same level. The staircase was so narrow that Yi Jiao was nearly forced into close proximity with the rotund figure. Still shaken from the fright, Yi Jiao trembled as Nan Wei tugged him upwards, and in his panic, his hand brushed against the figure's hand. It was cold, lifelessly cold, and the rotund figure exuded an unsettling aura. Unfazed by the palpable fear emanating from Nan Wei and Yi Jiao, the figure followed closely, reaching out to grasp Yi Jiao's hand. Quietude is expected in the corridor. Where do you intend to go? The unexpected inquiry from this bizarre figure left Yi Jiao momentarily stunned. The manner of its speech bore an uncanny resemblance to the rules that should only be known to humans within the contaminated zone, and it adopted a tone as if inquiring of ordinary residents, which caught them both off guard. For a fleeting moment, Yi Jiao even questioned whether the bald man had divulged the rules to this peculiar figure. However, the mere mention of the rules, in a state of heightened tension, caused Yi Jiao to overlook this possibility. With a little thought, it would not have seemed so surprising. Trembling in the grip of the figure, Yi Jiao longed to free himself from its hold, yet he was paralyzed by fear of provoking its wrath. We have not been loud. It was your sudden appearance that startled him. Anyone would scream when frightened. In fact, you ought to apologize to him, Nan Wei asserted, releasing her grip on Yi Jiao's collar and stepping down to stand beside the pallid figure. One hand grasped Yi Jiao's wrist while the other firmly clutched the rotund figure's wrist, applying subtle pressure. Even though you are male, please refrain from being overly aggressive. Boys can feel shy too. As she held onto the figure's wrist, Nan Wei experienced an extended physical contact with the peculiar entity for the first time, feeling an icy chill, an excruciating cold that penetrated to the very marrow, even more frigid than grasping a block of ice. The pallid figure was grasped by South Wei at the wrist, seemingly oblivious to the force exerted by her. It lifted its head, grinning widely at South Wei. He was frightened. Yet you do not laugh? Oh, I had laughed too much earlier and am now a bit weary. I merely wish to relax a moment. South Wei replied nonchalantly. She managed a dry smile, yet her grip tightened further. She could see the strange figure's wrist beginning to contort. It showed no intention of releasing Yi Jiao. Trapped in the clutches of this peculiar figure, Yi Jiao could only gaze helplessly at South Wei, daring not to breathe. Is that so? The strange figure showed no sign of letting go. It continued to smile, but the warmth was entirely absent, replaced by malevolent scrutiny that sent chills down one's spine. Meeting the gaze of the strange figure, South Wei maintained her composure, locking eyes with it and noticing that her own reflection was conspicuously absent from its gaze. To claim that South Wei was entirely unperturbed would be a falsehood. Her anxiety stemmed from concern for Yi Jiao's safety. If she were to confront this strange figure alone, her trepidation would likely transform into exhilaration. In this moment, she needed to remain composed, for the fragile Yi Jiao was still pleading for her assistance with his desperate eyes. The strange figure clutched a considerable number of keys, resembling a landlord or property manager, thus adopting a condescending tone in its inquiries. They had only just arrived, and their primary objective was to enter the designated residence within a 30-minute time frame. Chapter 61. In a rush, yet delayed, we need some fresh air. South Wei sighed in resignation. Family can be quite bothersome, incessantly chattering, making it impossible to sleep well. You know how young people are. We tend to dread the nagging of the older generation. It was uncertain whether South Wei's words had struck a nerve with the strange figure, but its smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of displeasure, as if reminded of something distasteful. As for why we are heading downstairs, South Wei gestured towards the staircase above. There's a bald man blocking the way, preventing us from ascending, hence we intend to approach from another direction. The strange figure's eyes darted about, seemingly weighing South Wei's words. Seizing the moment, South Wei exerted more pressure, even hearing the strange figure's wrist make cracking sounds. However, its grip remained steadfast, like a vice, firmly holding onto Yi Jiao's wrist. Yi Jiao's complexion worsened, tiny beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly indicating the considerable strength of the strange figure. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the top of the staircase. Clearly the bald man who had been observing the scene for some time and was now ready to intervene. Building manager, the bald man called out, peering over the railing. They were attempting to ascend, but I blocked their path. Upon hearing the bald man step in to assist South Wei and the others, Yijio expressed his gratitude with a glance upwards. If he is acquainted with this peculiar fat man, he must have arrived much earlier than us and possesses a deeper understanding of the rules. We may have misjudged him earlier. Perhaps we should seek him out to ascertain the specifics later. However, Nan Wei harbored doubts regarding the bald man's behavior. Could my instincts be mistaken? She had always been confident in her intuition, yet this bald man evoked a distinctly unsettling impression within her. The unabashedly sanguinary aura he exuded could only belong to an individual of extreme malevolence, one who kills mercilessly. The black plastic bags, reeking of blood, undoubtedly contained the remains of some animal. As for the type of animal, it was certainly not something bizarre. She had previously confirmed in the garage that the bizarre does not bleed. Yet, if these bags contained the remains of smaller creatures, the volume of the bags suggested a considerable number, unless the bald man operated a large-scale slaughterhouse in his home. Impossible. My instincts have never failed me. This man is untrustworthy. Nan Wei brushed aside her lingering doubts. Ah, is that bald fellow from 101, with the bald man and the peculiar fat one delaying them. 5 or 6 minutes had elapsed, leaving Nan Wei and her companions with little time. This fellow, although Nan Wei's eyes remained tranquil, her mind began to devise a strategy. The pain in Yijio's wrist was excruciating, and he struggled to utter a word. Neighbors should not quarrel. By stating this, Yijio aimed to test the waters. To his knowledge, while the rules were intended to restrict human behavior for their protection, some aspects were universal between humans and the peculiar. After all, if the peculiar were not bound by any behavioral principles and could relentlessly invade humanity, then the regulations meant to safeguard humans in contaminated zones would lose all significance. You are right. Neighbors should cherish harmony and refrain from disputes. How about this? As a gesture of goodwill, you two should come to my home as guests. Upon hearing the peculiar fat man's invitation, Yijio was so startled that he shook his head vigorously, nearly dislodging his brain. He had merely intended to test for a way out, only to find it backfired. A subtle smile graced Nan Wei's lips, one devoid of warmth, as she exerted herself without hesitation. The fat man regarded the two of them with an air of smug satisfaction, entirely unfazed. Nan Wei and Yijio exchanged a glance, each discerning a shared realization in the other's eyes. Carelessness. Utter carelessness. They had assumed that merely finding the corresponding resident within the designated time would suffice, not anticipating that this decrepit building would harbor a peculiar landlord who would emerge from a restful slumber. Although the fat peculiar had not directly attacked them thus far, it was evident that it had no need to do so. Both parties were acutely aware of the consequences faced by those who violated the rules, be it themselves or the peculiar. This fellow is rather astute. Nan Wei nearly succumbed to laughter at the fat peculiar's cleverness. Time was fleeting, and, as the night deepened, they found themselves ensnared by the other party. Bound by the constraints of the rules, resorting to violence seemed unwise. Nan Wei felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Her mind was clouded, yet she could still muster the strength for physical labor. They had no desire to impose upon their neighbors, for it was not right to compel one another. Since you refuse to relent, shall we embark on this journey together? Nan Wei declared, releasing her grip on the peculiar figure of the portly man, turning away and crouching down. Under the watchful gaze of the bald man, she unceremoniously hoisted the strange figure onto her back. In that instant, a chill ran down her spine and every hair on her body stood on end. Having been carried like a princess before, Yijio had developed an immunity to such situations. Witnessing Nan Wei's audacity, he felt no surprise, even marveling at her boldness in his heart. The portly figure seemed equally unaccustomed to this occurrence, staring blankly for a few seconds, attempting to place its hands around Nan Wei's neck. Yet for reasons unknown, it hesitated and lowered its hands. It began to shout, a large bunch of keys jangling in its hand. What are you doing? Put me down. Hush. Keep it down. Noise is not permitted in the hallway. Even if you're the floor leader, you ought to adhere to the rules. The peculiar figure was lighter than anticipated, and Nan Wei jostled it slightly. Advisink ye iu, staikulos. Chapter 62. You are harming your kind. Ha ha. The bald man, who had been silent for quite some time, could not contain his laughter at this spectacle. Little girl, you are rather amusing. Your muscles are quite impressive. Nan Wei had no inclination to engage with the bald man and swiftly ascended the stairs. Yi Jiao, still grasped by the portly figure, closely followed Nan Wei to avoid hindering her movements. The staircase was narrow, and he nearly tripped over his own feet. This time, the bald man did not block the stairway. He wisely stepped aside, still clutching two large black plastic bags. Nan Wei's arms were firmly locked around the peculiar figure's body, preventing it from choking her. Instead, it vigorously squeezed her shoulder with its free hand. The icy grip paired with the immense strength of the portly figure conveyed a chilling pain that shot through her shoulder, causing her brow to furrow slightly. Yet her feet did not falter. Time was of the essence. She was not particularly clever and could not devise a better plan to extricate Yi Jiao. She could only resort to this clumsy method to protect their lives. Yi Jiao trailed closely behind Nan Wei, his eyes fixed intently on the peculiar figure's movements, his heart brimming with concern, fearing it might suddenly strike at Nan Wei's neck. What seemed like merely a flight of 10 or so stairs felt interminable to Yi Jiao, as if they were traversing an endless staircase. At last, Nan Wei, bearing the portly figure, and Yi Jiao reached the floor where the bald man awaited. Nan Wei quickly scanned her surroundings. The corridor resembled the one below, with iron doors at either end and another in the middle. The door from which the bald man emerged stood wide open. A potent odor of formaldehyde, mixed with a strong scent of blood, assailed their senses. The light within the door illuminated the scene, revealing all that lay inside. With a single glance, an overwhelming fury rapidly engulfed Nan Wei's mind. She abruptly turned her gaze toward the bald man, her eyes wide with rage. Had she not been restraining the bizarre fat man's words, she might have unleashed a kick aimed at a vital part of the bald man's anatomy. Inside was a hellish tableau. The sparse furnishings consisted only of a long table, positioned directly opposite the entrance. Beyond that, all that Nan Wei beheld was a sea of crimson. Blood, both dark and bright, was splattered everywhere, saturating the visible space, while the table itself remained astonishingly clean, devoid of any stains. Upon its surface lay 6 severed heads, their expressions frozen in terror, a mix of genders. They had been meticulously cleaned and arranged in a row, silently screaming in the midst of this inferno. You are slaughtering your own kind. Nan Wei's nails dug deep into the fat man's peculiar flesh as she disregarded his struggles, gritting her teeth while glaring at the bald man. Yi Jiao, closely following Nan Wei, could hardly fathom the horrific scene unfolding before them. At that moment, he was at a loss for words to articulate his emotions. Shock? Fear? Anger? The overwhelming stench of blood assaulted him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably with rage. The gruesome sight eclipsed his fear. All he desired was to charge forward and strike the bald man. Hey. The bald man, unfazed by Nan Wei's accusations, chuckled nonchalantly. Calm down, little girl. I assure you, this is for their own good. I abide by rules and wouldn't harm newcomers. Did you not see how peacefully they have passed? A cold sneer escaped from between Nan Wei's clenched teeth. Peaceful? She failed to see it. With a sinister malice, the bald man grinned as he brandished a black plastic bag, shaking it triumphantly before presenting it to Nan Wei. Do you know why the building manager hasn't come to find me? This is not garbage. These are my meticulously dissected masterpieces. They're all my creations. This place is a sanctuary of art. I have been here for 4 months, and 12 individuals have entered. Of those, 2 were killed by them. The rest met their demise at my hands. He appraised Nan Wei from head to toe, a look of morbid fascination in his eyes. Little girl, I admire your physique. The texture must be exquisite. Should you find yourself unable to endure, do seek me out. I will show great mercy and ensure your passing is devoid of pain. Not forgetting the pale-faced boy beside her, the bald man cast a dismissive glance at Yi Jiao, mocking him. As for you, if you were to kneel and plead, I might consider granting you a release. Yi Jiao was seething with indignation, uncertain whether his anger was directed at the bald man's actions or his condescension. The protest from the long night seemed utterly insignificant in the face of the robust figure of the bald man and the pungent stench of blood that filled the air. The overweight man, ensnared by Nan Wei, struggled futilely to break free, resorting to loud cries. 101, get me down. With a derisive chuckle, Nan Wei chose to disregard the madman who harmed his own kind and turned to ascend stairs. Perhaps the commotion in the corridor was too loud. For at that moment, the iron door of 102 creaked open slowly. What was all this noise? An elderly face peered out from behind the door. It belonged to a woman who appeared to be of advanced age. Her grizzled hair was neatly styled into a small bun, and the corners of her squinting eyes were lined with wrinkles, while her smile revealed a sunken mouth devoid of teeth. Upon seeing the old woman, the bald man surprisingly retracted his cruel and sinister smile, greeting her with unexpected courtesy. Granny Wong, have we disturbed you? It's just the building manager playing tricks on them. It was originally Xiao Zhang. The old woman emerged from behind the iron door, stooped and leaning on a cane. Yet her small feet, clad in pointed shoes, moved with surprising steadiness. At this hour, are you bullying the children again? Nan Wei and Yi Jiao were unaware of who this Xiao Zhang was, but fortunately, the individual in question responded. No, Granny Wong, I am merely patrolling. You indeed? The old woman gently shook her head, casting a glance at Nan Wei and Yi Jiao. When her gaze fell upon the iron box cradled in Yi Jiao's arms, her eyes widened slightly, revealing a knowing smile. Chapter 63. The old woman intervenes. For minutes remaining, the old woman gently shook her head. Perhaps her words had an effect, for the overweight man began to thrash about, repeatedly pounding on Nan Wei's shoulder, urging, let me down. After a moment's hesitation, Nan Wei contemplated the ruckus. It was too loud for her to discern the number of heartbeats, but the respect exhibited by the bald man towards the old woman suggested she was no ordinary human. Noticing Nan Wei's indecision, the bald man chuckled, his expression resembling that of an earnest farmer, a stark contrast to the malevolent butcher he had been moments earlier. You don't have much time left, do you? He reminded with a grin. There is no time for anything else. We must prioritize haste. With a cold smile, Nan Wei curtly replied, building manager Zhang, let him go. The overweight man, now identified as Zhang, huffed in dissatisfaction, but indeed released his grip on Yi Jiao. The old woman's words had proven effective, clearly indicating her esteemed position. Nan Wei regarded the old woman in silence and nodded slightly in acknowledgement of her assistance, then casually tossed the overweight man aside, seizing Yi Jiao's arm as they hurried up the stairs. Taken by surprise, the overweight man, lacking agility, stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. Whether it was pain from the fall or anger, he glared at the retreating figures of Nan Wei and Yi Jiao, threateningly uttering, don't let me catch you, as the peculiar voice of the portly man faded away. Nan Wei heard the bald man and the elderly woman shout from behind, hey girl, which family do you belong to? I promise to make you look stunning. The bald man was fixated on his next prey, while the elderly woman remarked, that young lad, come find me when you have the time. I have good news for you. Time was of the essence. Nan Wei grasped Yi Jiao's hand, not uttering a word, as they swiftly crossed Route 201, turning a corner and leaving the cacophony of chaos behind them. Fortunately, they encountered no further oddities and smoothly arrived at the next floor. Upon reaching the doorway of room 302, Yi Jiao, who had been striving to keep pace with Nan Wei, finally had a moment to catch his breath. Gasping for air, he pulled out his phone to check the time. Sister, it's 5:43. The display sent a wave of anxiety through Yi Jiao. They had decided to ascend at 5:33, and if they adhered to the 15-minute window allowed in the corridor, they needed to enter their so-called home before 5:48. Having been delayed by the bizarre antics of the bald man and the portly figure for a full 10 minutes, they now had only 5 minutes remaining. Nan Wei glanced at Yi Jiao's wrist, where the faint outline of a bruise lingered from the portly man's grasp. She chose not to speak further, instead urging him softly. Yi Jiao, open the door. Nan Wei was in a dire state. Although prolonged exertion posed no burden for her, the injury she sustained, coupled with ongoing bleeding and the time spent carrying the heavy, portly man, would strain even the most resilient of individuals. She felt an overwhelming chill envelop her entire being, as if her blood had turned to ice. The coldness on her back was excruciatingly intense, but what troubled her most was the near numbness in her hands. Yi Jio's wrist, initially throbbing with pain from the portly man's grip, was now succumbing to numbness. His fingers no longer obeyed his command. He tucked the iron box under his arm and, with his functioning hand, retrieved the entrance key, which bore a strip of medical tape. They had a maximum of 4 minutes left. Nan Wei's complexion was ashen, her lips tinged with blue, as she began a quiet countdown. 239. Uncertainty loomed behind the door. Yi Jio, filled with trepidation, trembled as he extended the key toward the lock. 238. 237. He was gripped by fear, fully aware that the moment of confrontation was imminent, yet the nature of what awaited them was unknown. 236. The cross-shaped teeth of the key met resistance in the lock, failing to fully enter, seemingly positioned incorrectly. 235. Nan Wei ceased to urge Yi Jio further, simply continuing her quiet countdown. Each number uttered not only counted down their actions, but perhaps also the fleeting moments of their lives. The key in Yi Jio's possession was likely for room 302, the best-case scenario, allowing him to rush to room 801 alone when the time came. In a rather unfortunate scenario, should 302 prove to be incorrect, they would need to venture towards 802, which signifies that Nan Wei must accompany Yi Jio on their journey. Currently, her condition is far from ideal. The ascent from the 3rd to the 8th floor, a total of 5 flights, must be undertaken solely by Yi Jio's own legs. Given Yi Jio's present state, exerting every ounce of strength to climb those 5 flights would likely take him over a minute. 234. 233. Yi Jio withdrew the key, attempting a different orientation, yet it still yielded no success. Anxiety gripped him as he made a 3rd attempt, only to misinsert the key. "Steady now, do not be afraid. I shall stay by your side," Nan Wei interjected, having counted silently for 3 seconds before uttering these words. This was not a mere casual encouragement. It was Nan Wei's solemn vow, a promise made to Yi Jio that she would ensure he entered the door first. Yi Jio felt a pang of emotion as his eyes began to sting. Had it not been for the bizarre grasp of the heavy-set individual, had it not been to aid him in escaping, he would not always feel like a hindrance. 229. After 5 seconds and 2 failed attempts, none of the 4 orientations of the cross-shaped key aligned correctly. This key was not meant for 302. 223. Upon realizing that the 4th orientation also failed to fit, Nan Wei resolutely took the lead. "Yi Jio, let's go." The two of them simultaneously began to silently count the seconds in their minds. The staircase was equally narrow, the corridor equally dim and obscure, the unpleasant odor invading Nan Wei's nostrils with each breath she took. Her heartbeat quickened, and a sense of dizziness began to envelop her, a clear sign of her increasing frailty. From 302 to 702, a total of 4 flights, Yi Jio, despite his own poor condition, managed to stumble his way up in 101 seconds. "Sister, wait. I need a moment," he gasped, having rapidly ascended 4 flights. A considerable burden for his weakened state. Throughout this journey, nothing untoward had occurred. It was remarkably smooth. Nan Wei stood there, awaiting Yi Jio, taking the opportunity to catch her breath as well. She calculated that, if her counting was accurate, they still had 2 minutes to spare. 2 minutes, 120 seconds, to ascend 1 floor and attempt the key should suffice. Just as Nan Wei contemplated this, an unusual sound infiltrated her ears. It was a low, sorrowful cry. Chapter 64. The weeping girl in red Nan Wei slightly shook her dizzy head, trying to ascertain whether she was indeed imagining things. The sound was faint, weak, intermittent, filled with sadness and helplessness. "Sister," Yi Jio exclaimed, fear evident in his gaze as he looked towards Nan Wei. He lowered his voice, cautiously gesturing upwards, clearly having heard the weeping as well. The journey thus far had been too smooth, so much so that Nan Wei had assumed time was still on their side. Yet at this critical juncture, a complication had arisen. Next time, we must not celebrate prematurely. Nan Wei mused bitterly to herself, realizing that even Yi Jio had detected the sound, while she had failed to notice it in advance, a testament to her deteriorating condition. Their destination lay just above, and the 2 minutes they had were fleeting, Regardless of what unfolded next, they must confront it together. Nan Wei took a deep breath, forcing her stiff arm to rise as she gently patted Yi Jiu on the back. "You climb up slowly. I'll go ahead and take a look." Upon seeing this, Yi Jiu, disregarding his need for rest, cautiously followed Nan Wei's figure up the stairs. The iron door in the middle caught their attention, marked with the number 802. The corridor appeared unremarkable, its structure seemingly identical to the lower floors. As Nan Wei turned her head slightly to the right, she discerned the source of the weeping. Although they had entered through the first floor, the resident of Unit 101 did not begin on the ground level, but rather from the second floor, indicating that the 802 they now faced was, in fact, situated on the 9th floor. According to the storage unit numbers in the garage, this building was not merely 10 stories tall. It actually comprised 11 levels. As for what lay above, Nan Wei was uncertain. One thing, however, was clear. On the staircase leading to the 10th floor, where units 901 to 903 were located, sat a small girl, her cheeks stained with tears. With calm determination, Nan Wei stepped onto the floor where 802 was located. She turned, slowly retreating 2 steps, and positioned herself against the wall to allow Yi Jiu access to the staircase, all the while observing the little girl in silence. The child appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, emaciated to the point of being almost skeletal. Her frail body supported a disproportionately large head, resembling a doll with an oversized cranium, while her delicate limbs seemed as if they could break with the slightest touch. One side of her hair was tied in a braid, while the rest hung in disarray with several knots throughout. Beneath her pallid skin, prominent veins were visible, and she wore a sleeveless crimson dress, marred by dark stains whose origins, whether dirt or blood, were indiscernible. Her bare feet were grimy and blackened, evoking a sense of pity. In truth, Nan Wei's appearance mirrored that of the little girl to a considerable extent. With tousled hair, a ghostly complexion, bluish lips, a tattered men's athletic tank top, and blood-soaked strips of cloth wrapped around her arms, she bore significant injuries, including a large abrasion on her elbow and a wound on her calf. In comparison, Nan Wei appeared even more wretched. At that moment, Yi Jiu had quietly ascended, following Nan Wei's gaze. He nearly called out an alarm, but quickly clamped his mouth shut, his eyes widening as he stumbled up to her side. "Sister, what is this?" he asked, clutching the iron box tightly, peering cautiously alongside her. Instinctively, he sensed something was amiss. Yet, upon reflection, although the bald man from Unit 101 behaved more beast than human, he had been able to articulate the rules clearly enough to be considered a semblance of humanity. If that man was human, perhaps this little girl was as well. "We mustn't waste time. Let us proceed." Nan Wei fixed her unwavering gaze upon the little girl, observing that the child was intently watching Yi Jiu. Taking 2 steps forward, she obstructed the girl's view of him. Naturally, Yi Jiu understood the urgency of the situation. There was no time for delay. Under Nan Wei's cover, he hastily began to test the keys. The bald man had mentioned that 12 individuals had entered over the course of 4 months. According to his account, he had killed 6 and had mysteriously eliminated 2 more. Assuming that he himself was among the deceased, there were potentially 3 other living souls remaining within this residential building. However, this was merely a possibility. The bald man was not necessarily privy to the whereabouts of everyone, regardless of the presence of other survivors. Nan Wei was certain that the little girl before her was not among the living. At such close proximity, amidst the surrounding quietude, there could be no mistake. She would not err in her perception. The girl exhibited signs of breath, yet lacked a heartbeat. Indeed, there was no heartbeat. Every living being possesses a heartbeat. Those devoid of it are, without doubt, dead. The notion of a deceased person capable of speech, yet lacking a heartbeat, is unsettling. Deliberately mimicking breath would likely be an effortless endeavor. Given Zhang Bo's precedent of intentionally creating the sound of footsteps, Nan Wei surmised that this little girl could not possibly be human. People invariably feel affection and empathy towards young creatures, and the plight of an innocent child stirs a profound protective instinct. Presenting herself in the guise of child was likely a tactic to lower their guard. The feigned act of breathing was most probably designed to enhance her facade of authenticity. Regrettably, This ruse was ineffective against Nan Wei, for her acute hearing allowed her to detect the heartbeat of those nearby. Perhaps due to prolonged weeping, the girl's eyes were swollen and red. She stared blankly at Nan Wei, hesitating momentarily before rasping, "Sister, could you help me find my mother? She's in 903. Rule number 7 states that distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. If a neighbor seeks your assistance, do your utmost to help them. And you may also request their aid in return. The rule merely suggests assistance when possible, not as a mandate." Room 903 was but a stone's throw away from where the girl stood, merely a turn away. The distance could be traversed in a few steps, yet she sought help. Such an evidently illogical request from the little girl was not lost on Nan Wei. She was no fool and could not acquiesce. Undeterred by Nan Wei's refusal, the girl remained steadfast, her toes fidgeting restlessly, betraying her uncertainty. Suddenly, the sound of a door lock clicking open echoed from behind them, prompting Yi Jiao to exclaim in a hushed tone, "It's open." Chapter 65. Parting ways at last. Yi Jiao's key had found its rightful door, and Nan Wei felt a wave of relief wash over her, her expression softening in tandem. "I'm sorry." She gently shook her head at the little girl. "But we are pressed for time." The girl stood there, seemingly reluctant to descend. She twisted her dress nervously with her fingers, hesitating before cautiously meeting Nan Wei's gaze. Her eyes resembling those of an innocent creature, and her voice quivered with heart-wrenching fragility. "Then, when you have time, could you please help me?" Though the little girl appeared quite pitiful, Nan Wei smiled and resolutely declined a request. "I'm afraid I cannot assist you. Only those of good character offer help. I'm not such a person. You may seek assistance from others, perhaps the floor manager, who is obligated to aid neighbors in distress." The girl's hopeful gaze dimmed with Nan Wei's words, her head drooping as she remained motionless. As the countdown neared its end, Nan Wei turned away, unwilling to engage further. The girl's demeanor made Nan Wei apprehensive that she might suddenly lash out. The door to room 802 creaked open, revealing an abyss of darkness within. The final rule was peculiar, seeming almost an afterthought, demanding attention. While all other regulations advocated harmonious neighborly relations, this one jarringly insisted that children must heed their parents. Standing out conspicuously, the girl continued to stand there, head bowed and unmoving. Yet Nan Wei sensed her breathing had slowed. "All right, I shall take heed. You two take care." Yejin lingered at the door, gazing longingly at Nan Wei. No one could predict whether this parting would be their last. "Please go inside. I promise to watch you enter." Nan Wei waved her arm, albeit clumsily, towards Yejin. "Good luck. Whoever emerges first should mark their door based on the circumstances. If you find the exit and I have not yet come out, proceed alone. If you do not, refrain from straying too far. We shall aim to meet here." At this juncture, further words held no significance. Yejin understood that if she did not enter, Nan Wei would wait indefinitely. "Take care, sister." Yejin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she cast a deep, lingering glance at Nan Wei, summoning all her courage to step through the threshold of room 802. The moment her feet crossed into 802, the iron door swung shut with remarkable speed, sealing itself with a soft thud. Nan Wei regarded the iron door, blinking in surprise and offering a self-deprecating smile. Initially, they had contemplated leaving the door ajar. It seemed fate had orchestrated this perfectly, leaving no loopholes. Confirming that the girl harbored no malicious intent, Nan Wei dismissed any other thoughts and strode purposefully to the door of room 801. This door, seemingly unremarkable at first glance, was a deep green, adorned with a backward character obscuring the peephole, flanked by slightly worn couplets, the ink having bled onto the red paper. Nan Wei's eyes fell upon the horizontal inscription above, "Family Joy," which appeared as though it were weeping, the black ink staining the wall. With a faint, weak smile, Nan Wei retrieved the key from around her neck and inserted it into the lock. The key slid in smoothly, turning with a crisp click as the lock yielded. The iron door swung open, revealing the same oppressive darkness within. The path ahead remained uncertain. With a soft thud, the door closed automatically, the dim corridor light cut off, and Nan Wei was enveloped in an abyss of darkness. Unlike most people, Nan Wei harbors no fear of darkness. In fact, she finds herself more at ease within its embrace. In her youth, she was part of a wolf pack that often ventured into the night for hunting expeditions. The deep mountains and forests shrouded in darkness brimmed with unknown dangers and exhilarating adventures. She relished these nocturnal hunts, sprinting through the shadowy woods, feeling an unparalleled sense of freedom and joy. However, after being adopted by her foster parents, she was compelled to integrate into human society, relinquishing her wild child ways. Nevertheless, the allure of the mountains persisted, just as the city possessed its own charms. The suburbs of the city housed a vast cemetery. During her school days, she would often sneak out at midnight to wander through the graveyard in the outskirts. With traditional burials long discontinued, the graves contained only remnants of ashes. She enjoyed selecting a stranger's tombstone to sit quietly before, gazing at the stars when they appeared or admiring the moon when the stars were obscured. Engaging with the deceased felt far less burdensome than interacting with the living. Nan Wei believed she was ill-suited for human interaction, as her temperament made it challenging for her to attend to the emotions and actions of others. For instance, during her previous collaboration with Egeo, the multitude of considerations she had to account for felt akin to being bound by ropes. Each life holds immense significance, and I shall strive to uphold my responsibilities. These were the words spoken by Lu Ji upon receiving his acceptance letter to the police academy. Indeed, he excelled in his duties, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to his work, earning the admiration of many as a commendable officer. She took pride in having a friend like Lu Ji. However, Lu Ji was Lu Ji, and Nan Wei was Nan Wei. The weight of life felt insurmountable, a mountain she, being somewhat indifferent, could not bear. Although she felt a tinge of guilt towards Egeo, the truth was that, in her solitude, Nan Wei felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The darkness was devoid of light, yet resonated with various sounds. Remaining poised at the entrance, she held her breath, attuning her senses to the subtle noises. A rhythmic, light ticking emanated from the left, reminiscent of a mechanical clock. To her right, perhaps from a room, came faint sounds akin to biological activity. Nan Wei cautiously extended her hand, feeling along the wall near the entrance, searching for a switch or something of the sort for potential use. At that moment, the door to the room on her right creaked open, followed by the sound of footsteps. The footsteps, unmistakably audible, belonged to someone clad in slippers, shuffling out into the darkness in her direction. Nan Wei felt a flicker of surprise. This peculiar presence was alarmingly unmasked. Indeed, only the sound of footsteps reached her ears. There was no breath, no heartbeat. Chapter 66. Strikingly different eeriness. The footsteps came to a halt not far from Nan Wei. In the depths of darkness, apart from the rhythmic sounds of Nan Wei's breath and heartbeat, the only noise was the ticking of a mechanical clock to her left. Unbeknownst to her, a faint smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Compared to the moment she first entered the garage, her heart now brimmed not only with caution, but also with an eager anticipation in the face of the unknown. With visibility completely obscured, moving blindly would be an unwise course of action, yet remaining stagnant was hardly a favorable alternative. Thus, in a compromise, Nan Wei opted to crouch quietly. 2 seconds passed, and the eerie stillness persisted, as if it took great pleasure in its own nonchalance, neglecting even to conceal itself. Perhaps it felt a sense of sovereignty in its own domain. Assuming a crouch position akin to a sprinter's stance, Nan Wei remained vigilant, wary of a potential assault from the enigmatic presence, while also pondering its intentions. The anticipated attack never materialized. Instead, she heard a sudden click, as if a switch had been activated, and in an instant, the surroundings were flooded with brilliant light. To her astonishment, the entity required illumination. This revelation shattered her preconceived notion that it preferred to lurk in shadows, akin to discovering a new world. As the lights illuminated the space, it unveiled a stark contrast to her previous environment. The gentle yet radiant glow spilled forth from an exquisitely designed ceiling fixture, striving to illuminate every corner. The pristine floor was devoid of dust. In the center stood a set of wooden tables and chairs draped in lace-edged tablecloths. Along the wall, a plush leather sofa and coffee table faced a modest LCD television. The walls were immaculate, adorned only by a round mechanical clock that continued its rhythmic ticking. This space bore no resemblance to the grim, lifeless garage, nor did it evoke the unsettling odors of the residential hallways, let alone the madness and bloodshed associated with the bald man in room 101. It resembled an ordinary household, bright and inviting, with no hint of the uncanny. The owner of the footsteps stood beside a wall, fingers resting on the switch. The male entity, appearing nearly 40, tall and lean, donned a lint-covered pajama set, his face etched with fatigue, exuding an air of weariness. With the room now brilliantly lit, there seemed little reason to remain crouched. And so Nan Wei fixed her gaze upon the male entity and gradually rose to her full height. His calm demeanor and amicable words suggested a familiarity. Indeed, it was evident that Nan Wei was recognized by this being, likely as a member of the household. In the garage, she was the owner. In the residential building, a tenant. If this were indeed her home, what role did she play here? As she swiftly reviewed her prior experiences, the nature of her current identity eluded her still. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the room from which the male entity had emerged, followed closely by a female figure, her hair cascading and clad in a nightgown, rushing out in a flurry of urgency. At the moment she beheld Nan Wei, the female apparition rushed towards him with an eerie swiftness, simultaneously voicing her complaints. As she reached out her hand, attempting to seize him, Nan Wei nimbly evaded her grasp. In doing so, a realization began to dawn upon him. On a piece of white paper were inscribed the words, "Family Member Agreement." The content was as follows. First, the father is the pillar of the family, working diligently, and everyone must heed his words. Second, the mother is tasked with caring for the entire family, managing the burdensome household chores, and everyone must listen to her. Third, the younger brother, being a boy, holds authority, and everyone must obey him. The agreement, comprised of 3 straightforward and clear stipulations, left Nan Wei in a state of bewilderment. Astonishingly, there were 3 individuals wielding authority within this household. Furthermore, the last clause implied that if there is a younger brother, there must also be 1 or more older siblings. The absence of any mention of these siblings within the agreement suggested that their existence held little familial significance. The male apparition was presumably the father, while the female apparition likely represented the mother. But what of Nan Wei's identity? Surely, he could not be the younger brother. As he pondered his place in this peculiar hierarchy, he mused over the implications of differing identities and the words they might wield. "Do not move," he heard a voice exclaim. Although he had evaded the female apparition's grasp, she did not seem perturbed. Upon noticing the bloodied state of Nan Wei's arm, she gasped and, like a whirlwind, darted into another room. "Do not move." Nan Wei furrowed his brow, glancing at the agreement affixed to the iron door. According to the stipulations, his current obligation was to be obedient. The male apparition stood silently for a while, observing without uttering a word, before settling onto the sofa and retrieving a pack of cigarettes from the nearby coffee table. Upon witnessing this, the female apparition's expression transformed from one of concern over Nan Wei's injury to a calm, rigid demeanor, akin to that of an unfamiliar colleague observing the male apparition. "No smoking," she stated coldly. Smoking within the household was deemed a domestic matter. Thus, the fatherly male apparition was obliged to heed the maternal authority of the female apparition. Their interaction proved to be quite intriguing, and as Nan Wei observed them, he sensed an incongruity regarding the term agreement as opposed to rules. He recalled Yi Jiu's words, noting the mystique surrounding the concept of rules, something imperceptible and invisible. Didn't Tiwi venture out to procure some money from those 2 old geezers? How could it take so long and result in injuries? The female apparition fretted, rummaging through a rudimentary first aid kit. The fatherly figure remained statuesque on the sofa, fixating on the direction of Nan Wei, silent as a statue. With keen interest, Nan Wei watched the female apparition hustle about, curious as to what this mother would produce. At that moment, a timid head peeked around the corner, and a cautious female voice inquired, "Chapter 67. Am I really the younger brother? What?" Neither the father nor the mother responded to this question, as if they had not heard it at all. However, Nan Wei was taken aback. After much contemplation, it turned out that I was a younger brother. She never anticipated that the solution to the identity conundrum she had pondered over for so long would be this. A sense of confusion enveloped her. Despite her male attire, her somewhat disheveled hairstyle, and her athletic physique, she firmly believed that, from any angle, she should not be mistaken for a male. Moreover, the woman speaking from around the corner appeared to be no older than 17 or 18, and certainly seemed to be younger than her. After a brief moment of incredulous amusement, Nan Wei observed her mother rummaging through a makeshift first aid kit, extracting a roll of yellowed gauze and a deep brown bottle with an indistinct label. These two ancient relics, her peculiar mother cursed under her breath. Yet, when she turned her gaze towards Nan Wei, her tone softened swiftly, as if soothing a child. "Sweetheart, come here, let mommy disinfect that for you." Her mother's appearance bore no remarkable difference from that of an ordinary person. Her skin tone and features were quite normal, except for a patch of baldness at the nape of her head, revealing a stark white scalp and a sizable, slightly darker stain on her pajamas. The same could be said for her father and the sister whose head was the only visible part. This was in stark contrast to the eerie Zhang Bo and the portly figure known as the building manager in the garage. Were it not for the absence of breath and heartbeat emanating from these three, Nan Wei might have mistaken them for humans. Curiosity piqued. She wondered if these three peculiar beings possessed body heat. Thus, when her mother reached out to grasp her hand, she did not shy away. Unsurprisingly, the touch was chilling. With a slight effort, Nan Wei extricated her hand from her mother's grasp. Unable to utter the word mother, she hesitated and simply declared, "I'll do it myself." Having been burdened by the earlier experience with the portly entity, she was reluctant to engage in any physical contact with the frigid being. Regrettably, her mother was not inclined to relent, furrowing her brow with concern. "How can that be? You're just a child. Let mommy help." The mother's insistence left Nan Wei feeling somewhat conflicted. With a flick of her eye, she thought perhaps it was an opportune moment to test whether that agreement truly held any weight. Clearing her throat, she solemnly proclaimed, "I want to do it myself. I'm a boy." To her surprise, her words indeed bore fruit. Her mother, appearing somewhat melancholy, ceased her efforts and muttered softly, "Honestly, can you manage it by yourself, little one?" The term little one struck a chord with Nan Wei, particularly because the final rule in the residence building was so jarring that it was impossible to ignore. Seeing that her mother had genuinely ceased her actions, Nan Wei glanced at the three peculiar beings in the room and pointed towards the agreement affixed to the iron door. "What is that on the door?" The three peculiar entities seemed taken aback, but responded in unison. "It's the family agreement." "Oh, I see." Nan Wei nodded. Since all three could see the agreement, it was evident that it was not part of the rules, but rather a common understanding established among family members. Although father remained seated on the sofa, he seemed to harbor genuine concern for Nan Wei, inquiring with a note of worry, "Son, what is the matter?" The term son struck a humorous chord within Nan Wei, causing her to stifle laughter and nearly choke. This sudden cough drew mother's attention, who promptly surrounded Nan Wei with concern. Casting an accusatory glance at father, "Look what you've done. You've made my darling choke." This complaint appeared rather absurd to Nan Wei. Under normal circumstances, it would be unreasonable to blame father. Mother seemed to exhibit excessive concern for her designated son. "Sis," came a soft call from the hidden corner where her sister stood. Yet again, father and mother responded to her sister's words with silence. Nan Wei glanced at her sister in confusion. In this household, including the rules affixed to the iron gate, her sister seemed to exist as if invisible. Presently, for some inexplicable reason, the three peculiar individuals regarded her as the younger brother. Thus their demeanor towards her was exceptionally amiable, creating ample room for exploration. There were several questions to which Nan Wei had yet to find answers, but now was not the time for such inquiries. She picked up a roll of yellowed gauze and inhaled its scent. It appeared that mother was both meticulous and hygienic. The gauze was preserved relatively well, despite its discoloration. It bore no strange odor, proving far superior to the ragged strips torn from Nan Wei's soiled clothing. The label on the deep brown bottle had become quite illegible. Nan Wei examined the bottle closely and discerned it was iodine. After much searching along the bottle's surface, she finally located the faintly visible production date. Astonishingly, it was 10 years old. Although she held no grand expectations, the realization of its age left her slightly disheartened. Typically, medications expire within 2 to 3 years. Expired medicines not only lose effectiveness, but, if opened, topical treatments may foster bacterial growth, potentially leading to secondary contamination of wounds and, in severe cases, infections. Fortunately, this bottle of iodine had not been opened. With a mindset of making the most of her situation, Nan Wei decided to use it. At worst, it would yield no results. She grasped the gauze and iodine, surveying her surroundings until she spotted a door that resembled a bathroom. "Is there water in the house?" she inquired. Upon hearing Nan Wei's question, Mother eagerly responded, "Yes, dear son. What do you wish to do?" "Wash my hands," Nan Wei replied, still grappling with her temporary identity as a son. Her hands were stained with blood and dirt, perhaps even harboring the peculiar bacteria unique to the strange figure. She needed to cleanse her hands before proceeding with disinfection. "Yes." This time, Father broke his silence, joyfully rising from the sofa and making his way to the corner where her sister stood. The sister quickly stepped aside, yet still caught Father's disapproving glare. So they can see, after all, Nan Wei realized, understanding that her parents simply did not wish to engage with their daughter. Father stepped inside and soon emerged, cradling a bottle of mineral water. He approached the restroom door, opened it, and beckoned to Nan Wei. "Son, use the mineral water. It's the latest batch." She silently moved closer, inspecting the bottle for a date, and indeed found it. 10 years old. Nan Wei felt a twinge of exasperation. Chapter 68. Nowhere to escape. Nan Wei could not comprehend where things had gone awry. According to Yi Zhou's account, she should have been fleeing from something sinister, or, at the very least, engaged in a struggle against it, prepared to fight for her life. This development was utterly absurd. As she washed her hands with the decade-old mineral water, she unabashedly scrutinized her father standing beside her. He held the mineral water bottle, gazing at her in contemplative silence. Though his expression was neutral, his eyes radiated warmth. "Take your time. There's plenty of water. I bought several bottles just yesterday," he said gently, exhibiting remarkable patience. Nan Wei lowered her gaze, watching as the muddy water and blood flowed down the pristine ceramic basin into the drain. The filthy water would eventually travel through the pipes downstairs. She thought of the severed heads displayed on the table, those who had fallen victim to the bald man. Though her initial excitement had waned, the feeling of anger remained as intense as ever. "What's the matter, son?" Her father, noticing her displeasure, leaned in to whisper, "Has the building manager's son been bothering you again?" Though he appeared composed, a chill accompanied his words. Nan Wei recoiled slightly and shook her head. "No." Satisfied with the response, her father reverted to his earlier silence. It seemed there were indeed many conflicts among the residents of this building. After washing her hands and tending to her wounds, nothing out of the ordinary transpired. Her mother sat on the sofa, her gaze fixed intently on Nan Wei, while her sister remained hidden around the corner, unwilling to show herself. The three peculiar beings exhibited no overt signs of hostility towards Nan Wei. Had they truly mistaken her for a younger sibling? Exhausted, she plopped onto the sofa and picked up a slightly yellowed roll of gauze. Her mother handed her a few neatly folded garments, urging her with concern, "Son, hurry and disinfect that. Scars are no good. I've got clean clothes ready for you. Once you're done, change out of the dirty ones and I'll wash them." Such simple, mundane phrases, yet in this context, they felt profoundly unsettling. Nan Wei glanced at the three sets of eyes fixed upon her and casually inquired, "Do you have scissors?" To her astonishment, upon hearing this ordinary request, her previously amiable parents suddenly erupted with agitation. "What do you need scissors for?" "What for?" her mother screamed, leaping from the sofa, clutching the clothes tightly. Her features contorted in distress as she tore at her own hair and shouted at Nan Wei. At this moment, the previously quiet father underwent a startling transformation. Two bizarre behaviors changed, and even their appearance morphed dramatically into something terrifying. Their skin, which had once appeared no different from that of an ordinary person, rapidly dulled to a ghastly gray. As the hue of their skin shifted, their bodies quickly shriveled, as if an invisible force had drained them of moisture and vitality. The once gentle features contorted into grotesque visages, with their eyes turning a fiery crimson, radiating a chilling malevolence. "You want to kill us?" The father suddenly bellowed, his voice hoarse and grating, entirely devoid of the gentleness it had held moments before. The mother was even more frenzied. She hurled the clothes in her hands violently to the ground, gripping the armrests of the sofa with her hands, her nails digging deeply into the wooden surface, producing an ear-piercing screech. Her face nearly pressed against Nan Wei's, her blood-red eyes filled with terror and rage. "I raised you, and you dare to harm me." Nan Wei was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why merely mentioning the word scissors provoked such a vehement reaction. Now the two grotesque figures, with their bizarre appearances, advanced toward her, their emaciated limbs swaying ominously from either end of the sofa. Witnessing this, Nan Wei grasped the roll of gauze tightly and swiftly rolled off the sofa, landing behind it. She glanced at the bottle of iodine on the coffee table, hoping, if possible, to at least disinfect a little. However, her paramount concern was to escape with her life. Clutching the gauze, Nan Wei cast a quick glance at the wall clock. It was already 6:14, the designated hour for permitted outings according to the rules. This fleeting glance revealed more than just the time. She spotted the eerie sister lurking around the corner, her appearance unchanged. She still resembled a typical girl of 17 or 18, yet her expression was no longer timid, but rather electrified, adorned with a smirk of malicious glee. A thought stirred within Nan Wei. This sister seemed to anticipate her parents' attempt to eliminate her, suggesting a deeply discordant relationship between the siblings. Nan Wei swiftly retreated to the iron gate. The lock was an outdated model, a type that a skilled locksmith could open in mere seconds. With her back to the gate, she focused intently on her parents' movements while reaching behind to grasp the handle of the lock. To her dismay, it did not budge, as though it had been welded shut. Turning around, she exerted more force, yanking at the handle again, but it remained immovable. Shaking the lock vigorously, she found the iron door as unyielding as if it were fused to the wall. Goodness, it was determined to keep her inside. As her parents closed in, Nan Wei raised an eyebrow and glanced back at the sister still hidden around the corner, decisively abandoning her attempt to open the door. It appeared that this room harbored its own set of rules, yet Nan Wei had yet to discern them, leaving her at a loss on how to navigate the situation. Two eerie figures, dragging their emaciated limbs, approached. The iron door remained shut, and within the living room lingered three more grotesque beings. Nan Wei glanced towards the room from which her parents had emerged. Its door stood ajar. At this moment, she faced two choices. One, to retreat into that room, thereby severing all other escape routes. Or two, to obliterate the three grotesque entities by targeting their heads and hearts, essentially their cores. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, and Nan Wei resolved to confront the abominations. Chapter 69. A fight for survival time was of the essence, even if there were rules governing this space. Nan Wei had no time to seek them out. Surrender had never been an option in her life, even if she were to be inexplicably slain. Claiming one of these creatures would not be in vain. Taking down two would be a triumph. With this resolve, Nan Wei inhaled deeply, swiftly recalibrating her mindset. Panic? Fear? Such emotions were inconceivable. A fierce light ignited in her eyes. She was prepared to fight fiercely. Her parents had maneuvered around the sofa, closing in from the side. In a sudden burst, Nan Wei turned and charged at her father. She opted not to confront him head-on, but instead relied on her speed and agility, attempting to circle behind him. However, her father appeared to be ready. His withered body twisted abruptly as he extended a gaunt arm towards her, reaching out to grasp her. Nan Wei reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time, and seized her father's arm. She understood that controlling his limbs could provide an opportunity to strike at his core, the head and heart. With a furious roar, he began to thrash violently. Yet, Nan Wei held on tightly, exerting all her strength to twist his arm backward. Unfortunately, the grotesque being was not human. If he were, he would undoubtedly be writhing in pain. Instead, he spun around violently, twisting the captured arm in an exaggerated manner, while his other hand lunged toward Nan Wei's waist. His mouth agape, aiming for her neck. Realizing the imminent danger, Nan Wei quickly released her grip, delivering a swift kick to her father's knee, causing him to topple. And she swiftly retreated a couple of steps. "You ungrateful wretch!" Seizing the opportunity of Nan Wei's momentary release, her mother charged in from the side with remarkable speed. In her already precarious state, Nan Wei could hardly evade the attack. Her mother collided forcefully with her, sending her staggering backward until her back slammed against the wall. A sharp pain coursed through her, and she feared her ribs might crack. Winning a fight barehanded was proving immensely challenging. She required a weapon. Meanwhile, her sister, who had been lurking around the corner, seemed entirely disinclined to join the fray. She appeared to be observing an extraordinary spectacle. Her expression a mix of exhilaration and a hint of intoxication. Nan Wei pondered her sister's reluctance to intervene. If she chose to remain passive, it could only bode well for Nan Wei. As long as she could restrain one of her parents, she was confident she could incapacitate the other in no time. Nan Wei had already surveyed the entire living room once more. The wall clock appeared utterly useless. The sofa, though bulky, seemed worth a try. The coffee table, with its perfect width and substantial wooden weight, was ideally suited to serve as a weapon against the strange entities. However, the coffee table was positioned behind her parents, and she needed to seize the opportunity to maneuver past them. At that moment, her parents had risen once more. The entities were impervious to pain. They flung aside the obstructive slippers and charged towards her, one on each side, barefooted. "Rush forward." Nan Wei's eyes were fixed intently on the two entities, noting the considerable gap between them, which she intended to exploit. 3 steps, 2 steps. Just as she was about to act, a wave of chilling low pressure suddenly enveloped her. Like a massive tidal wave, this oppressive sensation crashed down upon her, leaving no time for a reaction. "This is bad," Nan Wei silently lamented, realizing that this mysterious entity had chosen this very moment to appear, evidently determined to leave her no escape. Even in the face of imminent peril, she felt compelled to press onward. As she prepared to dart to the coffee table, the two entities lunging at her suddenly slowed. Their speed diminished in an instant, followed by an abrupt halt, and the next moment, both parents came to a standstill. What was happening? Nan Wei had to abandon her plan to rush forward and halted as well. The two entities stood at the center of the living room. If she charged now, she would unwittingly place herself right beside them, effectively walking into a trap. The previously frantic scene had come to an abrupt standstill. Nan Wei cautiously raised her fists, scanning the entire room again, when she suddenly spotted a figure cloaked in black. Mysterious and eerie, it stood beside her sister. Was this figure newly arrived, or had it been there all along? Nan Wei desperately wished to uncover the answer. Each time, the mysterious entity manifested abruptly, only to vanish just as swiftly, unpredictable and elusive. Logically, given its capabilities, it could easily eliminate her, yet it had refrained from doing so. The entity leaned down, whispering into her sister's ear. To Nan Wei, it seemed as if it were speaking to her. The room was eerily silent, permeated only by an inexorable chill. Nan Wei could not discern the words exchanged between the entities. Perhaps their communication required no sound. However, she distinctly observed that her parents, standing at the center of the living room, though grotesque, displayed unmistakable fear on their gaunt faces. They stood there, motionless, their eyes unblinking like wooden posts, yet their bodies trembled incessantly. Whatever instilled such fear in them could not be Nan Wei. Thus, the only explanation was that they were terrified of the mysterious entity. At this moment, Nan Wei was utterly astonished. She fixed her gaze upon the enigmatic figure, observing her sister, who had previously exhibited an exuberant demeanor, swiftly transform into a visage of terror under the influence of the silent, mysterious whispers. Her sister's eyes widened in horror, yet she dared not direct her gaze toward the strange entity. Trembling, it emerged from around the corner, gingerly inching along the wall, and suddenly dashed towards their parents, exclaiming, "Father, Mother, you are mistaken. That is my brother. It is my brother. Surely, he would not use the scissors to harm you." Her sister's expression was one of profound panic as she pointed at Nan Wei, eagerly attempting to elucidate the situation to their parents. Chapter 70. The Boy with a Sharp Crack. A resounding slap from their father struck her sister's face. The force was so great that she spun around, staggering momentarily before collapsing. "You foolish child," their father berated her. Nan Wei, however, did not divert her attention from the rapidly shifting dynamics of her family. Instead, her focus remained solely on the mysterious figure. Her eyes locked onto it without so much as a blink, fearing that it might vanish in the blink of an eye. She was beset by countless questions, all of which could only be answered by this enigmatic presence. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, an entire minute elapsed. Nan Wei's gaze remained steadfast upon the mysterious being. Her eyes felt dry and strained, yet she dared not blink. The entity stood still, or rather floated in place, cloaked in an immense black cape. Its entire form was shrouded from view, allowing Nan Wei only a glimpse of the lower half of its face. This sight evoked a peculiar sensation within her. She struggled to articulate whether the entity's nose was high or low, or whether its lips were thin or thick. All she perceived was a constant shifting of contours in the visible part of its face, as if it were a collage of numerous different visages superimposed upon one another. Her sister lay curled on the ground, paralyzed with fear. The earlier exuberance and delight she had displayed were completely obliterated by their father's slap, leaving no trace behind. The fear that enveloped the mysterious figure also extended to their parents. Slowly, the entity raised a hand, gently waving it from within the depths of its cloak, and an unseen force instantly permeated the living room. Nan Wei felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Her parents appeared to be gripped by the same fear, their bodies trembling slightly, their eyes reflecting awe and dread. They retreated slowly until they found themselves cornered against the wall, clinging to one another as if seeking solace. The only sound in the room was the relentless ticking of the mechanical clock. The mysterious figure extended a pale, withered hand from the cloak, pointing at the ground beneath Nan Wei's feet, tapping twice. Confounded by the entity's intentions, Nan Wei felt compelled to inspect what lay beneath her. A swift glance revealed a small pool of blood at her feet, her own blood seeping from a wound on her calf. During the earlier confrontation with her parents, the wound on Nan Wei's calf, which had previously stopped bleeding, was reopened. In this moment of stillness, the blood pooled together, resembling a small lake of crimson. Nan Wei was uncertain of the mysterious and eerie implications behind this occurrence. However, she sensed that the oppressive atmosphere emanating from the mysterious being was gradually dissipating, and the chill pervading the living room was slowly fading away. Along with this transformation, the enigmatic figure began to fade, much like condensation evaporating from a cold glass. "Don't go." Realizing that the mysterious entity was attempting to conceal itself, Nan Wei propelled herself forward in pursuit. Just as her fingertips were about to graze the enigmatic presence, it vanished before her eyes. In its final moments, the figure, with lips that incessantly morphed, bestowed upon Nan Wei a rigid smile. Once again, the mysterious being had eluded her grasp. "Damn it!" Nan Wei cursed in frustration. At the very instant the entity disappeared, her parents, previously huddled in the corner, rushed towards her like a whirlwind. Without hesitation, Nan Wei dashed toward the coffee table, summoning all her strength to lift it. She intended to use the table to pin down the mysterious figure, seeking a chance for survival. Her parents were now alarmingly close. A searing pain shot through her left forearm. The combination of the earlier struggle and the effort of lifting the table caused her wound to burst open. Blood gushed forth, dripping down her arm and onto the floor. Suddenly, Nan Wei felt her left hand weaken, and the coffee table, bereft of support, came crashing down towards her head. "So!" Her parents' cries echoed as the table was abruptly lifted away from above her. Nan Wei found it difficult to articulate her emotions at that moment. The icy hand of her eerie mother trembled slightly as it caressed her left arm, while her eerie father gently stroked the top of her head. A look of deep concern etched on his face. Two strange beings surrounded her, an injured human, desperately trying to offer comfort, while their own daughter, her sister, remained curled up on the ground, too frightened to raise her head. "My precious child." Look at what you've done to yourself. Her mother lamented, though devoid of tears. Every gesture and tone conveyed sorrow. Her father sighed heavily. Son, whatever new toy you desire, just tell your father. Do not engage in such perilous games. The couple expressed their concern for Nan Wei, seemingly oblivious to the fact that not long ago they had desperately sought to harm her. Their transformation was indeed traceable. It all began when Nan Wei inquired about the presence of scissors, a term that appeared to invoke a taboo, causing her otherwise rational parents to take on an eerie demeanor. Although the mysterious entity had instilled fear in them, it was ultimately her sister's assertion of her brother's identity that restored their sanity in the face of the threat. What matters is not Nan Wei, nor does it truly matter who is present. Rather, it is the identity that Nan Wei embodies at this moment. He is a brother. Now, Nan Wei comprehends the myriad expressions that once danced upon his sister's face, expressions akin to the air, invisible to their parents. Those fervent, expectant, intoxicated, and distorted smiles were manifestations of his sister's longing for her brother's demise. Disregarding those sentiments, Nan Wei seized the iodine, extricated himself from their mother's grasp, and approached his sister, who lay curled up on the ground, immobile. He placed the iodine before her and declared, I am a boy. I need you to assist me with the disinfection. Chapter 71. Sister within the confines of his sister's room, Nan Wei occupied the chair where she typically completed her assignments, while she stood beside him, awkward and anxious, unable to meet his gaze. As he sat, he surveyed the diminutive space cluttered with an assortment of items, old books, worn furniture, and a few faded trinkets. The walls were adorned with several certificates, their vibrancy dulled by the passage of time, yet remnants of their former splendor lingered. In one corner lay a heap of miscellaneous objects, appearing untouched for ages, coated in dust. Even the solitary bed pressed against the wall bore witness to neglect, its foot cluttered with numerous old toys stuffed into large plastic bags, small cars, transformers, and other playthings typically favored by boys. This space, more a storeroom than a sister's sanctuary, revealed the remnants of childhood. Nan Wei noticed a sizable old woven bag stuffed beneath the bed. He nudged it with his foot, and to his surprise, two distinct pairs of men's athletic shoes tumbled forth. The shoes, not overly worn, retained a semblance of freshness, yet their haphazard confinement in the bag had marred their shape, hinting at abandonment. He lifted his gaze to a single wire dangling from the ceiling, culminating in a low-wattage bulb. The bulb bore a clear label, 22015, a mere 15-watt ordinary light. This chaotic yet confined room, devoid of windows, relied solely on that diminutive light source. Rising to his feet, Nan Wei turned to observe the only relatively tidy corner of the room. A dilapidated table, its paint peeling away, was meticulously arranged with numerous old books. A makeshift pen holder fashioned from a cut mineral water bottle housed a few pens, some showing signs of wear, while an exercise book lay open on the desk, suggesting it was his sister's designated workspace. After a thorough examination of the cramped room, his gaze settled upon his sister. She wore a faded old garment, her shoulder-length hair clinging to her gaunt visage, with longer bangs obscuring her eyes. Is this truly your room? Nan Wei's voice was soft, yet tinged with an unmistakable curiosity. After a moment's silence, he picked up one of the pens from the holder, gently running his fingers over its worn surface, noting the cracked end mended with transparent tape. She nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. The faded and yellowed certificates are closely lined up, neatly affixed to the small expanse of blank wall. The accolades are numerous. Excellent student at the school level, excellent student at the district level, second prize in the provincial essay competition, first prize in the physics competition, and third prize in the chemistry competition. It can be said that this sister is truly remarkable. Nan Wei gazes at the certificates, struggling to piece together his sister's name from the faded inscriptions. Wang Yinan. Upon hearing Nan Wei call her name, his sister looks up, momentarily stunned, a flicker of fear passing through her eyes. W.Y. Wang Yinan's voice trembles, clearly tinged with the threat of tears. Brother, please let me explain. I didn't mean to do it. I truly didn't intend to. Her voice diminishes to a near whisper. Nan Wei turns around, puzzled, regarding Wang Yinan. As her brother, he is not a beast. He cannot comprehend why his sister should be so terrified of him. Wang Yinan cautiously glances at Nan Wei before lowering her head deeply. He notices her biting her lip tightly, her eyes filled with panic and unease, as if she fears he will blame her for what transpired earlier. Huh, you claim it was unintentional. The cap of the bottle twists open, releasing a faint, irritating scent from the iodine that has long expired. Then explain to me why you were so pleased to see me being. Well, I am unsure how to describe those two peculiar individuals, Nan Wei muses, struggling to articulate the words befitting his brotherly role. When I was being chased and beaten by Mom and Dad, you seemed rather delighted, didn't you? I saw you grinning from ear to ear. At his accusation, Wang Yinan's body jolts in alarm. She frantically waves her hands, her voice barely above a whisper. I truly didn't. Brother, you must believe me. Nan Wei scoffs, a note of derision lacing his tone. Is that so? Then tell me, why did you simply stand there and watch me endure the punishment? Why did you not intervene? Wang Yinan trembles even more violently, her lips clenched tightly, unable to utter a single word. It appears that no further inquiries can yield additional answers regarding this matter. Nan Wei glances at the gauze in his hand. He does not possess a peculiar penchant for bullying. Rather, it seems he is compelled to confront the bizarre. However, even a fool could discern that the identity he occupies as the brother holds considerable weight within this family. In the polluted area, provided no rules are breached, a disastrous outcome should not be triggered. Currently, the iron door remains shut, likely due to unmet conditions for opening it. To discover a way out, he must first ascertain whether rules exist within this space. Directly inquiring is futile, yet aimlessly wandering about is also unwise. The space is confined, and should he violate any rules, there would be no avenue for escape. Thus, leveraging the advantageous position of his identity to seek a breakthrough through his relatively weaker sister, Wang Yinan emerges as the most prudent choice at this juncture. However, one now at least understands that the word scissors should not be mentioned in front of their parents. Nan Wei waved the gauze before Wang Yinan and asked, "Is there anything that can cut this into small pieces?" This seemingly ordinary request left Wang Yinan in a state of considerable distress. "No, there isn't." "No?" Nan Wei raised an eyebrow, mimicking the gesture of scissors. "Is there nothing similar?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yinan timidly lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Nan Wei. "Are you my brother?" Chapter 72. The concealed tools. Nan Wei's movements faltered for a moment, her eyes narrowing slightly. She could not comprehend why Wang Yinan doubted her identity. It is worth noting that their parents had shown no sign of suspicion regarding her identity from the very beginning. Gazing at Wang Yinan, Nan Wei's tone took on a hint of inquiry. "What do you mean? If I am not your brother, then who is?" "Brother, how do you usually behave?" At that moment, Nan Wei realized that the conduct of this brother might vastly differ from the role she was currently playing. To effectively utilize this identity, subtle probing would be necessary. "What do you mean by that? Tell me." Nan Wei regarded Wang Yinan calmly. "Are you gentle?" Nan Wei pondered that. Based on her recent behavior, gentleness was hardly an accurate descriptor. She spoke to Wang Yinan in an interrogative tone, yet to Wang Yinan, it appeared gentle. This led to the inference that the brother's usual demeanor toward Wang Yinan was likely not amicable. The soundproofing of the storage room was poor. Sitting there, Nan Wei caught every noise from outside. The sounds of clattering in the living room, the shifting of the sofa, and the movement of the coffee table clearly indicated they were tidying up the furniture disturbed during the earlier scuffle. Additionally, there were clanging sounds from a kitchen, suggesting someone was cooking. Nan Wei was curious about what peculiar dish might be prepared. However, recalling the bald man residing in room 101, she grew apprehensive about what ingredients might be used, worrying about how she would politely decline if they were something unsuitable for the dinner table. While wolves might consume their deceased kin, she was human and had no desire to partake in such acts. Nevertheless, this concern could be set aside for now. She needed to seize the opportunity while those two peculiar individuals were occupied to extract more information. Given her current injury, engaging in hand-to-hand combat would exacerbate her wounds. Thus, acquiring some tools or weapons would be advisable. "Oh, I'm simply in a good mood today." Leaning against the table, Nan Wei said with a sardonic smile, "What? Are you unaccustomed to my slight politeness? Do you enjoy being bullied by me that much? Upon hearing this, Wang Yanan instinctively shrank her neck, vigorously shaking her head. Wang Yanan's fear of her brother was evident, and she did not exhibit any signs of discomfort. From Wang Yanan's reaction, it seemed her brother was typically a rather dominant, even somewhat tyrannical character. Observing her anxious sister, Nan Wei smiled and pointed toward the living room, then said menacingly, "Seek a method to acquire something that can transform the gauze into smaller pieces. As a boy, my voice must be heeded. The family agreement states that as the younger brother, I should be listened to by all." This covenant evidently holds great sway over Wang Yanan. She opened her mouth, casting a pitiful glance at Nan Wei, and shook her head, stating, "There truly isn't anything like that at home." At this moment, Wang Yanan instinctively glanced at her small bed. This subtle gesture did not escape Nan Wei's keen observation. It was apparent that further persuasion was necessary. Playing the villain was not an arduous task. Nan Wei resolved to exert his authority. "Truly nothing?" Nan Wei sneered. "What about that thing we spoke of in the living room? Are you not afraid of it? Would you like me to summon it to converse with you?" Though his words were incomplete, Wang Yanan, not being foolish, comprehended the implication. As anticipated, upon hearing Nan Wei's remarks, her expression swiftly morphed from anxiety to sheer terror. With a thud, Wang Yanan adeptly knelt before Nan Wei, fervently gesturing with her hands and pleading in a hushed tone, "No, please do not. That person is terrifying. I implore you." Nan Wei, maintaining an impassive demeanor, gestured with his fingers, indicating, "If you possess something akin to it, present it." Faced with Nan Wei's unwavering stance, a visibly terrified Wang Yanan hesitated for an extended moment before slowly shuffling to the side of her bed. She lifted the torn sheet to unveil a piece of hard cardboard hidden beneath, and from its center, she delicately extracted two items, placing them on the ground before Nan Wei. Upon observing these two objects, Nan Wei's gaze flickered slightly. A pair of large scissors commonly used by tailors and a thick-bladed kitchen knife lay before him. Nan Wei regarded Wang Yanan momentarily before reaching for the items. The scissors' surface was marred with an array of oddly colored rust stains, some deep brown, resembling dried blood, while others were a ghastly green, exuding an aura of decay. The blades, once sharp, had dulled to a lifeless state, incapable of proper functioning. The kitchen knife was in a similar plight, exhibiting numerous dark stains that seemed to have permeated the blade, resistant to any effort of cleaning. The edge was chipped and warped, rendering it ineffective for culinary use. Nan Wei brought the items to his nose, inhaling the foul odor that wafted forth. A putrid scent mingled with a faint trace of blood. In a typical household, who would conceal used, bloodied scissors and a knife beneath the floorboards? Coupled with the intense reaction from his parents regarding the mere mention of scissors, and their accusation of Nan Wei's ingratitude, it became evident that these items were highly suspect. While these tools could still serve as weapons, Nan Wei had no intention of wielding them, at least not at this moment. The mere mention of such items could incite significant turmoil. He had no desire to carry a ticking time bomb. Noticing the change in expression on the kneeling Wang Yanan as footsteps approached, Nan Wei remained vigilant. He cast a swift and cautious glance at Nan Wei, his expression a tumultuous blend of terror and a flicker of anticipation. This fellow harbored insincere intentions. Wang Yanan's face froze in an instant. "Son, it's time for dinner," his father announced as he entered the room. Wang Yanan knelt on the floor, obstructing his father's path. Perhaps accustomed to such scenarios, his father deftly sidestepped Wang Yanan as though he were invisible, making his way to stand before Nan Wei. "So, your mother has prepared your favorite dishes," he said kindly, smiling at Nan Wei. With lowered eyelids, Nan Wei noticed the faint glimmer of resentment on Wang Yanan's face, a sentiment that did not escape his notice. This fellow intended to ensnare me, but failed. Silently mocking Wang Yanan's antics, Nan Wei pointed at his kneeling sibling. "Let my sister join us." Chapter 73. The compulsory meal, tick-tock, tick-tock. The mechanical clock's hands pointed to 7:30. Nan Wei and his family gathered in the living room, encircling the dining table. "Son, all your favorite dishes are here. Hurry and eat." His mother beamed warmly, pushing all the dishes toward Nan Wei. 3 plates, 2 bowls. What kind of culinary creations were these? A heap of blackened, putrid concoctions emanating a foul odor, clearly not fit for human consumption. Although initially curious about the bizarre offerings, Nan Wei's intrigue had waned, leaving her feeling rather morbidly fascinated. "What is this?" she inquired, pointing at a mound of black sludge resembling a small hill. "Whose pig's knuckle is this?" Nan Wei nearly burst into laughter. Her mother glanced at her father in confusion. Of course, it's a pig's knuckle. When discussing inquiries about others, individuals often look towards those with greater expertise or reliance. If one were transformed into something strange, it is likely they would inherit such habits. Initially, Nan Wei assumed that her parents' relationship was not particularly strong, but it seems she had misjudged. "And what about this?" Nan Wei continued, indicating a plate of desiccated, foul-smelling black spheres. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, "Is cabbage really consumed this way? Must we eat a whole? Wouldn't that be a bit excessive?" Upon hearing Nan Wei's words, both parents shared a gentle laugh. "Of course not. Didn't we mention our plans to travel? This is simply an early lesson in the culinary traditions of other countries." "Oh, ha, Nan Wei replied with a dry chuckle. It appeared that not only was she meticulously avoiding triggering certain keywords, but her peculiar parents were also striving to evade any mention of using cutlery. Coupled with Wang Yanen's act of hiding utensils beneath the bed, the family's bizarre behavioral logic seemed highly suspicious. These related incidents could very well become the key to unraveling the mystery, and thus warranted careful observation. However, the immediate priority remained how to tactfully decline this table laden with grotesque dishes. Nan Wei raised her hand to examine the bandage tied around her wound. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, she had already tended to her wounds. The expired iodine and gauze, fortunately, had not been contaminated. At worst, they were ineffective but wouldn't worsen the situation. "I am not particularly hungry, so I shall abstain," Nan Wei remarked as she pushed the bowl and plates in front of her towards the opposite side. This action evidently displeased her father, whose expression grew slightly frosty, and his tone lost its gentleness. "Your mother made this especially for you. Do not upset her." Nan Wei fell silent, glancing at her mother before indicating Wang Yanen, who sat across from her. "I cannot eat. Perhaps let my sister have it instead." Unlike her father, her mother did not exhibit displeasure. Yet she seemed disinclined to acquiesce to Nan Wei's wishes. "You've been out playing for so long. You must be hungry. Hurry and eat something." Initially, Nan Wei intended to concoct further excuses to avoid this meal, which was evidently inedible for her. But as soon as her mother's words fell, she sensed something amiss within her body. "I want to eat. I want to eat." It felt as though an invisible force was compelling her, and she became acutely aware that her heart was incessantly clamoring for sustenance. Even more alarming was the fact that her hand seemed to possess a will of its own. Trembling slightly, her right hand preparing to grasp the chopsticks. "This is bad. Is eating considered a household chore?" Nan Wei was alarmed. Ever since she had entered that peculiar underground garage, she had only absorbed knowledge regarding the rules through her ears, without truly experiencing any extraordinary force. Now, to her utter disbelief, the so-called family agreement, which did not belong to the realm of rules, was able to contravene her own will and force her body into action. "I cannot eat this." Nan Wei desperately struggled against her right hand, attempting to wield reason against this strange power. However, her fingers grew increasingly unresponsive. Her right hand obstinately lifted the chopsticks, drawing closer to the pile of foul-smelling concoctions. Goodness, this jest is far from amusing. It would be ironic to perish at the hands of this bizarre force only to succumb to food poisoning. Nan Wei's eyes widened, her teeth clenched tightly together. She was oblivious to whether her expression appeared grotesque. Managing her demeanor was the least of her concerns, regardless of whether the 3 peculiar individuals beside her discerned anything amiss. She was resolute in her refusal to eat. Perhaps due to her brother's prior aversion to meals, Nan Wei lingered for quite some time, while her mother and father seemed oblivious to her unusual behavior. They merely smiled at her, their eyes brimming with anticipation, while her sister Wang Yanen, seated opposite, regarded her with a look of confusion. Despite Nan Wei's fervent internal resistance, the chopsticks gradually made contact with the dark, gelatinous dish. Heaven! I cannot consume this. Just as the chopsticks were about to brush her lips, Nan Wei bit down on her tongue, the sharp pain jolting her back to reality. She forcefully flung the chopsticks away and recoiled sharply. She sat back in her chair, and with a sudden jolt, the back of Nan Wei's head struck the ground. In that moment of impact, she momentarily freed herself from the peculiar control that had enveloped her. So, upon witnessing Nan Wei fall, her parents exclaimed in unison, rushing over in a flurry to assist her. No! Nan Wei rolled away, evading their outstretched hands. She could only place her hopes on the provisions regarding her younger brother within the covenant, praying they would not be less effective than her mother's stipulations. Otherwise, she might truly have to consume that heap of refuse. I am a boy. I have grown up, and you must respect me. Nan Wei shouted at her parents, asserting, I can get up on my own, and I refuse to eat those vegetables. Miraculously, as her voice rang out, the inexplicable force that had been imposed upon her vanished abruptly. Good, her father smiled, nodding, our son has matured. He's feeling shy. Her mother beamed with joy. Then, my dear, what would you like to eat? It seemed that bypassing this hurdle required a meal. Taking a deep breath, Nan Wei declared, I want canned food. Chapter 74. Are we getting money? At this moment, Nan Wei remained in her room, staring blankly at a pile of canned goods on the table. In a moment of desperation to escape the dreadful vegetables, she had hastily mentioned an option she could reluctantly accept if it came to fruition. Who would have thought that their household actually possessed canned food, and in considerable quantities? There were canned fish with fermented black beans, luncheon meat, fruit, and even a can of peas. Generally, canned meats, fish, and poultry have a shelf life of around 24 months, while canned vegetables and fruits typically last only 1 to 1.5 years. Only military rations or doomsday cans can boast a shelf life of over 20 years, but those require stringent production and packaging standards, making them inaccessible to the average household. Thus, the cans before Nan Wei bore production dates from a decade ago, having expired at least 8 years prior. Whether they were truly edible remained to be seen. What's wrong, my dear? Did you not say you want canned food? Her mother asked, still smiling warmly, filled with concern. Nan Wei was not alone in the room. Her enigmatic parents were present as well. With a hint of exasperation, she glanced up at them. It had only been slightly over 12 hours since her last meal. Like a pack of wolves, they could not always find food. Going hungry for days was a common occurrence in her childhood. At present, she was not particularly inclined to eat, especially not anything from the contaminated zone. However, these two peculiar figures seemed to shadow her relentlessly. If she refrained from eating, they might continue to follow her, potentially using the covenant to force her to consume those long-rotted provisions. Eat, Nan Wei said coldly, selecting a can of fermented black bean fish with an intact exterior from a pile. It showed no signs of swelling, deformation, rust, or leakage. Nan Wei nodded thoughtfully and cautiously opened the can, bringing it close to her nose to inhale its aroma. A rich scent of sauce, mingled with a hint of brininess, wafted into her nostrils. The freshness of the fish was accented by a touch of spiciness, while the oil had developed a slightly rancid odor, characteristic of prolonged storage. Overall, if a freshly produced can of fermented black bean fish would score a perfect 100, the can she held now was approximately a 70. This could certainly be deemed a delightful surprise. With the duration of their stay in the contaminated area still uncertain, any semblance of sustenance for a normal human was more than welcome. Aside from the initial conflict sparked by the scissors, the 801 area had proven to be quite hospitable to Nan Wei. Not only had she discovered external disinfectants, but she also now possessed a can of food. For drinking water, she opted for bottled mineral water, albeit produced a decade ago, yet still unspoiled. She had yet to explore other corners of this space, and perhaps she might even stumble upon useful medications. With this thought, her spirits lifted considerably. Using a pair of clean chopsticks, she delicately picked up a morsel of fermented black beans and, under the watchful gaze of two curious figures, placed it in her mouth. Aside from a slight rancid aftertaste, it was quite palatable and not unpleasant to consume. Observing their son finally willing to eat, the two figures appeared genuinely pleased. After uttering this sentiment, her father nodded towards Nan Wei and her mother before turning to depart from her brother's room. His words jolted Nan Wei from her seat. Since he was heading to work, he would undoubtedly need to leave the house and could not remain indoors. Perhaps she might have the chance to go out. Fearful of being left behind, she hastily set down the can. However, within mere moments, the sound of the door closing echoed from the living room. Nan Wei's heart sank. She dashed to the entrance, only to find the door firmly shut. She twisted the doorknob with force, yet it remained obstinately sealed, as if fused with the wall. Silence enveloped the living room. Her mother had followed her out, standing in the corner of the room with a gentle smile still adorning her face. Nan Wei, with a sullen expression, turned around and pointed at the door. "Why leave so quickly?" Her mother replied softly, "Your father is going to be late for work. What you wear doesn't matter." With a smile, her mother approached, reaching out to take Nan Wei's hand. "You've barely tasted the can. Let us finish it together." Nan Wei deftly sidestepped. "I don't feel like eating anymore. I'm tired and want to sleep." "Very well," her mother acquiesced without protest. But just as Nan Wei was about to leave, her mother suddenly inquired, "Son, didn't you say you were going to ask for money? How much did you get? You haven't told me yet." The question stirred a memory. Upon entering this space, her mother had posed a similar inquiry. Yet now, the topic resurfaced. Nan Wei stood frozen, gazing at her mother. Hadn't she mentioned seeking money from those two old folks? She vaguely recalled that was indeed what she had said. The implication of her words was unmistakable. The two old folks likely referred to the elderly couple. However, the exact nature of the relationship between the two elderly individuals and this family remains elusive. Are they family members? Relatives? Neighbors? Or perhaps creditors? Nan Wei contemplated the most plausible connections. The possibility of them being creditors could be dismissed first. Given that her sister Wang Yanan is still a student, it stands to reason that her younger brother must not be older than her. It is rather uncommon for a minor to pursue debt collection. Nevertheless, the other three relationships remain quite feasible. After a moment of reflection, Nan Wei still could not ascertain the nature of their connection. Suddenly, she recalled that she, too, possessed some money. With this thought, Nan Wei hurriedly retrieved a thick stack of peculiar bills from her pocket and waved them in front of her mother. She had over 100 yuan. To her astonishment, what seemed to be a considerable sum in the eyes of Yejiao made her mother's expression shift to one of indignation. "What? Is that all?" Chapter 75. Unequal Treatment, 138 yuan and 80 cents. This is the total amount of the odd currency currently in Nan Wei's possession. Originally, the mysterious entity had given her 143 yuan and 80 cents, of which she spent 5 yuan on a flashlight from a vending machine. The flashlight had proven quite useful, but alas, it was lost in that void-like shadowy stairwell. According to Yejiao's calculations, Nan Wei possessed a substantial sum of money, enough to purchase several pigs. Yet, in her mother's eyes, it was merely a pittance. Judging by the production dates of the medications, bottled water, and canned goods in their home, it was evident that this area had become a pollution zone a decade ago. Nan Wei was uncertain of the purchasing power of this peculiar currency over the past 10 years. However, her mother's dissatisfaction was abundantly clear. "Is this all you have? Do you want it?" Nan Wei offered the money. She had never been one to regard money with much importance, and in this polluted area, it did not seem particularly useful. Furthermore, her mother's disdainful demeanor suggested that such an amount held little value in their peculiar context, making it easy for her to part with it. As she contemplated the loss, the image of Yejiao's gluttonous delight at the thought of fatty pork suddenly flashed before Nan Wei's eyes. If Yejiao were no, would he cry? With that thought, Nan Wei hesitated to relinquish the money. She was mulling over a suitable excuse when her mother said, "Darling, you keep it. Mommy doesn't want it." Nan Wei looked at her mother for a moment and, without further ado, tucked the money away. "Now, I can go rest, right?" "Of course, my precious son. Rest as long as you wish. If you're hungry, just tell Mommy." Nan Wei's request met with no objections. Her mother merely smiled and nodded before turning to tidy up the dark culinary remnants on the table. Watching her mother's busy figure, Nan Wei felt an indescribable sense of dislocation. Setting aside the fact that they were in a pollution zone, it It was reasonable to assume that the mysterious forces were always poised to claim lives. The treatment she received in this household, as the younger brother, was in stark contrast to that of her sister Wang Yanan. It was a difference as vast as the heavens and the earth. In this household, the authority of the young boy is, in certain respects, paramount. Why does Nan Wei hold such a belief? A mere glance at the living arrangements of each family member reveals much. Her sister, Wang Yanan, resides in a space that resembles a cramped storage room with merely a bed crammed inside. A fleeting glance through the door reveals that the area is not particularly spacious, roughly equivalent to 3 small storage rooms. After accommodating a double bed and a wardrobe, little room remains, and the addition of some small furniture gives it a slightly cluttered appearance. In contrast, her brother occupies the largest room in the house. Nan Wei surveyed the space, estimating it to be approximately 25 square meters, potentially the most expansive in this relatively compact dwelling. This room connects to a generous balcony, serving as the master bedroom. The decor aligns with the stereotypical image of a boy's room. Clothes strewn about, a desk laden with numerous sports magazines, and an unassembled model. Several glass cabinets around the room showcase a considerable collection of Transformers and Gundam models. Next to the wardrobe, a tall shoe cabinet holds 10 pairs of vividly colored shoes, clearly of considerable value. They are arranged neatly, with the soles immaculate and showing no signs of wear, resembling more of a curated collection than mere footwear. Well, the conditions here are rather splendid, Nan Wei scoffed, approaching the balcony. Earlier, her parents had been oddly gathered here, preventing her from examining the area properly. The balcony, flush with the room, features impeccably clean glass windows. Despite the morning hour, an unsettling darkness enveloped the outside, devoid of any light. When she and Yijio had arrived at this residential building shortly after 5, she had noted the foggy unit entrance, which, though obscured, was still quite bright, starkly contrasting the current absence of illumination. Although she held little hope, Nan Wei tentatively attempted to open the window. To her surprise, it swung open effortlessly. Taken aback, she noted that while the front door remained steadfast, the window yielded with ease, a potentially ominous sign. After a brief moment of contemplation, she gently pushed the window open. A faint chill wafted in silently as she gazed into the abyss outside. The darkness revealed nothing, no light, no discernible shapes, remarkably reminiscent of the shadowy stairwell. Grasping the window frame, she leaned slightly outward, her eyes scouring the darkness for any useful clues. Positioned in room 801, effectively the 9th floor, she looked down to discover several windows below were illuminated. Yet, this light did not penetrate the exterior, aside from the windows themselves. Even the adjacent walls were shrouded in obscurity, echoing the conditions found in the stairwell. In the depths of darkness, there existed nothingness, accompanied only by an utter silence that was cold and void. Nan Wei turned her gaze towards what should have been room 802. Not a single room in that vicinity was illuminated. It was entirely shrouded in darkness. Within her eyes, there was only an expanse of blackness. Despite the proximity, even the general outline of the floor was obscured from view. With no natural light to guide her, human activity necessitated the flicker of electric illumination. Yet, after the passage of such time, not a single light in 802 had been ignited. She pondered whether Yijio still drew breath. At that thought, Nan Wei tightened her grip on the window frame. The absence of visibility rendered it impossible to gauge the distance to 802's balcony. Attempting to traverse over to ascertain Yijio's condition was a perilous endeavor of considerable risk. The window had been ajar for a while, and the indoor temperature plummeted several degrees. With her arms bared, Nan Wei distinctly felt the chill. She shut the window and turned to search the room for a sufficiently long stick. Fortunately, she quickly discovered an old clothes drying rod nestled in the corner of the balcony. She opened the window closest to 802 and extended the drying rod outward, probing along the wall. The sturdy wall met her exploration as the rod moved forward. A soft sound echoed as the rod encountered a protrusion, halting its advance. Nan Wei manipulated the rod up and down, deducing that it was the windowsill of some window. With her sight obscured, this was the only conclusion she could draw. The rod's length was limited, and any further exploration became impossible. However, she had at least ascertained that in the direction of 802, there was not nothingness. A windowsill indeed existed. Yet, to act rashly on such scant evidence would be akin to courting disaster. Nan Wei gazed at the extended drying rod. Perhaps she should inquire further, seeking something of greater length to extend her reach. The window had been open for too long, and the cold air outside had severely lowered the room's temperature. While low temperatures were manageable, her brother's clothing offered a remedy. What troubled her was the ominous feeling the surrounding darkness imparted, as if something lurked within. It was not yet the time for reckless ventures. Ensuring her own safety was paramount. Suddenly, Nan Wei froze in place. She stood before the window, motionless. That familiar sensation returned, a chilling, suffocating pressure emanating from the direction of the door, surging towards her like a tide. Two currents of cold intertwined, causing the hairs on her bare arms to stand on end. The mysterious and uncanny presence reemerged. Slowly, she turned, leaning against the window, her eyes fixating on the bedroom door. This time, free from any interruptions, she immediately discerned the dark figure standing there, cloaked in an expansive, black garment of indeterminate material. It enveloped a body that exuded an aura of mystery and eeriness. Unlike previous encounters, this time, the enigmatic figure did not obscure its face. Humans possess but a singular visage. Though variations may arise with changes in light and angle, fundamentally, there is no alteration. The mysterious entity, however, is different. It resembles a myriad of human faces superimposed upon one another, continuously shifting like a slideshow. One moment it appears as a man, the next as a woman, at times an elder, and at others a child, a kaleidoscope of ages manifesting upon the same countenance, leaving Nan Wei momentarily bewildered. Thus, it becomes evident that the transformations of its lips she witnessed earlier were not mere figments of her imagination. As Nan Wei appraised it, the entity, too, scrutinized her, its gaze lingering upon her face. The two, one human and one uncanny, engaged in a silent exchange. Time slipped away unnoticed until Nan Wei grew weary of this game of mutual observation. Taking one step, then another, she approached the enigmatic figure, halting just 2 paces before it. "You haven't floated up this time. I half expected you to remain airborne," she remarked with a light chuckle, turning to open the adjacent wardrobe. The scent wafting from the closet was far from pleasant. Long unopened cabinets often harbor peculiar odors. After holding her breath for a moment, she detected a strong aroma of pine resin mingled with the odor of aged fabric, causing her to cough several times. Inside the wardrobe lay a considerable number of garments, all of standard men's styles, yet the sizes were larger than what Nan Wei typically wore. Curiosity piqued, she wondered about her younger brother's age. She selected a short-sleeved shirt and a sturdy outer ensemble. Once she had chosen her attire, Nan Wei turned to regard the enigmatic figure. The oppressive atmosphere had not dissipated, and indeed, the entity remained present. "Aren't you planning to step outside?" she inquired, waving the garments in her hand. "Do you not value privacy?" "I would advise against discarding the clothes you arrived in," it replied. "Ah, so you can speak. You may find it difficult to take these garments with you." Humans typically feel a sense of embarrassment in such situations. Nan Wei quickly grasped its implication. Should she venture beyond the contaminated zone, these clothes might very well vanish. If she were to change entirely, it could lead to an awkward predicament. The statement was straightforward, yet it emerged from the lips of an uncanny being, suggesting a benevolent intent from what one would expect to be a malevolent entity, igniting Nan Wei's curiosity further. "Your voice sounds different this time. It resembles that of a woman," she noted. Engaging in the study of this mysterious being proved fascinating, and Nan Wei momentarily set aside her intention to change clothes. Tossing the garments onto the nearby bed as she focused intently on the enigmatic figure. Silently, the figure continued to regard her, its facial features in constant flux. After an extended silence, it finally spoke once more. "Do you find this voice to your liking?" In an instant, Nan Wei, who had been speaking eloquently just moments before, fell into a daze. She stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with disbelief, her pupils dancing with an expression of incredulity. Her lips parted slightly, as if she were about to utter a word, yet no sound escaped her lips. Only a few faint, intermittent hisses emerged, reminiscent of someone choking. Nan Wei was overwhelmed with shock, her body as rigid as a statue, her arm half raised, fingers curling slightly as if yearning to reach out to the enigmatic presence, yet remaining suspended in midair, motionless. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, time flowing slowly around her while she felt as if the pause button had been pressed, completely engulfed in an unparalleled astonishment. Her bright eyes emitted a fiery glare, fixated with clenched teeth upon the mysterious entity, coldly demanding, "What are you?" The voice was that of Lu Ji, and it merely smiled before vanishing. Chapter 77. The search for rules. It came without a trace and departed without one. Yet it left a thorn embedded in Nan Wei's heart. Over 2 years had passed since Lu Ji's disappearance. During this time, apart from essential activities, Nan Wei had relentlessly sought Lu Ji, but to no avail. Yet now, in this polluted zone teeming with inexplicable anomalies, she had audibly recognized the voice of the person who had been missing for over 2 years. After a brief surge of anger, her mind regained its composure. This was not to suggest she was indifferent to Lu Ji's fate. Rather, her concern ran deep. Aside from her missing adoptive parents, her utmost priority was her dear friend Lu Ji. It was precisely because of this deep concern that she needed to maintain her composure and engage in rational thought. The mysterious entity's actions were evidently deliberate. It was aware of the bond between her and Lu Ji, which explained its choice to speak in Lu Ji's voice. Lu Ji's disappearance must be intricately linked to this enigmatic being. Even if there were no direct connection, it undoubtedly possessed some knowledge. The entity's ability to mimic Lu Ji's voice with such precision, coupled with its awareness of their close relationship, suggested a significant past interaction. Even in the face of life-and-death crises, Lu Ji would have no reason to divulge personal matters to others. In summary, the mysterious entity must have had considerable contact with Lu Ji and should maintain a relatively amicable relationship. Otherwise, it would have no reason to possess such knowledge. Its actions to aid her by eliminating the pursuer and guiding her to an exit, while simultaneously thwarting her parents' attack in the living room, all pointed towards a favorable outcome for her. Was it possible that Lu Ji had enlisted its help on her behalf? This thought flickered in Nan Wei's mind. Feeling a twinge of regret for her earlier impulsiveness, Nan Wei realized she had failed to inquire further before the enigmatic presence fled. Glancing around the empty bedroom, she called out softly, "Are you still there?" Undeterred, she repeated her question, "Are you still there?" Nan Wei was uncertain whether the enigmatic presence had truly departed or was merely lurking in some hidden corner, observing her. Yet, her intuition suggested that it had not entirely vanished. It was simply biding its time, awaiting the opportune moment to re-emerge. "Darling, Mommy is here." She heard her mother's voice call from outside, accompanied by the soft patter of slippers retreating. A wry smile crossed Nan Wei's lips as she realized that. In her preoccupation with Lu Shi and the mysterious occurrences, she had momentarily forgotten about her mother and sister, Wang Yanan, both of whom were equally peculiar. "If you need anything, remember to seek out Mommy, my sweet child." Her mother's voice echoed once more before fading away, leaving the bedroom enveloped in silence once again. With a resigned sigh, Nan Wei gazed at the ceiling and softly addressed the empty air. "We shall speak when you are ready." Forcing herself to set aside thoughts of searching for Lu Shi, she began to scour her room for clues. Although fatigue weighed heavily upon her, this was not the time for rest. If the home she occupied was a self-contained realm, it was likely governed by certain rules. While she had yet to transgress these rules, the duration it might take to find a way out remained uncertain, and she could not guarantee that she would not inadvertently breach them. Moreover, these rules could very well encompass the reasons behind the formation of the contaminated zone, potentially serving as a vital key to unraveling the mystery. Nigel had remarked that rules would manifest in a rational manner. Speaking of rationality within a household, the most prevalent and accessible sources of written information were typically found at desks or bookshelves. Nan Wei's gaze fell upon a desk cluttered with numerous sports magazines. She approached, pulled out a chair, and seated herself. The desk was in considerable disarray. Picking up a magazine dated 11 years prior, she noted her lack of interest in sports, rendering the figures on the cover unfamiliar to her. However, the quality of the magazine was commendable, primarily printed on coated paper. And despite the passage of years without special preservation, it exhibited no significant fading or oxidation. As she perused the pages, time slipped away. 1 hour, 2 hours. Rapidly, Nan Wei flipped through over 30 magazines, but uncovered nothing amiss. Could I be mistaken? She pondered, neatly stacking the magazines she had examined in a corner before rummaging through the remaining pile, eventually discovering a few neglected textbooks. They bore no protective covers and lacked names. The books had been treated roughly, their corners dog-eared, and their sides marred with chaotic scrawls. One was a Chinese textbook intended for the 3rd year of junior high, filled with texts Nan Wei had never encountered. Yet featured illustrations of characters whose hairstyles and outfits had been whimsically altered, something she could relate to, having been in junior high herself 8 years ago. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. I was in the 3rd year of junior high 8 years ago, but this contaminated zone should have formed around 10 years ago. Realizing this, Nan Wei quickly flipped to the front of the book to inspect the publisher, which was unfamiliar to her. According to the passage of time, it stands to reason that the younger brother should, in fact, be 2 years older than Nan Wei. It is illogical that there exists such a stark contrast in the content of the textbooks, especially when the publisher is one that Nan Wei has never heard of. This situation is exceedingly strange. She examined other fundamental textbooks, noting that their contents also varied significantly, with publishers that were unfamiliar to her. Nan Wei found herself engulfed in confusion, pondering the reasons behind this discrepancy. Unconsciously, her hands began to flip through the textbooks rapidly, when suddenly she noticed that the chaotic and seemingly meaningless scribbles on the margins seemed to follow a certain pattern. Chapter 78. The Hidden Rules. Indeed, there was a connection. Nan Wei stacked the textbooks together and organized them according to the direction of the scribbles. The markings coalesced into a coherent phrase. Soccer, 5513. 1 word, 2 numbers. Just moments ago, Nan Wei had searched the room thoroughly and found a brand new basketball adorned with an indecipherable signature, but no soccer ball. However, there was a magazine entitled Soccer. This publication is a bi-monthly periodical, with each issue containing relatively little content, totaling no more than 30 pages. Thus, the number 55 could not refer to a page number. It appears that this 55 refers to the 55th issue of the Soccer magazine, Nan Wei mused. With this clue, she felt an invigorating surge of energy and promptly began to rummage through the stack of magazines. There were quite a few, so Nan Wei took the initiative to categorize them one by one. The Soccer magazine comprised 11 issues, numbered from 48 to 59, without missing a single one, except for the 55th issue. How fortuitous this was. It was not on her desk, so she inspected every corner of the room, even searching beneath the bed and behind the gaps of the wardrobe, yet to no avail. Furrowing her brow, Nan Wei pondered. Was it hidden in a more obscure location? Or perhaps it was not even in this room. To be absolutely certain, Nan Wei conducted a meticulous search of the room once more, but still found no trace of the 55th issue of Soccer. After much deliberation, she resolved to take the risk of asking her mother. She wondered if this somewhat peculiar situation would provoke an adverse outcome. Upon opening her bedroom door, she found herself enveloped in darkness. The living room light had already been turned off. She bent down to glance, noticing that no light seeped through the crack of her parents' bedroom door. There was no sound of the front door opening or closing, leaving her uncertain whether her mother was resting or engaged in some other activity. Confronted by the darkness, Nan Wei decided not to overthink it and boldly stepped out of her room. Currently, in her home, aside from her father, mother, and sister, there were no other peculiar entities present. Of course, the mysterious and uncanny were not included in this calculation. In her brother's identity, she should be safe for the time being. There is one unfortunate aspect to dealing with the uncanny. They lack breath and heartbeat, moving with utter silence. If they choose not to reveal themselves, locating them can prove quite troublesome. Fortunately, the family did not intend to conceal themselves. As Nan Wei ventured into the dimly lit living room, she noticed the light illuminating the storage room, where her sister Wang Yanan resided, just around the corner. Rather than hastening towards it, Nan Wei first approached the front door, attempting to unlock it and tugging at the iron gate, but to no avail. With her efforts yielding no results, she turned her attention to the storage room. The door was ajar, and both light and muffled sounds emanated from within. It was her sister Wang Yanan, weeping softly. Crying again. Always crying. Their mother's voice echoed. You worthless child. Do you wish to bring harm to your brother? The tone was more accusatory than inquisitive. Wang Yanan quietly protested. Mom, I didn't tea. I truly didn't tea. Nan Wei remained oblivious to their argument. It held no interest for her. The matter of addressing one another was significant, but she chose to omit any titles, much to her mother's indifference. The door swung open. Confronted by her son Nan Wei, the mother, who had just been icy and irate, instantly softened. Oh no, darling, didn't you say you were resting? What's the matter? A glance inside revealed Wang Yanan curled up beside a pile of clutter, her head bowed, rendering her expression invisible. I intended to rest, but I noticed one of my magazines is missing, so I came to inquire, Nan Wei replied casually. Upon hearing her son's words, their mother appeared momentarily taken aback, then quickly shook her head. I haven't touched your things, and your father wouldn't either. It's surely in your room. Shall I help you look for it? All right, I understand. I'll go rest now. With her mother's assurance, Nan Wei saw no further need for inquiry. She turned and departed, gently closing the storage room door, only to be met again with their mother's reprimands and Wang Yanan's quiet sobs. Nan Wei paused in the darkness of the living room. Mom, my scores are sufficient for this university. I beg you. Wang Yanan's voice intermittently pierced the air. Absolutely not. Their mother's firm refusal followed. Mom, I don't need tuition. I will study hard. I want to take any scholarships, Wang Yanan pleaded. Upon hearing this, Nan Wei felt no desire to continue listening. Her sister Wang Yanan's plight seemed rather pitiable, yet it held little interest for her. Was it truly necessary to attend university amidst such strangeness? Nan Wei found herself more preoccupied with the thought that if even the bizarre could not escape, it was indeed frightening. Thankfully, she was not bound for university. If their mother claimed not to have disturbed anything in the room, then the missing items either remained within or had been taken outside the home. What other places could have been overlooked? Nan Wei surveyed the room, having searched every corner and crevice. With no leads in sight, she absent-mindedly stroked her chin and casually sat at the edge of her bed. The mattress was soft and resilient, and the sheets felt pleasant to the touch. It was evident they were not of inferior quality. However, one area felt rather firm and unyielding. Clearing away the haphazardly strewn clothes, Nan Wei discovered several magazines hidden beneath. One prominently branded with the title Soccer, issue 55. How utterly embarrassing. Is this what they call darkness beneath the lamp? She couldn't help but scoff at herself. Moments ago, she had rummaged through the room for quite some time, yet she overlooked the bed right beneath her nose. Flipping to the 13th page, she encountered a personal interview with a football player. The interview, though brief, occupied a single page. As Nan Wei perused it, she stumbled upon a statement that deeply resonated with her. The journalist inquired, "What was your greatest wish as a child?" Following that, the reporter asked, "Did your parents have any expectations of you?" Nan Wei pondered this question. Was it merely about being a son? Chapter 79. Nan Wei's dream. When it comes to the art of being a child, Nan Wei possesses little experience. She often overhears others discussing her, remarking that she does not embody the typical demeanor of a girl, yet she remains unfazed. She relishes wearing loose shirts and jeans, darting about like a gust of wind. Her hair perpetually tousled. She abhors constraints, definitions, and the notion of being confined by societal expectations of how a girl should behave. Most importantly, her adoptive parents have never imposed any expectations for her to conform to a feminine ideal. The time spent with her adoptive parents feels less like the conventional parent-child dynamic and more like a harmonious camaraderie between friends of vastly different ages. To outsiders, it may appear that they indulge her considerably. There have been instances when others privately confronted her adoptive parents about this, only to be met with sharp retorts. Our child, our way of raising her. We haven't taken a morsel of your food, nor have we caused any trouble in your home. So why the concern? This was her adoptive mother's response. Typically, These exchanges culminate in laughter, the trio collapsing in a joyful heap on the floor, much to the chagrin of her grandmother. Thus, when it comes to the expectations of being a commendable child in the eyes of others, Nan Wei finds herself lacking concrete experience. But does that truly matter? She is aware that she is not like most girls, yet she perceives this as no flaw. She believes that each individual has their own unique path to growth and exploration of the world. If the rules dictate that being a son merely requires her to behave like an ordinary boy, then she surmises she can play that role as well. However, Nan Wei senses a disquiet within the familial bonds at home. The most dissonant aspect is her parents' apparent indifference toward her sister, Wang Yanan, which borders on the harsh. From the snippets of conversation she overheard between her mother and Wang Yanan, it is evident that her sister holds no sway in their household. To Nan Wei, this is utterly absurd. A glimpse reveals the whole picture. It is likely that Wang Yanan leads a rather unhappy existence. Moreover, during their solitary moments in Wang Yanan's cluttered room, the trepidation and indulgence Wang Yanan displayed towards her younger brother were unmistakable, suggesting that the brother's demeanor towards her sister is hardly commendable. So, how is one supposed to embody the role of a son? Must I resort to bullying Wang Yanan? Nan Wei's expression conveyed her disdain. She, Nan Wei, was willing to confront the enigmatic with audacity and relished in the mischief of teasing the peculiar. However, that did not imply she would exploit her inexplicably acquired identity to bully others. Even though Wang Yanan was an anomaly, she felt no inclination to engage in such behavior. Having once been a victim of bullying herself, she was aware that, despite those tormentors eventually mending their ways, it did not mean she was indifferent to the malice of others. The thought of being transformed into such a person was utterly unwelcome to her. What a ridiculous notion! Casting a glance at her desk, she let out a cold laugh. Once more, she scoured her bedroom, yet found no additional useful clues. With a sense of resignation, she came to a halt, seated herself at the edge of her bed, changed into her brother's clothes she had found, set aside the soiled garments, and began to contemplate everything that had transpired since entering the garage. As she pondered, her eyelids grew heavier and heavier, until, unbeknownst to her, she collapsed onto the bed and drifted into slumber. In a void of nothingness, Nan Wei found herself walking through an expanse of darkness, devoid of light and sound. The world around her was utterly silent. She glanced around, seeing nothing. Nan Wei was not afraid of the dark. In fact, she rather enjoyed lingering in shadowy places. Thus, she wandered aimlessly through the void. As she walked, the atmosphere seemed to grow colder. Suddenly, she discerned a faint sound, as if someone were whispering in the darkness. Perking up her ears, she noticed the voice seemingly emanating from ahead. With determined strides, she advanced forward. As she drew closer, the voice became increasingly distinct, calling her name. This voice was familiar, and she sensed she had been searching for it all along. Her heart quickened involuntarily, and she quickened her pace, eager to discover the source of the voice. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her. Cloaked in a voluminous black robe, the figure was entirely shrouded within its folds. Nan Wei furrowed her brow, disliking the garb. Then, the hood of the cloak was pulled back, revealing the face concealed within. Lu Yi. At the moment she recognized that countenance, Nan Wei exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Ji smiled at her, then turned to continue on his path. Lu Ji, don't go. Where have you been? Your grandparents have been frantic. After searching for Lu Ji for over 2 years, the chance to finally see him again was not one she could let slip away. Nan Wei pursued him relentlessly. Yet, despite Lu Ji's seemingly casual pace, he moved remarkably fast, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not close the distance between them. The surroundings grew colder still, to the point where Nan Wei could not suppress her shivers. Seeing that Lu Ji had no intention of stopping, she furiously hurled a shoe at his retreating figure. Lu Yi, stop. You've been absent for over 2 years. Is this how a police officer behaves? He turned back toward her with a resigned smile, waved his right arm, and called out, Wei Wei, E.M. Soda. Goodbye, you great big fool. Taking advantage of his momentary pause, Nan Wei surged forward. However, just as she was about to seize Lu Jio, he abruptly vanished from her sight. Lu Jio, Nan Wei exclaimed, awakening from her dream. Chapter 80 is titled Nameless. In the instant her eyes fluttered open, Nan Wei propped herself up with her left hand and thrust her right fist towards the edge of the bed. The figure standing beside the bed was taken aback by her unexpectedly swift reaction. Just as her fist was about to make contact, the figure suddenly disappeared. TCH. Nan Wei let out a disdainful snort, feeling a tinge of displeasure. The figure had vanished from its original spot, but reappeared at the door of the bedroom. Failing to strike her target, Nan Wei chose not to pursue further. Instead, she sat on the edge of the bed, inspecting her body for any irregularities. How could she react so swiftly even in slumber? The figure lingered at the bedroom entrance, teasing her with its enigmatic presence. Nan Wei chose to ignore it, focusing on her own concerns. Pausing her movements, she lifted her gaze, a glimmer of wariness in her eyes. Who exactly are you? Do you find my voice familiar? Do I remind you of someone you know? Are you curious about something? Nan Wei furrowed her brow, standing up and approaching the doorway, fixing her gaze on the figure. Stop beating around the bush. Have you seen Lugio? Lugio? The figure, shrouded in mystery, wore an ever-changing expression and let out a hollow laugh. Who is that? Nan Wei glared at it, her expression revealing her displeasure. The atmosphere felt frigid, the air heavy with an unnatural chill. It seemed the mysterious figure had lingered in the room for quite some time, causing the temperature to drop significantly. Nan Wei speculated that perhaps when she felt the cold in her dream, the figure had been standing at her bedside all along. She had been asleep and defenseless, allowing it to silently wait by her side without making a sound until she awakened. What could this being possibly want? Nan Wei found herself perplexed. It did not seem intent on harming her. Gazing at the enigmatic figure so close at hand, she abandoned the idea of capturing it, fearing that any sudden movement would cause it to flee once more. Seizing the moment while this entity was willing to converse, she resolved to pose more questions. It spoke in Lugio's voice, a detail that irked Nan Wei. Although she was clad in a thick outfit, standing next to this figure still left her feeling cold, prompting her to take a few steps back. Very well, she said, gesturing towards the chair beside her desk. Care to engage in a discussion? Certainly, the figure nodded, surprisingly taking a seat on the chair. Observing this, Nan Wei rummaged through the clothes strewn across her bed for a large coat, which she donned before sitting down at the edge of the bed. The figure remained quietly seated, showing no signs of impatience. Since you are willing to talk, I shall be straightforward. You claim not to know Lugio. Yet from where did you acquire this voice you are mimicking? The figure pondered in silence for a considerable time before finally responding, I do not remember. Humph. Nan Wei's hand instinctively clenched into a fist. You claim to have forgotten, yet why do you converse with me in this tone? Such coincidences are rare in this world. Nan Wei firmly believes that the mysterious and bizarre are deliberate. Now, suddenly, there are hints regarding Lu Ji intertwined with this strange and absurd existence. It is impossible not to feel excitement and urgency. However, the initiative is no longer in her hands. She must not act hastily, for if the mysterious and bizarre were to vanish completely, the sole clue would be lost. With an injury on her leg, every position was uncomfortable, prompting Nan Wei to shift her posture and change the subject. After so many encounters, aren't you going to introduce yourself? After a brief moment, it chuckled softly. I have no name. As you can see, I am merely an enigma. Oh, you are aware that you are an enigma. Nan Wei scoffed. Enigma is a term humans ascribe to you. Do you refer to yourselves as such? Not exactly. The mysterious enigma gently shook its head. When you asked for an introduction, I was merely communicating in words you can comprehend. Nan Wei pondered for a moment. You say you have no name. I cannot keep calling you enigma. How about I call you nameless, as in the boredom of nothingness? What do you think? Exchanging names is a way to bridge distances between us. Since the mysterious enigma can communicate, this approach should be applicable. Upon hearing this, the enigma did not take offense at Nan Wei's subtle sarcasm. Instead, it appeared quite pleased. Nameless, you say? Quite delightful. The mysterious enigma nodded with a smile. From now on, I shall be called Nameless. Nan Wei was slightly taken aback. She did not expect such a prompt agreement from the mysterious enigma. However, I must correct a minor error. The mysterious enigma, now known as Nameless, extended a hand, and shook it. It should not be the boredom of nothingness. Rather, it should be the nothingness that gives rise to existence. As it spoke, Nameless suddenly snapped its fingers, and a small white wildflower appeared in its hand. It offered the flower. Over time, you will discover that Nameless is not at all dull. Rather, it is a fascinating enigma. Nan Wei gazed at the little wildflower, smiling as she accepted it. This was a genuine flower, still relatively fresh. The cut at the stem indicated that it had been picked not long ago, though not immediately. This single flower conveyed much information. Nameless possessed a certain ability to store items, akin to how multi-headed enigmas conceal treasures within their stomachs. The flowering period of herbaceous plants is generally short, and this polluted area has existed for approximately a decade. Nan Wei speculated that Nameless likely possessed the ability to traverse the polluted area freely, which allowed it to follow her from the garage to this location. "Thank you for the flower. I did not expect you to perform magic." With a smile, she tucked the wildflower into the zipper of her collar and inquired further. "Can you venture into the normal world outside? Can you take me with you?" Nameless smiled and shook its head. "I can, but I cannot take you. You must follow the directives of that entity and traverse the appropriate passage." Nan Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. The indications of that entity, the passage one ought to traverse, implicitly allude to the concept of rules, do they not? This peculiar entity, which I have whimsically dubbed Nameless, astonishingly possesses an understanding of the rules. Chapter 81. You will develop affection for me. Rules have emerged to safeguard humanity. Yet this entity before me evidently comprehends their existence. Nan Wei increasingly realizes that Nameless likely harbors a significant background. However, engaging in a discussion about rules with this entity is utterly inadvisable. At times, excessive dialogue may inadvertently divulge crucial information, much like how Nameless recently transformed into a flower. Thus, even though I yearn to glean more about this entity's comprehension of rules, I cannot simply inquire directly, especially not at this moment. What is that entity? The passage one should take. I do not comprehend what you are alluding to, Nan Wei declared, shaking her head, feigning ignorance. Nameless chuckled, tapping its leg concealed beneath the cloak. "Miss Nan, you need not pretend to be oblivious. I possess far greater knowledge regarding that entity than you do." This statement further confirmed that Nameless was acutely aware of Nan Wei's novice status. Nan Wei casually glanced at the hand extended by Nameless. The hand, much like Nameless' facial features, constantly morphed, at times cracked and dark, at others slender and fair. Nan Wei turned her head away. "Nameless, could you possibly maintain a single appearance? This constant shifting is quite bewildering." "My apologies, Miss Nan," Nameless replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. "I have grown accustomed to it, but since it disturbs you, I shall certainly accommodate your request." Nameless readily agreed to Nan Wei's plea. Nan Wei slightly turned her head back. She observed as Nameless' features rapidly transformed, a process that continued for approximately half a minute before the pace finally slowed and settled. Upon witnessing Nameless' final fixed visage, an unmistakable disappointment flickered in Nan Wei's eyes. Her inquiry had purpose. Since Nameless could articulate words in a voice akin to Lu Shi's, she was curious if it also possessed similar physical characteristics. If, perchance, Nameless bore a resemblance to Lu Shi, it would undoubtedly possess knowledge regarding him. Harboring such expectations, Nan Wei intentionally prompted Nameless to solidify its appearance. Regrettably, the visage that emerged was not what she had hoped to see. Its features were exquisitely crafted, resembling a meticulously sculpted work of art. The sharp brows slashed into the temples, as if delineated by the sharpest blade, exuding a sense of untamed wildness. Those eyes, profound as a tranquil lake, sparkled with a lively brilliance. The high bridge of the nose, with its smooth and powerful lines, imparted a sense of resolve to its countenance. It was a visage that could be deemed flawless, albeit slightly effeminate, which harmonized rather well with Nameless' enigmatic identity. "What do you think?" Nameless inquired, stroking its chin, gazing at Nan Wei. "Do you find this appearance appealing?" "It cannot be said that I harbor either affection or aversion." Furrowing her brow, Nan Wei replied, The slightly effeminate face paired with Lu Shi's steadfast and composed voice left her feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Your visage and voice seem incongruous. Perhaps you might consider tempering one of them. Unnamed displayed no signs of displeasure, readily acquiescing. After a brief pause, Unnamed spoke. How about this? The voice of Lu Shi was replaced by a bright, youthful male tone, reminiscent of someone just in their 20s, yet it harmonized well with his current appearance. Nan Wei sighed inwardly, momentarily dismissing the thought of extracting information about Lu Shi from Unnamed. Quite agreeable, it suits you well. Nan Wei shifted to a more relaxed posture and draped a garment over himself from the bed. Are you feeling cold? Unnamed inquired, somewhat taken aback. Nan Wei was even more astonished. As a warm-blooded creature, are you not aware of how cold you are? She gestured towards the bedroom. Since your arrival, the temperature in here has plummeted by at least 15 degrees. I feel as though I might freeze. Is it not cold? Unnamed paused in silence, contemplating for a moment, and the low-pressure sensation that only manifested upon their appearance gradually dissipated. The ensuing change was that Nan Wei sensed Unnamed's aura no longer exuded such icy chill. Before long, this aura faded away, becoming increasingly faint until it ultimately vanished entirely. Nan Wei regarded Unnamed with a hint of amusement. So, you can indeed retract this aspect of yourself. Unnamed nodded. It can be consciously concealed. However, for our kind, this is akin to the way beasts utilize scent and roar to establish dominance. We employ this method to differentiate our societal strata. Thus it remains unmasked unless there is a compelling reason. Unnamed adjusted their cloak, revealing a body concealed beneath it. Thankfully, it was a normal human form, devoid of any bizarre amalgamation. They smiled, reclining comfortably against the chair's back and crossing their legs. I am a peculiar being born from the will of the mother entity, fundamentally distinct from those who have transformed from humanity. If one were to draw a parallel with humans, I would be akin to royalty among the peculiar. As for the specific classifications, they are somewhat analogous to the hierarchical distinctions you humans have imposed upon us. Royalty? This notion astonished Nan Wei considerably. She pondered the complexity of Unnamed's origins, yet did not anticipate such a revelation. Regarding the classification method Unnamed mentioned, it was effectively uninformative, as she was unaware of how humans delineated the ranks of the peculiar. Ah, so you hold quite a prominent position over there. Nan Wei's expression remained unchanged, yet her eyes glinted with heightened vigilance. Is it truly appropriate for you to sit here, discussing such matters with me? What is your intention? I harbor a profound curiosity about humans, an insatiable fascination. Since my inception, I have never possessed emotions of my own. I am intrigued by the rich tapestry of human emotions and their genesis, which compels me to observe various individuals continuously. Unnamed smiled, uncrossing their legs and leaning forward, fingers interlaced, their gaze towards Nan Wei sparkling with admiration. Miss Nan, you are an exceptional woman, possessing a calm and astute mind, along with a robust physique. I find you quite admirable. Nan Wei was thoroughly amused by Unnamed's words. She collapsed onto the bed, clutching her stomach, and erupted into exaggerated laughter. Ha ha ha! Nan Wei laughed heartily, tears streaming down her face, until she suddenly ceased her mirth. Wuming, I appreciate your affection, but I do not reciprocate your feelings. A smile graced Nan Wei's lips, yet her gaze was as cold as ice. Wuming remained unfazed by her words, looking at her with bright, sparkling eyes. It's all right, Miss Nan. I believe that in time, you'll come to like me. Chapter 82. Attempting to step outside in response to Wuming's declaration, Nan Wei chuckled softly and shrugged. Non-committal in her reply. Despite her eccentricity, she felt she was not so far removed from normalcy as to develop feelings for a being that took human lives. As she contemplated her next inquiry for Wuming, a gentle knock resounded at the door of her bedroom. The sound was tentative, as if the knocker were being particularly cautious. The interruption broke the flow of conversation that Nan Wei was poised to continue. Who is it? She called out. Your mother mentioned she heard some noise from your room and asked me to check if you were awake, came the reply. She did not wish to let Wang Yanan enter, especially with Wuming still present. A quick thought flashed through her mind, and she responded, Perhaps I knocked something over in my sleep. All right, I will come back shortly, was her mother's answer. Nan Wei had no intention of leaving her room. She presumed that lunch would consist of the same unappetizing fare as before, and she had little interest in those spoiled remnants. However, with her father needing to head to work, she felt obliged to open the door. Determined to remain in the living room, she sought to discern the situation further. Wang Yanan departed in response. Turning to Wu Ming, Nan Wei noticed it regarding her with a bemused expression. She met its gaze with poise, saying, "Thank you for our conversation. I plan to step outside for a moment. What do you think?" Wu Ming smiled slightly and nodded. "Go ahead. I shall wait here for you. Thank you for your counsel," Nan Wei replied before opening the door and leaving the bedroom. The lights in the living room illuminated warmly, casting a gentle glow upon the floor. Nan Wei traversed the corridor to the entrance of the living room, where her parents were already seated at the dining table. Upon her appearance, they greeted her with joy. "Son, come quickly. It's time to eat." Even without approaching, Nan Wei could see that the so-called dishes on the table were no different from what she had encountered in the morning. This indeed resembled a typical family habit of reheating leftovers for the next meal. "No, thank you. I have developed a preference for canned food recently." She waved her hand dismissively, turning to her father. "What time do you leave for work?" Her mother seemed somewhat saddened by Nan Wei's rejection, sighing, "The child has grown up and no longer enjoys my cooking." After this, her father turned to speak. 2 o'clock. Glancing at the clock hanging in the living room, Nan Wei noted the time was only 12:40. Thus, she had to wait an hour and 20 minutes. However, sitting idly in plain view felt too conspicuous. After a moment's thought, she decided to retrieve some sports magazines from her bedroom. Upon entering her room, she found it empty. Wu Ming's presence was no longer there. "Humph." Nan Wei let out a light chuckle, only to hear a voice emanating from before her. She was momentarily taken aback. Wu Ming had not suddenly appeared. It must have been there all along, yet she failed to notice it at first. The peculiar ability of Wu Ming was quite intriguing, and Nan Wei resolved to inquire about it at the next opportunity. You guessed correctly. Nan Wei picked up a magazine, disregarding Wu Ming, and turned to the living room. The living room was impeccably tidy, just as it had been when she first entered. The morning-esque chaos seemed as though it had never transpired. Nan Wei settled onto the sofa, ostentatiously opened the magazine, feigning interest in reading while secretly observing the movements at the dining table. After declaring she would not eat, her parents sat at the table, picking up chopsticks and mimicking the act of grasping at thin air, then opening their mouths as if to chew. Their exaggerated motions were reminiscent of a performance, striving to portray a semblance of normal dining. Yet the rigidity and falseness of their actions sent a chill down her spine. Internally, Nan Wei scoffed. These bizarre entities, no matter how adeptly they masqueraded as humans, would inevitably reveal their true nature. Her father, while chewing the invisible morsels, engaged in conversation with her mother, discussing mundane matters such as work, the weather, and her younger brother's new school. Their voices bore a striking resemblance to that of ordinary humans, yet carried an unsettling mechanical repetition, as though rehearsed lines were being recited. As time ticked away, Nan Wei glanced up to see that it was barely a minute past 1 o'clock, and she felt an inexplicable impatience wash over her. She forced herself to concentrate on the magazine's content, but the words danced before her eyes, eluding her comprehension. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by her father. She needed to keep a close watch on this peculiar entity to discern how it would depart. At 1:20, her parents finished their lunch, and her father stood, moving to sit beside Nan Wei. Meanwhile, her mother called out to her sister, Wang Yanan, instructing her to tidy the dining table. Wang Yanan silently began to clear the table, while their father remained motionless beside Nan Wei, akin to a statue. Finally, the clock's hands pointed to 2 o'clock. Her father rose, brushed off his clothing, and prepared to leave. Nan Wei felt compelled to set the magazine aside and followed closely behind. Her father did not question her actions, effortlessly opening the door and stepping outside. In the fleeting moment before the iron gate closed, Nan Wei swiftly extended her hand to stop it. However, she noticed her father's face contorting, rapidly sinking and becoming gaunt. Chapter 83. A failed exit witnessing her father's transformation. Nan Wei understood she had breached an unspoken rule. An invisible pressure enveloped the room instantaneously. As her father's body underwent this change, it began to emanate a suffocating chill. His skin quickly dulled, and his once relatively normal visage twisted grotesquely, becoming terrifyingly distorted. Her father's voice turned hoarse and grating, each word seeming to force its way out through clenched teeth. "Didn't I say not to go out all the time?" Nan Wei instinctively realized that she must respond immediately. She wished to take a step back to distance herself from her father, but as soon as her foot moved, she found her body inexplicably heavy, as if bound by some invisible force. Having breached the rules, she was subjected to such formidable constraints. Nan Wei exerted all her strength, yet her feet felt as though they were welded to the ground, utterly immobile. From the corner of her eye, she noticed that her mother's appearance had also transformed. Slowly approaching her, her father gradually raised his hand, pointing at Nan Wei, his fingers as thin as twigs, with nails sharp as blades. "Disobedient," he uttered, advancing towards her. Nan Wei felt as though invisible chains tightly bound her, rendering her incapable of movement. She could distinctly sense a chilling malevolence emanating from her father's fingertips, as if the breath of death loomed ever closer. Meanwhile, her mother continued to move, positioning herself on Nan Wei's other side, her once normal visage now contorted and grotesque, with a parched smile that held an eerie quality. As the two uncanny figures closed in on her, the instinct for survival screamed within Nan Wei's mind. In that critical moment, she suddenly recalled a rule she had encountered in a magazine: be a son. At the time, she had found this rule somewhat perplexing, but now she understood that it might be her sole chance for survival. The rule was plainly stated: as long as she acted as their son, she could be herself in every other aspect. This rule, seemingly simple, was not easily adhered to. She strained to make her voice sound panicked, tinged with a quiver of indignation, as if she were a wayward child pleading with her parents. "Father, mother, I am your son. I shouldn't be disobedient." Nan Wei nearly exhausted all her strength to shout these words. She was uncertain of what would transpire next, nor did she know if she had indeed placed the right bet. Indeed, at the moment she uttered those words, Nan Wei distinctly felt the invisible constraints suddenly loosen. She observed her father's hand freeze in midair, and his previously contorted face began to gradually regain its composure. Following suit, her mother halted her approach, her twisted visage returning to that of a human, even bearing a hint of concern. Her parents exchanged a glance, seemingly confirming something. His voice bore a trace of reproach. It was laced with more care. Meanwhile, her mother appeared to have entirely forgotten her earlier intent to harm Nan Wei, her face adorned with a gentle smile. "So, are you feeling unwell? Are you hungry? I shall prepare something delicious for you." As she spoke, she reached out to touch Nan Wei's forehead, as if to assess her condition. Standing there, witnessing her parents revert to their amiable selves, Nan Wei could not help but feel a shiver of unease. She understood that everything stemmed from the influence of that rule, and she was acutely aware that any slight deviation from it could precipitate the peril she had just narrowly escaped. Forcing a faint smile, she suppressed the nauseating urge that threatened to overwhelm her and nodded. "I understand, father, mother. I shall behave from now on." Receiving a reassuring response from Nan Wei, her father smiled and nodded, then waved his hand toward the interior of the house. "I am off to work." Nan Wei remained silent, standing there as she quietly listened to her mother admonishing her father to be cautious on the road, and then she watched, wide-eyed, as the iron gate before her closed. Bang! The only avenue of escape was once again sealed shut. Seizing the fleeting moment when the gate was ajar, Nan Wei cast a glance towards the iron door leading to the corridor, where room 802 was located. The door appeared unchanged, leaving Nan Wei unable to discern whether Egio was still alive. After the door slammed shut, the living room was left with only Nan Wei and her mother. Just as she intended to speak, her mother preempted her with a gentle inquiry. "Son, would you like something to eat or drink?" Her tone was soft, yet Nan Wei was unaware of the ominous undertones concealed within that gentleness. Frowning slightly, she shook her head and coldly declined. "No, I'm neither hungry nor thirsty." She had no desire to touch anything that might be problematic, having already borne witness to the peculiarities of this bizarre family's meals. Her mother seemed unfazed by Nan Wei's refusal. She turned to her sister, Wang Yanan, who was covertly observing from the kitchen's edge, and instructed, "Go tidy up your brother's room. Be quick about it, so as not to disturb his rest." "I don't need to clean," Nan Wei countered, refusing the arrangement. Wu Ming was still in the bedroom, and she feared that if Wang Yanan went to clean, he might vanish again. There were still many questions she wished to pose to Wu Ming, and she could not afford to let him slip away due to some inexplicable circumstance. That was out of the question. A flicker of displeasure crossed her mother's gaze, but it quickly reverted to a gentle smile. This was a household matter. One must obediently adhere to their mother's directives. The second clause of the family covenant stipulated that the mother must care for the entire family. And the mundane chores were exhausting. Everyone was expected to heed her. Naturally, tidying up was a household chore. It was unclear whether Wang Yanan had no intention of refusing or whether it was due to the covenant. Regardless, Wang Yanan displayed no resistance whatsoever, silently nodding in agreement. "Son, you may entertain yourself. Do not tire yourself out." Despite Wang Yanan's compliance, it still failed to garner any affection from their mother. As she spoke, the mother deliberately cast a disdainful glance at Wang Yanan, her eyes filled with contempt. Chapter 84. The tension between mother and daughter standing beside Nan Wei. Their mother exhibited overt disdain, having ridiculed Wang Yanan several times with a voice laden with contempt and dissatisfaction, as if Wang Yanan's very existence were a blunder. "You, a girl, constantly demanding this and that. Dream on." Her voice was sharp and grating, each word piercing Wang Yanan's heart like a needle. "Who do you think you are? It is merely a delusion to expect a hen to transform into a phoenix." Her words carried an air of condescension and superiority. Wang Yanan stood quietly to the side, her head bowed, refraining from uttering a single retort. Her body trembled slightly, evidently stung by her mother's remarks, yet she dared not display any dissatisfaction. A flicker of grievance crossed her gaze, but she remained resolutely silent. Wang Yanan's head hung low, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her skirt, seemingly striving to endure this sudden onslaught. Her mother showed no intention of halting, continuing her tirade. "A son is the rightful path, the hope of our family. Look at your younger brother, how obedient he is. And you have been led astray by those two old fools, which has given rise to such unwarranted thoughts." The mother's words pierced Wang Yanan's heart like daggers. Her tone exuded an unassailable firmness. In her eyes, every thought of her daughter was erroneous, while her son was the nucleus of the household. Nan Wei stood nearby, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort as she witnessed the scene. Although she had now assumed her brother's identity, she was, in reality, a girl. She had never believed that girls were inferior to boys. She felt that whatever men could accomplish, women could achieve as well, and in certain respects, women might even surpass men. From a young age, she had heard others proclaim that girls should be gentle, obedient, and virtuous, destined to support their husbands and raise children, yet she had never subscribed to these stereotypes. She cherished freedom and despised being confined by rigid boundaries. Regrettably, Nan Wei could not defend Wang Yanan at that moment. In her brother's guise, and influenced by his past character, she would certainly not come to Wang Yanan's aid. Moreover, the mention of those two old fools in her mother's words piqued Nan Wei's concern. Previously, when money was discussed, her mother had also referenced these two old individuals. Nan Wei surmised that they were likely Wang Yanan's grandparents or perhaps her maternal grandparents. However, she had not observed any signs of elderly presence within the household. She resolved to pay closer attention moving forward. At that moment, the frail Wang Yanan had filled a bucket with water and, straining under its weight, stumbled into her brother's room. Her silhouette appeared particularly slight under the dim light, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. Nan Wei quietly followed behind. Wang Yanan cautiously placed the bucket in a corner of the room, then picked up a somewhat yellowed cloth and began diligently dusting the furniture. Her movements were so gentle that they made almost no sound, as if any noise might provoke her mother's ire. Wang Yanan meticulously cleaned every corner, inspecting each area for any missed dust. Though her actions were delicate, they exuded a mechanical repetition, as if she had become accustomed to such labor, resigned to the role of a silent, unrecognized presence within the household. After finishing with the furniture, Wang Yanan slowly knelt on the ground to begin cleaning the floor. It knelt upon the floor, while the younger brother stood nearby, too timid to utter a word, devoid of any complaints. The cloth repeatedly scrubbed the ground, and Wang Yanan's every movement appeared laborious yet resolute. Her hair cascaded down, obscuring her face. Nan Wei could not discern her expression, yet her silhouette exuded an unmistakable melancholy. Standing close by, Nan Wei's gaze was fixed intently on Wang Yanan's figure, a wave of unutterable compassion swelling within her. She observed Wang Yanan's frail form bustling about the room, taking note of her hands, roughened by toil, and felt a twinge of bittersweet sorrow. Yet, Nan Wei found herself powerless to intervene. She understood that her current role was that of a younger brother, a boy cherished within this household. Given the nature of her brother, he would likely show no concern for Wang Yanan, much less speak up in such a moment. The prospect of voicing her thoughts would not only arouse their mother's suspicion, but could also plunge her into even greater peril. She could not afford such risks and must act in accordance with her brother's demeanor. To Nan Wei's astonishment, the unnamed figure remained in the room. Yet, it seemed like an invisible presence. Wang Yanan appeared oblivious to its existence, continuing her silent cleaning. The unnamed figure stood by, eyes glimmering with curiosity, glancing between Wang Yanan and Nan Wei. It was intrigued by Nan Wei's current emotional state. Even in encounters with it, Nan Wei had exhibited no distinctive emotions. Fear or trepidation were entirely absent, and when it praised her, she showed no signs of joy. The unnamed figure could not comprehend why. At this moment, Nan Wei would feel anger and sorrow for something so peculiar. It yearned to unravel this mystery. Nan Wei disregarded the curious gaze of the unnamed figure, letting out a silent sigh within her heart. She recognized that the rules and secrets of this household were far more intricate than she had imagined. Caution was imperative. She needed to gather more clues without revealing her true thoughts. Observing Wang Yanan's back, an idea suddenly sparked in Nan Wei's mind. Perhaps now was an opportune moment to explore the storage room where Wang Yanan resided, searching for any clues. With the protection of her brother's identity, Wang Yanan should be unable to confront her. However, to be on the safe side, she first sought out her mother to inquire if she could rummage through Wang Yanan's room for something. Her mother readily consented, simultaneously expressing her bewilderment. "Child, why are you being so polite to that wretched girl today? Has she been bullying you?" "No, not at all." Nan Wei hastily retreated, fearing that lingering too long might lead to unforeseen complications. Now armed with her mother's permission, her search in the storage room became a legitimate endeavor, significantly reducing the likelihood of any issues arising. Glancing towards the bedroom, she noticed Wang Yanan still engaged in her cleaning, occasional sounds emanating from that direction. With her inhibitions lifted, Nan Wei made her way directly to the storage room. The light in the storage area was off. Upon turning it on, she spotted a notebook spread open on Wang Yanan's desk. Without hesitation, Nan Wei approached the notebook, eager to uncover its contents. Chapter 85. The Despairing Diary. This is a time-worn diary, its cover showing signs of wear, yet one can still perceive how dearly it has been cherished by its owner. Upon opening the diary, Nan Wei is taken aback by the condition of its pages. Most of the interior has been torn apart, now resembling a patchwork of fragments secured with strips of transparent tape. Each page bears the emotional imprints of Wang Yanan, chronicling the myriad joys and sorrows she experienced throughout her development. To peruse another's diary is, indeed, an act of moral transgression. But this is hardly a moment for such considerations. The diary contains a wealth of reflections. At this juncture, Wang Yanan is still human. She is not yet transformed into what she will become, and they are not yet what they will be. In her writings, Wang Yanan frequently recounts her experiences at school. She expresses profound gratitude towards a dear friend who has consistently aided her in both her studies and life. She vividly details the joyous moments they shared, chasing each other on the playground, engaging in discussions in the reading corner, and participating in memorable collective activities. She writes, "She is the most precious treasure in my life. Despite my unappealing disposition, she has always been by my side in my times of need, granting me strength and courage. I am eternally grateful for your existence in this world. This represents a flicker of light within Wang Yanan's heart, radiant yet faint, standing out amidst the overwhelming sadness and despair that permeates the pages. The majority of the diary, however, is suffused with Wang Yanan's complex emotions regarding her family. The words seem to echo her innermost cries, filled with the helplessness and anguish stemming from her parents' preferential treatment towards her younger brother. Each account serves as a chronicle of her heartbreak. On one page, Wang Yanan recounts an attempt to communicate her feelings to her parents. She carefully articulates her desire for their attention, hoping they might regard her more thoughtfully. Yet, they consistently dismiss her with the rationale that as the elder sister, she ought to be understanding, compelling her to endure this inequitable treatment. All I wish is for them to comprehend my feelings, even if just a little. But they continually offer me these platitudes. I feel so despondent, as though I am an overlooked shadow, forever deprived of their attention. On the yellowed pages, Wang Yanan expresses her deepest yearning. I truly wish my parents could pay me a bit more attention, even if it were just an occasional greeting or a hug. Such gestures would bring me immense happiness. She acknowledges her identity as a girl, hence she does not expect them to treat her and her brother equally. She merely yearns to feel a modicum of love from them. Between the lines, one can sense her longing for familial warmth, her profound loneliness, and her sense of helplessness. The trembling strokes of her pen capture her feelings of despair, each phrase echoing a silent weep. That day, I was afflicted with a high fever, lying powerless in bed. Coincidentally, it was my brother's birthday. I could hear the bustling sounds of my parents in the living room. Yet no one came in to inquire about my well-being. I longed for their presence, even if it were merely to exchange a few words or hand me a glass of water. However, they remained preoccupied in the living room, as if I do not exist at all. Perhaps it would be better if I truly did not exist. At least no one would reproach me in my moments of illness. My parents explained that my brother's friends have come to celebrate his birthday, and upon learning of my feverish condition, they hurriedly left without even singing the birthday song, fearful of contagion. My brother is despondent, and he blames me. I apologize. Dear brother, tears have left a blurred mark upon the paper, a testament to Wang Yanan's profound anguish and internal turmoil. That day, many relatives gathered at our home, chatting and dining, their laughter filling every corner of the house. Yet, I found myself relegated to a corner, shunned and unnoticed. I watched them revel in merriment, while my heart ached intensely, forcing myself to feign joy. I yearned to be the center of their attention, even if just for a fleeting moment. But I knew this desire was but a luxury beyond my reach. Before my brother's birth, I was often praised for my obedience and diligence in studies. My parents had once declared their pride in me. A deep sorrow enveloped me, a longing for recognition and affection, yet I was perpetually overlooked. Why do my parents only focus on my brother? Am I truly so insignificant? Each time I witness their unwarranted affection for him, it pierces my heart like a needle. Why must my worth be diminished simply because I am a girl? I strive diligently in my studies and household chores, yearning to be a model child. Why do you refuse to acknowledge my efforts? Why? These words are not mere complaints. They are a cry from the depths of her loneliness and yearning. They evoke profound sympathy in Nan Wei, who has never experienced the tribulations that Wang Yanan has endured. Whether it be the harshness of a wolfish father and mother or the kindness of her adoptive parents and grandmother, her family has always showered her with love. As the youngest child, her siblings from the wolf clan frequently look after her, although they sometimes tease her with their sharp teeth and claws, and conflicts may arise. Love prevails most of the time. In her adoptive home, where there are no other children, Nan Wei, as the sole child, has never faced neglect or bullying. Hence, she cannot fully empathize with Wang Yanan's plight. Nevertheless, this does not hinder her from feeling the heartache and sorrow that Wang Yanan endures. The fragmented pages resemble Wang Yanan's shattered and distorted heart. How dare they speak ill of my friend? She is such a wonderful girl. On what grounds do they criticize her? She is exceptional and diligent, destined for a bright future. How can they assert that her education is futile merely because she is a girl, condemning her to a life of marriage and obedience to her husband. You may mistreat me, for I am your child, but you shall not bully my friend. You shall not insult her. Absolutely not. You have gone too far. I am uncertain how much longer I can endure. This feeling of being overlooked is truly unbearable. How I long for a day when my parents can genuinely see me, perceive my emotions, and bestow upon me a modicum of affection. Perhaps that would constitute my greatest happiness. If only my younger brother did not exist, then there would be someone to love me. If only we all ceased to exist, if only my parents were no more. Chapter 86. The happiness that was hidden, let none of us exist, then. This was the final line inscribed in the diary. Nan Wei's fingers trembled slightly as she closed the diary, a wave of inexplicable oppression surging within her. She could sense the despair and helplessness that Wang Yanan must have felt while writing these words, as though her heart had been consumed by darkness, leaving no glimmer of hope for the future. A profound and indescribable burden weighed upon Nan Wei's heart. She lifted her gaze, surveying every corner of the cluttered room. It was shabby and confined. Aside from a dilapidated table and chair and a narrow bed, there was scarcely anything belonging to Wang Yanan. On the walls hung her certificates, the honors she once received now appearing to Nan Wei as bitterly ironic. Suddenly, an irregular protrusion of one certificate caught her attention. It was subtle, only visible from the vantage point of the desk, where the lower edge of the certificate was lifted slightly, casting a shadow. Nan Wei approached the wall, scrutinizing the certificate closely. As she reached out to touch it, she sensed a hollow space behind, with the adhesive tape holding the certificate peeling away from the wall. Cautiously, she lifted the certificate, revealing a small hole behind it. This irregular cavity, excavated in the wall, concealed a box slightly longer than the depth of the hole, which had caused the certificate's edge to rise. Intrigued, Nan Wei reached into the hole, carefully extracting the box. It was a small, palm-sized container, pink in hue, resembling one meant for a gift. The box was coated in dust, suggesting it had not been disturbed for many years. Upon opening the box, she discovered a beautiful envelope, which had yellowed with the passage of time. The envelope bore no indication of the recipient, and after a moment's hesitation, Nan Wei chose to open it. The contents of the letter were simple, yet brimming with warmth. Dear Yanan, I know you have been feeling quite down lately, but you must believe that no matter what happens, I will always be by your side. You are a wonderful girl, and do not let the prejudices of others cause you to doubt yourself. Your future will undoubtedly be bright, and I will always support you. The signature was left blank, but it was evident that this was penned by Wang Yanan's dear friend. Nan Wei could feel the emotions behind this letter. It might have been the only warmth Wang Yanan experienced within that frigid home, her last bastion of hope deep within her heart. Beneath the envelope lay a photograph, depicting a family portrait with a young girl who, by her appearance, was none other than a youthful Wang Yanan. The photograph features 6 individuals, a young couple seated, cradling a small infant. Beside them stands a young child named Wang Yanan, and at the back, 2 elderly couples appearing to be in their 60s. Although the image has faded somewhat, the smiles of each person remain vividly discernible. Inscribed on the back are the words Centenary Commemoration. This heartwarming, yet ordinary family portrait elicited a jolt of surprise within Nan Wei upon her discovery. This revelation prompted her to suddenly grasp certain truths. The 2 elderly figures were, in fact, her brother's grandparents or possibly his maternal grandparents. For reasons unknown, she had assumed her brother's identity and appeared in the underground garage. Naturally, the elderly couple, upon seeing their grandson, were overjoyed, which also explained why the peculiar entity had not assaulted Nan Wei, but instead treated her with kindness, even offering assistance. The reason they had given her money stemmed from her assumption of her brother's role. Perhaps it was out of affection for their grandson, or perhaps because her brother held a certain influence within the household, prompting the elderly couple to bestow their entire savings upon him. Nan Wei retrieved the wolf-tooth pendant. It appeared no different from usual, yet the 2 glimmers that usually penetrated the pendant seemed to have vanished entirely. All of this was conjecture on Nan Wei's part, but the contents of a homemade notebook, no larger than a palm, situated beneath the photograph, substantiated her thoughts. The notebook contained only a few pages filled with writing. expressing Wang Yanan's sympathy and concern for her grandparents' plight. The diary recounted the day her grandparents were forced to reside in the garage. Lacking education and wealth, they had devoted so much to the family. Why were they ultimately relegated to such a dismal existence? Given their advanced age and frail health, how could they endure such conditions? Witnessing the hardships faced by her grandparents in the garage filled Wang Yanan with profound sorrow. She wrote, "My parents even forbid me from mentioning that I have grandparents, deeming them a disgraceful presence that might tarnish my father's image at work. I am truly frightened. I fear that one day, I too may be cast into a garage for some reason. What would I do then? This is my favorite photograph, capturing a time when our family was still whole and everyone was joyous. Yet now, everything has changed." As for the elderly couple's predicament, Nan Wei found herself at a loss for words. No amount of sighing or lamenting could alter their fate. They had toiled to raise their son, only to be deemed unworthy once he established his own family and fathered 2 children, leading to their heartless abandonment. This was someone else's family matter, unrelated to her. Taking a deep breath, Nan Wei resolved to refrain from investing too much sympathy in these peculiar circumstances. Beneath these reflections lay a small butterfly hairpin, a delicate and exquisite acrylic accessory adorned with tiny rhinestones. Even though time has dulled the hairpin, causing it to oxidize, the tiny rhinestones upon it continue to sparkle with the same brilliance as when it was first crafted. This mirrors the fleeting moments of happiness in Wang Yanan's otherwise somber existence. Chapter 87. Discovering the rules holding these items tenderly. Nan Wei's heart is a tumultuous blend of emotions. She understands that these concealed treasures are the only drops of sweetness in Wang Yanan's parched soul. The envelope slipped through Nan Wei's fingers, and she hurriedly reached out to catch it, preventing it from falling to the ground and gathering dust. However, in her haste, her notebook and photographs accidentally tumbled to the floor. Nan Wei felt somewhat at a loss. Today, she felt inexplicably disoriented, sluggish in her reactions, and clumsy in her movements. Quickly, she crouched down to retrieve the notebook and photographs. The situation was laid bare before her, stark and undeniable. Deciding to set the other items aside, she opened the small notebook. A few lines of text leapt into her view. "This is..." Upon reading the first line, Nan Wei's pupils flickered with surprise. She had never anticipated encountering something like this in such a place, in this form. The rules to adhere to at home, the significance of the word rules within a contaminated zone is unparalleled. 1. You are a member of this family. Do not disrupt the existing order and fulfill your duties. 2. No tools capable of harming family members shall be present in the home. Please refrain from mentioning such dangerous items in front of the family. 3. Your sister has many wishes, but please do not disturb these wishes. 4. Do not look into mirrors. Do not seek the truth. Once summer vacation concludes, you may leave home. After reading these 4 succinct rules, Nan Wei couldn't help but chuckle softly. Although the rules instructed her not to interfere with her sister's wishes, how could one uncover these rules without delving into the sister's desires or seeking the truth? The content of these 4 statements is exceedingly straightforward. Thus, if she simply acted in accordance with her brother's character, there should be no significant issues. The second rule's content struck her as curious. While Nan Wei now understood why her parents reacted bizarrely and attacked her when she mentioned scissors, she could not fathom why such tools would never be allowed in their home. At that moment, only her parents had changed and attacked her. Her sister, Wang Yanan, merely observed the commotion without undergoing any transformation. It was evident that something particularly significant had occurred, leading her parents to harbor a strong aversion to such terminology. Nan Wei found herself puzzled. Had it not been for the unnamed intervening to halt her parents' rampage, she might have found herself in grave danger. Given that the rules were established to protect humanity, the profound concealment of these regulations raised questions about their true significance. As for the third rule regarding her sister's wishes, Nan Wei was aware of several. Just from her own knowledge, there were at least 4. These were not matters that Nan Wei could alter through her own strength. With this thought, Nan Wei glanced once more at her wolf-tooth pendant. This notion flickered through Nan Wei's mind, yet she hesitated to decide whether to pursue it. After all, Given her brother's identity, it seemed rather improbable for him to engage in such actions. The pressing concern now was the fourth stipulation. Avoiding mirrors was easily achievable. She was not one to relish gazing at her reflection, merely needing to be mindful of the locations within the room where mirrors resided. As for unearthing the truth, having discerned the rules, she found little necessity to continue her quest for the so-called reality. The truth could neither facilitate her escape from this place nor alter Wang Yanen's tragic past. She had no power over these bizarre occurrences. The crux of the matter now lay in the summer break. From the textbooks in her brother's bedroom, it was evident that he was likely a third-year junior high student. If it were indeed summer vacation, it implied that he had just undergone a pivotal entrance examination. The final point, seemingly straightforward, posed a question. How many days in a summer vacation were they? If it were the final few days, that would be manageable. Although the food and water board dates from a decade prior, they could still suffice. The injuries sustained in the garage had not yet shown signs of worsening. As long as she adhered to her brother's identity for these few days, avoiding transgressions, she could endure. However, should it be the very beginning of summer vacation, complications would arise. A summer break typically spanned at least 60 to 70 days. If she were to endure that length of time, how would she manage? Water was not a concern for the moment, but the issue of sustenance loomed large. Setting aside the uncertainty of whether the canned goods were fit for consumption, the mere act of daily meals presented a significant challenge. Over such an extended period, 3 meals a day, claiming to subsist solely on canned food, seemed utterly impractical. From her experience of leaving the house, it was clear that although their parents lavished affection on her brother, they would still express displeasure if he misbehaved. They would not endlessly indulge him simply because he was a boy. Within this household, the hierarchy was clearly defined. Parents above the brother above the sister, and the sisters standing scarcely higher than that of the grandparents. Otherwise, Wang Yanen would not have harbored fears in her hidden diary of one day being relegated to the underground garage. The likelihood of being left behind stemmed from their father's concern about external perceptions. If his daughter were to suddenly vanish, it would tarnish his reputation. The immediate objective was to ascertain the current phase of summer vacation. The most reliable source for confirmation would undoubtedly be her affable mother. In the living room, her mother sat vacantly on the sofa, seemingly lost in thought. Upon seeing Nan Wei emerge, her mother's dazed expression transformed into a gentle smile. After having perused the diary's contents, Nan Wei found that smile somewhat unsettling. Chapter 88. Indirect Inquiry. Have you found what you were searching for? Her mother inquired with a warm, genuine smile directed at her beloved son. Yet, to Nan Wei, it sent a chill down her spine. In order to evade his mother's inquiries about what he was searching for, Nan Wei shook his head. No, I was just looking for a new football, but I couldn't find one. His younger brother possessed an abundance of football magazines, yet there was not a single ball to be found in the bedroom, which seemed quite illogical. Upon hearing this, his mother momentarily displayed a look of confusion. Is that so? I recall your father bought you a new one just last month. Didn't he? Nan Wei, striving to feign a puzzled expression, replied, It's not in the bedroom. I've searched everywhere, and it's simply not there. With a smile, his mother reached out to pat Nan Wei on the head, only to have him deftly evade her touch. This action did not elicit any displeasure from her. Instead, she exaggeratedly sniffled a couple of times and lamented, My son has grown up. He no longer enjoys being patted on the head by his mother. It's all right if you can't find it. Your father mentioned that once your admission notice arrives, he will take you out to celebrate. You could just tell him then. With a beaming smile, she inadvertently conveyed 2 pieces of information to Nan Wei. One was that his younger brother had yet to receive his admission notice, and the other was that on the day it arrived, it was likely that their father would take the brother out to celebrate. Given that the summer vacation was nearing its end, it was generally improbable that the admission notice had not yet been received, suggesting that summer had just begun. This situation did not bode well. Nan Wei exerted all his effort to display an expression of anticipation. Will the admission notice arrive? It has only been a few days since the exams. There's no need to rush. It will come in a few days. Rest assured, your father and I have inquired thoroughly. This school does not have any children from our neighborhood, and the children of the building manager attend a different school, inferior to yours. His mother gazed at him affectionately. This school is quite expensive. Your father invested a substantial amount, and it is filled with children from affluent families. Soon enough, no one will know that we have those two old folks at home. They will only know that your father works at a very large company and is a supervisor. No one will mock you anymore." Her words reminded Nan Wei of the car parked in the garage that presumably belonged to his younger brother. That car bore an inscription filled with malicious words, likely the handiwork of a group of children led by the building manager's child. At home, he was bullied by his sister, and outside, he faced bullying from others, a pure display of arrogance in their own domain. Yet, Nan Wei felt a twinge of sympathy for his brother. Most individuals are born as a blank canvas, and what they become depends on the strokes of their parents' brushes. His brother's canvas had been inscribed with the words afraid of the weak, bullying the strong. Meanwhile, his mother continued to chatter about various matters concerning his father's work. Wang Yanan, with her head bowed and gentle movements, remained oblivious to the fact that while she was busy tidying up, Nan Wei had already uncovered all her secrets. Standing at the doorway, Nan Wei observed her petite figure and gently shook his head. "There's no need to clean anymore. Go ahead and do what you need to." However, upon hearing his words, Wang Yanan straightened her back and timidly cast a glance at him. "Mom said to clean thoroughly. I said it's unnecessary, so it is. You, go outside." Nan Wei deliberately drove Wang Yanan out with a fierce demeanor, exclaiming, "Don't bother me if there's nothing wrong." She glanced around the room, noticing that Wu Ming was absent. It was unclear whether he had left for some reason or was deliberately hiding. "Wu Ming, are you there? Wu Ming, can you hear me?" Yet, there was still no response. Although she had many questions to pose to Wu Ming, his absence rendered her anxiousness futile. The room was impeccably tidy. Even the disheveled desk had been organized, and all the scattered items in the corners had been put away. However, one area remained untouched, the bed, strewn with numerous articles of clothing, showing no signs of having been tidied. Perhaps this precious younger brother simply forbids his sister from touching his belongings? Nan Wei chuckled softly, pulling out a chair to sit at the neat desk. She needed to organize her thoughts regarding the current situation. This household was aberrant, characterized by twisted and complex familial relationships filled with control, exploitation, and indifference. The parents lavished affection upon their son, presenting an image of caring. Yet this love was underpinned by a profound desire for control. Their strict supervision of him could be inferred from their explosive reactions to his disobedience. In stark contrast, they overlooked their daughter, Wang Yanan, subjecting her to relentless pressure, viewing her as a mere appendage to the family. They demanded her to shoulder a significant burden of household chores while providing neither the love nor support she deserved. This prolonged neglect and subjugation led Wang Yanan to lose her sense of self-worth within the family, rendering her insecure and helpless. The parents, obsessed with appearances, maintained a facade of glamour, yet were, in essence, ungrateful and cruel. They banished the not-so-respectable grandparents to the garage, all to preserve their own image in the eyes of others. They publicly proclaimed familial harmony while being cold and unfeeling towards their elders. Such hypocrisy truly amused Nan Wei. The desperate words left by Wang Yanan on the last page of her diary weighed heavily on her mind. The second rule of the household rules that must be adhered to: no tools capable of harming family members shall be present in the home. And please do not mention such dangerous items in front of family. Nan Wei fell into deep contemplation. If the rules were devoid of meaningless content, then, in conjunction with Wang Yanan's diary entries, she believed she had deciphered the key to the formation of this polluted domain. Wang Yanan's despair and rebellion might have triggered some event, an event that could be profoundly brutal. Chapter 89. The Little Wolf Spirit and Wu Ming's Hidden Countenance. Wang Yanan was the key to unraveling the dilemma. Nan Wei silently repeated this thought to herself. If she wished to uncover the secrets of this contaminated zone and find a way to escape, it was imperative that she approach Wang Yanan. However, her current role was that of a younger brother. According to the family's logic, the relationship between siblings was fraught with discord and conflict. If she were to hastily approach Wang Yanan, attempting to forge a connection, it would not only arouse the suspicions of their parents, but also instill a sense of wariness in Wang Yanan. Nan Wei understood that she needed time to acclimate to the rules of this household, while also exercising caution in observing Wang Yanan's behavior and reactions. This matter could not be rushed. Otherwise, it might provoke unforeseen complications, rendering the entire situation even more intricate. Today marked her first day in this place, and she needed to first stabilize her identity, familiarizing herself with the environment of this family and the dynamics among its members. Only in this manner could she discern the opportune moment to gradually approach Wang Yanan and uncover a suitable path forward. The summer vacation had just commenced, and she had no plans for spending it here. She was now at a loss for what to do. Gazing at the ceiling, Nan Wei found herself lost in thought until a sudden realization struck her. Fortunately, the peculiarities were absent at the moment. She retrieved the wolf-tooth pendant from her collar. The pendant retained its usual appearance, devoid of any unusual characteristics. Gently, she held it up. Currently, she assumed the role of a younger brother, the grandson of those two enigmatic entities, and perhaps utilizing this identity would yield new discoveries. Grandfather, grandmother, are you still there? I am your grandson. However, the pendant merely lay quietly in her palm, unresponsive. After some time, Nan Wei inquired once more, yet the pendant remained unchanged. I must be losing my mind. Attempting to converse with two glowing points, she chuckled at herself, preparing to stow away the pendant. Just then, she felt a slight tremor in the pendant, followed by a soft glow emanating from the surface. This transformation filled Nan Wei with delight. She held her breath, her gaze fixed intently on the pendant's evolution. The light intensified, gradually manifesting into a tiny luminous point that emerged from the pendant. The light danced around the pendant several times before gently settling on the back of Nan Wei's hand. What is this? Nan Wei exclaimed in astonishment, slowly bringing her hand closer to her eyes. This scene was utterly bewildering. She struggled to maintain her composure, fearful that even the slightest movement might scare away the tiny being resting on her hand. It was a luminous wolf, no larger than a grain of rice. Its body was transparent and shimmering, seemingly composed of countless minuscule light points, radiating a soft and warm glow. Is this truly a wolf? Nan Wei could hardly believe her eyes. The glowing point was so diminutive that she questioned whether she was mistaken, staring at the tiny wolf for an extended period. She could not resist the urge to extend her other hand, seeking to confirm whether this was merely an illusion. At that very moment, as her fingers reached out, the minuscule wolf seemed to sense her intention and playfully leaped towards her fingers, affectionately rubbing against them. The tiny creature appeared to lack physical substance. Perhaps it would be better described as a wolf spirit. Though her fingers felt no tangible sensation, she could detect a faint warmth emanating from it. This warmth filled her heart with familiarity and affection, as if her wolf father were tenderly licking her hand with its rough tongue. In an instant, Nan Wei's eyes brimmed with tears. The pendant is crafted from the teeth and tail fur of the wolf father. It is not merely an ornament, but rather the sole memento he left for her. She can almost hear his deep, gentle growl and feel the warmth emanating from his fur. Is that you, father? Nan Wei whispered, her voice tinged with a hint of emotion. The wolf father and mother had passed away when she was 7. Her adoptive parents had been missing for 5 years, with no word from them. Her grandmother had long since departed. Now, even Lu Shi had vanished. Though she usually appeared indifferent, it was not that she truly cared for nothing. It was simply that the people she cherished most were no longer present. Like a bird that has lost its nest or a boat that has lost its harbor, she resembled a wolf without a home, wandering through the desert known as loneliness. Yet now, her empty heart was filled by this little wolf spirit, bringing excitement, joy, and warmth. Father, I miss you so much. Nan Wei gazed at the wolf spirit, softly expressing her feelings. Despite the smile on her face, tears inexplicably fell. Perhaps due to its still weak power, the wolf spirit frolicked on the back of Nan Wei's hand for a while before its brightness dimmed considerably. Under her watchful gaze, the little wolf spirit drifted into the wolf-tooth pendant and then vanished. The light extinguished and the pendant returned to its usual appearance. However, Nan Wei's heart had already transformed significantly. She could not comprehend how the two peculiar old figures that had entered could have emerged as the small wolf spirit. There was no need to insist on understanding the inexplicable. Very well, Through her clothing, Nan Wei gently caressed the wolf-tooth pendant, feeling invigorated. Unfortunately, she found herself brimming with energy, but lacking a clear direction to channel it. Thus, after exhausting her mind in fruitless contemplation, the spirited Nan Wei surprisingly drifted into slumber. Her dreams a mystery to others, yet the corners of her mouth turned upward in a smile. In the tranquil bedroom, the only sound was her steady breathing. Time passed, and the stillness of the room was abruptly shattered. Like a gentle whirlwind, the transparent air swirled into a vortex. When the vortex ceased, a figure clad in a black cloak emerged. Observing Nan Wei sleeping soundly, the nameless figure stood by her bedside, gazing quietly for a moment before leaning down, their face hovering less than 5 centimeters above hers. Time slipped away unnoticed. The nameless figure maintained this position, unwaveringly fixated on Nan Wei for what felt like an eternity. Its features continually morphed before settling into a strikingly handsome visage. This face bore an enigmatic smile as it silently scrutinized the slumbering Nan Wei. An impulsive urge surged within the nameless figure. It suddenly yearned to awaken her, curious to see what expression would cross her face upon encountering this countenance. For this was Lu Shi's face. Chapter 90. An unpleasant conversation. Time flowed slowly. Beyond this residence, at the entryway connecting the building to the outside world, the sun, shrouded in mist, had already set. The white fog was enveloped by the encroaching night. At this moment, the slumbering Nan Wei finally stirred from her sleep. Even before opening her eyes, she sensed something hovering above her. Instinctively, she swung her fist, landing a solid blow on the object above her, cold and rigid, an unsettling sensation. As Nan Wei opened her eyes, her brows knitted in displeasure. Upon realizing she had struck Wu Ming, she felt no remorse. Instead, her expression hardened. Do you have some peculiar fascination with watching others sleep? Wu Ming's features briefly shifted before settling back into the visage Nan Wei had seen earlier. Oh, nothing much. Merely curious about how humans appear in slumber, he replied with a smile, rubbing his bruised face. I lack the sensation of pain, but I suppose a human would react in this manner, right? Nan Wei cast a disdainful glance at Wu Ming, who wore an oddly cheerful expression. What you choose to do is your business, but do keep your distance. To her distaste, Wu Ming displayed no sign of offense. Rather, he appeared quite pleased. Miss Nan, I respect your wishes. Next time, I shall merely stand at the foot of your bed. Such a statement would send chills down anyone's spine. Yet Nan Wei nodded in agreement. Do as you wish. It is your freedom. However, I believe it would be preferable for you to unleash that beastly roar of yours, so I can be aware of your presence. Beastly roar? Wu Ming's smile froze on his face as he pondered her words, soon comprehending her meaning. Ha, very well. Miss Nan, I shall comply. Instantly, the temperature in the bedroom plummeted upon his words. Nan Wei felt the familiar oppressive aura that accompanied Wu Ming's presence, though it was evidently subdued compared to before. Thank you, she nodded at him, rising from the bed to stretch her limbs. Glancing out the window, she noted the profound darkness outside, rendering everything invisible. Habitually, she reached for her phone, only to remember that her antiquated device had long since run out of battery. Do you know what time it is? I must inquire if I can find a charging cable, she remarked, treating Wu Ming as if he were a mere clock. Observing his cheerful demeanor, she harbored serious doubts about his intentions. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Son, are you awake? It's time to eat. It was her father calling from outside. Nan Wei inhaled deeply. Even the thought of the meal was giving her a headache. Before she could respond, Wu Ming interjected. I suggest you do not refuse, considering your status. Nan Wei cast a penetrating gaze at Wu Ming. Her identity is that of the brother who oppresses his sister and also the beloved son, a role she must play well. Awakening. Nan Wei opened the bedroom door to find her father, smiling warmly, standing at the threshold. His gaze lingered on Wu Ming for a brief moment before shifting away. Go wash your face and come eat, he said, turning to leave. It was evident that he had seen Wu Ming just moments ago, yet chose not to inquire, which struck her as peculiar. Doesn't it seem strange that he saw you? Nan Wei asked before he departed. Wu Ming maintained a serene smile. Our kind is peculiar in such ways. Even if you don't belong here, as long as you do not overtly interfere with the actions of others. We simply agree to ignore each other's existence." As she spoke, Wu Ming exaggeratedly waggled her finger, laughing freely. "For beings like those lowly remnants transformed from humanity, they should be grateful I do not seek them out." This statement darkened Nan Wei's expression. She could not fathom the reasons behind the transformation of those humans in the polluted zone, yet she recalled the peculiar entities encountered in the garage. Regardless of whether their transformation was voluntary, the longing and love they held for their kin were undeniably real. Wu Ming's words trampled upon Nan Wei's humanity. "If that is your perspective, I find there is little left for us to discuss." With that, Nan Wei turned and exited the room. "Miss Nan, you misunderstand." Wu Ming's voice called from behind. "I was referring to those inferior beings, not to your kind." Ignoring her, Nan Wei strode into the bathroom. She searched the bathroom thoroughly, only to find it devoid of mirrors. What could a mirror possibly be? Humans possess an innate curiosity toward that which is forbidden. Although Nan Wei had no intention of looking into a mirror, the mere mention of one piqued her interest. The mineral water jug for her brother's use sat in the bathroom, but she chose not to disturb it, opting instead to turn on the faucet. The water did not flow as the inexplicable substances depicted in horror films. Perhaps due to the height of their floor, the flow was somewhat diminished. The clear, odorless water cascaded gently, flowing into the drain. After washing her face, Nan Wei glanced up at the ceiling light. According to EGO, the polluted zone had been severed from the reality. So where did this water and electricity originate? This question had a rather straightforward answer. Wu Ming was in her brother's room. However, Nan Wei was not inclined to engage with Wu Ming at the moment. She had dinner to attend to. The mere thought of the impending meal filled her with dread. These peculiar beings did not genuinely require sustenance. They merely pretended to consume air. She could not comprehend the purpose of such play acting. Chapter 91. The Parrot with Broken Wings at the Dinner Table. Only her parents were present. Her sister, Wang Yanan, lingered in the kitchen, timidly peering through the doorway at the dining table. From the actions of Mother and Wang Yanan, it is evident that the majority of household chores are orchestrated by Mother, directing Wang Yanan in her tasks. Most likely, it was Wang Yanan who prepared the evening meal. The dining table was laden with repugnant culinary experiments, dishes emanating a foul odor that made Nan Wei feel a wave of nausea. Fortunately, she had grown accustomed to this scent, so outwardly, she displayed no signs of distress. "Son, please eat. You haven't had a proper meal today. You can't survive on canned food alone," Mother said with a tender smile, pushing all the leftover dishes that had graced the table twice before directly in front of Nan Wei. To avoid touching the bizarre offerings, Nan Wei hastily initiated a conversation. She understood that if she did not take the initiative, this dinner could become even more unbearable. Nan Wei mentally prepared herself, realizing she could now address the two odd figures before her as father and mother without any psychological burden. Upon hearing Nan Wei's inquiry, both parents exchanged mysterious smiles, as if they were about to unveil something of great significance. Slowly, father retrieved a cloth bag from beneath the table. Nan Wei's gaze fixated on the bag, her expression subtly shifting. The bag was seeping blood, the vivid crimson starkly illuminated under the dim lights. This was fresh blood. Seeing Nan Wei's hesitation, Mother urged, "Son, quickly open it and see what wonderful gift your father has brought you." Her tone was gentle, yet Nan Wei could sense an undeniable insistence. Under the watchful eyes of the two peculiar figures, Nan Wei recognized her lack of options and complied. She reached for the bag, using the opportunity to push the repulsive food aside, clearing a significant space. As she untied the string and opened the bag, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But her expression soon shifted again. Inside, instead of something grotesque, lay a beautifully feathered parrot. The creature was still alive, albeit barely, struggling for breath. One of its wings was broken, and the feathers below its neck were stained crimson, helplessly resting within the bag, its small, dark eyes occasionally flickering, quietly staring at Nan Wei. What an eccentric fascination this family possesses, Nan Wei mused inwardly, while maintaining a faint smile on her face. Observing her expression, father beamed with pride, his voice filled with self-satisfaction as he boasted about the injured parrot, treating it as a trophy. Feigning innocence, he deliberately emphasized the word injured. During the transaction, this creature pecked at me. Though it did not hurt, I was rather displeased, so I broke its wing. Father's tone was lighthearted, as if recounting a trivial incident. Breaking the wing of a living parrot seemed as inconsequential as casually kicking a pebble by the roadside. Nan Wei discreetly monitored Wang Yanen's reaction at the kitchen doorway and noticed that when father uttered those words, Wang Yanen visibly trembled, her body quaking slightly, seemingly filled with fear. Nan Wei speculated that perhaps similar occurrences had transpired in Wang Yanen's life. This abuse and control over the vulnerable was evidently a disconcerting norm. How intriguing the situation had become, she mused silently. In a matter of moments, the parrot, which had been barely breathing, succumbed completely to its agonizing torment. The parrot was dead. Nan Wei gazed at the lifeless creature, extending her finger to gently caress its head. In her childhood, she had also captured birds, plucking their feathers and consuming them raw, as she had been a wolf back then. However, this had been driven by survival, akin to uprooting vegetables from the earth and serving them at the table. There was no essential difference. She found no pleasure in the senseless cruelty of killing for mere amusement. Observing the deceased parrot, Nan Wei uttered a shocking query. "May I consume it?" The unfortunate fate of the parrot did not conflict with the prospect of feasting on its remains. After all, it was a fresh delicacy presented to her, and given her uncertain duration in this place, she needed to ensure her survival through adequate nourishment. This stark necessity evidently astonished her parents. It nodded in agreement. "No problem. It was meant for you anyway. You decide, for it is already dead." No sooner had the words left its mouth than Nan Wei witnessed the table tremble, sending bowls and plates crashing to the floor, food scattering everywhere. Fortunately, Nan Wei had managed to evade the chaos in time. Now, she felt a wave of joy. This action delighted her as it relieved her from the sight of those peculiar items. The one who had flipped the table was her mother. "What nonsense are you spouting before the child?" The mother's expression was grim, her tone exceedingly brusque, brimming with anger. In the face of her mother's reproach, her father appeared deeply remorseful, repeatedly apologizing. "I was wrong. I was wrong." Nan Wei observed this bizarre interaction and pondered what could have incited such ire in her mother. Why was she angry? Was it because she had suggested making her own decision? Nan Wei scrutinized the mess on the floor with a cold gaze. Or was it because of the mention of death? In fact, her mother had used the term herself, albeit in reference to aging. Perhaps it was the finality of death that was taboo. Since her mother's outburst, Wang Yanen had been crouching at the kitchen door, stifling laughter, and Nan Wei had closely monitored every one of her movements. After her father's apologies, the mother's wrath shifted towards Wang Yanen. "Useless, pathetic creature. What are you hiding there for? Come and clean this up." Wang Yanen's smile vanished under her mother's reprimand, reverting to a timid demeanor. Nan Wei focused on Wang Yanen's frail silhouette, convinced that the smile held deeper significance. Certain answers were on the verge of revelation. Chapter 92, Sudden Memories. "Out of control, Wang Yanen. You need to clean this bird, for I intend to eat it." Once Wang Yanen had tidied the mess, Nan Wei called out to her, "I will accompany you. Make sure to clean it properly, for I shall be watching." With that, she urged Wang Yanen to hasten. She had no desire to bully Wang Yanen. Rather, this provided her a legitimate opportunity to enter the kitchen and examine it thoroughly. Mother gradually calmed down from her fury. Upon seeing that her beloved son exhibited no adverse reaction, she let out a sigh of relief. "My dear, did I frighten you?" Her tone was imbued with genuine remorse, exuding sincerity in abundance. "No," Nan Wei replied, casually shaking his head. "You have been overwhelmed with the responsibility of caring for us. The pressure is immense, and you must be exhausted. A moment of rest will surely do you good." He uttered these words, which were far from the truth, in a dismissive manner towards his mother. Nevertheless, she appeared quite pleased, nodding repeatedly after hearing him, and then, with the support of his father, settled onto the sofa. Nan Wei followed Wang Yanen into the kitchen, immediately embarking on her observation. Her eyes swiftly scanned the cabinets and the surfaces, searching for the presence of knives. The kitchen's layout was rather simple. One side featured a sink and stove, while the opposite side housed cabinets and a countertop. There were some residual water stains in the sink, yet no dirty dishes were piled up. The stove, too, was devoid of any noticeable grease, giving an impression of cleanliness. The cabinet doors were tightly shut, not carelessly ajar, creating a sense of orderliness. Nan Wei's gaze fell upon the countertop, where several common kitchen items were neatly arranged, such as spice jars, dishcloths, and a vegetable washing basket. However, she found no sign of a kitchen knife, which should be an essential tool in any normal kitchen. Approaching the cabinets, she feigned boredom and gently opened a drawer. Inside lay some utensils, a pair of chopsticks, spoons, and bowls, but still no knife. She proceeded to open another drawer, which contained cleaning supplies like dish soap and cloths, yet the elusive knife remained absent. Continuing her inspection of several more drawers and cabinets yielded the same result. Indeed, there were no kitchen knives in the kitchen, aligning perfectly with the stipulation that no tools capable of causing harm to family members would be present in the home, and that such dangerous items should not be mentioned in front of family. This only deepened Nan Wei's curiosity about why the blood-stained scissors and knife had been found on Wang Yanen's bed. The presence of these items, which clearly had no place in this household, in the hands of the most voiceless Wang Yanen, was particularly thought-provoking. Observing her parents' demeanor, it seemed they were unaware of this matter, indicating a concealed secret, perhaps even a perilous signal. Wang Yanen meticulously cleaned up the fragments and disposed of the leftovers in the trash. Nan Wei stood by, watching Wang Yanen's actions. Wang Yanen, attend to that parrot. Nan Wei's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable command. Wang Yanen's body trembled slightly. She looked up with pleading eyes at Nan Wei. Brother, could we not eat this parrot? It is still warm. Her voice was soft and quivering, revealing her unwillingness. Nan Wei understood the reason behind Wang Yanen's plea. Perhaps she, too, had once experienced the breaking of her wings at their father's hands, making her empathize with the parrot's plight. However, Nan Wei was acutely aware that she had lost copious amounts of blood and now required sustenance. Even the smallest parrot constituted a source of nourishment. To survive, she had no luxury of compassion. No, this is my demand. I am a boy. Nan Wei's voice was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. In this household, Wang Yanen occupied the lowest tier, possessing no authority to refuse her brother's request. Indeed, Wang Yanen, with a sorrowful expression, cradled the parrot and approached the sink, beginning the clumsy task of plucking its feathers. Her movements were so awkward that, in Nan Wei's eyes, they could only be described as chaotic. She harbored serious doubts that, with Wang Yanen's handling, the parrot would retain a single unblemished patch of skin by the end. Clumsy fool, unable even to pluck feathers, Nan Wei muttered in disdain. Yet her hands moved with remarkable swiftness. Upon testing, she discovered that the gas stove functioned properly, allowing her to boil some water and facilitate the process of feather removal. Just as she was about to offer guidance to Wang Yanen, she heard her utter a statement. No, I usually buy chickens and ducks directly. I have never plucked feathers or killed a living creature. At this juncture, Wang Yanen suddenly faltered. This unusual pause in her speech prompted Nan Wei to turn and look. Her eyes widened, pupils constricting sharply, as if startled by a sudden recollection. I have never killed. Wang Yanen gazed at Nan Wei, her lips trembling, seemingly on the verge of articulating something, yet no sound emerged. She stood frozen, her gaze hollow and filled with terror as it shifted toward the vegetable washing basket on the counter, as if it were a portal to hell that she had inadvertently opened. With a thud, the lifeless parrot slipped from Wang Yanen's grasp. Yet, the utterly dazed Wang Yanen remained oblivious to this occurrence. Nan Wei scrutinized her, perplexed by what thoughts were consuming her mind. I did not, Wang Yanen began to murmur, her eyes fixed on Nan Wei's face. It was not me, I did not. Wang Yanen's expression gradually unraveled. Fixating on Nan Wei's eyes, she suddenly inquired, Who are you? Her legs seemed to lose all strength, trembling uncontrollably as she staggered a few steps before collapsing heavily to the ground. It was not me. I did not. I did not. Her body shook violently, each tremor resembling a silent scream. A stifled whimper emerged from Wang Yanen's throat, akin to a wounded beast lamenting in despair. The once bright lights in the room began to flicker ominously. The formerly pristine white walls transformed, revealing patches of dark brown, stains barely visible beneath the white paint. Nan Wei hastily approached the counter and seized a vegetable washing basket. As she lifted the basket, it unveiled a rectangular mark beneath, a testament to years of being placed there, stained by the grime of oil and smoke. Nan Wei narrowed her eyes slightly. The position, the shape, this was the outline of a missing knife rack. Chapter 93, Abnormal Affection. Rule number 4. Do not look in the mirror, do not seek the truth. Though Nan Wei harbored a curiosity about the whereabouts of the mirror, she had no intention of deliberately seeking the truth. The world is rife with inexplicable phenomena. She resolved not to pursue the truth, yet it seemed that the truth was intent on revealing itself. Wang Yanan, you must remain calm. If it were not imperative, Nan Wei would have preferred to avoid the bizarre situation altogether, but the moment demanded action. She crouched down, attempting to grasp Wang Yanan's shoulders, only to have her evade the gesture instinctively. Wang Yanan curled into a ball, repeatedly murmuring, "It wasn't me." The flickering lights intensified, and the dark brown stains on the white walls became increasingly pronounced. Sounds emanated from the living room, leading Nan Wei to suspect that her parents were undergoing a similar transformation. "Wang Yanan, I command you to calm down." Nan Wei's tone was grave. She understood that Wang Yanan's state could not persist without dire consequences. Ordinarily, her brother's words would bear weight with Wang Yanan. Strangely, however, Wang Yanan exhibited no change in response to Nan Wei's entreaty, instead shoving her and screaming, "Get away! Get away!" Had the pact dissolved? Nan Wei rose, retreating 2 steps, her expression grave. Previously, when her parents transformed, the changes were confined to them alone. This time, while Wang Yanan's appearance remained unchanged, the surrounding environment was profoundly affected. "Get away!" Wang Yanan's screams were piercing. Nan Wei contemplated the rules, which made no mention of refraining from using force. Perhaps she should consider a means to incapacitate Wang Yanan. She resolved to abandon the confrontation with Wang Yanan and exited through the kitchen. Although escaping the house seemed inconsequential, being trapped in the narrow confines of the kitchen could lead to a swifter demise than in the living room. Just then, a figure suddenly burst into the kitchen. Nan Wei instinctively stepped back, fists clenched, fully prepared to confront the impending threat. To her surprise, the figure was not advancing towards her, but instead delivered a harsh kick to the crouching, screaming Wang Yanan. What madness is this? It was her father, storming in with fury, knocking Wang Yanan to the ground with a furious kick. "Are you trying to embarrass your father? Do you want the neighbors to witness my disgrace?" As her father yelled louder, he continued to mercilessly kick Wang Yanan. "Father!" The moment Wang Yanan was knocked down, she regained her composure, looking up in terror at her enraged father. A torrent of outrageous insults spewed forth from his lips, akin to the fangs of a venomous serpent, laced with cold malice and fiery anger, mercilessly striking at Wang Yanan's already fragile psyche. With each kick, he seemed to unleash his pent-up dissatisfaction and fury, as though Wang Yanan embodied the source of all his discontent. Wang Yanan collapsed onto the ground, her body curled up as if attempting to shield herself from the onslaught of relentless blows. Tremors coursed through her frame, her muscles taut, resembling a fragile vessel poised to shatter under the weight of merciless torment. Tragically, she bore this ceaseless agony in silence, too fearful to utter a sound, lest it incite her father's wrath and intensify the storm of violence that engulfed her. At that moment, her mother appeared at the threshold of the kitchen, coldly observing the scene with eyes devoid of compassion, instead reflecting a sinister delight. A laugh escaped her lips, laced with mockery and disdain. Deservedly so, she seemed to think. "We are all at home, yet you dare to bully your brother. Let us see how your father deals with you." As soon as her father had struck Wang Yanan, the strange phenomena that had arisen from her emotional turmoil vanished, much to Nan Wei's surprise. She had assumed that Wang Yanan's loss of control would not only affect the environment, but would also directly influence their parents' behavior. However, the reality diverged from her expectations. Contrary to her speculations, their parents appeared unchanged, still resembling ordinary humans on the surface. The oddities revealed through their actions and words stemmed solely from an innate loathing for Wang Yanan. It appeared that the influences on their parents and Wang Yanan emanated from two distinct yet independent forces. Regardless of which side it was, both exhibited a palpable aversion to death. The vanished knife rack, the concealed blood-stained scissors and kitchen knives, the grotesque family dynamics, and the dark stains on their parents' pajamas all hinted at a grim history. One party had likely inflicted some cruel act upon the other, potentially resulting in death. On the surface, it seemed more probable that the dominant parents had taken their daughter's life. Yet, the catalyst for Wang Yanan's emotional breakdown was the haunting phrase, "Never killed a living being." Perhaps the truth was, in fact, entirely the opposite. Had Wang Yanan single-handedly slain 3? Nan Wei gazed at the frail figure of Wang Yanan curled up on the floor, feeling a pang of surprise. Standing by, she witnessed this tragic family farce unfold. Her heart heavy with unease, she sensed Wang Yanan's terror and helplessness, while also perceiving the twisted and obsessive fury lurking behind her father's anger. This familial discord was far more intricate than mere quarrels on the surface. It concealed a long-standing oppression and an inequitable relationship, a suffering that had been ignored. Had Wang Yanan truly erred in any way? To Nan Wei's eyes, she had done nothing wrong. Yet, within this household, Wang Yanan's very existence was perceived as a burden, disgraceful and loathsome, yet simultaneously impossible to cast aside. There was no affection for Wang Yanan, only concern for their son, the brother who took advantage of the weak and bullied those beneath him. Wang Yanan, in her meek yearning for familial love, found herself ensnared in a distorted notion of affection. Like a leaky basket, she thirsted to be filled with warmth. Could love, begged for and coerced, truly be considered love? Yet, it was not entirely devoid of others who cherished Wang Yanan. If one were to choose a pillar of solace, the girl who graced the pages of the diary would indeed be quite fitting. Regrettably, Nan Wei remains oblivious to the intricacies of what transpired between that girl and her parents. Chapter 94. A timely intervention. Nan Wei stood there in silence. Were a human being the one facing violence, she would undoubtedly have rushed to their aid. However, the entity being assaulted was an enigmatic creature that should have perished. By all accounts, she had no obligation to intervene. In fact, it would be preferable if the 3 of them engaged in a fierce struggle to the death. Observing the scene with detached indifference was far from effortless. A sense of discomfort gripped Nan Wei as she weighed the pros and cons, deliberating whether to speak up on behalf of Wang Yanan. Her identity as a sister did not grant her immunity from peril. The original brother had merely been a pitiful creature, bestowed with certain privileges under the suffocating grip of distorted control. Should she choose to intervene, it might ignite a greater conflict and even place her in jeopardy. Yet, she could not bear to witness Wang Yanan enduring such maltreatment. If Lu Ji were present, he would have already charged forth. The thought of Lu Ji flickered in her mind, leading Nan Wei to a resolution. With swift and decisive action, she grasped her father's arm and forcefully pulled him several steps away, halting his onslaught on Wang Yanan. Her enraged father was momentarily taken aback by her actions, and then turned to her with a tone laced with dissatisfaction and reproach. "What are you doing?" Nan Wei stood there, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Yet her gaze conveyed an undeniable resolve. "What if you injure her? Who will care for me then? Mother would have to work even harder. Since a lesson has already been imparted, let this suffice. It would be improper for the neighbors to overhear." Her words, though seemingly considerate of her father's feelings, were, in truth, a clever manipulation of his pride to shield Wang Yanan. Indeed, this tactic proved effective. Her father, who was particularly concerned with appearances, found his anger somewhat alleviated by her remarks. He pondered her words for a moment and then nodded in agreement. "That makes sense." He adjusted his hair and night clothes, casting a frosty glance at Wang Yanan. "If you dare act this way again, I shall deal with you." Upon witnessing this exchange, their mother beamed with satisfaction. She approached and linked her arm with her husband's, her tone imbued with approval. "Look at our precious son, growing ever more sensible." Her gaze lingered on Nan Wei, filled with affection and pride, as if every word and action of hers brought immense comfort. "Yes, indeed, our son is maturing, learning to consider his parents." The 2 mysterious entities exchanged a glance of contentment towards Nan Wei, arm in arm, and departed. A sigh of relief escaped Nan Wei's lips. Fortunately, no uncontrollable situation had arisen. In considering her parents' welfare, she had merely performed what a son ought to do, an entirely rule-abiding act. She lowered her gaze, catching sight of Wang Yanan still curled on the ground, trembling, and a flicker of sympathy crossed her eyes. She approached, crouched down, and poked Wang Yanan, speaking in a seemingly nonchalant tone. "Hey, I won't hit you anymore. Get up." According to the information currently available to Nan Wei, it was expected that the anomaly would be devoid of pain sensation. Whether it was due to physical pain or overwhelming fear, under Nan Wei's urging, the peculiar Wang Yanan struggled several times before managing to rise, barely supporting himself with the ground. Leaning against the cupboard, Wang Yanan swayed slightly, appearing as though he might collapse again at any moment, his expression still rife with terror, reflecting a wretched state. His gaze was vacant and bewildered. The recent assault and verbal abuse had left profound scars within him. For Wang Yanan, the torment of the spirit was far more brutal than the physical blows. "Would you like to rest for a moment?" Due to the constraints of his position, Nan Wei could not afford to show excessive concern for Wang Yanan. Upon hearing Nan Wei's voice, Wang Yanan trembled slightly. He lifted his head, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He looked at Nan Wei, his lips moving as if to utter something, yet ultimately, he merely shook his head gently, his gaze dimming once more. "Oh, do as you please." Nan Wei stood up and walked over to the sink, picking up the parrot that had fallen to the ground, rinsing off the blood beneath the faucet. "Ah, brother, let me help." Sister Wang Yanan, alarmed by Nan Wei's actions, unsteadily approached, eager to take over. Nan Wei brusquely shoved Wang Yanan aside, the cold touch unsettling her. "Go away, go away." Brother Nan Wei unceremoniously dismissed his sister. "I'll roast the burr myself. Step aside and don't interfere." Cast aside, Wang Yanan quietly leaned against the wall, watching as Nan Wei skillfully boiled water and plucked feathers. Before long, the vibrant parrot had transformed into a bare, lifeless bird. Lacking tools, it was difficult to open the parrot's belly. The brother was a spoiled child who only knew how to play. Performing a raw dismemberment of the bird in the face of the anomaly wouldn't be appropriate, so Nan Wei abandoned the idea of extracting the entrails. "Oh, parrot, did you empty your bowels before you died?" Nan Wei hoped that the parrot had gone hungry for a few days, leaving its stomach empty. However, given the parrot's small size, how much could its intestines possibly contain? In the past, when consuming raw meat, he had never been concerned with such details. Using chopsticks, Nan Wei skewered the parrot, ignited a flame, and began to roast it. Some fine down remained unremoved, and the air filled with a faint scent of burning protein. "Thank you." Wang Yanan's voice came from behind Nan Wei, timid and filled with gratitude. "I did it for myself. You were too noisy, unbearably unpleasant, disrupting my meal." Nan Wei kept his gaze fixed on the parrot roasting over the fire, not looking up. "Still, thank you." Wang Yanan's voice trembled, seemingly struggling to contain her emotions. "For the first time in your life, you have helped me." The flames crackled as they cooked the parrot's skin, transforming its white exterior into a charred golden hue. Releasing the aroma of roasted meat, Nan Wei picked up a nearby bottle containing white seasoning, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. "Very good, it's salt, clumped but not spoiled." It seems that for the past decade, no meals have been prepared in this household. The salt shaker likely remains unopened. There is no need to endure tasteless roasted parrot. Nan Wei's mood has significantly improved, yet she still feigns disdain and shoots a glare at Wang Yanan. "I mentioned it was because you were too noisy, and you continue to be so," she retorts. Nan Wei takes a handful of salt and carelessly sprinkles it over the roasted parrot. The pristine white grains dissolve in the oil upon the skin, and as Nan Wei swallows, she turns off the heat, allows it to cool, and prepares to indulge. "Are you my brother?" Chapter 95. Identity in question. Nan Wei pauses, the aroma of the roasted parrot permeating the air. However, her attention is entirely focused on Wang Yanan's inquiry. Slowly, she turned her head, her gaze landing on Wang Yanan's pale and haggard face. There is a hint of confusion and unease in Wang Yanan's eyes, mingled with a touch of bewilderment. "Are you my brother?" Wang Yanan's voice is barely above a whisper, almost as if she were speaking to herself, Yet Nan Wei hears her clearly. Nan Wei's pupils flicker. She realizes that this question conceals a deeper significance. Wang Yanan has begun to doubt her identity. She understands that she must not reveal her true self easily, especially within this family rife with twisted emotions and peril. She must tread carefully to prevent Wang Yanan's suspicions from deepening. Why do you ask that? Have you bumped your head? Or shall I give you a beating instead? Finally, Nan Wei speaks, her tone laced with impatience, as if she finds Wang Yanan's question tiresome. Wang Yanan's body trembles slightly, seemingly startled by Nan Wei's tone. She lowers her head, her voice even softer now. I just feel that you seem a bit different today. A cold laugh escapes Nan Wei's lips as she deliberately adopts a disdainful expression. Different? In what way? Are you trying to find an excuse to get closer to me? Wang Yanan quickly shakes her head, a hint of panic evident in her voice. No, I don't mean that. I just think you seem a bit gentler than before. Nan Wei's heart stirs. She realizes that Wang Yanan has begun to sense something amiss. This is a girl with a keen eye, long subjected to familial oppression, which has made her cautious and adept at reading the atmosphere. Nan Wei's unusual demeanor has been sharply perceived. She must swiftly redirect the conversation to prevent Wang Yanan from probing further. Gentle? Nan Wei scoffs. Have you lost your mind? When have I ever been gentle? If you continue to speak nonsense, I will inform father and let him teach you a lesson. Wang Yanan's body jolts, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. She bows her head, too frightened to speak further, merely standing silently by, as if awaiting Nan Wei's next command. Observing Wang Yanan's reaction, Nan Wei's feelings are complex. She knows her recent words have likely instilled more fear in Wang Yanan, yet she has no other choice. In this household, she must convincingly play the role of a brother. Otherwise, the consequences of exposure would be dire. Silence envelopes the kitchen. Nan Wei lowered her head and took a bite of the roasted parrot, the meat tender and succulent, although slightly charred in flavor. Overall, it was rather enjoyable. As she ate, her mind raced with thoughts of her next course of action. It was only the first day, yet Wang Yanan had already begun to suspect her true identity. She needed to find a way to escape this household swiftly. Otherwise, she would inevitably reveal her vulnerabilities to these peculiar beings. Please leave. You are in the way. Nan Wei waved her hand, signaling Wang Yanan to exit the kitchen. Wang Yanan nodded silently and turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Nan Wei felt a twinge of remorse. She understood that Wang Yanan had endured too much pain and oppression within this family. Yet, she could not offer her assistance to survive. She must continue to play the role of the brother who bullied Wang Yanan. With a soft sigh, Nan Wei resumed her meal. She had to find a breakthrough quickly. This household felt overwhelmingly stifling, and she despised it. After finishing the parrot, she noticed the living room was deserted. Her mother had overturned the table, leaving no dinner. Wang Yanan was in her storage room. She closed the door and leaned against it, exhaling a long breath. The earlier scene had been suffocating, especially the sense of helplessness when facing Wang Yanan, which left her feeling quite uncomfortable. She approached the bedside and sat down. What are you laughing at? Wu Ming sat in the adjacent chair, observing Nan Wei with a knowing smile. That scene just now was rather amusing, wasn't it? Amusing? Nan Wei raised an eyebrow. In what sense? They're a family, whether human or peculiar beings. They always have been. As your kind would say, blood is thicker than water, yet they torment one another. Wu Ming maintained a knowing smile, leaning forward with hands resting on his knees. Such behavior is absent among wild animal kin. Humans are truly fascinating creatures. Do you not find it intriguing? Nan Wei shot Wu Ming a glance. Intriguing? All I see is one-sided bullying. I believe your choice of words may be inaccurate. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming's smile deepened. You only perceive what you're capable of seeing, or more aptly, what you wish to see. Wu Ming's gaze was devoid of warmth. If you do not seek the truth, how can you be certain that what you know is the entirety? Seek the truth? Nan Wei regarded Wu Ming, her expression darkening slightly. Rule number 4. Do not look in mirrors. Do not seek the truth when summer ends. You may leave home. The rule stated not to seek the truth, yet Wu Ming was enticing her to do just that. His previous actions had posed no harm to her. On the contrary, they had all been to her benefit. Nan Wei struggled to comprehend Wu Ming's intentions. Was his assistance merely to lead her to uncover the truth of this place? Nan Wei found herself unable to fathom Wu Ming's objectives. The rules were meant to protect humans, and, clearly, seeking the truth could plunge them into peril. If only she possessed the means to protect herself or had a formidable ally, perhaps she could dare to pursue the truth. With an ever-curious mind, Nan Wei found her thoughts becoming increasingly animated at this moment. However, the existence of the enigmatic is inherently perilous and unpredictable. The notion of seeking assistance from the mysterious is undeniably somewhat mad. The other anomalies she had encountered were relatively manageable, yet this one, known only as Nameless, was exceedingly astute. As Nan Wei contemplated this, she cast a cold smile in the direction of Nameless. "I have a question for you." Nameless remained silent, merely nodding with a smile. "You brought me to this place, did you not?" Chapter 96. Unraveling the Mystery. Reaching an accord, Nan Wei's tone was casual, as if she were inquiring about breakfast plans. "Ah, so it is indeed you." She nodded without surprise, a slight smile gracing her lips. She had long suspected that Nameless was behind everything, though she had not anticipated such a prompt admission. Her gaze fixed on Nameless, revealing a hint of curiosity and wariness. "Why?" Nan Wei's voice remained calm, yet it bore an undeniable air of authority. Nameless maintained its enigmatic smile, as if Nan Wei's inquiry was already anticipated. Leaning back in its chair, crossed its legs, exuding an air of ease and an elusive glimmer in its eyes. "Why?" Nameless echoed her question, laced with amusement. "Miss Nan, what do you believe motivates my actions?" Yet, its expression remained unchanged, like a mask concealing its true intentions. "You brought me here to uncover the truth?" Nan Wei ventured cautiously. She furrowed her brow, disliking the circular nature of their conversation, particularly when engaging with such an inscrutable being. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to address the matter directly. "Nameless, what do you truly desire?" Her tone turned frosty. "If your only aim is to observe, I suggest you abandon that notion. I have no interest in your games." Nameless continued to smile, seemingly unaffected by her words. It gently shook its head, its tone tinged with resignation. "Miss Nan, you misunderstand. I am not playing games. I have merely taken a keen interest in you." "An interest in me?" "I believe we were previously unacquainted. You bring a stranger to this place and claim to be interested in her?" Nan Wei raised an eyebrow. "And what of that doppelganger? What is her situation? Is she human or an anomaly? Why is she pursuing me?" Its figure appeared particularly elongated under the bright lights, the black cloak swaying gently with its movements. "I am afraid I cannot disclose anything regarding those two questions." It turned its back to Nan Wei, speaking in a low, deliberate tone. "Huh." Nan Wei's expression hardened. "Since you refuse to divulge anything, there is little point in our conversation. Miss Nan, you are a most extraordinary individual. Your composure, your intellect, your courage, all of these qualities pique my curiosity. I wish to know the extent of your capabilities." Nameless turned to face her, its gaze penetrating. "I have assisted you on numerous occasions, have I not?" Nan Wei remained silent for a moment. She remained uncertain about the authenticity of Wu Ming's words. Yet she could not easily place her trust in something so enigmatic. Nan Wei rose to her feet and approached Wu Ming, her gaze fixed intently upon its face. "I am unaware of your true intentions. You refuse to divulge them, leaving me powerless in this regard." A hint of an elusive emotion flickered in Wu Ming's eyes, as if it were deep in contemplation. After a brief pause, it nodded gently. "Very well, but it is not a matter of simplicity." Noticing that Nan Wei appeared genuinely agitated, Wu Ming's smile took on a shade of remorse. "If I were to tell you that your arrival here was entirely unforeseen, would you believe me? Even if it was an accident, it occurred because of you. Should you not bear some responsibility for it? Miss Nan, are you issuing me a command?" Wu Ming fixed its gaze upon Nan Wei, suddenly releasing a chilling aura that had been suppressed. The oppressive atmosphere intensified, crashing down upon Nan Wei like a tempest. The temperature in the room plummeted below freezing, a menacing aura coiling around Nan Wei like a venomous serpent. Taller than Nan Wei, Wu Ming towered over her, yet she held her ground, slightly raising her chin and stepping forward, exhibiting no inclination to retreat. The tension in the room thickened palpably. Nan Wei's eyes remained calm and resolute. showing no signs of yielding to Wu Ming's overwhelming presence. Her gaze met Wu Ming's, silently proclaiming her unwillingness to capitulate. Wu Ming observed Nan Wei, a complex emotion crossing its features before it closed its eyes, adopting a posture of attentive listening. The corners of Wu Ming's mouth curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile. "Miss Nan, you are indeed fascinating," it remarked softly, a tone of admiration lacing its voice. "As a being of higher existence, few can maintain such composure under my pressure." Nan Wei continued to gaze steadily into Wu Ming's eyes, determined not to exhibit any sign of weakness, particularly in the presence of such an inscrutable entity. "Oh, few. Yet that implies some do remain unafraid of you enigmatic beings." Upon hearing this, Wu Ming's eyelids fluttered, as if struck by an epiphany, and it suddenly erupted into joyful laughter. "Indeed, Miss Nan, you are correct. There are many brave souls among humanity." Wu Ming regarded Nan Wei with a knowing smile. "Your recent words echo those of a dear, departed friend of mine. I believe, had he lived, you two would have forged a friendship." "Departed? Alive?" Nan Wei echoed these two words, a surge of trepidation rising within her at the thought of Wu Ming revealing the name of the person she had sought for 2 years. "Miss Nan, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. In truth, I have been aiding you throughout your journey, have I not?" Wu Ming turned to gaze into the vast darkness beyond the window. "I am a being of the unknown, and the highest will is to me akin to the bond between a child and their mother. Although I can traverse the contaminated zones freely, there exist absolute taboos I must not breach. I hope you can comprehend this. I cannot assist you in leaving directly. You have the option to follow the guidance of that entity or not. However, I assure you that within my capabilities, should you find yourself in an inescapable predicament, I can ensure your survival." Gazing into the unfathomable depths of the Nameless One's eyes, Nan Wei nodded decisively. "Very well, it's a deal." Chapter 97. The little-known truth. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, my mother knocked on the door. "Sweetheart, please refrain from wandering about at night. Stay in your room." After uttering these words, she intended to engage in a brief conversation with Nan Wei, but was promptly dismissed. Initially, Nan Wei had planned to stealthily explore the house in the dead of night. However, to her dismay, after her mother departed, she found herself unable to open the bedroom door. Is being unable to exit my room considered a domestic affair? Nan Wei was astonished by the extent of her mother's control. Outside, the perilous and unpredictable darkness loomed, and the locked bedroom door left Nan Wei feeling quite irked. Yet, despite her annoyance, she recognized the multitude of pressing matters at hand, understanding that rash actions could lead to catastrophe. Fortunately, the Nameless One had slightly reassured her, revealing that Night Geo was still alive and would not perish in the near future. This piece of relatively good news allowed Nan Wei to find a semblance of calm. After thoroughly searching the bedroom once more, even perusing magazines, Nan Wei made a singular new discovery. She noticed that, in less than a day's time, the features of the figure in the photograph had seemingly become clearer, and the more she gazed, the more unsettling it appeared. "You should find it familiar." This time, the Nameless One readily addressed Nan Wei's inquiry. "You have assumed this strange identity, thus the image will gradually morph to reflect your features." Having encountered numerous peculiarities, Nan Wei's emotions had grown numb. "That cannot be. The original person you mentioned has already been consumed by me. To be precise, I devoured both the body and the soul, leaving behind a vacant identity, which you subsequently filled upon acquiring the car keys." The Nameless One smiled and shook his head. "The anomalies within the contaminated zone, as well as those who enter it, are bound by corresponding identities and stances. This is an unbreakable rule." "Oh, who established this unbreakable rule?" Nan Wei was genuinely curious, as it likely pertained to the overarching regulations. It was jointly formulated by the Supreme Will and that entity. The Nameless One did not shy away from the topic. Upon hearing this, Nan Wei did not exhibit any particular reaction. Two entities of opposing stances had established certain unyielding rules for both to adhere to in a game of opposition. "Oh, understood." Nan Wei chose not to pursue the matter further. Little did she know that the information regarding the unbreakable rules disclosed by the Nameless One was known to only a handful of humans within this world. The vast majority continued to speculate on why the rules wielded such formidable influence within the contaminated zone, and who had devised those rules. In later discussions with others about this matter, Nan Wei would come to realize that she had unknowingly unearthed a staggering truth about this world. With nothing left to occupy her time, she resolved to take a rest. Although Nan Wei remarked that the nameless figure beside her disturbed her slumber, it stubbornly refused to depart, even shunning concealment and insistently standing at the head of her bed. Nan Wei found herself powerless against it, reluctantly acquiescing to its presence. She tidied the disheveled clothes scattered across the bed, only to discover 6 large black stains on the sheets, resembling an oversized character sprawled across the fabric. Why, of all things, had the sheets not been changed? This brother was rather unsanitary, wasn't he? Nan Wei could not comprehend why. During the afternoon cleaning, Wang Yanan had neglected to tidy the bed. To make matters worse, she found nothing in her room to substitute for bedding, only an assortment of clothes. While she harbored no particular obsession with cleanliness, who would willingly sleep upon a filthy surface? That night passed without any further incidents. Tranquil as the majority of nights in Nan Wei's past, neither her parents nor Wang Yanan made an appearance. The night swiftly elapsed, and she permitted the peculiar entity to remain at her bedside while she enjoyed a sound sleep. Upon awakening, Nan Wei was astonished to find the nameless figure still standing in place, frozen in the same position it had maintained since she had drifted off. "Good morning, Miss Nan." It greeted her with a smile, the clock indicating it was 5 in the morning. "Is that so? Thank you. You truly stood there all night? Do you possess some peculiar fascination with watching humans sleep?" The nameless figure smiled, but offered no response. Stretching, Nan Wei glanced out the window, only to be met with the oppressive darkness outside, rendering everything invisible. Her phone had run out of battery, and with the outside world enveloped in perpetual twilight, this unending gloom was sheer torment for an ordinary human. Approaching the door, she attempted to open it, but to no avail. Did this imply she must await permission to exit? Not wishing to dwell on it further, Nan Wei retrieved the fermented black bean fish she had opened the previous day and began to eat silently. It was excessively salty. She had forgotten to bring in a bucket of water, unaware that she would be unable to venture outside. As she ate, tears silently streamed down her cheeks. Her mother had not mentioned that Nan Wei could leave the room, and the door remained resolutely closed. Following the incident where Wang Yanan had questioned her identity, Nan Wei was reluctant to engage in any behavior that might further arouse suspicion from the other 2 enigmatic figures. It seemed this brother was typically a slothful character, indifferent to labor or sustenance, who slept until the sun was high in the sky. It was not until 8 o'clock that her mother came to knock on the door. "Darling, it's time for breakfast." This was both good and bad news. Nan Wei felt a mix of joy and dismay. Finally, she could step outside, yet she was faced with the prospect of breakfast. There was no way she could stomach that dreadful culinary concoction. As she opened the door, she hastily devised a strategy to avoid eating breakfast. However, her mental exertion proved futile for today, as breakfast consisted of absolutely nothing. The table was filled with bowls and plates, all containing an abundance of air. "Son, why aren't you eating? It's been a whole night. Are you not hungry? Were you frightened yesterday and feeling unwell?" Her father expressed genuine concern for Nan Wei's empty stomach. "No, I'm about to eat," Nan Wei said as she picked up her chopsticks, pretentiously grasping at empty air before placing it in her mouth, chewing enthusiastically and exclaiming, "Delicious." Chapter 98, Breaking the Stalemate. The admission letter for the next 3 days, Nan Wei's exploration could be described as sluggish at best. She did not catch another glimpse of Wang Yanan, as the storage room door was locked from the outside. Nan Wei speculated that her parents may have confined Wang Yanan to her room as a form of punishment for a perceived wrongdoing the day before. This behavior aligned with the family's abusive tendencies towards their daughter. Her father continued to don his pajamas for work each day, yet he never carried any belongings with him. Nan Wei was filled with curiosity regarding the nature of his work, yet he remained tight-lipped about it. With no apparent clues, Nan Wei dedicated herself to unearthing any information she could. Fortunately, aside from the hours reserved for rest, her range of movement was relatively expansive. She had access to her brother's bedroom, her parents' room, the kitchen, the bathroom, and the living room. In those places where she could easily enter, she concocted various excuses to investigate repeatedly, yet her efforts yielded naught. There were no unusual findings, nor did she uncover the mirror mentioned in the rules. Now, only 2 locations remained that warranted further exploration: the storage room, where Wang Yanan resided, and another room situated deep within the house, locked since the beginning and whose purpose remained ambiguous. Nan Wei gazed at the locked door, tempted several times to kick it open, but ultimately refrained. What excuse could she possibly conjure? This dilemma troubled her greatly. Another day swiftly passed, and once again it was time for dinner. Nan Wei sat at the dining table with her parents, feigning consumption of an empty meal while contemplating how to incite some commotion. After 4 consecutive days of this monotonous routine, she realized she could not continue in this endless manner. A catalyst for change was needed. Suddenly, a knock resonated from the front door. With all family members present, it could only be an outsider. Nan Wei quietly remained seated, eager to observe what her peculiar parents would do next. Who could it be at this hour? Her mother grumbled, yet she reluctantly shuffled over to open the door. For the first time, the door swung open without her father being the one to leave for work. Peering outside, Nan Wei spotted a man clad in a delivery uniform, equally enigmatic. "Hello, may I ask for?" the courier inquired, mentioning a name that Nan Wei had never heard before engaging in a brief exchange and handing her mother an envelope-like object. "Is it here?" Her father seemed to have an inkling of what had arrived. Her mother nodded excitedly. "Yes, it's here." Nan Wei's curiosity about the contents of the envelope piqued as her mother handed it to her. "Darling, your admission letter has arrived. Open it quickly and see." "Oh." Nan Wei glanced at the envelope, which bore a lengthy address. The recipient named Wang Yaozu. Originally, I was named Wang Yaozu, while Nan Wei quietly sweated in his heart, to align with his brother's identity. Nan Wei could only feign great joy as he opened the envelope. It contained an admission letter from a private high school, devoid of anything novel, merely detailing the date and location for enrollment. Since their father had already secured the school, the dispatch of the admission letter was likely just a formality. Ecstatically, Nan Wei twirled around 3 times with the admission letter in hand, seizing the opportunity to declare, "I wish to celebrate." Undoubtedly, their precious son was entering high school, and such an occasion called for a grand celebration. "I wish to buy many things, all the items I have long desired, and I also want to decorate our home, inviting the neighbors so everyone knows this splendid news." Nan Wei enthusiastically began to plan the festivities. His parents exchanged glances, and his mother nodded with a smile. "All right, you can have your way, but there is one condition. You must refrain from speaking carelessly. Under no circumstances should you mention that your father used his connections to get you into this school. Just say you earned it on your own. As for your exam results, embellish them a bit. After all, they want to know the truth. You must be cautious this time," his father added with concern. Okay. Nan Wei eagerly nodded in agreement, eager to set things in motion. The house needed tidying up, and he decided to enlist Wang Yanan's help. His parents, of course, had no objections to this request. However, it was already quite late, and he was tired. "Let us wait until tomorrow when Dad is at work to start cleaning, so we don't disturb his rest," he said. His mother, smiling brightly, replied, "Look, our son is becoming more like an adult." His father nodded in appreciation. "Indeed, you have taught him well." Observing the peculiar exchange of flattery between his parents, Nan Wei couldn't suppress a cold smirk. After breakfast, his father left for work, and Wang Yanan was released. Wang Yanan, who was strangely deceased, naturally did not experience any hunger or faintness, yet she still appeared quite haggard. "You wretched girl, clean the house inside and out. We're preparing a graduation banquet for your brother," his mother scolded, giving Wang Yanan a shove. Wang Yanan stumbled, nearly falling, and cast a pitiful glance at Nan Wei. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and clean. It must be spotless," Nan Wei said sternly, feigning harshness. Wang Yanan lowered her head and obediently fetched the cleaning tools. Originally, their mother intended to supervise, but Nan Wei volunteered for the task. His mother, pleased with her son's thoughtfulness, allowed him to indulge in his whims. "Mother, there's an important task that only you adults can handle. To divert his mother, Nan Wei quickly assigned her a job. I wish to celebrate soon, preferably tomorrow, so we need to notify the neighbors and purchase some decorations. Since Dad is at work, this task must fall to you. Is it that urgent? Before leaving, his mother playfully kicked Wang Yanan, then spoke to Nan Wei with a smile. Yes, it is very urgent, Nan Wei urged. I am eager to share this with the world. So please, Mother, expedite your preparations. I shall diligently oversee Wang Yanan to ensure that every room is thoroughly cleaned. Nan Wei deliberately emphasized the word every. Once Mother nodded in agreement. Wang Yanan had no grounds for refusal. As expected, Mother, oblivious to the trap in Nan Wei's words, cheerfully nodded her consent. All right, I shall heed your wishes. With the iron door closed, only Nan Wei and Wang Yanan remained in the house. Observing Wang Yanan silently cleaning with her head bowed, Nan Wei approached and seized her tools. Wang Yanan looked up in surprise, confused by his actions. Gazing at her haggard and frail face, Nan Wei earnestly asked, I am set to attend an excellent high school. What about you? Will you simply relinquish your dreams of university? Chapter 99. A sad and cruel memory. Nan Wei's words rendered Wang Yanan speechless. What? Are you so afraid that you cannot even speak? Wang Yanan remained silent. Nan Wei scoffed derisively. Are you truly content to live your life like this? Pitiful and resembling a wretched dog, begging for pity? After a long pause, Wang Yanan finally raised her head, looking at Nan Wei with a sense of grievance. If you're going to good school, then go ahead. Why must you taunt me? You know full well that my parents will not permit me to attend universities out of town, all for your sake. You are being unreasonable. Nan Wei regarded Wang Yanan with a mocking smile. I am your younger brother, and you dare to speak to me in this manner? I did not mean to. I truly. Wang Yanan was taken aback, taking a while to comprehend. Wait, why am I saying this? And how about you? Nan Wei continued to provoke her with words. Do you believe that by adopting the demeanor of a victim before those who bully you, they will show you compassion? Do you think your pitiable appearance will endear you to your parents, even slightly? Wang Yanan lowered her head, motionless, offering no denial of her thoughts. Nan Wei intensified his verbal assault. You are utterly ridiculous. Your mindset is profoundly mistaken. Those who do not like you will never feel sympathy for your weakness. They will mock you, deride you, and use you for their amusement, escalating their bullying. The only girl who has ever treated you kindly is spoken of so disdainfully. Coward, dare only to vent in your diary, lacking even the courage for genuine resistance. Upon hearing Nan Wei's words, Wang Yanan, who had previously remained still, began to tremble violently, the lights flickering slightly. You are merely a pitiful creature who places all hope in others, devoid of ambition and courage. You will never measure up to me, who does nothing. Noticing Wang Yanan's reaction, Nan Wei added maliciously. Indeed, after hearing this, Wang Yanan's response became fervent. I am not a pitiful creature. You speak nonsense. Nan Wei sneered. Which part of my words is nonsense? I resisted. Wang Yanan's head hung low. Her voice choked with sorrow. The white walls, reflecting Wang Yanan's escalating emotions, began to reveal deep, dark stains. Noticing the effectiveness of his provocation, Nan Wei believed that adding a few more sparks would suffice. Is that so? A coward dares to resist, crying and pleading for them to cease their bullying? Ha ha ha. Wang Yanan suddenly lifted her head, her eyes ablaze with a mix of madness and despair. Shut up. I'm going to kill you. At the moment she uttered those words, Nan Wei felt a sudden blur before his eyes. He was standing in the living room, speaking to Wang Yanan. It should still be the living room, yet the lights abruptly extinguished, plunging the surroundings into complete darkness. Nan Wei reached out towards where Wang Yanan had stood, but found nothing but emptiness. Where'd she gone? Nan Wei observed cautiously, noticing faint glimmers of light emanating from the corner, the direction of the storage room, and his brother's bedroom. Something was clearly amiss. Without hesitation, he chose to investigate the storage room first. He tiptoed silently to the corner, only to discover that the source of the light was not from Wang Yanan's storage room, but from a locked, indistinct room deeper inside. It seemed the mystery was about to unfold. With heightened alertness, Nan Wei approached the mysterious room step by step, treading carefully. Suddenly, A wave of icy low pressure surged towards him. His eyes widened. He sensed that the unnamed presence was certainly there to disrupt, given the volume of its voice. The entity laughed innocently, of course not. But Miss Nan, you need not be so tense. Oh, Nan Wei raised an eyebrow. He had expected the entity to utter something along the lines of a promise to ensure her survival, yet it instead declared, yes. The entity extended its hand toward the wall, passing through it effortlessly. Try it. Nan Wei extended her hand, and indeed, it too passed through the wall. The entity swiftly moved in front of her, blocking her path. The truth could be quite brutal. Are you certain you wish to see? Nan Wei shot a glance at the entity. Do I strike you as someone who fears? Not all. The entity smiled, stepping aside. The dim light from the room spilled out into the hallway as Nan Wei stepped inside, only to witness a tragic scene unfold. Daddy, are you hungry? The room was empty, devoid of any furnishings, save for traces on the walls indicating that someone had once inhabited the space. In the desolate room, 3 figures were present, one crouching, 2 seated. Wang Yanan squatted there, holding a plate, her head tilted back, her body smeared with dried blood, smiling tenderly as she spoke to her father. However, this father was not the one Nan Wei remembered. He was the father who had undergone a transformation during their previous discussion about scissors. His skin was pale, nearly translucent. His face was hollow, limbs emaciated, dressed in pajamas. His head drooping lifelessly as if he were deceased. Yet, the slight rise and fall of his abdomen indicated that he was still alive. Seated on a chair, the father was bound back to back with another person, and a small pool of oxidized, darkened blood lay on the floor beneath them. Another figure, facing away from Nan Wei, was clad in pajamas, which suggested she was a mother. However, unlike the long hair that Nan Wei was accustomed to seeing, this mother sported a disheveled short haircut. The person who had cut her hair clearly lacked skill, to such an extent that several patches of her hair were missing, revealing a scalp marred by blood scabs. The mother's head hung limply, seated in silence, and beneath her feet lay not only bloodstains but also clumps of long hair, concealing something beneath. Standing there, holding a plate, Wang Yanan shared the same hairstyle, short enough to expose patches of white scalp. Dad, please eat. You need to eat. Wang Yanan gently urged her father. You must eat well to survive. Suddenly, she began to sob softly. Nan Wei approached and stood beside the mother, finally discerning what lay hidden beneath the hair. A pair of blood-stained scissors and a knife, also smeared with blood. These implements were familiar to Nan Wei. He had previously discovered them concealed beneath Wang Yanan's bed. The mother's head drooped, her skin tinged with green, her body slumped in the chair, her pajamas marked by a small patch of dark brown blood. There was no rise and fall of her abdomen, no breath. The memories replayed only sounds and sights, devoid of any scent, yet words were unnecessary. The mother had been dead for quite some time. From Nan Wei's vantage point, he could see a wound on his father's back, accompanied by a stain of blood. The bloodstains on their pajamas aligned perfectly with the suspicious marks Nan Wei had observed earlier. Pajamas bloodstains. Yet certain glaring abnormalities were obscured, such as the nearly absent hair, the evident blood, and the emaciated limbs. Nan Wei shifted his gaze to Wang Yanan. Her attire was perplexing. She wore a black floral dress, a style evidently favored by mothers of her age, overlaid with a striped men's shirt, yet her lower half was clad in a nearly new pair of men's jeans, which Nan Wei recognized from the bedroom. The dress, the shirt, the sports pants, these were the garments of the other 3 family members. Did she wear their clothing to envelop herself in their love, which she could not receive? Wu Ming stood beside Nan Wei, observing Wang Yanan, and remarked, Human beings are truly fascinating. Nan Wei cast a glance at Wu Ming, but said nothing. Dad, please eat. Wang Yanan brought the plate to her father's lips, gently nudging them with the dish, yet he remained unresponsive. She produced a palm-sized mirror, reflecting the mother's silhouette. Look, if you don't eat, you will end up like Mom, starving to death, turning green. Her voice trembled as tears cascaded down her grimy cheeks. Dad, Mom refused to eat and has starved to death. Little brother has long since passed, and Grandma and Grandpa are gone too. Please eat. If you die, I will be all alone. Alone, indeed. Upon hearing these words, Nan Wei suddenly felt a twinge in her nose. She fixated on Wang Yanan, who appeared exceedingly frail. Her sallow skin was not befitting a girl of blossoming youth, and her form was so thin it resembled a mere sheet of paper, indicative of prolonged malnutrition. As she wiped away her tears, her emaciated arms revealed bruises and markings of various hues, remnants of past violence. Nan Wei lowered her gaze, her fists clenched tightly. "What's wrong? Are you that angry?" Wen Ming inquired lightly from the side. The door was ajar. Without a moment's hesitation, Nan Wei slipped through the narrow opening. As her body passed through the threshold, she was overwhelmed by a profound and indescribable despair that surged towards her like an inrushing tide. Scalding tears cascaded down her cheeks. Nan Wei froze, reaching out to catch one of those tears. This was not her sorrow. It was the despair harbored within Wang Yanan. The desk lamp illuminated the room, casting shadows that resembled a repressive and distorted creature. Lying on the bed was a figure, a person who had long since departed from life. This individual lay sprawled out like a character in a tragic play, their face obscured by blood, making it impossible to discern their features, while darkened stains marked their limbs and abdomen. Judging by the athletic apparel, this must be her brother. The position and the bloodstains matched the sordid marks Nan Wei had discovered on the sheets. No wonder the bed was covered with clothes. It was presumably to conceal these bloodstains. Nan Wei was at a loss for words, murmuring to herself, how could she have endured this alone? Did she drug him? This was the only possibility that crossed her mind. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from a distance. Wang Yanan's anguished voice calling out for her father. "Daddy, don't leave me all alone." Just as Nan Wei was about to investigate the commotion, a sudden brightness captured her attention. What was happening? Chapter 100. Saving Oneself. Final chapter. Instinctively, Nan Wei wanted to shut her eyes, yet fearing she might miss something, she resisted the urge. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, and the body of her brother had vanished from the bed, leaving it impeccably clean, just as confusion washed over her. A scream from the living room pierced the air. Wang Yanan was crying out again, "Daddy, please, don't." This time, the door stood wide open. With a glance of uncertainty at Wen Ming, who said nothing, Nan Wei rushed out like the wind. The living room was brightly lit, and Nan Wei immediately spotted Wang Yanan on the floor, struggling against her brother, who bore a striking resemblance to Nan Wei, as he pressed down on her back with his foot. Desperately, she reached out for their father's pant leg. Dressed in a sharply tailored suit, their father was ruthlessly stepping down on something with the heel of his polished shoe, his meticulously styled hair now disheveled from exertion. "Daddy, please no. I will never dare to wear these again. I beg you." Wang Yanan's voice was hoarse, her face streaming with tears as she tried to prevent her father from continuing his cruel actions. However, the petite Wang Yanan was no match for her towering brother. She was pinned to the ground, utterly immobilized, helplessly watching as her precious belongings were mercilessly destroyed beneath her father's relentless feet. Amidst the scattered shards of mirrors and glimmering rhinestones, Nan Wei discerned the butterfly hairpin she had once glimpsed in that secretive box. "Serves you right. Now that those two insufferable old fools are gone, let's see who will protect you." Her brother laughed with abandon, his new sneakers pressing down hard on Wang Yanan's back. As she sobbed, their mother stood by with scissors in hand, observing the scene with cold indifference, her expression devoid of empathy, as if the girl being tormented on the floor was not the child she had carried for 10 long months. The living room was littered with scattered hair, some stained with blood. Wang Yanan's hair had been cruelly shorn, her scalp still oozing blood in places. "You wanted to admire yourself in the mirror to show off, to disgrace me with your foolish chatter." The hairpin was rendered unrecognizable underfoot before her father finally ceased his onslaught, smoothing his hair and adjusting his suit. "Wang Yanan, let me make this clear. You either attend a local university or not at all. There's no chance you'll go to a university out of town." He sneered, delivering a brutal kick to her nose, causing blood to gush forth. "I'll tell you, you women are born to serve your in-laws and raise children. The fact that I've supported your education is a tremendous favor. Don't be ungrateful." With disdain, he swept the broken pieces aside. "Your classmate is no good either. Always encouraging other girls to run amok. She needs to be taught a lesson. I've already warned her parents. You are not to associate with them anymore." He continued, You're nothing but a tool for childbirth, always demanding this and that. His son kicked Wang Yanan a few more times, spitting in anger. Dad said your dowry is meant for me to marry and have children. You won't escape that. Wang Yanan, battered and bruised, lay on the ground, as if all strength had drained from her. She turned her face toward the shards, so close yet out of reach, and wept softly. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Nan Wei stood beside her, head bowed, gazing at this pitiful and tragic girl, speechless. Miss Nan, tell me, who is she apologizing to? The uncooperative Wu Ming inquired. Nan Wei shot him an irritated look, her eyes conveying a desire to strike him. Yet Wu Ming, seemingly oblivious to her glare, continued with a grin. My curiosity is insatiable. Please indulge me. Ah, you truly are a peculiar one, Nan Wei retorted bitterly, pointing at the unmoving figure of Wang Yanan on the floor. If at this moment she is still apologizing to those three beings, then I believe it would be better for her not to exist at all. Wu Ming shook his head. Miss Nan, I do not comprehend. She rescued the eternally weeping version of herself, paying a heavy price for it. After Nan Wei spoke, silence enveloped the room. The memories lingered on. The victim showed no reaction, while the family of the aggressor lost interest. They deliberated on what to have for dinner, discussed weekend plans, laughing and chatting as they embraced and exited. Nan Wei stood there, his head bowed. The sunlight outside gradually waned, and the room began to dim. For several hours, Wang Yanan appeared lifeless, with only a faint rise and fall of her abdomen indicating that this life still lingered in the world. During those hours, Nan Wei stood motionless, resembling a statue. Wu Ming, understanding the gravity of the moment, refrained from speaking further. It was not until the sun had completely set and the room was cloaked in darkness that Nan Wei stirred slightly, emitting a barely audible sigh. Night descended, enveloping everything in darkness. The muffled yet persistent sound of Wang Yanan's suppressed sobs echoed. Suddenly, the room brightened. The lights in the living room illuminated the scene, where the frail Wang Yanan sat on the floor, tightly clutching her legs, her head buried deep in her embrace. The subtle sound of her weeping pierced Nan Wei's heart like a needle. He crouched down gently, caressing the back of Wang Yanan. Slowly, she lifted her head, revealing a haunting visage. The already emaciated Wang Yanan had dry, shriveled skin clinging to her bones, her sunken eye sockets revealing hollow, lifeless eyes staring vacantly at Nan Wei. I'm sorry. Her parched, withered lips moved to utter those words. A pungent stench assaulted Nan Wei's senses, causing his face to crinkle in distaste. So, whom do you apologize to? Wang Yanan looked at Nan Wei in confusion, contemplating for a long while before raising a severely swollen hand, silently pointing to herself. Exactly. In truth, there are other paths to take. You are simply foolish. Who goes out only to starve themselves? As Nan Wei spoke, he gently grasped Wang Yanan's decaying, peeling hand. The subcutaneous fat had nearly vanished, her eye sockets hollowed, limbs atrophied yet abnormally swollen, with patches of skin peeling away, characteristics that signify a death from starvation. Wang Yanan perished from hunger. What thoughts occupied her mind before her demise? It's very foul. Do you realize? Everyone cherishes beauty. You've done nothing wrong. Have you ever considered stepping outside? I do not mean merely exiting this door, but truly departing, leaving this place that does not belong to you. Nan Wei sat beside Wang Yanan, offering a friendly smile. Go pursue your dreams, witness different landscapes, and leave these dreadful people behind, severing all ties forever. Yet, Wang Yanan, held by Nan Wei, slowly lowered her head, hesitating to speak. There are no buts in this matter. Nan Wei felt a flicker of anger, yet tightened her grip on Wang Yanan's hand even more. Merely contemplating without taking action leads to nothing. You must act swiftly, without hesitation, for time waits for no one. Observing Wang Yanan still hesitating, Nan Wei grew increasingly impatient. She was not adept at persuading others. This was indeed a challenge for her. Ah, you troublesome creature. Why do you dawdle? Are you a snail? Nan Wei felt a surge of frustration, almost wishing to lash out at the peculiarities of the situation. I am a boy. Trust my judgment. It will not steer you astray. Finally, Nan Wei restrained her impulse to strike at the oddity, thumping her chest and earnestly assuring her. Wang Yanan looked at Nan Wei with a complex expression before ultimately voicing her thoughts. You're not my brother. This revelation caught Nan Wei off guard. An anomaly in a contaminated zone had, under the iron laws set forth by rules and the highest will, unraveled Nan Wei's identity. Where did you discover this? You should have spoken up sooner. I was toiling away, performing. The sight of Nan Wei's mix of anger and helplessness seemed amusing, and Wang Yanan's pained expression softened considerably. It was when I looked up just now that I realized, but I had no way of informing you earlier. Very well. Then I shall cease my act. Nan Wei released Wang Yanan's hand and warmly draped an arm around her shoulder. I have heard that in this place. You are a pivotal figure. Indeed, after my demise, this place transformed, and my parents are trapped here, reliving their past lives each day. Wang Yanan cast a surprised glance at Nan Wei and nodded gently. Nan Wei candidly articulated her demands. Wang Yanan was a clever girl. Subtlety was unnecessary. You truly speak your mind. Wang Yanan smiled wryly. Nan Wei nodded proudly. Indeed, a dear friend once taught me that sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Is that so? You have quite a remarkable friend. Wang Yanan thought of her own good friend, her expression turning somewhat sorrowful, her gaze drifting ahead filled with remorse. I believe your friend is also wonderful. My friend has gone missing, and I must seek him out. You have yet to apologize to your friend, have you? No. Wang Yanan's condition visibly deteriorated, her skin shedding in large patches. Then what are we waiting for? Nan Wei sprang up, forcibly helping Wang Yanan to her feet, albeit unsteadily. Wang Yanan glanced at the iron gate, clearly still undecided. She looked at Nan Wei in confusion. Nan Wei patted the freshly washed clothes she had forgotten to bring. I neglected to bring my own attire, but that is no longer an issue. Let us proceed, for there is a weeping child awaiting me outside. But no one is waiting for me. Wang Yanan shook her head bitterly. Who says there isn't? Nan Wei regarded Wang Yanan with a look of disdain, shaking her head. At this juncture, Nan Wei tucked the clothing under her arm and extended an embrace towards Wang Yanan. You still owe an apology, do you not? Very well. In the next moment, the surroundings began to quiver gently. The tremors swiftly escalated into violent vibrations, and then everything commenced to collapse and disintegrate. Everything that constituted this home swiftly vanished from Nan Wei's sight, leaving behind only an expanse of darkness and an ajar iron door. Let us go together. I will escort you out, Wang Yanan said, pointing towards the solitary light emerging from beyond the iron door. All right. Nan Wei took Wang Yanan's hand, and the two young women walked side by side into the unknown. It was merely a few steps. Do not cry in front of the wicked. All right. Be brave. I will try. At the final step, Nan Wei halted, gazing at Wang Yanan, who was nearly unrecognizable, and solemnly implored, Do not forget me. I certainly won't. Wang Yanan replied with a tearful smile. You too. All right. Nan Wei nodded vigorously. With that, the two exchanged a peculiar smile before stepping through the iron door together. A terrified scream pierced the night, quickly transforming into a joyful exclamation, Sister! Their feet landed firmly in the corridor, but before Wang Yanan could utter a word, she disintegrated into dust, like grains of sand slipping through Nan Wei's grasp, vanishing completely from sight. Nightski, clutching a large bundle, pointed in astonishment at the ground. Nan Wei glanced at her empty palm and smiled gently. I will tell you all about it later. She has gone to chase her dreams. Although Nightski did not fully comprehend, she smiled and replied, That sounds wonderful. Indeed, I believe so, Nan Wei said joyfully. She observed Nightski, who, despite their brief separation, appeared to be thriving and seemed more vibrant than when they were in the garage. Sister, you have no idea. The place I entered was filled with so much food and supplies. There are still many left, all with nearing expiration dates. I suspect they belong to those who enter before us. And there was nothing strange inside. Aside from the lack of electricity, everything else was quite normal. Nan Wei was taken aback by Nightski's extraordinary experience. It seems your dream is quite useful. Indeed, I plan to study it thoroughly when I have the time, although I haven't had any dreams in the past few days. Nightski's excitement grew as she scrutinized Nan Wei closely. Sister, you have no idea. I raced out several times each day with these items, hoping to see if you had emerged. I was nearly frantic with worry, but thankfully, you are here. Nan Wei regarded the chattering Nightski, finding her endearing yet excessively noisy. Then Nightski began, suddenly halting, astonished as she pointed at the side of Nan Wei, rendered speechless. Nan Wei was perplexed. How could something strange appear just as she had exited, and right behind her? She had just emerged, and behind her stood only the closed iron door in the wall. Lucifer's face loomed uncomfortably close. In a flash, Nan Wei instinctively struck out, but her grasp missed. Miss Nan, congratulations on your survival. May our paths cross again by fate. The figure of the Nameless One, grinning broadly, vanished before Nan Wei's eyes. Sister, what was that? Nightski, anxious, searched frantically for any trace of the Nameless One, but found none. No need to look. It does not wish to reveal itself. No one will be able to find it. On the surface, Nan Wei appeared composed, yet his clenched fists betrayed a subtle tension. Sister, what shall we do next? Yejin inquired anxiously, her gaze fixed on Nan Wei. The ominous presence seemed unnervingly familiar with even her name, indicating a profound understanding of their situation. Nan Wei gently patted Yejin's back. Do not dwell on it. Our foremost priority is to survive and make our escape. All right. Yejin nodded vigorously. I will do my utmost. Sister. Nan Wei surveyed the dimly lit corridor and took a deep breath. Yejin, let us proceed. The end.